Chapter 1. The Road to Iron Gate. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The road to Iron Gate sect smelled of pine resin and dried blood. Wei Liang noticed, both as the cart he rode in crested the last hill and the sect's outer walls came into view. Gray stones stacked high against the mountain, banners the color of old rust snapping in the wind. He was 17 years old, thin from a winter of poor meals, and he owned exactly what he carried. A hemp sack with 2 changes of clothes, a bronze coin his dead mother had pressed into his hand 3 years ago, and a folded contract of indenture that had sold him from the Yinhe province debt registry to the Iron Gate sect as a laborer turned potential disciple. Potential. He turned the word over in his mind the way he turned the bronze coin in his fingers. Potential meant nothing. Potential was a merchant's word, designed to make the purchase feel like a favor. He had seen boys carted to sects before, back in Yinhe town. Most came back within 2 years, released when it became clear they had no affinity for qi, sent back to their villages with a calloused neck and a letter of release that was worth less than the paper it was printed on. Wei Liang had no intention of coming back. He had prepared for this arrival the way his mother had taught him to prepare for anything difficult, by being clear about what he needed, honest about what he had to work with, and patient with everything between those 2 points. What he needed was a cultivation path that would take him out of the debt system entirely, advance far enough, become valuable enough, and the indenture contract became academic. What he had to work with was a good memory, an aptitude for pattern recognition that showed up as social intuition, and the specific quality of patience that comes from watching a person you love endure hardship without complaint. His mother had been patient in a way that looked, from the outside, like resignation. He had understood, watching her, that it was something harder and more precise. She knew the difference between what could be changed and what could not, and she did not spend energy fighting the unchangeable. She directed everything toward what could be changed. He had inherited that distinction. The cart held 7 other prospects. Most were quiet, eyes fixed on the approaching walls with a mixture of awe and fear. One boy, heavy-set, with a broad face and thick hands, caught Wei Liang's eye and offered a grin that was mostly gap-toothed bravado. "First time seeing a sect?" the boy said. "Yes. Me too." He stretched out a hand. "Chen Wuji. My father's a blacksmith. Didn't have any debts, but he thought maybe I had the talent, so he bought me a placement instead." He said it without shame, which Wei Liang respected. Most people dressed up their circumstances in pride. "You? Debt placement." Wei Liang shook the hand. "Wei Liang. Any cultivation background? Family technique? Even a basic one?" "Nothing." Chen Wuji nodded as if this was not a problem. "Same. They say the sect has manuals for free distribution to outer disciples. Foundation stuff. Body tempering primers." He glanced toward the walls again. "You seem calm. Most people are scared right now." "I am scared," Wei Liang said. "I'm just quiet about it." Chen Wuji laughed, a real, rolling laugh that turned a few heads in the cart. "I like that. I'm going to be very loud about it, personally." The gate opened to admit the cart, and Wei Liang got his first look at Iron Gate sect proper, a tiered mountain compound. The outer disciple ring sprawling around the base with its dormitory buildings and training yards and communal wells, the inner disciple ring farther up the slope behind another wall, and the peak towers where elders presumably did whatever elders did. The architecture was severe, all hard angles and load-bearing purpose, with no decoration except for the sect's sigil carved above each archway, a fist inside a circle. An outer sect administrator met them at the receiving courtyard. He was a lean man with the look of someone who had been counting heads and finding them insufficient for decades. He did not introduce himself. "Prospects. You have been assigned to the Outer Disciple program under the terms of your respective contracts. Body tempering primers will be issued this evening. Morning drills begin at 5th hour. If you have not demonstrated at least body tempering stage 3 within 1 year, your contract terms will be reviewed. If you demonstrate stage 7 within the year, you will be considered for inner disciple assessment early." He handed a stack of assignment slips to the cart driver, who distributed them without looking up. Wei Liang got his. Dormitory 4, Bunk 12, assigned to the East Training Yard, primary instructor Elder Baihe. He looked at the name and felt something move in the back of his mind. Something vague and cold, like stepping on ice that had not fully formed. He did not know why. He had never been here before. He tucked the slip away and followed Chen Wuji toward Dormitory 4. The dormitory was exactly what he had expected. A long room with 30 bunks, a single coal stove at one end that would be insufficient in winter, and hooks on the walls for gear. His neighbors were already claimed by the time he arrived. Chen Wuji threw his pack on the bunk beside Wei Liang's with the confidence of someone who did not believe in bad luck. Bye he. Chen Wuji said, reading his own assignment slip. Same instructor as you. Good. We can suffer together. Have you heard anything about him? Nothing. Chen Wuji sat on the edge of his bunk and bounced experimentally. You? No. But the cold feeling persisted. Wei Liang pressed it down. He was tired from 3 days of travel and probably imagining things. What's your plan? He asked instead. Cultivation-wise. Get to qi condensation as fast as possible. Then figure out the rest. Chen Wuji looked at him. You? Wei Liang thought for a moment. The same, he said. But I want to understand each stage before I rush through it. Foundation matters more than speed. Chen Wuji gave him an evaluating look. Smart. Or careful. Hard to tell the difference at our age. He flopped back on the bunk. Either way, we're here now. Might as well make it count. Outside, the training yard bells rang for the evening assembly. Wei Liang stood, straightened his hemp shirt, and walked out into the last orange light of the day, watching the mountain above the inner walls where the peak towers caught the final sun like raised fists. He was going to make something here. He didn't know what yet. But the feeling in his chest, not hope exactly, more like the sensation of a locked door against his palms, was the most alive he had felt since his mother died. He followed the other new arrivals to assembly, noting faces, noting names, noting who stood at the front and who hung at the back. An outer disciple with a shaved head and thick forearms was moving through the crowd with the proprietary ease of someone who owned the space. Bumping shoulders, meeting eyes just a moment too long, daring complaints. Wei Liang watched him without expression. The boy's name, he learned from a whispered exchange nearby, was Xiaopeng. He filed that away alongside the cold feeling about Elder Bai He, and went to collect his body-tempering primer. The primer was a 10-page pamphlet, cheaply printed but comprehensive. He read it twice before the stove went cold that night, Chen Wuji snoring across the narrow gap between bunks, and when he set it down he felt the locked door in his chest shift fractionally, as if something on the other side had heard him knock. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would begin. He had no idea, not yet, that he had been here before. Chapter 2. Zhao Peng's wait. The morning drill bell rang in complete darkness. Wei Liang was already awake, sitting cross-legged on his bunk with the body-tempering primer in his lap, running the circulation technique in his mind for the 4th time. He had a good memory, always had. His mother had called it his inheritance from a father he'd never met, some scholar from the northern provinces whose name she would not say. Whatever its origin, the memory was useful. He could hold a page of text in his mind like a painting and refer to it without opening the book. The first body-tempering stage was about breath and blood. The primer called it opening the inner channels to the world's qi, which was poetic language for what the technique actually did. It forced the cultivator to breathe in a specific rhythm while circulating attention through the major meridians, effectively sandpapering the internal pathways until they could accept qi flow. It hurt. The primer was honest about this, which Wei Liang appreciated. He dressed, folded his blanket with soldier's precision, and went to find the training yard. Elder Bai He was already there when the outer disciples assembled. He was a tall man, narrow in the shoulder, with white hair that he wore pulled back in an iron clasp. His eyes were the particular pale gray of river stones, and they moved across the assembled prospects with the mechanical patience of someone counting inventory. You are outer disciples, he said, when the last straggler had taken their place. His voice carried without effort. A cultivator's trick, Wei Liang guessed, for moving sound on qi. That designation means precisely what it says. You are outside. You may become inside, if your cultivation advances and your character recommends it. Or you may spend your contract term here and leave. Both outcomes are acceptable to the sect. Only one outcome is acceptable to yourselves, and that is your concern, not mine. He paused. We will begin with body tempering stage 1 circulation. Follow the movements exactly. The movements were slow and deliberate. A series of arm positions held for long counts while the breath moved in a specific pattern. Wei Liang had already memorized the primer sequence, and he executed it cleanly while watching the others struggle with the rhythm. Chen Wuji managed a reasonable approximation, his face screwed up in concentration. Most of the others were choppy, breaking the breath count, losing the arm positions. Elder Bai He moved through the yard correcting posture without comment, pressing a shoulder down here, adjusting an elbow there. When he reached Wei Liang, he paused. He looked at Wei Liang's form for a long moment. You've practiced this, he said. It was not a question. I read the primer last night and ran the sequence in my mind. Bai He looked at him a moment longer than seemed necessary, then moved on. Wei Liang watched him go and felt that cold sensation again, faint, sourceless, like a memory of rain. He pushed it down and held the arm position. The trouble arrived at mid-morning. The outer disciples were doing carry work, hauling supplies from the sect's gate storerooms up to the dormitory storage. It was grunt labor, designed to build the physical baseline the body tempering technique worked on. Wei Liang was on his third trip up the path with a crate of grain sacks when Zhao Peng stepped into the middle of the path with 2 of his followers. "Debt placement," Zhao Peng said, addressing Wei Liang directly. He had that particular quality Wei Liang had seen in bullies back in Yina town. The easy confidence of someone who had never met real resistance. "Give me that crate. You look like you're struggling." "I'm not struggling," Wei Liang said. "I wasn't asking." Wei Liang set the crate down carefully. He looked at Zhao Peng and did the mental calculation that his mother had taught him. What does this person want? What are they willing to do to get it? And what is the cost of different responses? Zhao Peng wanted dominance, which meant submission was a long-term cost even if it avoided short-term pain. But confrontation without power was also a cost. He was a new arrival with no standing and no allies except Chen Wuji, who was somewhere below on the path. "What do you want?" Wei Liang said. Specifically, Zhao Peng blinked. He had not expected that question. "What? You want me to carry your crate too? Done. You want me to acknowledge you as senior? Fine. You want the grain itself? That I can't give you because it goes to dormitory storage and elder by he will notice." He picked the crate back up. "Tell me what you actually want, and I'll tell you what I can offer." For a moment, Zhao Peng was genuinely uncertain. He had a script: threat, show of force, submission, and Wei Liang had stepped off the stage entirely. His followers looked at each other. Then Zhao Peng's face hardened. "Carry mine," he said, jerking his chin at a second crate sitting on the path. "And every time we're on work duty together." Once, Wei Liang said, "Today only," as a courtesy to his senior disciple. After that, your crates are your problem. It wasn't what Zhao Peng wanted, but it was delivered with such flat precision that it was somehow harder to reject than defiance would have been. Zhao Peng stared at him. Then he picked up his own crate and pushed past Wei Liang without another word. Wei Liang continued up the path, carrying his crate. He knew this was not over. Zhao Peng would be back, and next time he would bring more than words. But he had learned something useful. Zhao Peng was accustomed to script, not improvisation. He could be unsettled. Chen Wuji caught up with him at the storage room. "Was that Zhao Peng?" he said. "What happened?" "A negotiation." Wei Liang stacked his crate. "Inconclusive. Be careful around him. He has followers, and he uses them." Chen Wuji glanced back down the path. "You're not afraid of him." "I'm afraid of many things," Wei Liang said. "He just isn't one of the important ones." Chen Wuji gave him that evaluating look again, the same one from the cart. Then he grinned, the gap tooth showing. "Okay," he said. "I'll be careful." That evening, Wei Liang sat with his primer and worked the circulation technique until his meridians ached and sweat ran cold down his spine. He had been here for one full day. He had made one friend, one enemy, and one observation. Elder Bai was watching him more carefully than a new arrival warranted. The door in his chest pressed tighter against something he could not name. He breathed through the ache and kept going. Chapter 3. Opening channels. The Knights at Iron Gate sect had a particular quality in the first weeks that Wei Liang found useful. The dormitory was 30 people, a coal stove, and thin walls. By the second hour after the evening bell, most of the other prospects had fallen into the deep sleep of people who had done physical labor since dawn. The stove ticked down. The mountain wind pressed against the walls in irregular gusts. And Wei Liang was awake. He had never slept much. His mother had been the same, a light sleeper, easily woken, lying in the dark hours with her thoughts. He had learned to use those hours rather than resist them. In Yinhe, he had read by moonlight when there was any, or simply run calculations in his mind. Numbers, problems, the social geometries of a small town where everyone needed something from everyone else, and the art was in seeing it clearly. At Iron Gate sect, he used the quiet hours for cultivation. The body tempering technique required stillness and sustained attention. In the busy day, surrounded by 30 other people running the same sequences with varying degrees of focus and a training elder moving through the yard making corrections, the quality of attention was inevitably diluted. But at night, with everyone asleep, with the dormitory quiet, with only the tick of the stove and the wind outside, the attention was clean. He ran the sequences slower than the daytime standard, working each meridian pathway with the care of someone who understood that the foundation mattered more than the timeline. He had the primer memorized, and he worked through the specifications the way a craftsman works through tolerances, looking for not just the gross form, but the exact character of the sensation that indicated correct execution. When it was right, there was a quality of ease to the flow, like a door opening. When it was wrong, there was a subtle friction that most practitioners probably wrote off as normal training resistance. He did not write it off. He found the ease. 3 weeks into his time at Iron Gate sect, Wei Liang reached body tempering stage 3. This was, according to Elder Baihe's records, faster than any prospect in the current cohort had managed. It was also, according to the administrator who reviewed the records, the third fastest first-stage progression in the outer sect's recorded history, behind a disciple from 11 years ago who had gone on to become an inner elder, and someone whose name had been redacted from the records for reasons the administrator declined to explain. Wei Liang did not celebrate. He noted the milestone, adjusted his training schedule, and began working on stage 4. The cultivation system was elegant once you understood its bones. Body tempering was exactly what the name implied, a conditioning of the physical form to tolerate and channel qi. Each stage strengthened different systems, meridian walls first, then bone marrow, then the skin and muscle interfaces, then the internal organs, working inward toward the core. It hurt in different ways at different stages. Stage 1 was a persistent low ache like a bruise across the whole body. Stage 2 was sharper, the joints and connective tissue catching fire at night. Stage 3 had surprised him with a sudden sensitivity to weather, to temperature changes, to other people's physical states. He could feel when Chen Wuji was tired before Chen Wuji said anything. He could feel Zhao Peng's aggression as a specific kind of pressure in the air before the boy spoke. This made life easier in some ways and harder in others. The training yard had developed a social geography in the 3 weeks since arrival. Zhao Peng had claimed the western section near the weapons rack, which gave him and his followers access to the better training equipment during free periods. Wei Liang and Chen Wuji worked in the eastern corner, which was less prestigious but closer to the water barrel, which Wei Liang preferred. A girl named Shun Yu worked alone in the northern section. She had arrived in a later batch, quiet and self-contained, with a wind attribute test result that the administrator had apparently logged as inconclusive, which usually meant the examiner had made an error but didn't want to admit it. Wei Liang had noticed her because she moved differently from the others. Not better exactly, but with a quality of attention that reminded him of himself. She watched. She processed. She did not rush. He had not introduced himself yet. There was time. For now, he focused on stage 4. The transition from 3 to 4 was documented in the primer as a structural shift, the moment when the body's conditioned pathways began to hold qi rather than merely channel it. In practical terms, this meant the cultivation sessions produced a new sensation, a pooling warmth in the lower abdomen that lingered after the session ended. The primer called this the root formation. Most outer disciples felt this warmth for the first time at stage 5 or 6. Wei Liang felt it at the end of his first full stage 4 session. He sat with it in the dark of the dormitory, everyone else asleep, and let the warmth spread through his conditioned pathways like water finding its level. It felt, distantly, like remembering something he had known a long time ago. The next morning, Elder Baihe called him to a private meeting. The elder's office was Spartan. A desk, 2 chairs, a narrow window facing the training yard. On the wall, a simple ink painting of mountains, no people in it. Baihe sat behind the desk and looked at Wei Liang with those riverstone eyes. "You reached stage 3 faster than any current cohort member," he said. "Yes, Elder. You are practicing beyond the primer. The root formation you're building suggests stage 4 work." "Yes, Elder." A silence. Not uncomfortable. Baihe seemed to use silence the way other people used words, to give things space to breathe. "Where did you learn to rush stages safely? Most prospects who try to accelerate at your pace damage their meridians." "I haven't been rushing," Wei Liang said. "I've been going as fast as the body allows without force. There's a difference between rushing and not slowing down unnecessarily." Baihe looked at him for a long moment. "How old are you?" 17. "And your cultivation background before arrival?" "Nothing formal. I've read what I could find. Common texts. A few practical pamphlets." He paused. "I learned quickly. That is obvious." Baihe folded his hands on the desk. "I am going to monitor your progress more closely. Not to restrict it, to ensure it doesn't damage you." He reached into his desk and produced a second pamphlet, thicker than the primer. "This is the stage 4 to 7 guide. It is normally reserved for disciples who have demonstrated stage 3. Given your rate, you qualify." He slid it across the desk. "Do not share it." Wei Liang took the pamphlet. "Thank you, Elder." "Don't thank me. Progress past what you've demonstrated, and thank me then." He went back to the training yard and sat in his eastern corner and opened the new pamphlet. Zhao Peng was watching him from across the yard. Wei Liang could feel the aggression in the air like a thumb pressing on a bruise. He turned the page. Chapter 4. What Elder Baihe hides. Elder Baihe gave Wei Liang advanced materials. He corrected Wei Liang's technique with precision and patience. He spoke to Wei Liang like someone who expected intelligence in return. He also accepted regular payments from Zhao Peng's patron. Wei Liang discovered this on a Thursday, when he was collecting herbs from the outer sect's medicinal garden for the kitchen assignment, the most menial of the weekly rotations, and took a wrong turn that brought him past the rear entrance of Elder by his office building at the same moment that by he was accepting a lacquered box from a servant wearing colors Wei Liang recognized, the household livery of senior disciple enforcer Zhang Kong. Wei Liang did not stop walking. He completed the wrong turn, looped back to the medicinal garden, finished his collection assignment, and returned to the kitchen. He thought about what he had seen. Zhang Kong was not a formal title. It referred to the outer sect's senior enforcement disciple, the one responsible for maintaining order among the outer ranks. The role was legitimate. The corruption that surrounded it was not. Everyone in the outer dormitories knew, in the way that everyone always knows the things that are not spoken aloud. Zhang Kong took a cut of resource distributions, allocated extra training materials to disciples whose patrons paid, and used his enforcement authority to protect Zhao Peng's operations in exchange for a percentage. What Wei Liang had not known, had suspected but not confirmed, was that Elder Bai he was part of the network. He sat with this information for the rest of the day and did not change his behavior in any visible way. That evening, Chen Wuji dropped onto his bunk with the expression of someone who had just been punched. "I lost my resource allocation this week," he said. "Again, this is the second time. The distribution list said I was allocated 2 chi-nourishing pellets, but when I went to collect, I was told there was an error and the pellets had been redistributed." Redistributed to whom? Chen Wuji shrugged expansively. Zhao Peng's bunk neighbors. Surprise of surprises. Wei Liang nodded. "File a formal complaint with the outer sect administrator's office. That'll do nothing." "No, but it creates a written record." Wei Liang looked at the ceiling. "Which is useful later." "Later when?" "When there are enough records to show a pattern." Chen Wuji propped himself up on one elbow. "Wei Liang, how old are you?" 17. "Right? You sound 40. My mother was 40. She thought like this." He paused. "File the complaint. I'll help you write it so it uses exactly the right language." Chen Wuji stared at him. Then he sat up and reached for his writing materials. "Okay, 40. Tell me what to write." Wei Liang drafted the complaint with care. He did not accuse Zhang Kong directly. He stated facts: the allocation record, the collection denial, the redistribution. He suggested, without stating, that there might be a discrepancy in the distribution process worthy of administrative review. He kept it polite and precise. While Chen Wuji copied it out in his large, slightly smeared handwriting, Wei Liang ran the body-tempering stage for circulation in the back of his mind and thought about Elder Bai He. The elder was genuinely helpful. The materials were real, the instruction was real, and Bai He's interest in Wei Liang's progress appeared authentic. This made it more complicated than simple corruption. Bai He served 2 masters, and his service to the corrupt network did not necessarily negate his genuine role as a teacher. At this stage, Wei Liang was not threatened by the corruption. Zhao Peng's operations targeted disciples with resources worth stealing. Wei Liang had nothing and knew it, which was its own form of protection. But the future mattered. When he progressed, when he had something worth taking, Bai He's divided loyalty would become a direct problem. He needed to decide whether to keep cultivating that relationship or begin building alternatives. Not yet. He was stage 3, almost 4. He needed Bai He's access to advanced materials. When the time was right, he would find a way to use what he knew. He helped Chen Wuji finish the complaint, and together they walked it to the administrator's office and slipped it through the collection slot. The cold feeling was stronger that evening, sitting in the bottom of his chest like a stone in still water. He pressed his hand over his sternum and breathed through it, and it faded without resolving. Outside, the sect mountain stood dark against a sky full of stars. Chapter 5. The rig scales. The distribution system at Iron Gate Sect was, in principle, a merit system. Every outer disciple received a baseline weekly allocation of cultivation materials calibrated to their official stage level. Chi-nourishing herbs for body-tempering practitioners, chi-condensing pills for chi-condensation disciples, and so on in increasing grade. Beyond the baseline, advanced allocations were triggered by documented milestones, reaching a new stage ahead of the standard timeline, winning a challenge match, achieving notable performance in a sect duty. The system was, the outer sect charter explained in its careful administrative language, designed to ensure that demonstrated merit receives proportionate material support. In practice, the distribution list passed through Zhang Kong before it reached the disciples. Wei Liang had not understood this immediately. He had received his correct allocation in the first 3 weeks because he was a new arrival, and new arrivals were not worth the administrative complexity of shorting before they were assessed. But in the 4th week, when he had been formally assessed as Stage 3, a documented milestone, and his allocation should have been adjusted upward, The adjustment did not appear. He checked the charter. He reread the baseline allocation table. He cross-referenced his documented stage against the escalation criteria. Everything said he should have received an elevated allocation. The distribution clerk showed him a signed slip confirming his standard allocation. He noted it. He said nothing yet. Over the next 3 weeks, he watched the distribution process. He watched who received their full documented allocation and who did not. He tracked the batch codes on the pills when he could see them being distributed. He talked to other outer disciples in the carefully indirect way of someone seeking general information. I heard there were delays in the distribution this week. Did that affect everyone? And listened to the patterns in the answers. Within 3 weeks, the picture was clear. It took 2 months at Iron Gate Sect before Wei Liang fully mapped the resource corruption. By then he was at body tempering stage 6, which genuinely was remarkable enough that even the outer sect administrator had begun watching him with nervous speculation. And he had spent those 2 months collecting information with the same systematic patience he applied to his meridian work. The system was elegant in its ugliness. Zhang Kong controlled the distribution lists before they reached the disciples. Zhao Peng served as the physical enforcement arm in the dormitory spaces, collecting the surplus resources after redistribution and funneling them upward. Elder Bai He provided cover. When complaints reached the inner sect level, Bai He's signature on any disciple's progress record was enough to have complaints deprioritized as the grievances of slow or struggling disciples who were rationalizing their own poor performance. The genius of it was the assumption it exploited, that struggling disciples always look for external explanations. Wei Liang had no complaints about his own allocations. He received what he was owed because his progress was too visible to interfere with without inviting scrutiny. But he watched Chen Wuji get shorted week after week, and he watched 3 other outer disciples from the cohort progressively stunted in their development by consistent underallocation of cultivation resources. One of those disciples was Shunyu. He had finally spoken to her in the 6th week, when they were both assigned to the outer library duty, a half-day rotation that involved cataloging returned primers and running errands for the inner sect library requests. Shunyu worked with the same precise attention he'd noted from across the yard, handling the old texts with a carefulness that suggested she'd been around books before. Wind affinity, he said, without preamble. She looked up from the catalog. Excuse me. Your test result. It was logged as inconclusive, but I've watched you in the training yard. The way your chi circulates when you're doing the arm positions, it pulls slightly west, which is the wind direction under the sect's alignment schema. You have wind affinity. It was just examined by someone who was using the wrong calibration stone for that attribute. Xinyu looked at him for a long moment. She had dark, direct eyes and a quality of stillness that most 17-year-olds did not possess. How do you know about calibration stones? She said. I read everything I can find. That's not an answer. No, he agreed. But it's the honest version of the answer. He handed her the next book for the catalog pile. If you petition for a re-examination with a specific request that they use a wind-attuned calibration stone, you'll get a proper result. A wind affinity, even minor, makes you eligible for a different cultivation path than the general primer. She was quiet for a moment. Why are you telling me this? He considered the question honestly. Because you're being prevented from developing correctly, and that bothers me. You don't know me. I know you well enough to know that what's happening to your cultivation is a waste. He went back to the catalog. Do what you want with it. Xinyu filed the re-examination petition the following week. The examiner, forced to use the correct calibration stone, confirmed a minor grade wind affinity. It was not spectacular. It would not make her a wind attribute prodigy. But it qualified her for a supplementary cultivation path that worked with the attribute rather than ignoring it. And it raised her official profile enough that Zhang Kang's network was less comfortable shorting her allocations. She found Wei Liang 2 days later, in the eastern corner of the training yard. It worked, she said. Good. I don't understand why you helped me. I told you. Waste bothers me. She looked at him with those direct eyes. You're strange, she said, without apparent judgment. I've been told. She sat down on the training block across from him, cross-legged, and began the stage 3 circulation. After a moment, he went back to his own stage 6 work. They did not say anything else that session, but she was there the next day and the day after. Meanwhile, Wei Liang had been slowly building a different picture. He had spent the past 2 months not only training but listening. To dormitory conversations, to kitchen complaints, to the things people said when they thought no one was paying attention. He had been assembling names, dates, amounts. He had the outlines of a complete account of the resource corruption, sourced from observable facts and the complaints he'd helped Chen Wuji and 2 other disciples file. What he did not have yet was a mechanism for making it matter. The sect had a formal complaint escalation process, a monthly grievance review before the Outer Sect Council, which included 3 elders of rotating assignment. The problem was that he was one of the standard rotation elders, and the other 2 could be influenced by Zhang Kang's network if given time. But there was another path. The sect held an Outer Disciple Open Challenge each quarter. Any disciple could challenge a senior disciple in a public format, and if they won, the senior disciples' standing records were subject to a mandatory administrative review as part of the prize verification process. Wei Liang looked at this rule for a long time. He was stage 6. Zhao Peng, who was Zhang Kang's direct enforcement arm, was a year ahead of him. Late Qi condensation stage 2, maybe 3. That was a significant gap, but gaps closed. He began calculating how long it would take. Chapter 6. The strength of Chen Wuji between months 2 and 4. Wei Liang spent a significant amount of time thinking about the nature of strength. He had always thought of strength as something internal, the capacity to hold on when circumstances pressed against you, to calculate correctly under pressure, to endure discomfort without letting it distort your judgment. His mother had been strong in this way. She had held on to her work and her dignity in her small apartment in Yinhe through a decade of her husband's abandonment and the mounting debt that came after, and she had done it with a clarity and steadiness that he had tried, all his life, to replicate. But Chen Wuji was strong in a way that Wei Liang had not encountered before, and it did not fit this model. Chen Wuji's strength was not internal endurance. It was directed outward, instinctively, toward wherever it was needed. He was not calculating the risk of walking into Zhao Peng's confrontation in the storeroom. He was not running a probability assessment. He was seeing a problem and filling the space where a solution should be. Wei Liang found this both baffling and instructive. He began, in the 3rd month, conducting small experiments. He would note a situation that needed intervention and then deliberately hold back to see if Chen Wuji would act first. In 4 out of 5 cases, Chen Wuji did act. Not always effectively, not always safely, but always promptly. The one case where he did not was when the situation required extended deception, which Chen Wuji was not equipped for. Deception required patience with the gap between what you showed and what was true, and Chen Wuji did not have that patience. He was not dishonest. He was simply too transparent to sustain a lie. This was useful information. In month 4, Wei Liang began sharing technique insights with Chen Wuji more directly, not just in conversation, but in structured sessions in the pre-dawn training yard. He recognized that this was inefficient by his own standards. It required time he could use for his own advancement, and Chen Wuji's progress was not something that would survive the reset. But he was learning something about how knowledge transferred, and what he was learning was modifying his model of strength. Strong alone, he had thought. Strong together is complicated and expensive. After watching Chen Wuji defend the 2 younger outer disciples, and watching the ripple effect of that action, the way it changed the social atmosphere of the outer ring, the way it made people feel safer and therefore work better, he was revising this model. Strong alone was efficient. Strong together was multiplicative. He filed that away, not sure yet what he was going to do with it. Winter arrived at Iron Gate Sect with a specific brutality that the primer had not mentioned. The training yards froze. The practice forms became exercises in not slipping on ice. The water barrel developed a skin of ice at 5th hour bell that had to be broken before the morning wash, and the coal stove in Dormitory 4 proved even more inadequate than Wei Liang had predicted, leaving the far end of the room, where bunks 13 through 20 lived, perpetually cold in a way that made muscles slow and joints ache. Wei Liang responded to winter by training more. The cold was a resistance, and resistance was material. He ran the stage 7 circulation, which he had reached in his 4th month, another record he did not celebrate, in the cold air of the pre-dawn yard, finding that the body's response to cold temperature sharpened the meridian awareness in ways that comfortable temperature did not. Chen Wuji found him there one morning, blue-lipped and stubborn. "You're doing it again," Chen Wuji said. "Training. Suffering theatrically at 5 in the morning. The cold is useful," Wei Liang said. "Your meridians respond to temperature contrast." Chen Wuji considered this. Then he sat down on the frozen ground beside Wei Liang, wrapped his arms around himself, and began the stage for circulation with chattering dedication. This was, Wei Liang had come to understand, Chen Wuji's method. He did not agree with things. He performed them alongside Wei Liang until he formed his own opinion. He had reached stage 4 in his 3rd month and was making steady, if unspectacular, progress. More importantly, he had developed a quality Wei Liang had not expected to find in someone so openly cheerful. He was brave in a specific, physical way. When Zhao Peng had cornered 2 younger outer disciples for resource extraction in the 7th week, it had been Chen Wuji, not Wei Liang, who had been watching and calculating responses, who had walked into the middle of the confrontation, crossed his arms, and said with absolute calm, "No, not today." Zhao Peng had backed down. Not permanently, but in that moment. The two younger disciples had looked at Chen Wuji like he had done something miraculous. "You shouldn't have done that," Wei Liang told him afterward. "They were scared. You could have been hurt." "Could have been." Chen Wuji shrugged. "But I wasn't." Wei Liang had studied him afterward, trying to understand it. In his accounting of the world, courage that exceeded strategic cost-benefit calculation was irrational. But Chen Wuji's courage had achieved something Wei Liang's calculation-heavy approach had not. It had made people feel protected, and feeling protected built loyalty in a way that being strategically assisted did not. He filed that away. Now, sitting in the cold pre-dawn yard, he said, "Zhao Peng is going to escalate toward you." Chen Wuji's breath puffed white. "Because of the storeroom incident?" "That, and because your complaints are accumulating. Zhang Kong knows someone in this dormitory is building a paper record against him. He knows it's you. He suspects it's me. But I've routed the most specific complaints through you and two others. He can't be certain." Chen Wuji turned his head to look at Wei Liang. In the pre-dawn dark his breath made small ghosts between them. "Wei Liang," he said, "sometimes I wonder if you see people or as pieces on a game board." The question landed harder than Chen Wuji probably intended. Wei Liang held it. "Both," he said finally. "I don't think those are different things. Understanding people as pieces, what they want, what drives them, what threatens them, is how you understand what they need. It's not contempt. It's attention." Chen Wuji was quiet for a moment. Then, "That's either very wise or very cold. Maybe both." "Maybe." Chen Wuji went back to his circulation. "Either way, if Zhao Peng comes for me, I'd rather know in advance. He'll likely try to manufacture a rule violation. Get you in front of Zhang Kong on enforcement grounds. I'll warn you when I see the setup coming." Chen Wuji nodded. "Thank you," he said simply, "for watching." They trained in the cold until the 5th-hour bell rang properly, the ice on the water barrel thick and glittering in the first gray light. Wei Liang looked at the mountain above the inner walls and thought about the door in his chest, which had been pressing harder as he progressed through the body-tempering stages, as if whatever was on the other side was becoming aware of his approach. He would push through. He had always known he would. The question was only when. Chapter 7. Qi condensation begins. The news traveled through the outer dormitory in the way news always traveled, diagonally, incorrectly, and fast. What Wei Liang had actually accomplished, completing body tempering stage 9 in the 5th month, reached the dormitory as Wei Liang completed the full body tempering sequence before his second evaluation, which was technically true but stripped of context in a way that made it land harder. The context was, completing the full sequence in less than 6 months was genuinely exceptional. Without context, it sounded like the kind of achievement that preceded either great success or great catastrophe. His dormitory neighbors divided almost exactly into thirds. 1/3 looked at him with the particular wariness of people who had been working hard and were now confronting evidence that hard work was not the relevant variable. 1/3 looked at him with a kind of hopeful calculation. He had succeeded. Maybe he could explain how. 1/3, including Chen Wuji, simply seemed pleased, as if Wei Liang's progress was something good that reflected well on the dormitory generally. Zhao Peng looked at him from across the common room with an expression that had shifted from contempt to something harder to name. Contempt for someone weaker is comfortable. Contempt for someone who might be stronger is something else. It was not fear exactly. Zhao Peng was too invested in his own dominance for straightforward fear. It was the kind of recalculation that happens when someone has been categorizing you incorrectly and is forced to update. Wei Liang noticed this and filed it. Zhao Peng recalibrating was useful, but a recalibrating bully was also a less predictable one. He would need to watch for escalation more carefully now. Elder Bai called him to the office 2 days after the achievement was recorded. Wei Liang completed body tempering stage 9 in the 5th month. This meant he was ready for qi condensation, the first formal cultivation stage, the transition from body preparation to actual qi accumulation. Elder Bai called him to the office again, this time with a different quality in those pale eyes. Something that looked, if Wei Liang read it correctly, like discomfort. "You've completed body tempering faster than any student I've taught in 20 years, Bai said. "The sect has authorized me to advance you to the inner cultivation wing for the qi condensation initiation ritual. The inner wing requires inner disciple status," Wei Liang said, "temporarily suspended for the initiation process. You'll enter the wing for 1 session, complete the ritual under supervision, then return to outer disciple status until you advance through the qi condensation ranks to qualify for inner disciple assessment. And my housing and resource allocations during this period?" Bai's eyes moved slightly. Standard outer disciple rates. My progress would warrant advanced allocation, Wei Liang said. Per the Outer Sect Charter, Section 9, any outer disciple who completes body tempering ahead of the standard timeline is eligible for enhanced resource access during qi condensation. A long silence. You've read the charter, Bai He said. I read everything I can find. Bai He looked at him with an expression that was hard to classify. The allocation will be adjusted as specified, he said finally. I'll ensure the resource distribution reflects your standing. Wei Liang stood to go. Then, because it was true and because he was choosing his next move carefully. Thank you for the advanced materials, Elder. The Stage 4 to 7 guide was what made this timeline possible. Bai He's expression shifted again. Something moved behind the Riverstone eyes. Progress, he said. That's the only thanks that matters. But Wei Liang saw it. The flicker of genuine satisfaction that preceded and outlasted the corruption. Bai He was two things at once, and the genuine thing was not entirely submerged. He went to the inner cultivation wing and completed the qi condensation initiation ritual. It was, in practice, a guided meditation sequence in a dedicated chamber where the ambient qi concentration was artificially elevated by a formation array built into the walls. Under normal circumstances, most disciples needed 3 to 5 sessions before the qi began accumulating in their condensation points. Wei Liang felt the accumulation begin in the first session, a crystalline gathering in the exact areas the ritual was supposed to target, the sensation like water finding its lowest point and beginning to collect there. He said nothing about this to the supervising inner disciple who observed the session. He performed the ritual at a pace that looked like early success rather than alarming acceleration, stood politely, thanked the supervisor, and returned to the outer dormitory. Then he sat on his bunk in the empty afternoon and felt the qi condensation points hum with something that was entirely new. Not the warmth of body tempering's accumulated preparation, but a sharper, cooler clarity that spread from the condensation points outward like light through cut glass. It was the most beautiful sensation he had ever experienced. It was also, for reasons he could not explain, familiar. He breathed into it, and the locked door pressed against his palms with a new urgency, and he deliberately, carefully, did not push. Not yet. Not until he understood what was waiting on the other side. Chapter 8. Zhang Kang's teeth. The setup came in the 6th month, as Wei Liang had predicted. He was at stage 3 of qi condensation, moving faster than any current outer disciple had managed the transition stage, a fact that was being watched with increasing attention by the inner sect and with increasing alarm by Zhang Kang, whose network depended on a certain predictable distribution of disciple progress. Fast progressors disrupted the pattern. They attracted inner sect attention, which meant scrutiny, which was bad for operations. The setup was not elegant. Zhang Kang was not an elegant person. He used Zhao Peng to plant a knife in Chun Wuji's bunk, a sect issue blade, the kind used for cultivation herb preparation, reported missing from the outer sect supply room 2 weeks prior, and then had an anonymous complaint filed that Chun Wuji had been observed entering the supply room unauthorized on the day of the theft. Wei Liang had seen the plant happen. He had been doing evening rounds of the dormitory, a habit, not an official duty, and had watched through the gap in the dormitory door as Zhao Peng tucked the knife under Chun Wuji's mattress with practiced speed. He had not intervened. He had retreated to the training yard and sat in the cold and thought. He had one night to decide what to do. The formal enforcement process moved fast. Complaint filed, search triggered, evidence found, disciple brought before Zhang Kang. Chun Wuji would have no recourse within that process because Zhang Kang was the process. The only appeal path was to an elder, and the relevant elder was Bai He, whose response would depend on his priorities at that particular moment. Wei Liang thought about levers. He went back to the dormitory and, very quietly, searched Zhao Peng's bunk area. He was not surprised by what he found. A cloth pouch tucked inside a rolled training garment, containing 6 qi-nourishing pellets that matched the batch codes of the outer sect's current distribution stock. This was surplus. This was the collected skim from 3 weeks of resource theft. He did not take them. He memorized the location and went back to his bunk. In the morning, he went to Elder Baihe's office before the 5th hour bell. Baihe was there. He always was, Wei Liang had noticed, an early riser with the habits of a man who spent mornings not meditating, but working. Wei Liang, he said, without apparent surprise. Elder, I need to tell you something. He laid it out. Chun Wuji's bunk, the planted knife, the anonymous complaint that would be filed this morning, and the batch-coded pellets in Zhao Peng's bunk area. The complaint will reach enforcement before breakfast. When it does, Zhang Kang will run the search and find the planted evidence. Baihe was very still. I know what I'm asking, Wei Liang said. I know the arrangement. I'm not asking you to break it. I'm asking you to use your authority to delay the enforcement search for 6 hours. That's all. He paused. 6 hours gives me time to handle the pellet evidence through the administrative complaint process. Once the batch code mismatch is officially recorded, the search results become contaminated. Anything found in that dormitory comes under question. A long silence. He looked at him with those pale eyes. You have known about the arrangement, he said. Not a question. Since the 2nd month. And you've waited until now. I've waited until it was necessary to use it, Wei Liang said. I'm not interested in destroying you, Elder. I'm interested in keeping my friend out of an enforcement frame. The silence stretched. Then he said, 6 hours. Thank you. Wei Liang went directly to the administrator's office and filed a detailed, batch-coded, dated complaint about the pellet discrepancies in the outer sect distribution records, cross-referencing the complaint Chen Wuji had filed 2 months prior. He filed it under his own name. He made sure the batch codes were in the filed record. 6 hours later, when Zhang Kong ran his search and found the planted knife, Wei Liang had a copy of the filed administrative complaint in his hand, time-stamped, that called into question the integrity of any evidence found in the dormitory. The enforcement action stalled. Chen Wuji was not processed. That evening, Chen Wuji sat on his bunk and looked at Wei Liang with an expression that contained several different emotions at once. You've been building this for months, he said. Yes. The complaints. The records. The batch codes. Yes. For me. For everyone it's happening to, Wei Liang said. But yes. For you. Chen Wuji was quiet for a long time. Then, I said you were either wise or cold. You did. I was wrong. You're both, but it's in service of something warm. He lay back on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. I won't forget this. Wei Liang nodded. He went back to his qi condensation stage 3 work and did not tell Chen Wuji that the satisfaction he felt was already shadowed by something else, the knowledge that it was only a delay. Zhang Kong was not going to stop. His intercession had cost something Wei Liang couldn't fully calculate, and Zhao Peng's next move would be less clumsy. He needed to progress faster. Chapter 9. The outer trial in the 7 weeks between Cycle 1's 8th month revelation of Bai's corruption and the quarterly challenge. Wei Liang had moved from Qi condensation stage 2 to stage 3 in a sustained acceleration that was drawing the specific kind of attention he needed. He needed to be visible to Elder Moss before the challenge. Visible as a serious prospect, someone whose complaint would be treated as coming from a person with real standing, not a struggling disciple rationalizing failures. To achieve visibility, he needed to perform. Every training session was now a performance as well as a development exercise. He chose positions in the yard that were visible from the evaluation path. He demonstrated the full technique form rather than the abbreviated version. He made sure that when the rotating evaluation elder did their monthly walkthrough, he was doing something worth noting. This was not dishonest. The performance was genuine. He was actually cultivating at maximum efficiency, and displaying that was simply choosing not to hide what he was doing. But it required a level of deliberate self-presentation that felt odd to him. He had spent his life being quiet and careful, not invisible, but not prominent. Making himself seen required a kind of trust in the environment that he was still calibrating. He had a conversation with Xunyu about this, in the oblique way they both used. She had found him practicing the advanced combination form from Bai's guide, a sequence that was distinctly above outer disciple standard. He had not been hiding it. She had watched for a while before speaking. You're practicing above your official stage level, she said. Above my recorded stage. Not above my actual stage. She sat on the training block. You're doing it near the evaluation path. Yes. So you want to be seen. I want my performance level to be accurately reflected in the evaluation record. She looked at him. That's not the whole reason. He was quiet for a moment. The quarterly challenge record goes through Elder Moss. I want her to have a recent and accurate picture of my cultivation before the administrative complaint lands on her desk. You're orchestrating your own visibility, she said. It was not criticism. It was observation. Is that wrong? She thought about it genuinely, which he appreciated. No, she said finally. Hiding your real ability would be a form of dishonesty. Choosing not to hide it is just clarity. Efficient clarity. Those two words together shouldn't make sense, but somehow in your mouth they do. He looked at her. She was almost smiling. For Xinyu, this was approximately equivalent to a laugh. The challenge is in 2 weeks, he said. I need someone who's been watching me train to vouch for my technique form in the demonstration round. I know, she said. That's why I'm here. She paused. And because I've been trying to understand how you think. And I think I almost can now. She stood. I'll vouch for you. The Outer Sect quarterly challenge happened on the last day of the 6th month, announced with minimal ceremony on a notice board outside the administrator's office. Wei Liang signed up for it the same afternoon. The challenge format was simple. Any outer disciple could formally challenge any senior outer disciple. Victories were adjudicated by a neutral evaluation elder, not by rotation. This quarter it fell to Elder Moss, a compact woman who cultivated a plant attribute path and had the reputation of being incorruptible purely because she found corruption boring. Match format was 3 rounds: technique demonstration, chi output assessment, and direct combat in a bounded arena. Wei Liang's entry caused a specific quality of silence in the outer sect common room when the sign-up sheet went up with his name on it. Below the name, he had written as his target, Zhao Peng. "That's either brilliant or suicide," Xinyu said. She had materialized beside him with the quiet arrival that was becoming characteristic of her. She appeared when relevant, without announcing herself. "Which do you think?" She considered him for a moment. "I think you know exactly what you're doing. I'm at Qi condensation stage 3. Zhao Peng is approximately core condensation stage 2, early 3. It's a gap. Then why? Because there's a third round. And the third round measures more than rank." He looked at her. "Also, losing on public record with a good performance is more useful than not competing." Xinyu raised an eyebrow, her version of visible surprise. "You're planning to lose?" "I'm planning to compete at maximum capability and win if I can. The outcome is secondary to the visibility." She studied him. "What does visibility accomplish?" Elder Moss reviews all challenge records. "The escalation path for the resource complaint I filed goes to Elder Moss's review committee. If she has a recent and detailed assessment of my cultivation capability, my complaint has more credibility when it claims my resource allocation doesn't match my standing." A pause. "You filed the complaint in your own name. Last week. That's dangerous. Less dangerous than letting Zhang Kong keep operating," he said. "I've been building this since the 2nd month. It's time to move it forward." Xinyu looked at him for a moment longer than she usually did. "Then, you're going to need someone to vouch for your combat form during the technique demonstration round. Someone who has observed your training." "Elder Bai. He's compromised. He owes me a debt," Wei Liang said. "And the vouch is public record. He can't falsify it without the discrepancy being immediately obvious." Another pause. "I want to understand how your mind works," Xinyu said. "Ask. Later." She turned to go, then stopped. "Your Qi condensation stage. You're moving faster than the chart suggests. I've been watching. I learn quickly." "You keep saying that." She turned back. "I want to learn quickly too. If you're willing to share technique insights, I'll vouch for your combat form at the trial. I've been observing your training for 3 months. I can describe it accurately." Wei Liang looked at her. The practical exchange was clear and clean, but underneath it, he recognized something else in her directness. She was not offering a transaction. She was offering a partnership, dressed as one because partnership felt safer in a place where trust was expensive. "Agreed," he said. They shook hands in the corridor, and it felt like beginning something. Chapter 10. The trial. The challenge happened on a gray morning with a wind coming off the mountain that smelled of ice and pine. Elder Moss stood at the arena's edge with a clipboard and the expression of someone who had witnessed 10,000 of these contests and found them all faintly tiresome. The outer disciples gathered in a ring around the challenge arena, which was a tamped earth square 20 paces on each side, demarcated by low wooden railings. Wei Liang entered from the east. Zhao Peng entered from the west with 2 of his followers trailing behind him. Zhao Peng looked at Wei Liang with a specific kind of contempt, the contempt of someone who has been surprised by you but refuses to show it has registered. He was bigger than Wei Liang, broader in the shoulder, with the physical conditioning of someone who had been cultivating for a full year before Wei Liang arrived. His chi was visible to Wei Liang's stage 3 sense, a dense, forceful presence, the color of old iron in his mind's eye. "Round 1, Elder Moss said, without preamble. Technique demonstration. Each challenger demonstrates the foundational technique of their current cultivation stage. Assessment is on precision and efficiency, not power output." Wei Liang demonstrated the Qi condensation stage 3 technique form. He had been running it for 2 months with the same obsessive precision he brought to everything. And what he demonstrated in the arena was not power but exactness. Every position clean, every transition smooth, the Qi flow visible to Moss's assessment eye as a perfectly regulated current. Zhao Peng's demonstration was more powerful but less precise. His Qi moved with the force of someone who had been hitting the same nail for a year, but the form had accumulated small deviations that a trained eye would see. Elder Moss made a notation on her clipboard. Round 2. Qi output assessment. This was the round Wei Liang had expected to lose. Zhao Peng was 1 to 2 stages above him in condensation, and pure output favored rank. Wei Liang put everything he had into the assessment test, a palm-pressed output against a resistance stone, and registered a score that was solid for his stage, but still below Zhao Peng's raw number. Another notation. Round 3. Direct combat. 3 minutes. First to incapacitate or exit the arena loses. Legal techniques. Anything in the outer sect manual. Prohibited. Lethal chi application, direct meridian strikes, ground strikes to a downed opponent. Zhao Peng relaxed. This was his terrain, size, power, one-stage advantage. He moved into the arena center with the ease of someone accustomed to winning. Wei Liang moved differently. He had spent 3 months thinking about this round. The principle he had developed was simple. He could not match Zhao Peng's power, but he could control the geometry of the fight. Body tempering stage 9 meant his physical conditioning was exceptional, better than Zhao Peng's, who had rushed his body tempering to reach qi condensation faster. The speed differential was small, but real. And Zhao Peng was a brawler. He had power and aggression, but his form had the deviations Elder Moss had noticed, which meant his attacks telegraphed. When Zhao Peng surged forward, Wei Liang stepped to the left with precise timing, let Zhao Peng's force carry past him, and applied a single redirecting push to Zhao Peng's shoulder. Zhao Peng stumbled but stayed inside the arena. Second attack. Again the step, this time with a catch on the wrist that used Zhao Peng's momentum to spin him. Zhao Peng wrenched free and threw a chi-enhanced backhand. Wei Liang ducked it completely. The crowd around the arena had gone quiet. Zhao Peng was getting angry. Anger accelerated his attacks, but degraded his accuracy further. Wei Liang read each surge from the body positioning, stepped, redirected, and never counterattacked. Just made Zhao Peng miss, again and again, in front of everyone. At the 2-minute mark, Zhao Peng threw a massive forward charge in Wei Liang. Instead of stepping aside, dropped to one knee, let Zhao Peng's forward momentum carry over him, caught Zhao Peng's front ankle, and pushed. Zhao Peng went over the wooden railing and outside the arena boundary. Silence. Then the outer disciples watching began to talk all at once. Elder Moss made a notation. Round 3, Wei Liang. Aggregate assessment. Technique first, output second, combat first. Overall, Wei Liang. Wei Liang stood up. He looked at Zhao Peng, who was getting to his feet outside the railing with the expression of someone who had just experienced something they did not have the context to process. He did not say anything. He walked to Elder Moss and waited for the prize verification process, which triggered, exactly as planned, an administrative review of Zhang Kang's record. It began. Chapter 11. Momentum. Winning the challenge changed something. Not in Wei Liang. He had planned for the victory and felt no particular additional confidence from achieving it. But it changed the outer sect's perception of him, and perception, as he had been learning, was its own kind of force. In the week after the challenge, 3 separate outer disciples he had never spoken to approached him and asked about his cultivation method. Not the aggressive approach of someone seeking advantage, but the tentative, sideways approach of people who were underperforming and had just watched someone their age defeat someone a stage ahead of them, and were trying to understand what they had missed. He helped 2 of them. The third was too eager to have a shortcut rather than understanding, and a shortcut delivered to someone who didn't understand the foundation beneath it would do more harm than good. So he gave that one general principles and let them work. Both of the ones he helped made measurable progress in the following weeks. He watched this with the same systematic attention he gave to everything, noting what kind of explanation produced what kind of result. He was building, without a clear plan, a methodology for instruction. This was not something he had expected. The administrative review triggered by Wei Liang's challenge victory moved slower than he would have liked and faster than he'd feared. Elder Moss was thorough. She was not corrupt, and she was not, it turned out, quite as bored by corruption as her reputation suggested. She was more precisely described as bored by small corruption, the petty social kind. Large structural corruption, the kind that suppressed disciple development for financial gain, engaged her like a puzzle. She requested records. Zhang Kong provided edited records. Moss compared them against the batch-coded complaint Wei Liang had filed and found 3 discrepancies in the first week. She asked Bai He to account for 2 anomalies in resource distribution that ran through his office. Bai He, facing a formal review by a woman he could not influence, made the decision Wei Liang had gambled on. He cooperated minimally, which meant he confirmed the discrepancies were real and pointed the responsibility toward Zhang Kong. It was not a clean outcome. Bai He was not exonerated and he was not punished. He was placed in a gray zone of ongoing review that significantly curtailed his ability to provide cover for Zhang Kong going forward. Zhang Kong was a harder problem. The review established irregularities but stopped short of actionable evidence because the 2 middle links in the chain, the distribution clerks who had physically altered the records, recanted their cooperation under pressure. What the review did accomplish. Zhang Kong was placed on formal administrative probation, which meant any new complaints filed against him in the next 6 months received expedited review rather than being deprioritized. The network was not broken, but it was damaged, and more importantly, it was visible. Wei Liang watched this unfold from the Eastern Training Corner and continued cultivating. He was at Qi Condensation Stage 5 when the review concluded. His enhanced resource allocation, secured through Baihe's begrudging endorsement and the charter provision Wei Liang had cited, meant he was now receiving premium-grade Qi condensing pills with each weekly distribution, which accelerated his progress in a way that was both significant and entirely legitimate. Xinyu found him 2 days after the review concluded, carrying 2 cups of hot water from the kitchen. She handed him one and sat on the training block across from him. "You didn't destroy Zhang Kong," she said. "Not yet. The review established the pattern. The next complaint goes faster. You already have the next complaint drafted. I have 3. He wrapped his hands around the cup. "How is your cultivation?" "Stage 4. The Windpath supplement materials make a difference." She paused. "I wanted to say what you did for the cohort. The review. It helped people I've been watching struggle for months. It helps me too. A clean allocation system means my own progress isn't disrupted." "You always do that," she said. "Do what?" "Give the strategic reason. As if the other reason isn't allowed to be the whole reason." He looked at her. She looked back with those direct eyes. "Both are true," he said finally. "I know. I just want you to know that I see both." She sipped her hot water. "The strategic reason is cleaner to say, but it's not the only one." He thought about that for the rest of the day. Chapter 12. Elder Crane's Price in the 8th Month. Elder Baihe stole from Wei Liang. It was not crude theft. It was the removal of 4 premium Qi condensing pills from Wei Liang's scheduled distribution, replaced with standard-grade pills, with a notation in the records that Wei Liang had received his full allocation. The difference in quality was meaningful. It represented approximately 3 weeks of acceleration, dissolved into ordinary progress. Wei Liang knew about it within 2 days, because he had been tracking his own pill batches since the administrative review and had documentation of every allocated unit. He had also, if he was honest with himself, expected it. The review had cost Baihe something, limited his network operations, put him under scrutiny, made him less useful to Zhang Kong. From Baihe's perspective, Wei Liang was the proximate cause of that cost. The theft was not a sophisticated act. It was small revenge, and it was also probably a test of what Wei Liang would do. Wei Liang did nothing immediately. He documented it. He waited. 3 days later, he went to Baihe's office for his scheduled instruction session. They still met weekly, because the instruction was genuinely useful, and Wei Liang had not found a reason to stop, and sat down across from the elder with his usual composed attention. Baihe worked through the Qi Condensation Stage 5 technique corrections with his usual precision, pointing out a minor misalignment in Wei Liang's left meridian channel that Wei Liang had not consciously noticed, but could feel once Baihe identified it. At the end of the session, as Wei Liang was gathering his materials, he said, "The batch discrepancy in this week's distribution. I've documented it." Baihe did not change expression. "There may have been an administrative error. The documentation is filed with the administrator's office as a follow-up to the review complaints. Dated and batch-coded." Wei Liang stood. "I don't intend to escalate it. I'm noting that it exists." A silence. Then Baihe said, "Why not escalate?" "Because you're a better teacher than you are a thief," Wei Liang said. "And I still need a good teacher." He left. The next week's distribution was complete. Baihe was never easy or comfortable after that, but he was scrupulous. The very specific scrupulousness of a man who knew exactly what was being watched and exactly what the cost of failure was. The instruction continued. The technique corrections remained useful. Wei Liang reached stage 6 of Qi condensation and began the long push toward the upper stages. Chen Wuji, watching him from across the training yard, said, "You managed Baihe. I found a stable equilibrium. With a man who stole from you and works for people trying to destroy us. He has useful things. I have useful things. We've reached an understanding." Chen Wuji stared. "I said you were 40. You said that in the second week. I'm saying it again. You are 40 years old." Wei Liang, for the first time in months, felt something close to amusement. He let Chen Wuji see it. Chen Wuji pointed at him. Was that a smile? Close enough. Chapter 13. Approaching the threshold, there was a student in the outer sect named Gao Ren who had been stuck at Qi Condensation Stage 1 for 3 months. He was not a bad cultivator. Wei Liang had watched his technique form, and it was adequate. His dedication was genuine, and his allocation had been clean enough since the administrative review reduced Zhang Kang's interference. He was stuck in the specific way that some people got stuck. He was trying too hard. His qi was over-compressed, packed into the condensation points with such intense focus that it couldn't move. He was squeezing instead of collecting. Wei Liang showed him the difference in a 15-minute conversation during a kitchen rotation. He did not demonstrate dramatically or speak with authority he did not possess. He simply described the sensation he was looking for, the ease, the falling into place quality of correct condensation, in concrete physical terms, and then told Gao Ren to think of it less like pushing and more like staying still while the qi found its own way to where it wanted to be. 3 days later, Gao Ren broke through to stage 2. He was not the only one. There were, by now, 6 outer disciples Wei Liang had helped in one way or another, through technique insights, through administrative strategies, through the kind of quiet, accurate observation that helped people understand their own patterns. None of them knew the full scope of what he was doing. From their perspective, they had received help from a classmate who was good at explaining things. From Wei Liang's perspective, he was becoming, accidentally and without planning to, a teacher. He sat with this in the evenings and tried to understand what it meant. He was going to reset. All of this would reset. Gao Ren would be stuck at stage 1 again. Chen Wuji's stage 5 cultivation would revert to 0. Every relationship, every trust, every moment of competence that had built in this cohort around the small ripples of his presence, gone. And yet he kept helping. He did not stop. And the reason, when he pressed on it, was not strategic. It was not that the teaching method was useful to accumulate across cycles, though it was. It was simpler. The helping itself was good. The moment Gao Ren broke stage 2, there had been a light in his face that was entirely real and entirely his. The reset could not touch that moment. It had happened. It always would have happened. He did not know if this was wisdom or grief dressed as wisdom. But it got him out of bed in the morning, and he continued. By the 9th month, Wei Liang was at qi condensation stage 7, and the world was beginning to feel different. This was documented in the texts he had read, the way that high qi condensation stages changed a cultivator's perception of the environment. As the condensation points reached full saturation and the qi began to press outward, seeking new territory. The world's ambient qi became visible without effort, a constant presence at the edges of his awareness like a second set of sounds he had learned to hear without focusing on them. He could feel, for the first time, the sect formation arrays, the subtle lines of structured qi running through the walls and grounds of Iron Gate sect, maintaining the ambient qi elevation, securing the boundaries, powering the assessment stones. He could feel other disciples' cultivation states without effort, the density and character of their condensation leaving impressions in the air around them. And he could feel something else. He had no language for it yet. It was the locked door again, but now the sensation was different, not just pressure but sound, as if something on the other side was breathing. A slow, vast inhalation. The cold sensation that had been sitting at the base of his chest since arrival, which he had been treating as a metaphor for his own anxiety, was not entirely metaphorical. He mentioned it to no one. Xinyu was at stage 5 now, moving steadily. She had developed the wind path supplement exercises into something elegant. He watched her practice sometimes and noticed the way her qi moved in small spiraling currents rather than the standard linear channels, which was characteristic of wind attribute cultivation at its best. She had a gift, and the gift was developing properly. Chen Wuji was at stage 4.5, solid if not exceptional, which suited Chen Wuji perfectly. He had also developed, over the past 9 months, a secondary skill set, diplomacy. The outer disciple dormitory had a different character now than it had when they arrived. The administrative review had changed things, subtly but persistently, in the direction of fairness, and in that environment the natural social structures that had been suppressed by Zhang Kang's operation were beginning to emerge. Chen Wuji was at the center of those structures, the person everyone liked, the person who showed up when there was a problem, the person whose laugh made a cold dormitory feel warmer. Wei Liang watched this and felt, alongside the practical appreciation, something that he recognized as genuine warmth. He was going to lose this. The thought arrived without drama, somewhere in the 10th month, when he was running stage 8 cultivation and the locked door was pressing so hard it was almost audible. He was going to lose this because he was going to break through qi condensation to foundation establishment, and when he did not know why he knew this, or how, but he knew it in the same way he knew things about people from looking at them, with the certainty of pattern recognition operating below conscious thought. Something was going to happen. He did not know what. He only knew it was coming. He kept training. What else was there to do? Chapter 14. The first reset he reached qi condensation stage 9 in the 11th month. The saturation was extraordinary. His qi condensation points were packed so full that every breath pushed the boundaries of his capacity, the qi pressing outward in controlled currents that he had to actively maintain against the constant desire to expand. He was a hell breath. He had not yet seen a path to exposing Zhang Kang, and by he completely. The administrative review had damaged the network, but not ended it. And he had not yet resolved the problem of Zhao Peng's ongoing operations. There were things left undone, people left unprotected. The tools he had built were useful, but incomplete. But the threshold was here. He could feel Foundation establishment waiting on the other side of the boundary like a room seen through a keyhole. Vast and luminous. The next scale of cultivation experience. The first moment when the body and chi system became a unified whole rather than a prepared vessel. He had been at stage 9 for 1 week. Long enough to confirm the saturation, to run the final technique forms, to prepare everything the primers described as necessary. The breakthrough sequence required a prepared state, a specific arrangement of the chi flow through all condensation points, a controlled release rather than a violent one. He sat in the pre-dawn training yard on the last night of the 11th month. The air was cold and still. The sect was asleep. Above the inner walls, the peak towers were dark. He closed his eyes. He ran the breakthrough sequence. And the world shattered. Not violently. Not loudly. The world simply came apart at its seams, the way a letter dissolves in water. The ink running, the paper losing its shape, the meaning going last. He felt it happen from the inside. The training yard, the cold, the smell of pine, Chen Wuji asleep in the dormitory, all of it coming unmade. He had time for one thought. I knew this would happen. Then nothing. Then, the road. The cart. The smell of pine resin and dried blood. 7 other prospects. The approaching walls. The banners the color of old rust. The administrator's counting inventory expression. Chen Wuji's gap-toothed grin. First time seeing a sect? Wei Liang sat in the back of that cart and looked at his hands. They were the hands of a 17-year-old boy with no cultivation whatsoever. He did not make a sound. Inside his chest, behind the door that had been pressing on him for 11 months, something vast and cold was watching. He understood now. The door was a threshold, and he had just crossed it, and crossing it had cost him everything, and brought him back to the beginning. He was still him. He remembered everything. Every face, every technique, every complaint filed, every word Chen Wuji had said to him in the cold of the training yard. But the world did not remember. The cart rolled toward Iron Gate Sect's gray walls, and Chen Wuji was grinning, and Wei Liang was 17 years old again with a body that could not cultivate, and for a long moment, the only moment in his second life that he allowed himself this. He pressed his face into his hands and breathed. Then he straightened. Yes, he said, to Chen Wuji's question. First time. And he smiled, because it was the only thing to do, and because Chen Wuji's grin had not changed even though the whole world had. Chapter 15. The second morning, he lay on the floor of Dormitory 4 for approximately 4 minutes after arriving in Cycle 2 before he was able to stand up again. Not because he was physically incapable. His body was fine, 17 years old, the same body he had always inhabited, the baseline body he returned to. He lay on the floor because he was processing. 11 months of life. Gone. Not forgotten, never forgotten, but gone from the world. Chen Wuji did not remember him. Shen Yu did not remember the essay on resonant boundary phenomena that she had found and brought to him in the library, a gesture that had been quietly extraordinary in its precision and generosity. Elder Bai he did not remember the conversation where Wei Liang had told him he was a better teacher than a thief, and Bai he had been very still for a long moment before nodding. All of it gone from everyone but him. He lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling of Dormitory 4 and let himself feel this completely, because he had learned in his first 17 years that grief you don't permit tends to accumulate in places that damage you later. He had 8 minutes before Chen Wuji would arrive and begin unpacking with cheerful efficiency. He used 4 of them on the floor. Then he got up. He smoothed the front of his hemp shirt. He picked up his pack and set it on bunk 12. When Chen Wuji arrived, Wei Liang was already sitting on his bunk with his back to the wall, watching the room fill with new arrivals, and he felt the pull of 11 months of friendship like a physical weight in his chest, comfortable and terrible at once. First time seeing a sect? Chen Wuji had said on the cart. Now, unpacking, Chen Wuji said, "You seem very calm. Most people are a little terrified right now." "I've been preparing for a while," Wei Liang said, which was true in a specific and unverifiable way. Chen Wuji grinned. "Smart. I've been trying to prepare, but honestly most of it felt like worrying with extra steps." He looked at Wei Liang with the evaluating quality that Wei Liang had come to love in its way. Direct and genuine, no performance. "You think you'll make it here?" "Yes," Wei Liang said. He was not speaking from hope. He was speaking from knowledge. "I think I'll make it." "What about you?" "Me?" Chen Wuji laughed his rolling laugh. "I have no idea. But I figure if I pay attention and work hard and don't get killed, the rest sorts itself out." Wei Liang looked at him. That laugh. That absolute, uncomplicated clarity. The world had reset and taken everything from Wei Liang, and Qin Wuji had reset and was still exactly and entirely himself. Yes, Wei Liang said softly. I think it does. The second time Wei Liang stood in the receiving courtyard of Iron Gate sect and listened to the administrator count heads, he noticed things he had missed the first time. The administrator's left hand trembled slightly when he held his clipboard, a tremor so small it was invisible unless you were watching for it, and even then could be written off as cold. In the first cycle, Wei Liang would not have known to watch for it. Now he did, and he filed it. A physical tell, possibly medical, which created vulnerability and also created private worry, which was useful to understand. The assignment slips were distributed in alphabetical order, not in the order the card had arrived. This meant the assignments were prepared in advance, meaning the roster had been finalized before the cart reached the gate, which meant the sect had information about the prospects before meeting them. Elder Baihe's name on his assignment slip produced the same cold sensation as the first time, which he now recognized for what it was, not a premonition but a memory. His own memory, preserved across the reset, manifesting as physical sensation. He stood in dormitory 4, bunk 12, and looked at Qin Wuji unpacking across the gap. Qin Wuji's face was exactly as he remembered it. Every line, every angle, the way the gap in his teeth made his grin slightly asymmetric. The broad hands his blacksmith father had given him. The complete lack of pretension. First time seeing a sect? Qin Wuji had said, on the cart. Yes, Wei Liang had said, and the lie had sat cleanly in his mouth, because it was a lie of omission rather than falsity. He had not seen this sect before. He had seen an earlier version of this moment before, and those were technically different things. Now, in the dormitory, Qin Wuji was describing the sect as he understood it from rumors and second-hand accounts, and Wei Liang was listening to the description with the strange sensation of knowing the truth and watching someone construct a reasonable approximation of it without access to the actual facts. They say the inner sect has access to techniques from before the Sundering, Qin Wuji said. Not the real ones, you know, the actually ancient ones, but copies. Preserved copies. That would be worth seeing. You plan to get to the inner sect? I plan to get wherever cultivation can take me, Wei Liang said. He watched Qin Wuji's face. The same person. Every quality he remembered was already there, already present, just waiting for the relationship to develop around it. He had an advantage no one in the sect possessed, complete foreknowledge. He knew Qin Wuji would walk into Zhao Peng's confrontation in the storeroom in week 7 and defuse it with pure nerve. He knew Shun Yu would be undercounted on her affinity test. He knew Baihe's double allegiance. He knew Zhang Kang's operation in detail. He could use all of it. He could skip straight to the advanced materials request, could have the administrative complaints filed in week 1 instead of month 2, could have the challenge victory planned and executed in a fraction of the time. He could reach chi condensation faster than last time. Much faster. He thought about this carefully. The reset had taken everything: relationships, resources, cultivation. It had left him only memories and knowledge. So knowledge was the one currency that survived the reset. Every cycle, if he advanced, he would reset. But every cycle he could advance faster, learn more, do more before the reset happened. But why? What triggered the reset? The breakthrough specifically. The completion of chi condensation to foundation establishment boundary. Not the stages within a rank, but the boundary crossing between ranks. He sat with this. It was not a cultivation failure. The reset did not happen because he had done something wrong. It happened precisely at success, at the moment of maximum achievement in that cultivation stage. What did that mean? He did not yet have enough information to answer. But the question was clear. He needed to understand the mechanism before he could do anything about it. And he needed, this time, to hold back at stage 9, to stop before the breakthrough and think. He started planning. Chapter 16. What the Reset Keeps Cycle 2, Week 1. Wei Liang spent the first week conducting experiments. He cultivated with full efficiency from the first day. No pretense of being a beginner, just clean, optimized technique from a mind that remembered the exact form specifications with perfect clarity. He was doing stage 3 circulation by the end of the first day, which should have been impossible for a first-timer. He kept this private, working only in the early morning and late night hours when the training yard was empty. He was at body tempering stage 3 by the end of week 1, a pace that in the first cycle had taken 3 weeks. This was the first data point. The knowledge of how to do something correctly produced a significant acceleration even in a freshly reset body. Second data point. The cultivation memories were not merely theoretical. When he circulated, the pathways knew what was coming, not in a way that bypassed effort, but in a way that minimized misdirected effort. He did not have to discover what the correct circulation felt like. He could recognize it immediately when it arrived. This was a qualitative difference. Third data point, emotional memory was fully intact, with full weight. Standing across the training yard from Chun Wuji, watching him trip over the stage 1 arm positions with cheerful stubbornness, Wei Liang felt the precise quality of warmth that he had spent 11 months developing in Cycle 1. Fully present, not diluted by the reset. This was both a gift and a cost. He knew what he was going to lose every time he chose to break through. Fourth data point, Zhao Peng's presence created the same cold anger in his chest as it had in Cycle 1. This anger had arrived in Cycle 1 slowly, accreted over weeks of watching Zhao Peng operate. The resource theft, the physical intimidation, the planted knife, the look on Chun Wuji's face when he described finding his allocation shorted for the second consecutive week. In Cycle 2, the anger was fully formed at first sight. It did not distort his thinking, but it was there, and it was more than impersonal. It was personal in the way that things were personal when you had watched someone you cared about be hurt. It was the residue of an 11-month friendship that the world had reset, but he had not. This was, he realized, something that would compound across cycles. The anger, and the grief, and the particular kind of love that formed between people who survived hard circumstances together. These things lived in him and did not reset. He would carry them forward into every cycle, alongside the cultivation knowledge and the technique forms and the administrative complaint strategies. He was not sure yet if this was a strength or a vulnerability. He thought about this problem for 3 days, running his Cycle 2 cultivation in parallel with the thinking, and came to a provisional answer. It was both, but on different timescales. In the short term, inside any single cycle, carried emotional weight was a vulnerability. It meant he could be destabilized by events that a person encountering them fresh would face without prior investment. Zhao Peng's bullying did not anger a person encountering him for the first time the same way it angered Wei Liang, who had watched him plant evidence against Chen Wuji and had carried that across the reset. Shin Yu's presence did not generate the same quality of warmth in a person meeting her for the first time as it did in Wei Liang, who had watched her grow across 11 months of genuine development. In the long term, across cycles, the carried emotional weight was a strength. Because the people it was attached to were real. Because the warmth he felt for Chun Wuji and Shun Yu was not manufactured or simulated. It was the genuine result of knowing them deeply, and that depth did not evaporate with the reset. He carried a true understanding of who they were, their capabilities, their vulnerabilities, their instincts, and that understanding made him better at protecting them, better at helping them, better at calibrating what they needed. The grief was the price of the gift. He would pay it. Zhao Peng's presence created the same cold anger in his chest as it had in Cycle 1. The first cycle had developed that response over weeks of escalating bullying. In Cycle 2, it arrived fully formed on the second day, when Zhao Peng's shoulder connected with Chen Wuji's in the supply line. The anger did not distort his thinking. He noted it as information, but it was real and it was not going away. He wondered how many cycles it would take before the anger became something harder. He also wondered, experimentally, about the other memories. He remembered the body tempering stage 4 through 7 guide that he had given him in Cycle 1. Could he reproduce it from memory? He tried, writing it out in the back of a grain distribution ledger during kitchen duty, and found he could reproduce it almost perfectly. The core principles, the key technique markers, the critical warnings. A few specific page references were fuzzy, but the substance was intact. This meant that every text he read in every cycle was permanently available to him. Every technique, every manual, every overheard conversation. He was, functionally, accumulating a library that no reset could touch. He thought about this with something approaching vertigo. How many cycles had happened before the first one he remembered? Was the first reset the first one that had happened, or had there been others before? Cycles he'd lived without awareness, reset without knowing? He had no evidence either way. He pressed the question down. He needed to focus on what he could know. He was in Cycle 2. His goal, hold at Qi condensation stage 9, investigate the breakthrough threshold, and understand the mechanism before deciding whether to advance. He had new priorities. Expose Zhang Kong faster, secure Chen Wuji's safety, help Xin Yu get the proper affinity assessment, and then, at stage 9, stop and investigate. Chapter 17. What the reset takes. Cycle 2, Month 3. He was at Qi condensation stage 5, 3 months of progress matching 11 months of Cycle 1. And he had been doing what he promised himself, investigation. The breakthrough threshold was the critical question. He had read every text available in the outer sect library, which was not extensive but covered the theoretical framework of cultivation transitions and boundary crossings. Most of it was procedural, how to prepare for breakthrough, what the sensation should feel like, how to handle complications. None of it addressed what he was looking for: why breakthroughs had consequences beyond the cultivator's own development. He had found one reference: a margin note in an extremely old commentary on the Qi condensation to foundation establishment transition, written in a hand different from the main text, in a slightly archaic character set that Wei Liang could read because his mother had taught him the old forms. The great boundary is observed by those who stand outside time. Consider who benefits when the boundary is crossed. Margin notes were not evidence, but this one pressed on him. He had also been thinking about what the reset preserved and what it did not. His cultivation was reset. His resources, every pill, every material, every weapon, were reset. His relationships were reset. Every friendship rebuilt from scratch. Every enmity rebuilt from scratch. Every carefully developed dynamic rebuilt from the reset point. Even Bai He's two-sided loyalty was reset. In Cycle 2, Wei Liang had already identified the arrangement and already made his quiet intervention with the lacquered box and Zhang Kang's servant, but Bai He did not remember any of this. What was not reset? Knowledge, memory, understanding. The inner landscape. He sat with this distinction. If the reset was designed, if someone was doing it deliberately, they wanted to erase accumulated power, cultivation, resources, alliances, while preserving something else. Or, the reset was a side effect of something that cared nothing about Wei Liang's circumstances, just about the boundary crossing event. Both possibilities were frightening in different ways. There was a third possibility he did not want to examine but forced himself to. The reset was his own doing, some flaw in his cultivation, a failure mode built into the boundary crossing itself. But this explanation had a problem. It required that the reset happen to every cultivator at every major boundary crossing, which was clearly not the case. Other cultivators crossed boundaries. The inner sect had foundation establishment practitioners, core formation masters. The world continued after their breakthroughs. It was specific to him. He wrote this down in his mind and filed it under Only Possible Facts, which was the most valuable folder. Xinyu found him in the library that evening, which was unusual. She generally did not seek him out in non-training locations. She had found the library on her own in Cycle 2, 2 weeks earlier than in Cycle 1, which Wei Liang took as a sign that the wind affinity recommendation had arrived sooner this time, since he had given it in Week 1 rather than Week 6. "You're looking for something specific," she said, sitting across from him. "Several things. The advanced texts are in the inner library. The outer library only has the basics plus the commentary section." She set a book on the table between them. "I found this. It's technically in the outer collection, but miscatalogued under plant cultivation theory." She opened it to a marked page. It was a short essay on resonant boundary phenomena, the way that certain rare cultivators experience the major cultivation transitions differently than the standard pattern. The essay was theoretical, not practical, and the evidence it cited was anecdotal, but the central claim was clear. Occasionally, a cultivator whose soul resonance matched a particular cosmic frequency would experience the boundary crossing as a harmonic event that extended beyond their personal cultivation system. Wei Liang read it 3 times. "Interesting," he said. "You don't seem surprised." "I'm never visibly surprised. I've been told it's alienating." Xinyu looked at him with those direct eyes. In Cycle 2, she did not yet know him well enough to say what was in the look. But he knew. He had seen the same look in Cycle 1, developed over 11 months into something clear and warm and achingly accurate. He was going to lose this. He was going to lose her, over and over. "Thank you for the text," he said. She nodded and left. He sat with the essay and the margin note and his private folder of Only Possible Facts, and thought about cosmic frequencies and who stood outside time, and did not sleep. Chapter 18, Acceleration Cycle 2, Month 5. He was at Qi condensation stage 7, and he was moving faster still. The optimization was compounding. He knew not only the technique forms, but the exact sensation signatures of each stage transition, which meant he could feel when he was exactly at the right moment to push versus when he needed to consolidate. There was no wasted effort, no false starts, no days lost to uncertainty about whether a plateau was a problem or a process. He had also, this cycle, begun doing something he had not done in Cycle 1. He was teaching, not openly. He was 17 years old and an outer disciple with no formal status to teach. But in the training yard, in casual conversations, in the specific way he answered questions from dormitory neighbors, he had begun passing information. To Chen Wuji, the exact technique correction for the stage 4 meridian alignment that had cost him 2 weeks in Cycle 1. To a quiet, serious disciple named Lin Bao who had been stuck at stage 2 for 6 weeks. A breathing modification that the primer didn't mention, but that the stage 4 guide described as foundational. To Xinyu, Not the advanced techniques, but the philosophy underneath them, the principle of not forcing versus not slowing unnecessarily. He watched the cohort move faster. Not dramatically. He was only one person and he could only influence so much, but measurably faster. Chen Wuji reached stage 5 in month 4 instead of late stage 4. Lin Bao broke his stage 2 plateau. Shen Yu was 6 weeks ahead of her cycle 1 progress. The resource distribution was cleaner this cycle, too. He had filed the batch code complaint in week 2 rather than month 2, and Elder Moss's expedited review process was already creating pressure on Zhang Kang's network. Zhao Peng had been quieter, not because his nature had changed, but because the administrative scrutiny made large-scale resource theft riskier. Wei Liang watched all of this and felt the particular satisfaction of optimization, watching a system move more efficiently, and also, underneath that, the grief of knowing it would reset. All of these people, all of this progress, erased. He had been thinking carefully about this since cycle 1. The grief was real, and he was not going to pretend it wasn't. Chen Wuji's advancement, Shen Yu's growth, Lin Bao's broken plateau, these things mattered, and when the reset came, they would not persist. But he would remember. Every cycle, he retained what he had learned. If what he learned included how to help people, then the help itself might not persist, but the knowledge of how to help did. He would carry these methods into cycle 3 and make them available again, to different versions of the same people, with even greater precision. It was a grief with a purpose built into it. He held that thought, and went back to his stage 7 cultivation. He was going to reach stage 9. He was going to hold there. And he was going to investigate the breakthrough threshold until he understood it, or until he had all the information this cycle could give him. Chapter 19. The Threshold Examined Cycle 2, Month 7. Stage 9. He sat at stage 9 Qi condensation with the saturation pressing at his boundaries and the foundation establishment threshold waiting like a wall he could feel but not see. He had been here for 3 weeks, not breaking through, investigating. The investigation had yielded 3 things. First, the breakthrough sensation he remembered from cycle 1, the moment before the reset, when the technique completed and the boundary began to cross, had a specific character he now recognized. It felt like 2 frequencies aligning. Not a gradual approach, but a sudden snap, like 2 magnets rotating into orientation. This alignment sensation was the trigger. If he approached the threshold without completing the alignment, the breakthrough was impossible. If he completed the alignment, the breakthrough was inevitable. Second, the alignment itself was not automatic. It required specific conditions, a state of qi saturation that he could produce on demand and also delay. He had been practicing the delay. He could hold at stage 9 indefinitely by keeping the qi flow slightly misaligned, not by undercultivating, but by intentionally maintaining a specific asymmetry that kept the frequencies from snapping into place. This was important. It meant the breakthrough was under his control. He could reset when he chose or hold indefinitely. Third, and most disturbing, when he held at the edge of the threshold and pressed his perception outward, not into the breakthrough, but along the surface of the threshold itself. He could feel something watching. Not hear, not see, feel. A directed attention from beyond the boundary, vast and patient. The quality of a consciousness that had been waiting so long it had stopped being aware of waiting. It was focused on him, on this exact point in his cultivation, and it was pleased by his proximity to it. He retreated from the edge of the threshold immediately when he felt it, heart pounding, and spent 3 days doing nothing but lower stage circulation maintenance and thinking. Whatever was waiting at the breakthrough threshold, it wanted him to cross. The crossing fed it. He was not sure if that meant the reset was caused by the feeding. The crossing extracted something from him, or the environment, and the reset was a consequence, or if the entity controlled the reset deliberately. He did not yet have enough to know, but he had confirmed there was an entity. The reset was not random or mechanical. Something was doing it on purpose. He thought about the margin note. Consider who benefits when the boundary is crossed. He thought about the essay Shen Yu had found. Certain rare cultivators whose soul resonance matches a particular cosmic frequency. He thought about himself, 17 years old, a mortal boy with no cultivation background, sold to a sect as a dead indentured laborer. Why him? What made his soul resonance the relevant frequency? He had no answer. What he had was a plan. Advance to foundation establishment in cycle 3, which would be faster still, with all the accumulated optimization, and use the time at higher cultivation to access better texts, better information, find out more about the entity. Let himself break through, learn from it, reset, advance even further next cycle. He was farming his own experience the way the entity was farming him. This thought, when it arrived, made him exhale sharply in the empty training yard, alone under the stars. It was, he decided, the right approach. He had no other options. He let the frequency alignment begin. Chapter 20. The choice to fall forward. He had 3 things left to do before the reset. The first, Zhao Peng had been building toward a physical confrontation that the administrative scrutiny had delayed but not prevented. Chen Wuji was the target. Zhao Peng wanted a victim he could hurt without triggering formal complaints, and Chen Wuji's openness made him visible. Wei Liang had been watching the build-up for a week. On the night before he planned to trigger the breakthrough, Wei Liang orchestrated a public encounter in the training yard after dinner. He said to Zhao Peng, in a carrying voice that a dozen outer disciples in the vicinity could hear, "I know you've been building toward Chen Wuji. I want you to understand something. Whatever you plan, the outcome will be worse for you than for him. Not as a threat, as a fact. Think carefully." Zhao Peng stared at him. "The administrative record on your operations is already extensive," Wei Liang continued, conversational, as if discussing the weather. "Any physical action against a junior disciple escalates the review to the conduct level. Conduct violations go directly to the inner sect. You've been costing yourself future opportunities for years without knowing it. I'm telling you now." He did not wait for a response. He walked away. Behind him, he heard the shift in the dozen disciples who had overheard it. Not just the words, but the certainty. He would never know if it held long-term. The reset would come before he could see the consequence. But he had made it public, made it witnessed, planted it. The second thing, he went to Baihe's office. "I want to thank you properly," he said, "for the advanced materials, for the instruction, for the moments where you chose the right thing when it would have been easier not to." He paused. "I know what you are and I know what you've done. Both things can be true." Baihe looked at him with those pale eyes for a long time. Then, "You're an unusual person, Wei Liang. I'm told that frequently." The third thing, he found Xinyu in the library, in her usual spot, reading the mis-catalogued essay on resonant boundary phenomena again. She had been returning to it. Wei Liang sat across from her. "I want to tell you something," he said. She looked up. "I think the world is larger and stranger than either of us can currently understand. And I think some of that strangeness is centered on this sect, and this mountain, and this moment. I don't have more than that. But I wanted to say it to someone." He paused. "You're the only person here who would hear it without either dismissing it or being frightened by it." Xinyu looked at him for a long moment. "What are you going to do about it?" she said. "Everything I can." She nodded. "That's the right answer." He stood up. "See you soon," he said, which was a specific kind of lie that was also true. He went to the training yard at midnight. He sat in the cold, in the pre-dawn dark, and he aligned the frequencies deliberately, carefully, knowing what was coming, knowing the cost, knowing that on the other side was not oblivion, but a new beginning with more tools, more knowledge, more capacity to fight whatever stood outside time and waited for him at every major boundary. He completed the breakthrough. The world unmade itself, gently, like a letter in water. He thought, "I'll be back. I know the way now." And then, Chen Wuji's grin in the back of a cart, and the smell of pine resin and dried blood, and the gray walls of Iron Gate sect approaching. And Wei Liang was 17 years old for the third time, sitting in the arriving cart with his hands in his lap, and his mind full of 2 lifetimes of knowledge, and his heart full of grief and purpose in exact equal measure. He breathed. He smiled at Chen Wuji. He began. Interlude. Between cycles there was a space between the reset and the arriving cart that Wei Liang could not account for in time. Not a gap exactly. More like a breath held between notes in a piece of music, the pause that belonged to neither what came before nor what came after. In that breath, there was no sensation, no thought, no continuity of experience. But in cycle 2, for the first time, he had felt something during that space. Not clearly. The way you sometimes half-wake from a dream and feel the shape of it without the content. Knowing there was something there, was being shown something, but the specific images already dissolving as awareness arrived. What he retained was an impression, a high, cold place. A sky without stars. A presence, vast, patient, aware, turning toward him the way a very old person turns toward a sound that interests them, slowly, with the certainty of someone who has never needed to hurry. And something that might have been satisfaction. He turned this impression over for days in cycle 3 before he decided what to do with it. It was not evidence of anything. A half-memory from a non-conscious state proved nothing about the nature of the reset. But it was consistent with what he had perceived at the breakthrough threshold. Directed attention, focused pleasure, the quality of a consciousness that had been waiting for exactly this. It was also, if he was honest, frightening. He was not a person who frightened easily. He had been sold as a dead indentured labor placement at 15, had survived 2 years of Yinhe province winter on inadequate resources before the sect purchase, had watched his mother work herself through the last of her strength without complaint. Fear had never been useful enough to pay much attention to. But the presence in that between space was frightening in a specific way. The way a vast drop beneath one's feet was frightening, not because of what it would do, but because of the scale difference it revealed. Standing at the edge of something that large, you were reminded of how small you were, and how completely the question of your survival depended on whether the thing noticed you. It had noticed him. That was the problem, and also, he told himself, the advantage. Whatever it was interested in him specifically. It had something to gain from his cycles, which meant he was not powerless. He had something it wanted, which meant he had leverage, even if he could not yet figure out how to use it. He filed the impression alongside the margin note and the essay on resonant boundary phenomena and the feeling at the breakthrough threshold, and went back to his stage 3 circulation in cycle 3's first week. There was work to do. Chapter 20 continued. Cycle 3 begins. The third arrival at Iron Gate sect had a quality that the first two had lacked: certainty. Not the certainty of having done this before. That quality had arrived in cycle 2 along with its particular strange grief. This was a different certainty. The certainty of a craftsman who has learned the properties of a difficult material and knows exactly how to work it without wasting effort. He knew this place. He knew these people. He knew what mattered and what did not. He knew that Chun Wuji, sitting beside him in the cart with his gap-toothed grin, would be the best person he would ever know in terms of uncomplicated courage. He knew that Shunyu would find him in the training yard and offer her observational precision as if it were just information, when it was actually the beginning of a connection she was testing carefully. He knew that he was the kind of person who could hold two contradictory moral positions simultaneously for years without resolving them. Corrupt enough to take payment from Zhang Kong. Honest enough to teach accurately when no immediate cost-benefit calculation pointed toward distortion. He knew that the world would reset when he completed foundation establishment. And he knew that the reset was not a failure condition. It was a process. He was using it. What he had not yet decided was what he would tell people. In cycle 1, he had told no one. He had not known there was anything to tell. In cycle 2, he had come close to telling Xinyu. Had told her the world was larger and stranger than they could understand, which was the nearest approach he could manage without sounding like a person who had lost their mind. In cycle 3, he was closer still to the moment when he would have to decide. Not yet. He needed more information. He needed to understand what the entity was, what the reset mechanism was, what the purpose was. Until he had those things, telling anyone was only a burden on them. Giving someone knowledge of a situation without giving them any capacity to act on it was not help, it was distress. He would wait. He would advance. He would find out what he needed to know. The cart rolled through Iron Gate sect's gate for the third time. Wei Liang looked at the gray walls and the rust-colored banners and the administrator with his trembling hand, and he thought, I know every stone of this place, and none of them know me, and that is both the most useful thing and the loneliest thing I have ever experienced. He stepped off the cart. He began. When Elder Bai's name appeared on his assignment slip for the third time, the cold sensation in his chest was so familiar it had become a kind of company. He pressed one hand against his sternum briefly, a gesture that had become a private ritual, an acknowledgement, and then let it go. There was work to do, and he was very, very good at it now. He had the first week's cultivation sessions planned to the day. He had the administrative complaints drafted in his mind, ready to file as soon as he reached the administrator's office. He had the approach to Shun Yu's affinity test prepared, and the approach to Chun Wuji's friendship prepared, and the approach to Bai's double loyalty prepared. He had the outcome of the quarterly challenge worked out 3 possible ways, depending on Zhao Peng's exact cultivation stage at the time. He had 2 lifetimes of knowledge pressing forward against the present moment like water against a dam, and the dam was one more beginning, one more first day, one more dormitory with 30 bunks and a coal stove and the smell of other people's anxiety hanging in the air. He dropped his hemp sack on bunk 12. He unrolled his blanket. He folded it with soldier's precision. Outside, the training yard bells were ringing for assembly. He walked into the last orange light of the day, the third time this light, the third time these bells. And he looked up at the mountain and the peak towers catching the final sun, and he let himself feel, for exactly one breath, the full weight of what it was to be here again. Then he went to assembly. He had a breakthrough to manage, an entity to identify, and a cycle to use. He was not going to waste any of it. The world, he had decided somewhere between the cart ride and the dormitory and the cold pre-dawn training yard, was a place that could be understood. Not easily, not all at once, but its patterns yielded to sustained attention, and sustained attention was the one thing he had in abundance. Whatever was happening to him, the resets, the entity at the threshold, the silver-breathing presence in the between space, it was a pattern. It had a mechanism. It could be understood. And when he understood it, he could act. He was not patient because he had no urgency. He was patient because he had learned, across 17 years and 2 lifetimes, that the clearest path between 2 points was not always the shortest one. Sometimes the shortest path was through a door that looked like an endpoint. And he had learned, firsthand, what happened when you went through that door without understanding what was on the other side. He went to assembly. He began again. And this time, somewhere in the mountain above the inner walls, in a place that did not exist on any sect map and could not be seen from any angle of the outer ring, something vast and patient felt his return and settled more deeply into its waiting. Satisfied, attentive, and entirely unaware that the thing it was farming had begun, cycle by cycle, to farm it back. Chapter 21. Cycle 3's first light. Cycle 3 was the cycle he had decided to tell the truth. He had made this decision between the reset and the arriving card. In that measured 15 minutes, he now gave himself deliberately, lying in the grass while the wheel was repaired, before he had to be Wei Liang arriving at Iron Gate sect for the first time. He had a small ritual now for this period. Review the previous cycle's gains and losses, set the goals for the new cycle, and say one true thing to himself that he had been avoiding. The true thing for Cycle 3 was, I am going to tell people what is happening to me, because I cannot solve this alone and I have been afraid to ask for help. This was harder to say than it should have been. He was good at asking for specific, practical help. He had been doing it since Cycle 1, using people's capabilities precisely and efficiently, knowing what to ask for and from whom. What he was not good at was asking for the other kind. I don't know how this ends. I'm afraid of going mad. I am carrying something very heavy, and I would like to put some of it down and let someone else hold part of it. He said the true thing to himself in the grass beside the cart road, with the pine trees above him and the gray walls of Iron Gate sect visible through the trees. And then he stood up and dusted pine resin off his shirt and got back in the cart. The third time Wei Liang arrived at Iron Gate sect, he did not lie on any floor. He had chosen not to. Not because the grief was smaller. It was, if anything, larger. 11 months in Cycle 1, 7 months in Cycle 2, 18 months of accumulated relationships, all reset. Shen Wuji's laugh. Shen Yu's directness. Bai's complicated dual nature. The beginning of Mei Ruoshan, which had been the most precious and the most painful part of Cycle 2 because it was new, something he had not had before, and losing it had hurt in a specific way that the reset of things he had already lost once did not. He had chosen not to lie on the floor because the grief was now, in some sense, a tool. Not because it was not real, it was entirely real, but because he had 2 cycles of practice at holding it, and working through it, and finding the shape of it that served him rather than undid him. He was not diminishing the grief. He was using it, which was the difference his mother had always made between endurance and collapse. Endurance uses what happens to you. Collapse is used by it. He stepped off the cart with the hemp sack and the bronze coin and the indenture contract, and he felt 18 months of accumulated love and loss moving in his chest like water, and he let it move, and he walked toward the gray walls with his eyes clear. There had been a specific calculus to the grieving process across cycles, and he had been developing it with the same systematic attention he brought to cultivation technique. Cycle 1. No grief, because there was no knowledge of loss, only the shocked afterimage of a world that had unmade itself. Cycle 2. Grief permitted in 4 minutes on the dormitory floor, then contained and used. Cycle 3. Grief acknowledged in the cart before arrival, named, given its exact dimensions, and then set into the running position, present but not debilitating, available as fuel rather than obstacle. He had 4 months of memory from Cycle 1 and 7 months of memory from Cycle 2. 11 months of accumulated Chun Wuji, accumulated Xinyu, the beginning of Mei Ruoshan, the managed complexity of Bai He. He knew what he would do with every day of the next several months. He knew which conversations would matter and which were noise. He knew, with a specificity that he kept very private, what he would feel when he reached the inner sect and found Mei Ruoshan in the gallery. He felt it already. The technique sessions he had identified across 2 cycles as most critical. The exact form work that produced the fastest clean progression without meridian damage were already in sequence in his mind. He had, in the weeks between cycles, written out the complete optimized cultivation schedule in his mental notation, the way a military commander plans a campaign before the march begins. He would reach chi condensation in 9 days. He would reach foundation establishment in 40 days. He would be in the inner sect in 6 weeks. The window of access was defined. Once he reached foundation establishment stage 9 and triggered the boundary, the reset came. He had 7 months of inner sect access available, possibly 8 if he was careful about holding the stage 9 delay. 7 months. He was going to use every hour of them. He stepped off the cart with the same hemp sack, the same bronze coin, the same indenture contract. He received the same assignment slip with the same elder's name on it, and felt the same cold recognition in his chest. He stood in dormitory 4 with Chun Wuji unpacking across the narrow gap and held all of it, the grief, the warmth, the purpose, as a single contained weight in the center of his body, and then he set it down and began. He had spent the transition between cycles building a plan so detailed, it was less a plan and more a compressed timeline. He knew every resource allocation date. He knew every challenge cycle, every elder rotation, every quarterly administrative review. He knew Zhao Peng's escalation pattern and Zhang Kang's operational blind spots, and by his two-phase schedule. He knew the exact techniques that would take him through body tempering fastest, the exact sequence of qi condensing exercises that would compress a 6-month qi condensation timeline into 9 or 10 weeks, and the exact foundation establishment preparation sequence that the inner sect guide, which he had memorized from by his Cycle 1 lending and could now reproduce from memory alone, described in its opening chapter. He was not a prodigy. He was a craftsman who had done this work before, twice, and now knew exactly where to place his hands. By the end of week 1, he was at body tempering stage 4. Elder Bai He, doing the first week evaluation walk, paused at Wei Liang in the training yard for a long moment. Wei Liang did not look up from his form. Stage 4, Bai He said. I learned quickly, Wei Liang said. Bai He walked on. Wei Liang watched him from the corner of his attention, the particular compressed patience in the elder's movement, the way the Riverstone eyes noted something and did not comment. He was a useful person, Bai He. More useful than his corruption suggested. Chen Wuji dropped down beside him at the end of the session. You're very good already, he said, with genuine rather than competitive appreciation. I've been thinking about this for a long time. How long? Wei Liang considered how to answer this honestly. My whole life, he said, which was not precisely a lie. Chapter 22. Racing the clock, he had thought carefully about pace versus concealment. The tension was real. The faster he moved, the more visible he became, and visibility created scrutiny, and scrutiny was risky when the explanation for his advancement rate was, I've done this twice before and remember everything. He needed a pace that was fast enough to accomplish his timeline goals, core formation archive access in month 3, while staying within the range of explicable bystander genius rather than crossing into impossible requiring investigation. He had set the boundary at roughly double the sect's existing speed records. Double was unusual enough to attract attention and legitimate enough to survive that attention. Triple would invite the kind of investigation he could not afford. He had, in Cycle 1, moved at roughly double speed accidentally. In Cycle 3, he would move at double speed deliberately, maintaining it precisely rather than varying it. This required a kind of inverse effort he had not expected. It was genuinely harder to cultivate at precisely double speed than at maximum speed. Maximum speed required full focus. Precisely double speed required full focus plus calibration, always knowing where the boundary was, always keeping fractionally beneath it while applying everything toward the work above it. He learned to do it within the first 10 days. It was the kind of skill that could only be developed in exactly these circumstances, and he added it to the permanent archive as deliberate performance regulation, potentially useful later for reasons he could not yet specify. In the first 2 weeks of Cycle 3, Wei Liang established 3 things before anyone in the sect had fully registered his presence. The first was the administrative complaint on resource distribution, filed in week 1 with batch code specificity that reflected 3 cycles of pattern documentation. The complaint was so precise that Elder Moss's office requested a follow-up meeting within 4 days rather than the standard 3-week review timeline. Wei Liang attended the meeting, answered questions cleanly, and left with the investigation formally opened. Zhang Kang's network, this cycle, would be operating under scrutiny from the 2nd week rather than the 9th month. The second was the arrangement with Elder Bai He, established in week 1 through the conversation Wei Liang had now conducted twice, and had perfected into something that took 11 minutes and left no ambiguity on either side. Bai He's expression during the 3rd iteration of this conversation was qualitatively different from the first 2. Not more comfortable, but more efficient, as if some of the resistance of genuinely being understood for the first time had been replaced by the slightly bleak recognition of a man who knew exactly what he was. Wei Liang left with the advanced materials, the arrangement secured, and a sense that Bai He was, in this cycle, perhaps fractionally more invested in Wei Liang's success than in previous ones. Not enough to matter practically, but real. The third was a preliminary conversation with Xinyu, conducted in the 2nd day of the outer library rotation when he had maneuvered to be assigned to the same session. He gave her the affinity assessment recommendation directly, not at week 6, as in Cycle 1, but on day 2. She received it with the same directness she always brought, asked for more information than he had anticipated, filed the petition within the day. The re-examination happened within a week. When Affinity confirmed. She found him in the training yard the morning after the confirmation. It worked, she said. I know, he said. She looked at him. You seem unsurprised. I was confident it would work, he said. I had strong evidence. You had evidence from watching me for 2 days, she said. That's very fast evidence. I'm a fast observer. She studied him in that thorough way she had. You're going to explain this eventually, she said. It was not a question. Yes, he said. When the time is right. By the 5th week of cycle 3, Wei Liang was at Qi condensation stage 2. The morning of the 5th week, Elder Bai He had stopped him in the training yard and looked at him for a long moment without speaking. Then he had said, Stage 2. In 5 weeks. Yes. The record is 6 weeks, said 11 years ago. I'm aware. Are you also aware that the disciple who set that record was examined for demonic cultivation and found clean, after which the sect spent 2 years trying to recruit him to the inner sect advancement track? I was not aware of that specific detail, Wei Liang said. It doesn't change my pace. No, Bai said. He looked at Wei Liang with something that was not the Riverstone neutrality of evaluation, but something more specific, the look of a person who is trying to classify something that does not fit their existing categories. It doesn't, does it? He walked on. Wei Liang filed the look as a data point and went back to his stage 2 work. The acceleration was remarkable by any objective measure, and he had been careful enough with the presentation of it that it landed as exceptional but explicable rather than impossible. He trained where he could be seen when he was doing advanced work. He answered questions from Bai He and from the outer sect evaluators with precise descriptions of his methodology that sounded like genius, but were technically just competence combined with superior prior knowledge. Nobody could disprove that he was simply very fast at learning. Nobody could see inside his memory, where 2 cycles of accumulated technique work gave him everything he needed to navigate each new stage with the confidence of someone who had been there before. The Qi condensation stages felt different in cycle 3 than they had in cycle 2, and different again from cycle 1. Not easier exactly. The physical cultivation still required real effort, real endurance, real body. But each stage had a flavor he recognized from previous work. The specific quality of the stage 3 condensation point saturation, the characteristic resistance at the stage 5 meridian junctions, the surprising heat response at stage 6. He moved through these recognizable landscapes with the speed of a traveler who knows the road. In parallel, he was handling the Zhang Kong situation faster. He had filed the first batch code complaint in week 2, earlier than any previous cycle, and had done it with enough specificity to make the administrative review's outcome inevitable. He had gone to Bai He in the 3rd week with exactly the same conversation about the lacquered box and the 6-hour delay, but with better leverage because he'd had time to document more before raising it. Bai He's expression when Wei Liang laid it out was, for the first time Wei Liang could remember, something close to respect alongside the discomfort. You were prepared for this conversation, Bai He said. I knew it was coming, Wei Liang said. Bai He looked at him. You knew? I find that careful observation makes most things predictable. A long silence. Then, the 6 hours, Bai He said. And in exchange? Nothing new. I want what you gave me last time. The advanced materials access, the accurate instruction, and the quiet understanding that we are in a stable arrangement from which neither of us benefits from departing. Bai He nodded slowly. You've been planning this since before you arrived. I've been thinking about it for a long time, Wei Liang said, which was the same answer he'd given Chen Wuji. He left with the advanced materials and the arrangement secured, and went back to his Qi condensation work. By the end of the 2nd month, he was at stage 5. Chapter 23. Mei Ruishan. He had been thinking about how to approach her since the first cycle. In cycle 1, she had been a name in the inner sect records, a prodigy inner disciple, relevant to nothing he was doing at the outer sect level. He had noticed her during his brief inner sect entry for the Qi condensation initiation ritual, a young woman with precise movement and the cultivator's quality of constant awareness, moving through the inner ring with the authority of someone who belonged there completely. He had filed her as a data point and moved on, because the reset had come before he was in a position to interact with her meaningfully. In cycle 2, he had been at inner sect status for barely 2 months before the reset. He had seen her from a distance, had one exchange, she had been dismissive, as he had expected, and had not had time to develop anything before the world unmade itself. But he had noted what dismissed was made of, not coldness, but specificity. She did not dismiss him because he was beneath her attention. She dismissed him because he had not yet done anything to merit her specific attention, and she distinguished clearly between specific and general. So in cycle 3, He had given her the specific. He found her in the inner sect visitors gallery in the 7th week, watching the inner disciple sparring matches that were open to outer disciple observation on the first day of each month. She was standing in the 3rd row of the gallery, arms crossed, with the particular quality of attention of someone who was learning rather than watching, not following the spectacle but analyzing the technique. Her eyes moved differently from the other observers, stopping on the moments between movements rather than the movements themselves. She was inner disciple 3rd year, which meant she had made the inner sect transition 3 years ago at age 16, prodigy class, which was confirmed by her cultivation aura that Wei Liang could feel from 15 feet away at his current qi condensation stage 5, foundation establishment 3rd stage, which at 19 was a remarkable advancement rate. He had learned about her in cycle 1. He had barely spoken to her. In cycle 2, they had had a handful of exchanges. She had been dismissive, haughty in the way that people with genuine ability sometimes learn to perform as protection, and he had not had the standing or the time to get past it before the reset. In cycle 3, he knew her history. He knew her. She had come to the sect at 13 on a full talent scholarship. Her family was not wealthy, but her wind-fire attribute combination was rare enough that 3 sects had competed for her. She had chosen Iron Gate because the sect had a reputation for technique precision over power accumulation, and she valued precision. She was not warm to strangers because strangers had frequently wanted pieces of her talent without being interested in her judgment. She was not cold. She was careful, which was different. He did not try to introduce himself that day. He watched the sparring matches with the specific attention of someone who had been studying foundation stage combat for 3 cycles worth of accumulated observation, and he noted 14 distinct technique variations against his internal catalog, of which 2 were genuinely new to him. A rotation-based counter that used the opponent's forward momentum in a way he had not seen before, and a breath-sync defensive form that was clearly a personal innovation rather than a textbook technique. He was interested. He set the interest aside and left without catching Mei Ruishan's eye. He came back the following month. She was there again. He stood 4 rows back and watched, and when the match ended, he made a specific observation about the second fighter's left side guard in a voice pitched to carry to her position without being addressed to her. She turned, looked at him. He was an outer disciple, visually obvious from the uniform. She should have looked away. She didn't. The left guard drop was compensating for a meridian bruise from the first exchange, she said. I know, he said. I was checking if anyone else noticed. A pause. And, you did. She looked at him for another moment. Then she turned back to the empty arena where the next match was being set up. Outer disciple, she said. Wei Liang, are you going to ask me to mentor you? No. Why not? Because you've had about 15 people ask you that in the last 3 months and you're tired of it, he said. I just wanted to see the matches. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you're at qi condensation stage 5. I can feel your cultivation from here. Yes. That's fast for your arrival date. I learned quickly. She made a sound that might have been skepticism or might have been something more interested. Come back next month, she said. We can compare technique observations. He did not smile. All right, he said. He went back to the outer ring and continued his cultivation, and thought about Mei Ruishan with the specific kind of warmth that he had been carrying across cycles in less developed form. A knowledge of who she was that made her care feel like something he had been moving toward for a long time. He would not rush it. She deserved the process, not the result. Chapter 24. The inner sect threshold. The inner sect assessment in cycle 3 was the smoothest it had been across any cycle. He had, by this point, a precise understanding of what Elder Moss and Elder Shou were looking for and exactly how to present his cultivation work to match their respective evaluation frameworks. Moss cared about precision and efficiency. Shou cared about combat applicability. He would look for whether the technique form was alive rather than academic, whether the cultivator understood what they were doing functionally rather than performing a memorized sequence. Wei Liang had been doing both for 3 cycles and could demonstrate both simultaneously with perfect clarity. The 2-hour assessment produced the result he had planned for. Inner disciple status, effective next month. He was in the inner sect at Foundation Establishment Stage 3, the fastest inner sect entry in the current decade and possibly longer. Elder Shou's comment about having heard Wei Liang's "I learned quickly" response before was, in cycle 3, absent. Either Shou had no memory of the cycle 2 assessment, which was expected, or the specific incident had not happened in the same way, which was also possible. The relief of this absence was small but real. It meant his presence in cycle 3 was not yet creating observable anomalies beyond the cultivation rate. He moved into his inner sect room and began working. In the 3rd month, Wei Liang completed Foundation Establishment Stage 1. This was not the Foundation Establishment boundary that triggered the reset, That was the completion of all 9 stages of foundation establishment, the transition to core formation. Stage 1 completion was a milestone within the rank, not a boundary crossing. He had held at Qi condensation stage 9 long enough to confirm the sensation difference, rank boundary versus stage completion, and established that completing foundation establishment stage 1 produced no reset, no threshold presence, nothing but the ordinary satisfaction of advancement. He breathed through it and moved on. The inner disciple assessment qualification required foundation establishment stage 3 and a formal evaluation by 2 inner sect elders. He had the cultivation path mapped. He would reach stage 3 in approximately 3 more weeks at current acceleration. The formal evaluation required scheduling, which required standing, which required the outer sect performance record that Elder Moss's ongoing review of his challenge victories and advancement history provided. He presented to Elder Bai He with the request for inner sect assessment referral. Bai He, operating under the stable arrangement they had established, signed the referral without hesitation. This was, Wei Liang reflected, a vastly more efficient outcome than Cycle 1's version of the same process, which had involved months of incremental negotiation. The inner sect assessment happened on a gray afternoon with the smell of snow in the air. The 2 assessing elders were Elder Moss, which he had engineered by timing the request to her rotation schedule, and an inner sect combat instructor named Elder Shou, who was known for technical rigor rather than political alignment. They tested him for 2 hours. Technique form, Qi output, meridian mapping, 2 combat rounds against a formation barrier. Wei Liang performed at exactly the level he was. No performance, no concealment, just clean work at foundation establishment stage 3. Elder Moss made her notation. Elder Shou said, "You are currently the fastest outer disciple to reach inner assessment in the current decade." "I learn quickly," Wei Liang said. Elder Shou looked at him. "I've heard that answer before. From you, specifically. Which is strange, since today is the first time I've met you." Wei Liang felt a cold shock move through him. "The rumor must have traveled," he said. "Perhaps." Elder Shou made his notation. Inner disciple status, effective next month. "Welcome." Wei Liang walked out of the assessment hall and stood in the gray afternoon air and pressed one hand against his sternum. Elder Shou's comment sat in his mind like a stone in still water. He had said that exact phrase, "I learn quickly," in his Cycle 2 interactions with sect elders. Had someone told Elder Shou about it? Was there a record somewhere? Or was Elder Shou simply noting the phrase as characteristic, the way a teacher might recognize a student's verbal tic from hearsay? He did not have enough information to determine which, but it was a data point he did not like. He filed it and moved on. Chapter 25, Senior Brother Deng. How one of the things that 3 cycles had taught Wei Liang about power structures was that they were almost never what they appeared to be from the outside. From the outer ring, the inner sect looked like a meritocracy with a corruption problem. From inside the inner sect, it looked like a prestige economy with merit as the nominal currency. The difference mattered practically. In a meritocracy, you advanced by performing well. In a prestige economy, you advanced by being seen to perform well by people who had authority to define what well meant. Deng Hao and Elder Kuang occupied the nodes where prestige definition power concentrated. Everyone below them was either operating within their framework or being punished for operating outside it. Wei Liang was going to operate outside it. Not out of stubbornness. He could have been strategic about adopting enough of the framework to navigate it safely while doing what he actually needed to do. But he had discovered, in Cycle 3's first weeks, that the prestige economy was itself a resource allocation system, and that it allocated resources away from the people who most needed them and toward the people who were already advantaged. This was structurally identical to Zhang Kang's network in the outer ring, and his response to structural problems was, by now, reflexive: document, record, expose, disrupt. He could do this and advance his cultivation timeline. They were not mutually exclusive. In the first 2 days of inner sect residence, Wei Liang cataloged the power structures. The inner sect had 43 current disciples divided across 3 formation groups: the juniors, 1st and 2nd year, the mid-ranks, 3rd through 5th, and the seniors, 6th year and above, with associated inner sect management roles. Deng Hao was 5th year senior, which put him at the top of the mid-rank grouping and in transition to senior. His patron Elder Kuang occupied a committee seat that reviewed advancement petitions, a position that was not high in formal terms, but was extremely practical in terms of controlling who moved up. The social structure was more formal and more brittle than the outer rings. In the outer ring, the corruption ran along financial lines, resource theft, allocation manipulation. In the inner sect, the corruption ran along prestige lines, technique access, advancement review outcomes, credit for collaborative work. More subtle. harder to document. And the social cost of being seen as someone who complained about it was higher, because inner disciples were cultivating the relationships and reputations they would carry into their post-sect careers. Wei Liang had thought about this across cycles and had reached a consistent conclusion. Deng Hao was not the structural problem. Deng Hao was the implementation mechanism for Elder Kuang's structural problem. Remove Deng Hao and Elder Kuang would find another implementation mechanism. The correct target was Kuang, and the correct mechanism was the advancement review process, which was subject to periodic sect council audit. But Deng Hao was the immediate problem, and immediate problems required immediate responses. The inner sect had a different character from the outer ring. This should not have surprised him. He had known the social structures intellectually from 2 cycles of watching the outer ring's relationship to the inner, but the experiential reality of being inside the walls rather than observing from outside them was different in small ways that mattered. The ambient qi was higher. The techniques being practiced were more complex. The politics were more layered and the stakes were higher, because inner disciples were competing for a substantially more limited set of advancement opportunities. Senior brother Deng Hao was the first problem he identified. Deng Hao was 22, at Foundation Establishment Stage 6, and operated with the confidence of someone who had been the strongest person in the room for 3 years and had developed a comprehensive worldview around that fact. He was not stupid. He was fast, technically skilled, and politically connected through his patron, an inner sect elder named Elder Kuang who served on the Advancement Review Committee. But his intelligence was primarily tactical rather than strategic. He was very good at winning the current fight, and not particularly attentive to what the current fight cost him in other areas. He noticed Wei Liang in the first week. Wei Liang was noticeable. The advancement rate, the focused precision of the training, the refusal to perform deference to senior disciples who expected it as a matter of course. Deng Hao's response was the standard response of a territorial person to a perceived intrusion, assessment, followed by slow escalation. Week 1, a shoulder bump in the inner corridor, easily written off as accidental. Week 2, an invitation to join Deng Hao's training group, phrased as a compliment but functionally a demand for social integration on Deng Hao's terms. Wei Liang declined the invitation politely and with apparent gratitude. He had declined it in Cycle 2 as well. He had the exact words for the decline that would communicate that he was not a threat to Deng Hao's standing and was not interested in competing for it, which was technically true, but in a way that Deng Hao's ego still found resistible. Week 3, the assigned training partner rotation put Wei Liang with one of Deng Hao's closest followers, who ran the form sparring at significantly above the standard intensity. Not dangerous, not yet, but uncomfortable. Wei Liang ran the form sparring at exactly the requested intensity and made sure his technique was clean enough that any casual observer could see he was operating in good faith. He left no injuries. He accumulated no grievances. He made a specific point of complimenting his partner's footwork at the end of the session, which was genuine. The follower had a very clean lateral movement pattern and filed the whole interaction as Deng Hao Phase 1, ambient pressure. He had seen Phase 2 in Cycle 2, a dungeon trial, organized by Deng Hao, where the dangers were not randomly distributed but specifically concentrated around the disciples Deng Hao wanted to pressure. He had time before Phase 2. He would use it. He went to find Chen Wuji, who had reached Qi Condensation Stage 7 and was due to make the inner sect assessment within 2 months. Chapter 26, Mei Ruoshan. Closer, there was a specific arithmetic to learning a person across multiple cycles that Wei Liang had not expected. He had thought, when he first began to understand what the resets were doing to his accumulated relationships, that learning someone across cycles would be straightforwardly additive. You learn X about them in Cycle 1, Y in Cycle 2, Z in Cycle 3, and the total knowledge is X plus Y plus Z. More knowledge equals better understanding. What actually happened was more complex. Knowledge from one cycle sometimes contradicted or complicated knowledge from another cycle, not because the person had changed, but because different circumstances brought out different aspects of the same person, and what was true under pressure was not the same as what was true in ease, and both were genuinely true. Mei Ruoshan in Cycle 2, when their contact was minimal, had appeared self-contained and slightly cool. Mei Ruoshan in Cycle 3, when he had created the conditions for genuine intellectual exchange, was warm in the specific way of someone who had found something worth being warm about. Both were Mei Ruoshan. Neither was the whole picture. This meant that the knowledge was not simply accumulative but interpretive. He had to hold multiple versions of a person simultaneously and understand that the whole self was the reconciliation of those versions, not any single one of them. He had been doing this, without naming it, since Cycle 2. In Cycle 3, he had a name for it, and the name made the experience easier to hold without distortion. He knew Mei Ruishan in the way that only someone who had been paying attention to a specific person across a long time could know someone. Not completely. Nobody was completely knowable, but deeply, and in the specific way that mattered most. He knew what she was like when she was being herself rather than performing what was expected. He knew her at the edge of a problem, working it rather than solving it. He knew her in the moment when she found something genuinely interesting, which produced a specific quality of forward lean that she did not seem aware of. He cared about her. This was not a tactical calculation. It was a fact that had developed across 3 cycles worth of paying attention and had the specific weight of something real. The monthly technique observation sessions continued. By the 5th session, they had moved from the gallery to a smaller observation room that Mei Ruishan had access to as an inner disciple, a private viewing space with better sight lines, and, more practically, no one else in it. The first time she had directed him there rather than the gallery, he had taken it for what it was, a decision to make the conversations private. They talked about technique. That was, genuinely, the nucleus of what they shared. A specific quality of observation and a specific pleasure in the precision of well-executed cultivation form. Mei Ruishan had opinions about foundation establishment techniques that were sharper and more interesting than any text Wei Liang had read. She had spent 6 years studying the sect's inner library and had developed an analytical framework for combat-applicable cultivation that he found genuinely useful rather than just interesting. He contributed. He had accumulated across 2 cycles of reading and thinking about cultivation, a set of pattern observations that she had not encountered. Not because she was less intelligent, but because the patterns he had identified required a certain kind of sideways looking that came more naturally to someone who had always thought about systems rather than individual excellence. She noticed that he knew things he should not have known. "Where did you find that observation about the stage 6 meridian junction?" she said, in the 3rd session. "I worked it out from first principles," he said, which was technically true. He had worked it out in cycle 2, from the materials he had given him, and he was currently working it out again from the same materials accessed through the same arrangement. "Show me the derivation." He showed her. It held up. The logic was sound. The steps were there, and she followed them with the focused attention of someone who was checking his work rather than trusting his conclusion. "That's correct," she said. "And unusual. Most practitioners don't work at this level until stage 7 at least. I've had time to think." She looked at him. "You keep saying that. It's always true." "Yes," she said slowly. "That's what's strange about it." She did not press further. But in the following sessions, her attention changed in a subtle way, from evaluation to something that combined evaluation with interest. She was not falling for a performance. She was genuinely engaging with a person she found worth understanding. This was, he knew, exactly what had happened in cycle 2, later and more slowly, because he had not known then how to create the conditions for it to happen faster. He had only known the result and worked backward to the approach. He felt, alongside the specific warmth of watching her engage, a cold thread of discomfort. He was using knowledge he had from cycles she did not remember to build a connection she could not fully evaluate because she did not have access to its actual basis. She thought she was getting to know someone over the course of months. She was actually getting to know someone over the course of multiple lifetimes. Was that fair to her? He had thought about this. He had not resolved it. He had decided, provisionally, that the use of knowledge was not inherently manipulative as long as the self he was presenting was genuinely himself. Not a character constructed for her benefit, not a mask, but the actual person he was. The self that had developed across cycles. If she came to know that self and chose to trust it, the trust was grounded in something real. He would tell her the truth, eventually, when he had enough standing with her that she could evaluate it rather than just reject it. He sat across from her in the small observation room, and they watched the inner disciples spar and talked about foot pressure and meridian load and the specific geometry of wind attribute combat, and it was entirely real. Chapter 27. The dungeon trial scheme. He had been watching Deng Hao's planning cycle since his first week in the inner sect. This required subtlety. Being seen to watch Deng Hao would confirm Deng Hao's view of him as a threat, which was true but which was less useful to confirm than to leave implicit. Instead, he had been building a model of Deng Hao's behavior from indirect data, who he met with, when, for how long, what his training schedule looked like, when he made requests to the inner sect library versus working from his own resources, the frequency and content of his conversations with Elder Kuang's administrative assistant, who served as the message routing point between patron and disciple. The model had told him, 3 weeks before the trial notification arrived, that something was being planned. The frequency of Kuang-Deng interactions had increased. Deng Hao had made 2 requests to the maintenance subsystem access logs, ostensibly for formation study, but with the specific technical focus of someone who wanted to know what could be adjusted in a given structure. He had documented all of this as it happened. His private record, the one he was building to carry across the reset in his memory, had a complete timeline with evidence markers at each point. The notification arrived in the 7th week of the 3rd month. Inner Disciple Practical Training Exercise, Sector 7 Underground Formation Complex, mandatory for Foundation Establishment practitioners in their first intersect year. Wei Liang read the notification and felt the cold recognition of a pattern he had seen before. He had watched this trial in Cycle 2, not as a participant, because in Cycle 2 he had still been in outer sect status when Deng Hao ran the version of this trial that he was associated with. He had heard about it afterward. 3 inner disciples had emerged with cultivation damage that their patrons had quietly arranged treatment for. 2 had left the sect entirely within 6 months, which was the quiet outcome of disciples whose development had been systematically sabotaged. Deng Hao had been investigated. Nothing had been proven. The trial's formation hazards were documented as within standard parameters, which was technically accurate if the parameters had been secretly adjusted to concentrate dangers in specific corridors. In Cycle 3, Wei Liang was the target. New inner disciple, rapid advancement rate, insufficient patron network for protection. He would not avoid the trial. Avoidance would establish him as weak and confirm that the pressure was working. He would attend the trial, and he would survive it, and he would document what happened with the precision that had served him in Zhang Kang's case. He needed an ally in the trial who was not in Deng Hao's threat network. Chen Wuji had not yet reached intersect status, but he would in the next month. Wei Liang began working with him directly on the advancement acceleration. He also, in the careful way that had served him, went to Shun Yu. She was at Qi condensation stage 7 now, 4 months ahead of her Cycle 1 pace, 3 months ahead of her Cycle 2 pace. The wind attribute development was clear in her cultivation state. Her qi moved differently from the standard, with the small spiraling currents that were characteristic of advanced wind path work. She had noticed, over the past 2 months of brief interactions, that Wei Liang always seemed to be 3 moves ahead of whatever was happening. "I need someone I trust in the trial next week," he said. "The mandatory training exercise," she said. She had received the same notification. "Yes, I need to document what happens, and I can't document and fight simultaneously. You're expecting an ambush. I'm expecting the trial to be structured so that certain outcomes are more likely for certain participants." She looked at him steadily. "And you want me to observe and record, and to be safe." He met her eyes. "Your wind attribute cultivation will give you mobility advantages in the corridor formations. You can move faster than most participants and get clear of concentrated dangers, while you hold the center and draw attention. I'm good at that." "Yes," she said. "I've noticed." A pause. "What happens to the person holding the center if the trial is as dangerous as you expect? They use everything they have and come out the other side." He looked at her steadily. "I've survived worse." She held the look for a moment. Then, "I'll be there." He looked at her for a moment longer. He wanted to say, "You don't know how many times I've carried you across a reset and found you again, and you were always exactly yourself. And that consistency is the most extraordinary thing I have encountered in 3 cycles of living." He said none of this, because the full context required the full truth, which required the timing to be right. "Thank you," he said simply. "That's all." She studied him. "You always say that, that's all, when it clearly isn't." "It's always true as far as it goes," he said. "The rest is for later." She held the look for another beat, then turned to her cultivation work. The conversation was finished, which was Shun Yu's way of indicating that she had understood something even if she didn't have all the pieces. He walked away and thought about what it felt like to ask for help and be met with that particular quality of direct, uncomplicated trust. He thought about how many cycles it would take before he lost the capacity to feel it. He hoped never. Chapter 28. Into the Depths. He had been preparing for this trial since the first week of intersect residence. Not openly. Preparation that was visible would have signaled foreknowledge, which was the accusation Deng Hao wanted to make against him, and giving that accusation any factual grounding would be counterproductive. Instead, he had been preparing in the ways that looked like ordinary diligence, studying formation theory in the inner library, running extra cultivation sessions focused on qi impact management and recovery circulation, spending time in the outer sect's smaller formation practice space under the guise of independent study. He had also been reading the incident reports from the previous 3 years of mandatory training exercises. These were available in the inner library's administrative archive, not restricted, but not commonly read, because most inner disciples had no particular reason to go looking for them. Wei Liang had a very particular reason. The reports described, in the clinical language of administrative documentation, the cultivation disturbances experienced by several disciples across 3 exercises that all shared a supervisor from Denghao's circle. The pattern was there for anyone who looked. No one had looked until Wei Liang did, in this cycle, with specific motivation. He documented his reading with dates and text references, and filed the documentation with the administrator's office as a preliminary cultivation safety concern based on historical pattern analysis, which was both accurate and designed to preemptively establish that he had been paying attention. This was not brilliant. It was simply methodical. He had learned, across 3 cycles, that methodical preparation made improvisation easier, not unnecessary. The goal of preparation was to reduce the number of surprises, not to eliminate the need for adaptability when surprises happened anyway. The Sector 7 underground formation complex was exactly as unpleasant as its name suggested. It was a 3-level underground structure built into the mountain below the inner sect compound, originally constructed as a formation training ground and now maintained as a practical exercise space. The formation hazards were real: chi discharge traps, pressure fields, navigation arrays that scrambled directional sense, but calibrated within a range that was supposed to be educational rather than life-threatening. Wei Liang had a map in his memory. Not from this cycle's access to intersect materials. He had not yet reached the point in his standing where the trial map was available to him, but from Cycle 2's aftermath investigation, when he had read the incident report and reconstructed the sector layout from the reported positions of the injured disciples. The map was partial, but partial was better than nothing. 16 inner disciples entered the complex in groups of 4. Wei Liang's group consisted of himself, a quiet girl named Tao Fun who had the look of someone determined to be invisible, a broad-shouldered disciple named Wu Shan, who cultivated a earth attribute path and moved like someone comfortable taking damage, and a disciple from Denghao's circle whose name was Li Wei and whose placement in Wei Liang's group was not, Wei Liang believed, accidental. Shun Yu was in the second group, which would enter the complex 10 minutes behind the first. The first hazard was on the 3rd turn, a pressure discharge formation that was supposed to be a minor obstacle but had been adjusted. Wei Liang could feel the chi density difference from 6 feet away, which was the advantage of foundation establishment sensitivity, to produce a much harder impact. He saw Li Wei move to the inside position, which would have placed Wei Liang in the primary discharge path. He adjusted the group's formation order by stepping forward and taking the outside position himself, then pulling the group through the hazard at an angle that distributed the pressure across all 4 members rather than concentrating it on the inner position. It still hit hard. He felt the chi discharge like a blow to the meridians, sharp, jarring, the kind of impact that would leave cultivation bruising if he did not manage it. He circulated the impact through the outer meridians and pushed it out at the extremities, which was a technique for managing sharp chi impacts that the Foundation Establishment Guide described in Chapter 6, under Combat Recovery. Li Wei, who had expected Wei Liang to take the full discharge, looked at him with something that was trying to be blank and was actually surprised. Good position sense, Wei Liang said conversationally. The outside line distributes better. They continued. Chapter 29. Shun Wuji's betrayal. Between the 1st and 2nd levels, there was a transition space, a narrow corridor connecting the lower structure to the middle, marked with formation arrays that were supposed to be dormant during the exercise, but which Wei Liang could feel were not entirely dormant. He paused in the transition corridor and let his Foundation Establishment chi awareness extend along the formation lines. What he felt was a passive recording array, something designed to capture the chi signatures of anyone who passed, at a resolution that would allow individual identification. This was standard security architecture for a formation complex. It was also, Wei Liang noted, exactly the kind of infrastructure that would be very useful to someone who wanted to document that a specific cultivator had been in a specific location when a specific formation accident occurred. He moved through the corridor without comment, registering the recording array's presence as something that could be both a threat and, depending on what it captured, evidence in his favor. He positioned his group carefully on the 2nd-level entry approach, using the knowledge from his prior research to identify the formation layouts that were most likely to have been adjusted. The chi mirror section was the most concerning. He could feel its influence from 20 feet away, a subtle pressure on the emotional field that was measurably stronger than standard parameters would produce. "We're going through this section fast," he said to his group. "Don't let the field get traction. Move and keep moving." Tao Fun and Wu Shan complied without question. They had learned, in the 1st level, that Wei Liang knew where the hazards were. Li Wei complied more reluctantly, with the quality of someone who had been given contradictory instructions by different authorities and was trying to serve both simultaneously. They moved through the chi mirror section. Wei Liang managed it. Then the groups converged at the observation point, and Chun Wuji emerged from the third group's transit looking like someone who had been in a wind that had gone through his mind rather than around it. The second level was where it became dangerous. The complex's second level contained a chi mirror formation that amplified the emotional state of anyone who entered it and reflected it back as sensory distortion. In normal parameters, this created disorientation. In the adjusted parameters Wei Liang suspected, it would create significant distortion in a cultivator whose emotional state included strong conflict, fear, guilt, suppressed anger. He did not have significant emotional disturbance. He had cultivated, across 2 cycles, a quality of interior stillness that was not absence of feeling but containment of it. He felt everything, but he held it rather than being moved by it. The mirror worked on him lightly. A shimmer at the edges of his vision, a momentary echo of the cold between-cycle sensation, a brief intensification of the grief that lived permanently at the back of his chest. He moved through it. The others were affected more strongly. Taofan stopped walking and stood very still with a specific quality of internal struggle. Wushan swore and put one hand on the wall. Li Wei's face went white. And then, Chun Wuji. Chun Wuji was in the third group. He had reached inner sect assessment qualification 2 days ago, faster than expected, and had been pulled into the mandatory trial as the third group's 4th member. Wei Liang had known this was coming. He had not been able to prevent it. What he had not anticipated, not in this cycle, though he should have, was that the chi mirror formation would catch Chun Wuji at exactly the moment he had accumulated the most anxiety about Wei Liang's uncanny foreknowledge. Because Chun Wuji had been watching. He had watched Wei Liang navigate 6 weeks of inner sect life with the confidence of someone who had been there for years. He had watched Wei Liang prepare for every conversation as if he already knew how it would go. He had asked questions and received answers that were, technically, satisfying, but also somehow not quite right. And the chi mirror formation had taken that anxiety and amplified it into certainty. When the groups rejoined at the second-level observation point, Chun Wuji looked at Wei Liang with an expression he had not seen in 2 cycles. "You knew," Chun Wuji said. His voice was flat in a way it had never been. "About the trial. About the formation adjustments. About where to walk and how to position everyone. You knew all of it before we came in." "I made good inferences from available information," Wei Liang said carefully. "No." Chun Wuji shook his head. "I've been watching you for 3 months, Wei Liang. Nobody makes inferences that precise." "You knew." "How?" Wei Liang looked at his oldest friend, his truest friend, the person he had carried across 2 resets in a private pocket of grief, and said nothing, because anything he said would either be true and unbelievable or false and a betrayal of the relationship. The silence was the wrong answer. Chun Wuji's face shifted. He had been spoken to, in the past 20 minutes, by Deng Hao's people. Wei Liang realized this too late. The Chi Mirror's anxiety amplification had been the tinder. Deng Hao's people had been the spark. "He's using demonic cultivation," Chun Wuji said. Not to Wei Liang. To the senior disc who stood at the observation point, clipboard and stone in hand. He knew where the formation hazards were before we went in. "That's prescient demonic cultivation, sense-extending techniques that are prohibited under inner sect conduct rules." Wei Liang stood very still. "I'm filing a formal observation," Chun Wuji said. His voice had the quality of someone who has stepped off a cliff and is trying to believe the ground is actually where they put their foot. Wei Liang did not fight it. He looked at Chun Wuji and let him see everything. Not what had happened, but what was happening. A person who cared about him deeply and was afraid of what they didn't understand, and had been given a shape for the fear by someone who wanted to use it. "File it," he said quietly. "Do what you need to do." Chun Wuji's face did something complicated. He turned away. Chapter 30. Alone in the deep, he had expected the investigation. He had expected the resource suspension. He had expected the specific quality of social discomfort that arrived when a formal accusation was filed against someone. The slight withdrawal of people who were not sure where the situation was going and did not want to be proximate to whatever outcome landed. What he had not fully prepared for was the feeling of sitting in his inner sect room alone, without resources, without active relationships to lean on, with only his own cultivation work and the silent library visits and the long evenings in which he ran technique sequences from memory and thought about things. He had been, across 3 cycles, good at solitude. He had always been good at it. His mother's household had been quiet, and he had grown up in the particular self-sufficiency of someone who lived with a person who was present but also very much inside her own experience most of the time. He had learned to be company for himself. But solitude had a different quality now. In cycles 1 and 2, the solitude of hard moments had been relative. Always people nearby. Always the background texture of dormitory life. Always Chen Wuji or Shun Yu at the edges of the day. Now, suspended, he was genuinely alone for the first time. He sat with it. He used it. He went to the library every day and read. He ran the foundation establishment techniques with the focused attention that their stage 5 complexity warranted. He wrote in his mental archive, building the research notes that he would carry across the coming reset, adding to the accumulation of information about Shukong and the fate meridians and the history of cyclic reverters. He found, in a restricted archive that he accessed during his suspension period because the access control listed the restriction as pending administrative review rather than hard restricted, a second reference to cyclic reversion. This one was different from the Maosher account. It described a cultivator from a different era who had experienced cycles but had apparently, at some point, stopped reverting. The record was damaged and the ending was unclear. But the key phrase was present. Having severed the thread of binding fate, she advanced once without return. He read that sentence 4 times. Severed the thread. The silver thread in his chest, the fate meridian the Jade Mountain fragment described, the connection to the entity at the boundary. Could it be severed? He did not know yet. But the possibility had a name now, and named possibilities were different from unnamed ones. Deng Hao's move was elegant, and Wei Liang had not given him enough credit for that. The formal observation of prescient demonic cultivation was not an accusation that could hold up under investigation. There was no actual evidence of demonic cultivation, and the investigation would conclude with no finding. But the investigation took time, and during the time it was pending, Wei Liang's access to intersect resources was suspended. The advanced materials, the technique library, the allocation of cultivation support pills, all suspended pending review. He sat in his intersect room, smaller than a dormitory bunk but private, the one genuine advantage of intersect status, and ran the calculations. He had approximately 3 weeks before the investigation concluded in his favor. 3 weeks without cultivation support resources. 3 weeks of lower advancement rate, during which Deng Hao's allies would be advancing unimpeded. He had the foundational techniques fully memorized and could work from memory alone. His advancement rate would be slower but not stopped. He continued to train. What he did not do was reach out to Chen Wuji. He let the silence sit, giving Chen Wuji time to process what he had done. The Qi mirror had distorted his judgment, and Deng Hao had exploited the distortion, but the act of filing the observation had been Chen Wuji's own. He needed to come to terms with it himself, not be guided through it by the person he had accused. He trained. He documented the formation adjustments he had experienced in the trial, writing a technical report that compared the measured Qi output against the standard parameters with enough precision that an investigation of the trial itself was essentially unavoidable. He filed this report under his own name, not as part of his defense, but as a separate, factual record. Xin Yu appeared in his doorway 2 days into the suspension. I observed the formation adjustments, she said. I logged them during the trial. My record matches yours. I know, he said. Thank you. You expected this outcome. I prepared for it. She looked at him steadily. How long have you been preparing for it? Long enough, he said. She studied him. There's something you're not telling me. Several things, he said honestly. Not from distrust. He searched for the right word. Sequencing. Some information needs to arrive in a specific order to be useful rather than just confusing. She nodded slowly. When the order is right, she said, I want to know what you know. When the order is right, he agreed. I will tell you everything. She left. He went back to his unassisted training and thought about Chen Wuji, alone with what he had done, and hoped the time was enough. Chapter 31. Deng Hao's champion. The investigation concluded after 17 days with no finding against Wei Liang. His resources were restored. His access to the intersect library was restored. The technical report he had filed on the formation adjustments triggered, as he had intended, a secondary investigation into the trial structure, which was quietly assigned to Elder Moss, who did not believe in small corruption and found large structural corruption engaging. The social outcome was more complicated. The sect saw what the investigation result meant, that Chen Wuji had filed a false formal observation, which was itself a conduct violation. Minor, given the circumstances, but documented. Chen Wuji's standing had a mark on it now. Several of the inner disciples who had been watching the situation looked at Chen Wuji with a kind of contempt that Wei Liang found harder to watch than the original betrayal. He went to Deng Hao, not to confront him, not yet. The confrontation would come, but on Wei Liang's timeline, not Deng Hao's. He went to the intersect sparring ground where Deng Hao trained on Tuesday afternoons and watched from the observation rail, making no attempt to be subtle about his presence. Deng Hao saw him within 3 minutes and came to the rail. Investigation concluded, Deng Hao said. He was not particularly bothered by it. He had known the investigation would conclude in Wei Liang's favor. That had never been the point. No hard feelings. Of course not, Wei Liang said pleasantly. It was a good move. The formation adjustments were more sophisticated than I expected. Deng Hao studied him. He was trying to read whether this was concession or setup. You're very calm for someone whose reputation almost got damaged. My reputation is exactly what the investigation shows it to be. I didn't do anything wrong. He held Deng Hao's gaze. Neither did you, technically. I want you to know I recognize the precision of it. Complimenting me, Deng Hao said. That's either very confident or very stupid. I find that most things that look like confidence are just accurate assessment. He pushed off the rail. I'm going to advance through foundation establishment. I'm going to continue doing good work. And eventually we're going to have a formal contest that settles whatever the actual question is between us. He looked at Deng Hao. I'm telling you this so you can plan accordingly rather than be surprised. He walked away. Behind him, he heard nothing, which was a specific kind of response, the silence of someone who was recalibrating. He found Chen Wuji in the outer training yard that evening. Chen Wuji sometimes retreated there when the inner sect politics became oppressive and sat down nearby without speaking. They sat in silence for a while. Then Chen Wuji said, I was manipulated. I know. I still filed the observation. He did not excuse it. Yes. I'm sorry. Chen Wuji's voice had the quality of someone who had been carrying this for 17 days and was setting it down as carefully as possible. I know that too, Wei Liang said. Chen Wuji looked at him. You're not angry. I understand why it happened. You understood why it would happen before it happened, Chen Wuji said. Didn't you? A silence. I should have protected you from it better, Wei Liang said. That's on me. Chen Wuji closed his eyes briefly. You're not a normal person, Wei Liang. No, he agreed. Are you going to explain it someday? Yes, Wei Liang said. When I can explain it properly. Chen Wuji nodded. Okay. He looked at the mountain. Okay. They sat until the training yard bells rang. Chapter 32, Reconciliation and Rising. He had been thinking, during the 17 days of investigation suspension, about what Chen Wuji's betrayal had actually cost. Not to his cultivation. The suspension had been manageable, and he had continued to advance. Not to his administrative position. The investigation had concluded in his favor, and the paper record showed no misconduct. Not even, really, to his relationship with Chen Wuji, because he had understood from the first moment what had happened. The Qi mirror amplification plus Deng Hao's planted suggestion had not created something false in Chen Wuji. It had amplified something that was actually there. Genuine uncertainty, genuine unease, the accumulation of 3 months of watching Wei Liang know things he should not know and not being able to explain it. The betrayal had cost him the comfortable fiction that he could have genuine relationships without the genuine truth. He had been telling himself that the timing was not right to tell people the full story. And that was true. There was a timing question, and the order in which information arrived mattered. But he had also been using timing as a way to avoid the specific vulnerability of being known. Being known completely required accepting that the people who knew might not handle it well, might reject the knowledge, or be frightened by it, or use it against him. Chen Wuji had done all 3 of those things in one moment, and then come back from it within 3 days with a simple apology and a genuine desire to do better, which meant the vulnerability was worth it. He had been, he realized, more afraid of rejection than he had admitted. He had been using strategic caution as cover for an emotional risk he was not taking. He would take it now? The report on the dungeon trial's formation adjustments, the one Wei Liang had filed from the second-level observation point immediately after the trial ended, landed on Elder Moss's desk 2 days after the investigation against Wei Liang concluded. Moss was thorough. She was not surprised by what the report showed. She had already seen 3 years of incident reports, courtesy of the preliminary cultivation safety concern that Wei Liang had filed in week 1. But she was engaged by the level of technical detail. The measurement methodology in Wei Liang's report was robust enough to establish the formation adjustments as fact rather than accusation. She requested a maintenance team to inspect the 2nd and 3rd level formations. The team found, as Wei Liang had known they would, calibration anomalies consistent with deliberate adjustment. The investigation expanded to cover the trial structure itself. Deng Hao, whose involvement was technically indirect, he had provided the access codes to the maintenance subsystem to someone in his network who had made the adjustments, found himself at the center of an inquiry he could not easily exit. Elder Kwong attempted to redirect the inquiry, but Elder Moss had been waiting for exactly this kind of structural thing, and the combination of 3 years of incident reports, Wei Liang's technical documentation, and Moss's own investigative determination made the redirect impossible. The outcome was not prosecution. Deng Hao had been careful enough that the evidentiary chain was broken 2 levels before it reached him directly. But the inquiry produced a public finding. The trial formations had been improperly adjusted, creating unreasonable risk for participants. Elder Kwong was formally reprimanded. 2 members of Deng Hao's network lost inter-sect standing. The implicit message was unmistakable. Deng Hao knew that Wei Liang had done this. Wei Liang knew that Deng Hao knew. They had a conversation that consisted of Deng Hao standing in the inner corridor and looking at Wei Liang with an expression that had moved past contempt and past recalibration into something more complex. The specific expression of a person who has encountered someone they genuinely cannot get ahead of and is trying to decide what to do with that. "You're going to keep doing this," Deng Hao said. It was not a threat. It was an observation. "I'm going to keep doing good work," Wei Liang said, "and documenting it carefully." Deng Hao nodded slowly. "You should know that I'm not going to stop either." "I know. I wouldn't expect you to." Wei Liang looked at him steadily. "We'll have the formal contest eventually. Until then, do good work too. The sect is better for it." Deng Hao stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. A short, sharp exhalation that had no humor in it, but also no malice. "You're genuinely strange," he said. "I've been told." In the following weeks, the inter-sect situation clarified in ways that Wei Liang had prepared for, but still found emotionally complicated. Chen Wuji's informal standing recovered faster than the formal record suggested it should. This was because Chen Wuji, once he recognized what had happened, addressed it with the same direct courage he brought to everything. He went to the people who had heard the original observation and told them, flatly, that he had been manipulated and had acted wrongly. He did not excuse it or rationalize it. He just acknowledged it. Most people found this disarming. The contempt that had gathered around the mark on his record softened and, in several cases, reversed. It was impossible not to respect someone who told an ugly truth about themselves without making it a performance. Wei Liang watched this and felt the familiar quality of warmth that Chen Wuji generated. The specific warmth of someone who treated accountability as a practice rather than a burden. He was also advancing through foundation establishment with sustained focus. By the end of the 4th month, he was at stage 5, which put him on pace to reach stage 9 and the boundary that would trigger the reset in approximately 4 more months. He had 8 total months of inter-sect access at current pace. He needed to use that time for what the cycles were building toward. Information about the reset mechanism, the entity, the thread. He had been given, in his first weeks of inter-sect access, a different quality of library access than the outer sect offered. The inner library had texts he had not seen before. Theoretical cultivation manuscripts, historical records of exceptional cultivators, philosophical commentary on the nature of major boundaries and rank transitions. He read with the specific hunger of someone who knows they are looking for something and is not yet certain of its shape. In the 5th week of inter-sect access, he found it. Not the answer. A direction. A historical manuscript from the Jade Library of the Eastern Provinces, preserved as a copy in the inter-sect collection, describing a cultivator from 400 years ago who had experienced cyclic reversions. His cultivation would advance to a major boundary, trigger an uncontrolled reset to a fixed point in his past, and he would retain memories of the previous cycle. The manuscript was fragmentary, but the description was unmistakable. The historical cultivator's name was Mao Shi. He had eventually gone mad. Wei Liang read this 3 times and thought about what it meant. Mao Shi had not had anyone helping him, had not had the advantage of cycles of accumulated knowledge, had been, apparently, isolated with the experience and the terror of it and no framework for understanding what was happening. He had lasted 11 cycles before the records described him as incapacitated by accumulated grief and fractal memory. Wei Liang set the manuscript down. 11 cycles. He had been here 3 times. Chapter 33. Mei Ruishan's question. He had been thinking about what honesty meant when you had information that another person did not. The question had a long history in his life. He had always known more about the situations he was in than most people knew about the situations they were in, because he observed more carefully and synthesized more completely. But the normal version of that informational asymmetry was just intelligence. He knew more because he worked harder to know. He could, in principle, have shared that knowledge freely. The cyclic knowledge was different. He knew things about Mei Ruishan that she could not have told him, because they had not happened yet from her perspective. They were things from previous cycles that she had no memory of. He knew she was allergic to a specific binding herb that was used in a 3rd-month inter-sect cultivation support protocol, because she had mentioned it in Cycle 2 during a brief exchange about cultivation health. She did not know he knew this. He had quietly ensured she did not receive that protocol in Cycle 3 without ever explaining why. She had never been exposed to the allergen. She had never needed to know about his knowledge. He had decided after 3 days of careful thinking, the correct approach. Use knowledge to protect, not to reveal unless revealing served the person being protected better than silence did. But the decision had an expiration point. He could not build a genuine relationship on information she did not know he had, indefinitely. At some point, the asymmetry became a wall rather than a protection. He was getting close to that point with her. He could feel it. The relationship with Mei Ruishan had developed, in the months since the second observation session, into something that was harder to categorize than he had expected. He had expected, based on what he knew of her from cycles 1 and 2, that the development would follow a predictable path. Intellectual engagement, then comfort with proximity, then something warmer but still careful, then an eventual question about what it was and what she wanted it to be. What he had not expected was that she would reach the question faster than his model predicted. She asked it directly, because she was Mei Ruishan and she did everything directly once she had decided the situation warranted it. "I don't know what to do with you," she said. They were in the small observation room. No one else was there. She had not phrased it as an insult or a complaint. She had phrased it as a genuine statement of confusion, which from her was more revealing than anger. "What do you mean?" he said. "I mean that I've been talking to you for 4 months, and I've been trying to understand you, and I'm mostly failing, which doesn't happen to me often, and I think it matters that it's happening." She looked at him steadily. "You know things you shouldn't know. You see things before they happen. You're not a prodigy. You're too careful, too methodical. Prodigies are messy. You're not messy. You've been trained, but not by anyone in this sect." She paused. "I've checked. You've been investigating me. I've been paying attention." She made no apology for it. "What are you?" He looked at her for a long moment. She deserved the truth. She was asking for the truth in the direct, precise way she asked for everything, and giving her anything else would be a condescension she had not earned. "I'm working on explaining it properly," he said. "When I can, I will. I'm not deflecting. I mean literally that the explanation requires a foundation of trust that I think we have, and a framework for the information that I'm still building." He held her gaze. "I promise you the truth when I have the language for it." She studied him. "That's a specific kind of non-answer. It's the best honest answer I have right now." A long pause. She looked at the empty sparring floor through the observation glass. "Then, you like me?" "Yes." "Not as a useful contact. Actually like me?" "Yes." She turned back to him. "I'm trying to decide if that matters more or less than the fact that you're keeping something significant from me." "Both things can be true simultaneously," he said. "And I'll take whatever conclusion you reach." She was quiet for a long time. "Then, I'm going to keep paying attention. And when you have the language, I want the truth. You'll have it." She turned back to the observation window. He sat beside her, and they watched the empty floor and the cold thread of guilt in his chest. The knowledge of what he was keeping and why. Wound tighter, but did not break. Chapter 34, Foundation Establishment Stage 9. In the 5th month, Wei Liang found the second cyclic reversion reference. He had been working through the Inner Library's restricted archive, which his inner sect standing now legitimately permitted him to access with a cause of study declaration, and had reached a section of old manuscripts from the Jade Mountain School era. Most were cultivation theory, interesting but not directly relevant. One was a personal journal, partially destroyed, attributed to a disciple of the Jade Mountain School's founder. The journal described the founder's investigation into a phenomenon the founder called fate loop cultivation. Cases where cultivators appeared to advance and reset cyclically, with memory retention in the reverting party. The founder had documented 7 such cases. Of those 7, 5 had ended in madness or absorption. The cultivators accumulated memories eventually becoming indistinguishable from delusion, or their repeated resets cycling them into a terminal loop. One had been severed and advanced, the thread-severing reference he had already found in the damaged record. The 7th case was described as ongoing and unresolved at the time of the journal's writing. This was extraordinary. The founder of the Jade Mountain School had actively studied this phenomenon, which meant there was more documentation somewhere. The school's research records, which the Inner Library held only fragments of. The complete archive was, if Wei Liang's knowledge of the inner sect's record-keeping was accurate, in the upper restricted section. He could not access it yet. His standing permitted foundation-level restricted access. The upper restricted section required core formation cultivation or elder sponsorship. He was at Foundation Establishment Stage 9, one rank boundary crossing away from core formation, which he could not cross without triggering the reset. He had found the edge of the information, and he could not reach past it without triggering the thing that would pull him back. He sat with this problem for 3 days and then made a decision. He would map the upper restricted section as completely as possible from the outside, document everything he could access, and commit the location and organization of the materials to memory. When he came back, cycle 4, he would advance to core formation faster than ever before and access those materials in the first month of core formation standing. He spent the next 2 weeks doing exactly that. By the end of the 6th month, Wei Liang was at Foundation Establishment Stage 9. He had arrived here faster than any inner disciple in the current generation. Elder Moss, doing her quarterly review, looked at his advancement record and then at him with the specific expression of someone who is trying to determine if what they are looking at is genuine. She asked questions. He answered them accurately and completely. She made her notation. "You will trigger core formation boundary in the near future," she said. "Have you considered the implications?" "I think about it constantly," he said. She studied him. "Most disciples at your rate become reckless at this stage. They want the breakthrough for its own sake. I don't want it for its own sake." "What do you want it for?" He looked at her. He liked Elder Moss, her incorruptibility, her precise mind, her lack of interest in anything but what was actually true. "I want it for what comes after," he said. "Which is information," he said. "I need information that I can only access at higher cultivation stages, and I need it before I can make the decisions that matter." He paused. "I know that's not a typical answer." "No," she agreed. "It's not." She made a final notation. "Proceed carefully." "Always," he said. He had been sitting at stage 9 for 3 weeks, not pushing through the core formation boundary. Core formation was the next rank boundary, not foundation establishment's completion. Wait. He had the foundation establishment boundary to reach first, which was completing stage 9 and triggering the rank transition. That was the reset trigger. He had been holding the alignment-misalignment technique he had developed in cycle 2. He could hold here indefinitely if he chose. He was going to push through, but not yet. He had 2 more months of research and 2 more months of Mei Ruishan and 2 more months of Chun Wuji and 2 more months of building. He sat at stage 9 and held, and used every day. Chapter 35. Deng Hao falls in the week before the formal contest. Wei Liang spent every evening reviewing what he knew about Deng Hao's combat style from 3 cycles of observation. He had not fought Deng Hao before. In cycle 1, Deng Hao had not been in his sphere of conflict. The inner sect was not yet accessible. In cycle 2, the foundation establishment timeline had not progressed far enough to make the formal contest a viable option. In cycle 3, this was the first time he had the cultivation standing and the social momentum to make the challenge meaningful. But he had watched. He had spent weeks in the inner sect gallery watching Deng Hao's sparring sessions, the ones that were open to observation, and he had cataloged what he saw with the same systematic attention he brought to everything. Deng Hao was fast, faster than his cultivation stage suggested, which meant he had invested in speed enhancement technique work that was not obvious from the formal record. He had a preference for combination attacks that built each strike from the momentum of the previous one, which was technically sophisticated but also predictable once the first movement was identified. His defense was less refined than his offense. He relied on his offensive speed to prevent opponents from reaching the defensive range, which meant a patient approach that accepted damage would eventually find his defensive gaps. Wei Liang was going to be patient. He was going to accept damage. And he was going to use Deng Hao's momentum against itself, which was a principle he had been developing across 3 cycles of thinking about how to win fights against opponents with more raw power than he could match. This was the principle. Force is a resource. Wasted force weakens. Redirected force serves the person who redirects it. The goal is not to survive the force, but to use it. He had 3 meridian bruise patches prepared in advance. He was going to take hits. He was going to take them cleanly and keep moving. In the days before the contest, a rumor moved through the inner sect that Wei Liang had been cultivating in secret for years before his arrival and was concealing his background. The rumor was false in its facts and accurate in its implications. He had been cultivating, in a sense, for multiple lifetimes, and the knowledge that accumulated across cycles was functionally identical to years of hidden practice. He did not address the rumor. Addressing it would require either lying more specifically or telling the truth, and neither option served him at this moment. He noted it as Deng Hao's last-ditch attempt to undermine his standing before the contest. It was, as last-ditch attempts went, creative. It targeted the specific quality of Wei Liang's advancement that was hardest to explain, and the sect's culture was not comfortable with inexplicable advantage. But he had Elder Moss's formal evaluation record, Xin Yu's cultivation observation history, Bai's instruction records, and the administrative trail of his legitimate resource allocations. The rumor could not survive contact with the actual evidence. What it could do was make the contest more charged, which meant the assembled disciples would be watching more carefully, which meant the outcome would carry more weight. He was comfortable with that. The formal contest happened in the 7th month. Wei Liang had not planned to trigger it in month 7. He had anticipated it in month 8. But Deng Hao, watching Wei Liang sit at Foundation Establishment Stage 9 for 3 weeks with apparent comfort, had decided that delay was worse than confrontation and had issued the formal challenge. Wei Liang accepted it. The challenge format was the inner sect version, 3 rounds, with additional stakes. The winner claimed the right to name a concession from the loser, within defined parameters that included materials access, training space allocation, and formal acknowledgement of standing. It was, in practice, the social resolution mechanism for disputes between disciples of comparable cultivation stage. They were not of comparable cultivation stage. Deng Hao was stage 6, Wei Liang was stage 9. But the challenge rules allowed cross-stage contests, and Deng Hao had issued it on the premise that his 3 years of inner sect experience and combat training gave him practical advantages over Wei Liang's raw cultivation level. He was not entirely wrong. He was just not right enough. Round 1, Technique Demonstration. Wei Liang performed the Foundation Establishment Stage 9 form with the clean precision of someone who had been at this stage for 3 weeks and had used those 3 weeks to perfect the execution rather than push the boundary. The form was flawless. Round 2, Chi Output. The number was what the number was. Deng Hao's 6-year combat-trained output was lower. Round 3, Direct Combat. Deng Hao was fast, technically skilled, and genuinely experienced in a way that Wei Liang's cultivation advance did not automatically overcome. He came in with a complex opening combination that Wei Liang recognized from his time in the observation gallery, a Foundation Establishment Stage 6 technique that leveraged the 3rd Meridian Junction for a Qi-enhanced speed burst on the 2nd movement. Wei Liang let the first movement pass, read the setup for the burst, stepped into the burst direction rather than away from it to negate the speed advantage, and caught the 3rd movement at its extension, when it was longest from Deng Hao's center mass and therefore hardest to pull back, and applied redirection rather than block. Deng Hao went off balance. He recovered. He was not easy. The next exchange lasted 90 seconds and was genuinely dangerous. Deng Hao threw technique combinations that clipped Wei Liang twice, leaving meridian bruising that he managed with the recovery circulation and kept moving through. He was taking damage, but Deng Hao was taking more. At the 2-minute mark, Wei Liang applied the redirect he had been building toward for the whole round. Catch the Qi burst in a specific joint, convert the burst energy into rotation, use the rotation to pull Deng Hao's balance completely. Deng Hao landed outside the marked boundary. The assembled inner disciples were very quiet for a moment. Then Chen Wuji, standing in the observation area, said, "Yes." Just that. With absolute completeness. Deng Hao stood up. He looked at Wei Liang. He did not say anything for a long moment. "The concession," Wei Liang said. "I want the investigation into the dungeon trial formally accelerated." Deng Hao blinked. He had expected something else. "That's your concession?" "That's my concession." Deng Hao looked at him. Understanding moved across his face, slowly, the way understanding moved in people who were smart, but who had not encountered someone thinking 2 moves further than them. "Fine," he said. He walked away. Wei Liang stood in the center of the challenge circle and breathed through the meridian bruising and felt, for the first time in this cycle, the beginning of something that might eventually become resolution. Chapter 36. The evening before there was an evening. In the 21st week of Cycle 3, when Wei Liang did something he had not done in any previous cycle. He sat in the inner sect meditation garden, the small courtyard with the old plum tree, where he had sat with Chen Wuji and told him about the cycles, and he did nothing. Not cultivation, not planning, not research or technique or systematic preparation. He sat with his back against the plum tree and watched the evening light move across the stones and let the world be what it was without doing anything about it. He did this for 2 hours. It was, he found, extremely difficult, not uncomfortable. Once he had settled into it, the quiet had a texture that was not unpleasant, but difficult in the sense of requiring more effort than any cultivation session he had run. The sustained resistance to the habit of doing, the discipline of allowing, the practice of being present in a place and a moment without extraction. His mother had done this. On the evenings when the work was done and the accounts were settled and there was nothing immediate to address, she had sat in the courtyard of their small apartment and watched the light move, and he had watched her doing it and not understood it. Now, sitting with his back against the plum tree, he understood. She had been keeping herself intact. Maintenance, not rest. The specific maintenance of a self that is always under pressure to dissolve and to function. He was 17 years old and 30 months old, depending on the accounting. He had cultivated and reset and cultivated and reset and built and lost and built again. He had been a tool of his own purpose, which was good and necessary, but he had also been only that, which was the kind of narrowing that his mother's courtyard evenings had been protecting against. He sat until the stars appeared. Then he went to find Mei Ruishan. 3 weeks before his planned breakthrough, Wei Liang told Mei Ruishan the truth. Not all of it. The full truth. Every cycle, every reset, the entity at the threshold, the historical precedent of Mao Shi going mad in 11 cycles, required a foundation he was still building. But he told her the essential shape of it. They were in the small observation room, after the last sparring match of the evening, and he sat across from her and said, "I have to tell you something, and I need you to hear all of it before you respond." She put down the text she had been reading and gave him her full attention. He told her about the resets. He told her about waking at 17 with memory intact. He told her about using the accumulated knowledge to advance faster each cycle. He told her that this was the 3rd cycle, and that in the previous 2 cycles she had been someone he had known only briefly before the reset. She listened without expression. She was very good at that. The quality of listening that receives without previewing. That takes information in without beginning the response before the information is complete. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "You remember things about me," she said finally. "From cycles I don't remember." "Yes. And that's why you knew things you shouldn't know." "Yes. And you told me before that you'd give me the truth when you had the language for it. You had the language for it then too, didn't you?" He met her eyes. "Yes. But telling you earlier would have been less fair, not more. You needed to know me first, the person I actually am, before you could evaluate what I was telling you. That's a very careful way to manage when someone gets information." "I know. I'm sorry." He held her gaze. "I'm also telling you now because the breakthrough is coming. The foundation establishment completion that will trigger the reset. And I want you to know, before it happens, that whatever you've built in the past 7 months in terms of trusting me or knowing me is real. Not manufactured. Not a performance. I've come to know you across 3 cycles worth of attention, and what I feel is based on something real." A long silence. Then she said, "I don't believe you." He had expected this. He had prepared for this. It had happened in cycle 2, where he had told her even less and gotten the same response. "I know," he said. "But I also," she stopped, pressed her fingers against her lips briefly, thinking, "I also can't entirely disbelieve you. Because everything you've said is consistent with what I've been observing. The knowing things before they happen. The cultivating faster than any framework should allow. The way you treat people as if you know them better than the timeline makes possible." She looked at him with those precise dark eyes. "It's consistent." "I know it is. That doesn't make it true." "I know." She stood up. She walked to the window. "Then, the breakthrough. The reset. You'll be back at 17. "Yes. And I won't remember any of this." "No. And you'll have to." She stopped. "Start over," he said. "Yes." She turned around. Her expression was something he did not have a precise name for. Something between grief and anger, and the specific quality of her directness, meeting something it could not fully navigate. "That's terrible," she said. "Yes," he said. "It is." She stood at the window for another moment. Then she came back and sat down. "I don't know how to respond to this," she said. "But I want to. So I'm not going to say anything definitive yet." She looked at him. "Come back, when you can. And find me." "Okay. I always will," he said, and meant it in a way she could not fully understand yet. Chapter 37. Preparing the flood. He had also, in the weeks since the Stage 9 hold, been working on a different kind of preparation. He had been thinking about Xinyu. Across 3 cycles, Xinyu had been present but peripheral, someone he helped, someone he trusted, someone whose specific quality of attention and precision he valued. He had told her vague truths and relied on her for specific support and maintained a deliberate distance between what he said and what was actually true, because he was not ready to tell her the full story, and because the full story required a foundation of trust he had been building rather than having. He had that foundation now. He had known Xinyu for 3 cycles, which from his perspective was 30 months of accumulated knowledge of who she was, how she thought, what she needed, what she could handle. She was the most precise person he knew. She observed without flinching. She received difficult information with the quality of attention that processed rather than rejected. He was going to tell her the truth in cycle 4. Not the edited version he had given Mei Ruishan and Chun Wuji, but the full version. Every cycle, every reset, the entity, the thread, the historical precedents, the danger. Everything. This was, he recognized, a decision as much about himself as about her. He was approaching the territory where keeping the full truth to himself became a kind of isolation that was itself a cost. Mao Shi had been alone with the knowledge. He did not have to be. And Xinyu, of anyone he knew, was the person most likely to respond to the full truth with clear-eyed problem-solving rather than compassion-adjacent uselessness. He made the commitment. Cycle 4. Tell Xinyu everything and let her help. The 2 weeks before the breakthrough were the most productive research period of the cycle. He had, by this point, full access to the inner sect library, a formal standing record that established his cultivation as legitimate, and the specific quality of inner sect status that allowed him to request restricted texts with a reason rather than being denied by default. He had been accumulating research findings across all 3 cycles, and now had a coherent picture of several things he had not understood before. Mao Shi, the historical cyclic reverter, had gone mad in 11 cycles. But Mao Shi had been alone. Mao Shi had not had a framework for what was happening, had not known about the entity, had not developed the delay technique for holding at stage 9. He had advanced and reset without ever pausing to understand, and the accumulated grief had done exactly what accumulated grief does when you never permit it. It had broken things. Wei Liang had 3 defenses Mao Shi had not. He permitted the grief, which meant it stayed clean. He understood, increasingly, what was happening. And he had people. Chen Wuji, Xinyu, the beginning of Mei Ruishan, who, even through the reset, he was carrying in a way that kept the cycles from being merely lonely. He also had a new data point. The inner library held a fragment of a larger text, the Meridian Chronicle of the Jade Mountain School, that described the Void Architect by a different name. Shukong, the Threadkeeper, an entity that, 400 years ago, the Jade Mountain School's founder had identified as existing in the space between cultivation ranks, feeding at the boundary crossings where fate meridians are stressed. Fate meridians. He had felt the silver thread in his chest for the first time after the Cycle 2 reset. Faint, barely perceptible. He had no reference for it in Cycle 3 yet. But the fragment mentioned fate meridians explicitly, and it mentioned an entity that existed specifically at the boundary crossings, which was exactly where he had felt the directed attention. He copied the fragment text in full from memory, wrote his analysis, and filed it in the private record he had been building, a record he would not be able to keep across the reset, but which he had been memorizing systematically, committing it to the permanent library of his own mind. One more cycle of advancement. He was going to be able to access core formation level texts next cycle. In core formation level texts, based on what he had seen at the edge of the inner library's restricted section, included archived records of the Jade Mountain School's complete research into Shukong. He was getting closer. He prepared the breakthrough sequence. Chapter 38. The Truth Given, Not Taken. He had told Mei Ruishan the previous day. He had told Xinyu 3 days before that. Chen Wuji was the last. Telling each of them had a different character. Xinyu had received the information like a cultivator receiving a complex technique form for the first time, her whole attention on it, working each component as he gave it, holding the pieces in relationship rather than accumulating them sequentially. She had asked 3 questions, each one demonstrating that she had already understood the previous segment fully. She had been quiet for a long time after the 3rd question. Then, "You've been carrying this alone." "Yes." "That was incorrect," she said. "Not judgment, assessment. Not in the past, where you didn't have enough established trust to share it. In the past, it was the right choice. But now," she looked at him with those direct eyes, "now you could have shared it earlier in this cycle, and you chose not to." "I was still building the framework," he said. "The framework was ready 2 months ago," she said. "I think you were afraid." He had looked at her for a long time. "Probably," he said. "It's understandable. The information is frightening. Sharing it makes it real for someone else." She paused. "But it also makes you less alone with it. Which is better." "Yes," he said. "I know. I'll help you," she said. "In Cycle 4. However I can." He had not been able to speak for a moment. Then, "Thank you." Mei Ruishan had received it differently, with the specific kind of suspended motion of someone who was processing while also feeling, which was her particular mode under significant information load. She had been quieter than Xinyu, and the questions she asked were different, less about mechanism and more about experience. What was it like to come back? What was the hardest part? Did he think about stopping? "Yes," he had said to the last question. "Every cycle. But stopping would mean staying at the same cultivation stage forever, and there's something I need to reach that I can only access at higher stages. So I keep going." "What do you need to reach?" "The information that will let me end it." She had looked at him with an expression he could not fully parse. "Then, come back and find me," she had said. "In Cycle 4. I want to hear how it goes." He had almost told her that he had been coming back to find her every cycle. He had stopped himself, because saying it would have been for his benefit rather than hers, and this moment was hers. "I will," he had said instead. The day before the breakthrough, he found Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji was at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, which was a remarkable advancement rate that Wei Liang was very proud of without being able to say so in the normal way. He was also, Wei Liang had noticed in the past month, watching Wei Liang with the particular quality of attention that meant he was building toward a conversation. They sat in the inner sect garden, a small courtyard with a stone bench and an old plum tree. And Chun Wuji said, "You're going to tell me something." "Yes, something big. The biggest thing I know," Wei Liang said. He told him, less detail than he'd given Mei Ruoshan. Chun Wuji needed the emotional shape of it more than the technical framework. He told him about the card, about waking at 17 with 2 lifetimes of memory, about advancing and resetting and building towards something he could not yet name. He told him that their friendship was 3 cycles old from Wei Liang's perspective, and that every version of Chun Wuji he had known had been entirely and unmistakably himself. Chun Wuji was quiet for a long time after. "Then, you carried me," he said softly. "Yes. Across everything being erased, you carried me. Not just you, but yes." Chun Wuji looked at the plum tree. Its leaves were beginning to turn. "Is it going to stop?" "The resetting. I'm working on that." "How many cycles?" "Enough." He looked at his friend. "Mao Shi, the historical case, lasted 11. I'm at 3. Chun Wuji turned to look at him. "You're afraid of going mad." "I'm afraid of losing what makes the work worth doing," Wei Liang said. "Which is not the same thing, but it rhymes." Chun Wuji put his broad hand on Wei Liang's shoulder. It was a heavy hand, a blacksmith's son hand, warm and entirely real. "You won't," he said, "because you're the most relentlessly present person I've ever met. Even with everything in your head, all those cycles, you're here. Every time." He paused. "I won't remember this conversation, but you will." "Yes." "Then carry this too." He pressed the hand more firmly. "I am proud of you. In this cycle, and whatever you remember from the others. I am proud of you." Wei Liang pressed his own hand over Chun Wuji's briefly, which was his version of exactly the same thing. Then he let go. "Thank you," he said. Chapter 39. The boundary. The silver thread had been getting stronger. He had first noticed it after the cycle 2 reset. Faint, almost imperceptible, the cultivator's equivalent of a note heard at the edge of hearing. In cycle 3, it was clearer, a thin line of something that felt less like chi and more like connection, running from a point behind his sternum outward through the boundary threshold and into whatever was beyond it. He had spent 2 weeks in the month 7 period testing the thread, pressing his attention against it, trying to feel its properties. It was not fragile. It had the quality of something that had been there for a very long time, not recently constructed but recently noticed. The older records, the Jade Mountain fragment, the journal excerpt, described fate meridians as things that formed over many cycles of resonant boundary crossing, accumulating with each breakthrough the way scar tissue accumulates. Which meant the thread was thicker and stronger now than it had been in cycle 1, because cycle 1's breakthrough had been the first one he had consciously experienced. But perhaps not the first one it had experienced. He had been thinking about this. The Jade Mountain School founder had documented 7 cyclic reverters. Mao Shi had lasted 11 cycles before going mad. The unnamed cultivator who had severed the thread had, presumably, had many cycles of experience before the severing. And his own thread, in cycle 3, was already more perceptible than cycle 2. How many cycles had there been before the first one he remembered? If the reset point was fixed at age 17, which it was, demonstrably, and if he had been cycling since before his conscious memory, which was possible, then the thread might be very old indeed. And the entity that fed on the boundary crossings might have been feeding on him for a very long time. He held this possibility in his mind the way he held the cold sensation in his chest, present, acknowledged, used as motivation rather than as despair. "Shukong, the threadkeeper. Whatever you are, however long you've been doing this to me, I know you exist. I know your name. I know your method. And I am coming." In the week before the breakthrough, he did one thing that was not on his cultivation plan. He went back to the outer ring. Not for a specific purpose, or rather, not for one of the catalog of purposes he had been systematically executing across the cycle. He went because it was where he had started, 3 times now, and because the outer ring was where Chun Wuji had laughed his rolling laugh for the first time, and where Xinyu had brought him the essay on resonant boundary phenomena, and whereby he had stood in his gray riverstone silence, and taught him things that were genuinely worth knowing. He walked the outer ring at 5th hour, when the training yards were full and the resource distribution lines were forming and the dormitory buildings had their windows lit yellow against the late afternoon. He walked without purpose, letting the familiarity land. The outer ring was different now from cycle 1. The administrative scrutiny of Zhang Kang's operation had been running long enough that the resource distribution was clean, which meant the outer disciples were developing faster. A full cohort of people working harder and getting what they were owed rather than being systematically suppressed. He could see it in the training yard. Better technique, more confidence, fewer people with the stunted, guarded quality that came from being consistently cheated. He had done that. Not dramatically, not with a single act of heroism, but methodically, over 3 cycles of building the paper record and the complaint structure and the administrative pressure. The outer ring was better because he had been persistent about the small things. He would reset, and it would reset with him. Cycle 4 would begin with Zhang Kang's operation intact, which meant Cycle 4 would require rebuilding all of this. He looked at the training yards for a while. A young outer disciple he did not know was helping 2 others with a Stage 2 form. Not Wei Liang. Not anyone Wei Liang had directly taught, but someone who had picked up the practice of helping from the environment he had worked to create. He breathed. He went back to the inner sect. The breakthrough happened at midnight. He had been prepared for 2 days. The cultivation state was correct. Foundation establishment stage 9 with full saturation. Every condensation point packed to capacity and the root formation expanded to its maximum stable configuration. The delay technique he had developed in Cycle 2 was maintaining the frequency misalignment, keeping him from tipping into the breakthrough before he chose to. He had said his goodbyes. Not formally. Nobody else understood that they were goodbyes. He had sat with Xunyu that afternoon, and they had reviewed the formation theory he was leaving with her. The research notes she would carry forward as her own thinking without the context of why they were specifically calibrated to the questions he needed answered. He had sat with Chun Wuji in the inner sect garden, and they had done the thing that had become, across 7 months, a specific kind of ritual. They sat without performing the friendship, just occupying the same space with complete mutual understanding of each other's presence. He had passed Mei Ruoshan in the inner corridor, and she had looked at him with an expression that said she knew. She had always known. This cycle, from the moment he had told her, and she had said nothing, and he had said nothing, and that had been its own kind of goodbye. He sat in the inner sect meditation hall, the dedicated breakthrough preparation space, which inner disciples had access to for major rank transitions, and ran the foundation establishment completion sequence with absolute clarity. He had been here twice before, in proxy. He had run the Qi condensation completion sequence twice, and the sensations were related. The frequencies aligning. The vast, patient attention from the other side of the boundary focused on him like a thumb pressing on a specific nerve. The cold sensation in his chest intensifying as the completion approached. He had something new this time. The silver thread. He could feel it. Not the blazing, visible presence it would become in later cycles. Just a faint, thin something, like a hair stretched across the path of his perception. It ran from somewhere inside his chest, through the breakthrough threshold, to whatever was on the other side. It was the fate meridian the Jade Mountain fragment had described. It was the connection between him and the entity that waited at every boundary. He watched it as the frequencies approached alignment. The entity's attention intensified, pleased, hungry, patient the way something very old is patient when it is about to be fed. He completed the alignment. The breakthrough happened. The world came apart. He had time for one thought. I found the thread, and then the cart, and the smell of pine resin and dried blood, and the gray walls. Wei Liang was 17 years old for the 4th time. He pressed his hand against his sternum. The thread was there, faint, invisible to anyone else, but real. He had it now. He knew what to look for. He smiled at Chen Wuji in the back of the arriving cart. He began again. Chapter 40. The weight of remembering. When Deng Hao went down at the 2-minute mark and the watching inner disciples were quiet for that specific second, Wei Liang had noticed something he had not anticipated. He had noticed that Deng Hao, lying outside the boundary and breathing through the impact, did not look beaten. He looked, for the first time in 3 months of watching him, genuinely awake. The specific awakeness of someone who has just encountered something they did not have a category for and whose mind is working, rather than defending. This was, Wei Liang thought, more interesting than the win. Deng Hao was not a simple person. He was a person who had built a system, patron, followers, trial manipulation, social pressure, and had been operating that system so successfully for so long that he had stopped developing it. He had been coasting, and coasting had made him less. The formal contest had given him back something he had not had in years, a problem he could not solve with the existing tools. He would think about this, and when he thought about it, he might become better. Wei Liang found this genuinely satisfying, in a way that was disconnected from the strategic benefit. He wanted the people around him to develop, not because it served his purposes, though it did, but because development itself was good, and watching a person encounter the edge of their current capacity and begin to grow past it was the best thing there was. He filed this observation too. Deng Hao, in future cycles, was a potential ally rather than an irreversible enemy. Cycle 4, first morning. He lay in the grass beside the road where the cart had stopped for a wheel repair, a delay he remembered, which gave him 15 minutes before arrival at the gate, and looked at the sky. The grief was different this time. It had been clean in Cycle 2, sharp, present, permitted. In cycle 3 it had been heavier but still clean, because he had learned how to hold it. Now, in cycle 4, it had a different quality that he spent the 15 minutes examining carefully. He thought of Mei Ruoshan saying come back, when you can, and find me. She had not believed him. She had said she did not believe him. But she had also said she could not entirely disbelieve him. And there had been something in her face at the end, when she said that's terrible, something that was present and real and was the beginning of belief even when she refused the word. She would not remember any of it. He thought of Chun Wuji's hand on his shoulder. I am proud of you, and the clean certainty in it, the quality of a person who said exactly what was true. He thought of Shen Yu's when the order is right. I want to know what you know, said with the flat precision that was her particular variety of generosity. These people were real. What had developed between them was real. The reset could take the world's memory of it, but it could not take his. And his memory was the one that mattered most in this context, because his was the one that would use it to build the next cycle better. He was farming his own heartbreak, he thought. Cycle after cycle, he was building relationships that would reset, feeling them fully so they remained real, carrying them forward as fuel for the next attempt. The grief was the engine. He pressed his hand against his sternum. The silver thread was there, faint and real. I found you. He thought at the entity beyond the boundary. And now I'm coming for what you've taken. The cartwheel was repaired. He stood up, dusted pine resin from his hemp shirt, and got back in the cart. 17 years old, for cycles of memory, one thread to follow. He thought about what he knew and what he did not know, tallying both with the same precision he brought to cultivation accounting. What he knew, the reset was triggered by rank boundary breakthrough. The entity at the boundary, Shukom, the threadkeeper, the void architect in later records, had directed attention and derived benefit from each crossing. He was a resonance anchor, a soul type rare enough that the Jade Mountain School had only documented 7 previous cases. There was a fate meridian connecting him to Shukom, visible as a silver thread that became more perceptible as he advanced through cycles. One previous cyclic reverter had severed the thread and advanced without reset. Most of the others had gone mad or been absorbed. What he did not know, the specific mechanism of the thread, how it could be severed. What absorbed meant in practice, whether it was death or something more complete. Where the upper restricted archives records on the Jade Mountain School's research were located and what they contained. Why the resets were becoming slightly shorter. He had noticed this, cycle to cycle, the world snapping back with infinitesimally more urgency. The shortening was the new concern. If the resets were becoming shorter, it might mean the system was degrading. Either the entity was getting stronger, or the thread was weakening, or both. Either direction was a reason to move faster. He had decided on the structure of cycle 4. Compress the outer sect phase to 4 weeks maximum, reach inner sect in month 2, access the upper restricted archive in month 3. Use the remaining months to research the thread severing technique and begin testing. He might not be able to sever the thread in cycle 4, but he could know how to. In cycle 5, which was further ahead than he usually planned, but which he was beginning to see clearly, cycle 5 was when he would find Shinyu and tell her everything and ask her to stand with him while he tried. He pressed his hand against his sternum. The silver thread pulsed faintly against his palm, thin as a hair, strong as a cable. One thread to follow. The gray walls of Iron Gate sect rose above the treeline, and Wei Liang rode toward them with his eyes open and his purpose clear and his grief held in a pocket of his chest that had been shaped by 3 cycles of use to fit it exactly. And also something new, a plan that extended further than any previous cycle, reaching toward a horizon he could now see. He was not just surviving the cycles anymore. He was ending them. And for the first time across all 4 beginnings, he believed it. The plum tree in the inner sect garden was already losing its leaves. The air smelled of cold and pine. Somewhere above the mountain, in a place that existed between cultivation ranks and outside normal time, the entity that had been feeding on him for longer than he knew was stirring with the particular pleasure of a predator who has just felt its prey move closer. It did not know that the prey was also watching. It did not know that the prey had a name for it now, Shukom, and a plan that extended across cycles toward a specific ending. It did not know that the thing it thought it was farming had been farming it back, cycle by cycle, building toward a moment when the fate meridian would be turned against its keeper. Wei Liang, 17 years old for the 4th time, riding toward the gray walls in the back of a cart, pressed his hand against his sternum and felt the silver thread pulse. Coming, he thought. And the world received him, and did not know that its most dangerous occupant was sitting in a cart with a hemp sack and a bronze coin, 17 years old and full of fire. Chapter 41. The 4th beginning cycle 4 arrived with a different quality than any previous cycle. He had been thinking, in the transition between cycles, in the high cold place with no stars, feeling Shukong's attention and the tension he had identified as the entity noticing his increased awareness of the thread about what ready meant. In Cycle 1, he had not been ready for anything. He had cultivated and broken through, and the world had ended and reset without him having the slightest conceptual framework for what had happened. In Cycle 2, he had been ready to investigate. He had been ready to use the reset rather than be destroyed by it. In Cycle 3, he had been ready to build, to establish relationships, to access the inner sect, to begin the systematic accumulation of knowledge and technique. In Cycle 4, he was ready to execute. He had the archive location. He had the research direction. He had the specific materials he needed to find. He had the timeline for cycles to spirit severing. The quality of readiness was different from any previous cycle, and it was not just the cultivator's confidence of advancing ranks or the strategist's confidence of knowing the terrain. It was something quieter and more fundamental. He was ready because he had been doing this long enough that the uncertainty was no longer the primary experience. The uncertainty was still real. He did not know exactly how the final confrontation would unfold, did not know Shukong's full power, did not know all the ways Yanshi might interfere. But the uncertainty was background texture now, not foreground panic. He had learned, across 4 cycles, to work in the presence of uncertainty. What he noticed first, before any other observation, was that Chen Wuji looked tired. Not physically tired. The reset was complete, and Chen Wuji was as he always was, 17 years old, broad-shouldered, gap-toothed grin, the rolling laugh available at the slightest provocation. But there was something behind the grin that looked, to Wei Liang's 4-cycle understanding of Chen Wuji's emotional states, like the tiredness of someone carrying something that had been getting heavier for a while. He did not know what this was. It could be his own projection, reading grief into a face he associated with grief because of what the resets cost him, not because of what Chen Wuji was actually experiencing. He filed it under observation to verify and watch more carefully. Over the first 2 weeks of Cycle 4, the verification was inconclusive. Chen Wuji was, in all observable ways, exactly himself. Cheerful, direct, brave in the reflexive way that was not calculation but instinct. He walked into a Zhao Peng confrontation in Week 2 with the same uncomplicated nerve as always. He laughed the same laugh. He trained with the same stubborn dedication. But late at night, when he thought no one was watching, he sat on the edge of his bunk and looked at nothing with an expression that was not quite anything Wei Liang had seen on him before. He went to sit with Chen Wuji one of those nights. "What's wrong?" he said. Chen Wuji looked at him, not surprised. Chen Wuji was never surprised to find Wei Liang doing something he had not announced. "What makes you think something's wrong? You have a specific quality when you're carrying something." Chen Wuji was quiet for a moment. Then, "My father is sick. I got a letter before I left home. He's been sick for a while, apparently, and nobody told me because they didn't want to worry me before the placement." He looked at the wall. "I'm here. He's there. I can't go back until my contract term ends." Wei Liang sat beside him. He did not offer solutions. There were none available. And he did not offer comfort that would feel thin against the specific weight of being far from someone who needed you. He sat beside his friend and was present, which was what the situation actually required. After a while, Chen Wuji said, "You're very good at this." "At what?" "Just being here. Most people try to fix it or make it smaller." "It's not mine to fix or make smaller," Wei Liang said. Chen Wuji nodded. "No, but it helps that you know that." They sat for a while longer, in the cold dormitory with the stove ticking down, and Wei Liang thought about how many times he had sat with Chen Wuji in various versions of difficulty, and how this man's specific quality of courage and openness and bright, undefended presence had been, across 4 cycles, one of the most consistent and genuinely valuable things in his world. Not the grief. The grief was exactly what it always was. He had 4 months of memory from Cycle 1, 7 months from Cycle 2, 8 months from Cycle 3. 19 months of accumulated life, all present, all real. Chen Wuji's laugh. Shin Yu's hand placed on the table, an offering. "May Ruoshan's come back and find me, by his complicated and genuine simultaneous nature." The training yards he had changed, the complaints he had filed, the slow work of making the place slightly more fair than it had been before. He did not suppress any of it. He sat in the grass while the cartwheel was repaired, and he felt everything. The warmth and the loss and the specific weight of 18 months of relationships dissolved. And then he set it in the running position and stood up. The difference in Cycle 4 was not the grief. It was the purpose. In Cycle 1, confusion, followed by discovery. In Cycle 2, processing, followed by investigation. In Cycle 3, understanding, followed by planning. In Cycle 4, execution. He knew what he was looking for. He knew where it was. He knew what he needed and what it would take to get there. The cycling was no longer survival or learning. It was now active progress toward a specific goal with a specific timeline. This was the most dangerous phase. Not because the opposition was greater. Deng Hao and Zhang Kong and Luo Fang and the accumulated external challenges were the same, as always, manageable within his framework. The danger was internal. The trap of thinking the goal was the breakthrough technique and forgetting that the goal was the life afterward. He had been spending 5 cycles working toward an ending. He needed to be careful not to sacrifice everything that was worth reaching the ending for. He pressed his hand against his sternum. The thread pulsed, visible even now. He got back in the cart. Cycle 4 arrived with a different quality than any previous cycle. The cart road, the pine resin, the approaching gray walls. Chen Wuji's gap-toothed grin. Wei Liang had been here so many times now that the returning had its own specific sensation. Not quite homecoming and not quite déjà vu, but something that combined the structural familiarity of both. He knew this road like the inside of his own chest. He had also, lying in the grass during the wheel repair pause that he now used as ritual preparation time, noticed something new. The silver thread, which had been faint in Cycle 2 and clearer in Cycle 3, was now, even in this reset state, even in a body with no cultivation whatsoever, perceptible. Not clearly, not with the defined quality it would develop as he advanced. But it was there, a faint pull behind his sternum, directional, pointing towards something beyond the horizon of his current cultivation perception. This was new. In previous cycles, the thread had not been detectable until he reached at least foundation establishment level. The fact that he could feel it now, in a completely uncultivated body, at the reset point, meant either the thread was getting stronger or his sensitivity to it was increasing. Neither interpretation was comfortable. If the thread was getting stronger, Shukong's hold on him was deepening. If his sensitivity was increasing, the repeated exposures to the entity at the boundary were changing something in his fundamental nature. He filed this as a high-priority data point and got back in the cart. He had a plan for Cycle 4 that was more aggressive than any previous cycle. For weeks to foundation establishment. 2 months to core formation. Access the upper restricted archive by month 3. Find the Jade Mountain School's complete research record on Shukong and Fate Meridian Severing. Test what he found in months 4 through 6. Then push through the core formation boundary deliberately. He had told 3 people the truth in Cycle 3. He would tell them again in Cycle 4, faster, and then actually use them in the research and testing phase rather than just telling them. He was done being alone with this. Chen Wuji said, "First time seeing a sect?" "Yes," Wei Liang said, and smiled because it was true and because the person saying it was exactly who he'd been missing without knowing he'd been missing him. Chapter 42. 4 weeks. The Zhang Kong situation in Cycle 4 was handled in 4 days, which was a new record. He had the complete documentation ready on day 1. The 3-cycle accumulated record of resource theft, the batch code evidence, the administrative complaint chain, all of it written out in his mental archive and reproducible on paper with total accuracy. He filed it on day 2. Elder Moss's office responded within 12 hours, which was unprecedented. They had apparently been waiting for a complete submission from someone who had been building toward one and had simply not yet had enough specificity. The investigation concluded formally in 4 days because there was nothing to investigate. The documentation was conclusive, and the network it described had no defense against evidence of this quality. Zhang Kang's operation was effectively ended before Wei Liang reached Qi condensation stage 1. This freed the outer sect's resource distribution to function correctly for the entire duration of his cycle, 4 times at the sect. Every outer disciple in his cohort received their correct allocations from day 5 onward. The downstream effects, the training yard quality, the advancement rates, the social atmosphere, were immediately noticeable. He had been doing this work cycle after cycle, watching it get undone by each reset, rebuilding it each time. He was going to keep doing it, even knowing it would reset. The work was good, and the cycles were temporary, and eventually they would end, and then the work he had done would persist. He held that thought. He reached foundation establishment in 26 days. The outer sect administrators, who had been watching for exceptional advancement since Wei Liang's name became associated with records in the sect's evaluation history, filed the documentation with a flatness that suggested they had run out of adequate descriptors. The previous fastest was Cycle 3's 40-day timeline. 26 days was so far outside the previous record that the administrator checked the documentation twice before logging it. Why he did not check the documentation twice? He looked at Wei Liang in the 3rd week, when Wei Liang was demonstrating stage 7 of body tempering with a form that was technically flawless and moved with the specific economy of someone who had done it thousands of times before, and said, "You're not a normal prodigy." No, Wei Liang said, which was true in the most straightforward sense possible. Why, he looked at him for a long moment. Then, with the quality of a man who has decided that knowing the full answer might not be worth the cost, fine. He moved on to the next disciple. The arrangement had been established in week 1, as always. Zhang Kang's complaint had been filed in day 3. The formal investigation was already open. Wei Liang had drafted the full resource corruption documentation during the cart ride. He could write it from memory now with complete accuracy, no research needed, and submitted it to Elder Moss's office with a cover note that said, essentially, "This is a pattern. Here is the full 3-year record. The evidence is conclusive. You may proceed at your preferred pace." Moss's response had been to pull the file and mark it for expedited review. She had added, at the bottom of the acknowledgement slip, "Third time I've seen a complaint this thorough from a first-month disciple. Pattern noted." He read that twice. 3 times. He had filed a complaint in Cycle 3's Month 1. Had something similar happened in Cycle 2? He could not remember clearly. The early cycle events from previous runs were less precisely retained than later events. He filed it as possibly significant and moved on. The Zhangkong network, under expedited review scrutiny, collapsed in week 3. Not the principal. Zhangkong himself was a survivor, and he would emerge from the investigation with reduced scope rather than elimination. But the distribution system that had been stealing resources from outer disciples for 3 years effectively stopped. Outer disciples began receiving their correct allocations. The training yard quality, even in these first weeks, was noticeably different. Xinyu, finding him in the training yard in week 2 with a directness that was slightly accelerated from her normal pace, said, "Wind affinity, I know. You're going to tell me to file for a re-examination." He looked at her. "You already knew? I've been thinking about it for 2 days. The calibration stone at my examination felt slightly off. I did some reading." She paused. "You were going to tell me." "Yes. How did you know?" "I'm a good observer," he said. She held his gaze for a longer moment than she usually did. "Then, file it myself or wait for you to facilitate." "File it yourself. You don't need me for that part." She nodded and left. She was back in the training yard the next day with a confirmed wind affinity assessment and the particular quality of someone who has just been given back something they did not know was theirs. He watched her from the eastern corner and felt the warmth of 3 cycles accumulated knowledge of who she was, and let himself feel it fully rather than filing it for later. Chapter 43. Entering the trials, there was a particular quality to the 4th cycle's social dynamics that he had not fully anticipated. In Cycle 1, he was new and unknown, working up from nothing. In Cycle 2, he was new again, but moving with the efficiency of prior knowledge, which generated observation from others, but not yet the specific category of attention that came with a reputation. In Cycle 3, his speed and effectiveness had generated a reputation within Iron Gate sect, a localized one, bounded by the sect's walls. In Cycle 4, that reputation was leaking outward. He had not been careful enough about this. The inter-sect awareness network, the informal channels through which sect administrators and elders exchanged information about exceptional disciples, was more porous than he had accounted for. 3 cycles of consistent extraordinary advancement had left records. His name appeared in the outer sect assessment archives, the inner sect evaluation records, the administrative complaint documentation that had damaged Zhang Kang's network and set precedents in the escalation process. Some of those records were accessible to other sects through official channels. He discovered this at a diplomatic reception at the beginning of Month 2, when a guest elder from the Azure Meridian sect recognized his name. "Wei Liang of Iron Gate," the elder said. "We have records of you." "I've never visited Azure Meridian," he said carefully. "No, but your cultivation assessment records are exceptional enough that they're shared in the regional administrator network." The elder studied him. "Cycle after cycle of unprecedented advancement. The sector administrators call you the constant prodigy, a disciple who breaks every record and then breaks it again the following year." Cycle after cycle. Not from this elder's perspective. The elder meant calendar years, not resets. But the phrase landed strangely. He filed this as important. He was, apparently, developing a reputation across the region purely through the accumulated record of his exceptional advancement. The record did not show the reason. Nobody knew about the resets, but it showed the outcome, cycle after cycle, year after year. Wei Liang of Iron Gate, always advancing faster than anyone had before. He would have to be more careful with information management. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the reputation, properly managed, would open doors he needed. He was still thinking about this when the regional trials registration opened. In Cycle 4, he joined the regional trials for a specific reason that had not existed in any previous cycle. This required some background. The Intersect regional trials were an annual event, Different sects across the Yinhe region sent their top outer and inner disciples to compete in a bracketed tournament. The event had cultivation combat rounds, technique assessment rounds, and formation theory examinations. The prizes were resource grants, cross-sect technique access, and, most valuably, the right to access the regional cultivation library, which held texts from all participating sects in a shared archive. In previous cycles, Wei Liang had not had the cultivation advancement or the sect standing to participate. In Cycle 4, reaching foundation establishment in 26 days and inner sect status in 2 months meant he was eligible for the trials at the end of the 3rd month. He was entering them for the archive access. Specifically, the Azure Meridian Sects Archive, which was rumored to include a complete set of the Jade Mountain School's theoretical research. If the rumor was accurate, this would give him earlier access to the Shukong research than the upper restricted archive of Iron Gate Sect could provide. He had spent 1 week cross-referencing what he knew about the Jade Mountain School's archive against the upper restricted archive at Iron Gate Sect. The evidence suggested the Iron Gate copy was fragmentary. The Azure Meridian copy, if it existed, was described as complete. He would enter the trials. He would advance through the brackets. And when he reached the archive access prize, which the trial structure gave to participants who advanced past the quarterfinal round, he would use every available moment. He registered for the trials 2 weeks before the event, with Shun Yu and, unexpectedly, Mei Ruoshan alongside him. Mei Ruoshan had sought him out at the gallery after the 2nd observation session. "You're entering the trials?" she said. "Yes. I'm entering them too." She looked at him steadily. "We don't have to team up. But if you want to coordinate strategy on the formation theory round, I've seen your technique, and it would be efficient." He looked at her and thought about 3 cycles of accumulated warmth and the specific quality of her precision and the way she had said come back and find me in Cycle 3's last days. "Yes," he said. "I'd like that." She nodded. Efficient, as she had said, but not only efficient. Chapter 44. First round's Azure Peak City was built on a river bend, the kind of city that had grown from a market junction into a regional center and bore the scars and benefits of both phases. Old market district buildings with the low profiles and heavy walls of commercial pragmatism, and newer civic architecture with the height and deliberate elegance of a place asserting regional importance. The cultivation sects had their tournament ground at the city's eastern edge, near the river, a permanent installation that the city maintained because the annual tournaments brought commerce, and because the sect's presence at regional events was, in the current political configuration, useful to have directed toward constructed venues rather than left to find its own outlets. The ground was more formal than Wei Liang had anticipated from the maps he had seen in the registration documentation. Tiered stone seating for several hundred observers, a main combat arena large enough for Foundation establishment-level chi discharge without structural damage, and a secondary arena for technique assessments. What he noticed, which the maps had not shown, was the formation monitoring array that covered the entire ground. It was sophisticated, too sophisticated for a purely administrative competition. It was a surveillance formation, capable of logging chi signatures at the resolution that Luo Fang had exploited. He noted this and adjusted. Anything he demonstrated in this arena was being recorded in detail that exceeded what he had shown in any previous sect context. He would be even more careful. He was at Foundation Establishment Stage 8. His combat style, by this point, had developed across 4 cycles into something that was genuinely his own. Not a copy of any technique lineage, but a synthesis that began with the chi condensation era efficiency he had learned in Cycle 1 and had been refined cycle by cycle into something that a formation monitoring array would log as highly unusual without being able to categorize. This was the tension he had been managing for 4 cycles. He needed to demonstrate enough to compete meaningfully, but what he demonstrated was, at the foundational level, unlike what any standard lineage cultivator would show. The synthesis was real. It was his. But it would not have a recognizable origin. The trials were held in Azure Peak City, 3 days' travel from Iron Gate Sects Mountain. He had not been to Azure Peak City in any previous cycle. This was new terrain, literally, experientially, strategically. He did not have accumulated cycle-over-cycle knowledge of the city's layout, or the Azure Meridian Sects grounds, or the tournament field's formation structure. He was, for the first time in 3 cycles, genuinely encountering something without prior knowledge. It was unexpectedly clarifying. He had become so accustomed to operating with foreknowledge that its absence felt like removing a layer of insulation. Not vulnerable exactly, but more present. He had to actually look at things rather than retrieving them from memory. He had to actually assess the other competitors rather than knowing their history from previous encounters. The Azure Meridian Sects tournament ground was more formal than Iron Gate's challenge arena. a tiered stone structure with formation-reinforced walls and a judging panel seated above the competition level. The first round was individual technique demonstration, which Wei Liang performed with clean foundation establishment stage 8 form. Not stage 9. He was holding at 8 as a presentation choice, maintaining the precisely double speed record calibration he had developed in cycle 3. He could not show everything. The results placed him 4th overall in the first round assessments, which was exactly where he wanted to be. Good enough to advance, not so exceptional that every other competitor was studying him. Xin Yu placed 7th. Mei Ruishan placed 1st, which surprised no one who had seen her cultivate. After the first day's rounds, they sat together in the competitors' lodge and reviewed what they had each observed about the other competitors' technique forms. Wei Liang contributed precision. He had been watching for tactical vulnerabilities, the specific gaps in each competitor's technique that would be exploitable in direct combat. Xin Yu contributed pattern analysis. She had noticed behavioral tics and emotional tells that correlated with specific technique choices under pressure. Mei Ruishan contributed historical context. She had seen most of the top-ranked competitors at previous intersect events and knew their development arcs. Together, they built a tactical picture that was better than any single one of them could have assembled alone. Wei Liang sat in the middle of this and thought, this is what I have been trying to build for 4 cycles. Not just intelligence, not just cultivation strength, but this, people who complement each other, working toward the same thing. He had been doing it in pieces, in service of his own goals, but the thing he was seeing here was more than that. He wanted to protect it. Chapter 45. The regional stage. The second round of the tournament was a formation theory examination that Wei Liang had been looking forward to with specific purpose. The examination format was open book. Cultivators were given 4 hours with a set of formation blueprints and asked to analyze structural weaknesses, propose reinforcement solutions, and identify the optimal activation sequence for a complex multi-layer formation. The results were judged by a panel that included, among others, a senior administrator from the Azure Meridian Sects Archive Division. Wei Liang had prepared for this not just as a competition round, but as a way to establish a legitimate research connection with the Azure Meridian Archive. If he produced an exceptional examination result, the archive administrator would have a legitimate professional reason to want to talk to him further, which was a more durable access channel than the tournament's basic archive access. He worked the formation examination with the full depth of 4 cycles accumulated knowledge of formation theory, not just the standard sect curriculum, but the theoretical synthesis he had developed by reading across multiple lineages, including the Jade Mountain School's formation mathematics framework that was, in the current era, entirely unknown outside his own memory. His solution was not just correct. It was 200 years ahead of the current theoretical framework. The examination panel asked to speak to him before the results were posted. He sat in front of 3 formation theorists and answered their questions carefully, framing the innovations in terms of first principles derivation from public knowledge, which was technically true, and watching their faces as they confirmed that the derivations were valid and genuinely represented work they had not seen before. The archive administrator at the end of the panel said, "I would like to extend an invitation to visit our archive at your convenience, independent of the tournament proceedings. Your theoretical work here has references that our restricted collection may be relevant to." This was, Wei Liang reflected, the best outcome he had planned for. He had the access invite before the alliance with Luo Fang, which meant if the Luo Fang situation deteriorated, he still had the access. "I would be honored," he said, with complete sincerity. The brackets advanced over 3 days. Wei Liang won his second-round combat match against a core formation stage 1 cultivator from the Silkgrass sect through the same redirecting patience approach he had developed against Zhao Peng in Cycle 1 and refined against Deng Hao in Cycle 3. The Silkgrass cultivator was stronger in raw output. Core formation against Wei Liang's foundation establishment stage 8 was a significant gap, but the gap was survivable for a cultivator who understood how to work inside someone's attack radius and redirect force. He took 3 solid hits and won on the 4th exchange. Xin Yu advanced through her bracket with the wind path mobility that was becoming genuinely distinctive. Her combat style was not powerful, but it was exceptionally hard to hit. She moved in the small, unpredictable spirals of her cultivation attribute, and the competitors she faced found themselves throwing techniques at someone who was not where they expected her to be. She reached the quarterfinals. Mei Ruishan was in a different bracket and was simply winning, cleanly, technically, without apparent effort. She had been at core formation stage 4 for 2 years, and her technique refinement was at the level where raw power was a secondary consideration. Her execution was precise enough to make every unit of that power count. The archive access prize was available to all quarterfinal entrants. Wei Liang confirmed this with the tournament administration on the second day, paying for the information with a polite question that he framed as routine interest. The librarian access would be granted on the fourth evening, while the semifinals were running. He had, therefore, one extended library session in which to find what he needed. He had been compiling the research priorities across 4 cycles. He knew the Jade Mountain School's theoretical framework from the fragments he had read. He knew the questions the fragments couldn't answer, the specific mechanism of fate meridian severing, the cultivation state required, the technique form, the risk factors. He knew these questions because he had been building toward them since Cycle 2 when he first read the damaged record that said, having severed the thread of binding fate, she advanced once without return. One session. He would not waste it. Chapter 46. Magistra Luo Fang. The formation theory examination had made him visible in exactly the way he had planned and slightly more visible than he had intended. He had prepared for the attention of the archive administrator, which was the outcome he was targeting. What he had not fully anticipated was the speed at which word traveled from the archive administrator to Luo Fang, and the quality of Luo Fang's attention once she received the report. She was at the examination results posting when he arrived to read the scores. She was not there for the scores, she was there for him. He saw her see him, and saw the assessment that moved across her face, and understood immediately that she had already read his examination submission and had formed a more complete picture of what she was dealing with than he had prepared for. Formations from before the sundering, she said, without preamble. The theoretical framework in your examination work is from the pre-sundering era. I recognize the structural signatures. They matched the Jade Mountain School's mathematical notation. He said nothing. You've accessed Jade Mountain School materials, she continued, which are extremely rare and largely confined to specific restricted archives. She paused. One of which is mine. I have not accessed the Azure Meridian Restricted Archive, he said. This was true. No, she agreed. Not yet. She looked at him steadily. But you came here with that as your objective. She was better than he had modeled. He adjusted. I came here to compete, he said, and to access whatever research materials the tournament access provides. The tournament access is the junior collection. The restricted section requires specific authorization. She tilted her head slightly. Which I can provide. He looked at her. He had known, of course, that the Alliance was coming. That was why he had prepared both the Alliance path and the examination administrator path. But the quality of her approach was faster and more direct than he had anticipated. She had done a significant amount of work between seeing his examination submission and this conversation. What do you want, he said. What I told you when I introduced myself, she said. Your techniques. And an explanation of where that theoretical framework comes from. She paused. I am offering a fair exchange. I want you to understand that before you decide. He looked at her. She was being honest about wanting something, which was a form of respect. He was almost certain, going to violate the exchange when it suited her, which was not. Tell me the terms, he said. She introduced herself on the second day of the tournament. Wei Liang had been observing her since the first round. Magistra Luo Fang was Grand Elder of the Azure Meridian sect, not technically a competitor, but present at the tournament as a judge and patron, which gave her access to the competition grounds and the competitor's lodge and every conversation happening at the event. She was core formation stage 8, which placed her among the most powerful cultivators Wei Liang had encountered in any cycle. She moved with the efficiency of someone who had resolved the question of their own power long ago and now devoted their attention to other things. What she was currently attending to, Wei Liang. He had noticed her watching from the first round. Not obviously, she was too experienced and too careful for obvious watching. But she was tracking him with an attention that was different from the ambient spectator interest, and by the second day, he had confirmed it. She had been in the audience for each of his matches, positioned with sight lines that were too convenient to be coincidental, and she had been asking questions of the tournament administrator about his registration background. He had thought carefully about what this meant before she approached. She was a powerful, intelligent, politically skilled cultivator who had noticed something unusual about him. The most likely interpretation was that she had noted his advancement rate, Foundation Establishment Stage 8 at age 17, reaching intersect status faster than anyone in the current decade, and was assessing him as a potential resource. Powerful cultivators at regional events often watched for exceptional prospects from smaller sections. The most dangerous interpretation was that she had noted something else, some quality of his cultivation that went beyond simple speed. He had been careful about what he showed, but careful across 4 cycles of accumulated cultivation knowledge was still producing results that were qualitatively different from ordinary fast advancement. She sat down across from him in the competitor's lodge. Wei Liang, she said. Not a question. Magistra Luo Fang, he said. You know me, she said. Not surprised, pleased. I observe carefully. So do I. She looked at him with the specific attention of someone used to reading people accurately. You move like someone who has done this before. Not just cultivated, done this. This kind of competitive tournament. The positioning, the performance calibration, the way you track the other competitors with the assessment of someone who has been in this specific situation before. He was very still. I haven't competed at this level before, he said. No, she agreed. But you've done something like it. She tilted her head slightly. I'm curious about the something. He looked at her. He needed her archive access. The Azure Meridian archive was specifically what he had come for, and Luo Fang controlled it. This was a negotiation, and she was making the opening move. I have an unusual cultivation background, he said carefully. I learn from experience more efficiently than most. Experience you shouldn't have at 17. Experience is not always tied to age. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, I have a proposal. Alliance for the semifinals. Your tactical precision combined with my sect's resources. In exchange, full archive access. Not just the tournament tier, but the restricted section. He held very still. The restricted section. That was where the complete Jade Mountain School research would be. What do you want from the Alliance? He said. She smiled. The precise smile of someone who has been making negotiations for 40 years and finds them pleasant rather than stressful. Your techniques. Not your secrets, your techniques. Several of the things you've demonstrated have an architecture I haven't seen before. I want to study them. He thought about this carefully. He could share techniques that he had accumulated across cycles. Things that were his, genuinely his, because he had worked them out or memorized them. Sharing them did not take anything from him. It might create obligations, but obligations could be managed. Agreed, he said. With one condition. Name it. The archive access comes first. Before the semifinals. She studied him. Then, you need something specific. Yes. The restricted section access is tomorrow evening. She stood. It will be ready. She walked away. Wei Liang sat with the cold sensation in his chest and thought about Luo Fang and what he knew about her and what he didn't know, and filed everything under active observation required. Chapter 47. Alliance formed. The first thing he clarified with Luo Fang was the scope of your techniques. She wanted to study the structural foundation of what she had identified as pre-sundering technique architecture. He was willing to share the theoretical framework, the principles and mathematical notation of the Jade Mountain School's formation theory, which he had reconstructed from fragments, without sharing the specific applications he had developed that were distinctively his own. This distinction was subtle enough that it required a significant amount of careful description to make clear, but Luo Fang was intelligent enough to understand it when it was laid out in detail. She probed the edges of the boundary several times, testing whether he would move it, and found each time that the boundary was exactly as fixed as he had described. She accepted this with the particular grace of someone who recognizes that a partial gain is still a gain. The theoretical framework alone is worth more than what I had expected, she said. It's genuinely what I have to offer in the exchange, he said. The rest is personal work that isn't transferable. She looked at him with the assessment expression. You're very careful about what belongs to you. I've learned to be, he said, which was truer than she could know. She laid out the archive access terms. He would have full restricted section access for 3 hours on the evening of the third competition day, supervised by the archive administrator who had already expressed interest in his work. He would have access to the full Jade Mountain School collection. He agreed. They shook hands. He noticed, as they did so, that her handshake had a specific quality. She made and held eye contact through it. Not a power play, but a verification. She was checking if he was who he presented as. He met the look directly. He was not performing anything. The alliance worked, technically. Luo Fang had resources, experience, and a regional political position that made certain tournament proceedings easier to navigate. Wei Liang had tactical precision and a quality of combat preparation that was, at this stage, producing results that several tournament observers were quietly discussing as unprecedented. They spent the evening before the quarterfinals reviewing the bracket. Luo Fang's analytical framework was different from Wei Liang's. She prioritized power differentials and technique lineage, while Wei Liang prioritized behavioral pattern and timing gaps. The combination produced a richer picture than either alone. She was, Wei Liang found, genuinely interesting to work with. Intelligent in a way that was both familiar and different from the people he'd been surrounded by. Not Shen Yu's precise pattern recognition, not Mei Ruishan's technical depth, but a political intelligence that understood the social architecture of large groups in the way that Wei Liang understood small ones. She knew how rooms worked. She knew who was positioning against whom and why. She knew which tournament officials had debts to which sect patrons and how those debts shaped the judging margins. He found himself genuinely engaged. He also noted, in the careful corner of his attention, that she was studying him. Not aggressively. She was too skilled to be obvious about it, but consistently. She was building a model of how he thought, and the model was getting better as they worked together. He would keep this awareness active. Xinyu, watching from the corridor during the strategy session, waited until Luo Fang left and then came to sit across from Wei Liang. She's very interested in you, Xinyu said. I know. More than the alliance justifies. I know that too. What does she want? He looked at Xinyu steadily. The specific thing she says she wants and the actual thing she wants are probably related but not identical. I'm watching. Good. She paused. I found something in the competitor library today, not the restricted section, just the open collection. A reference to cultivation inheritance techniques. Methods for acquiring cultivation patterns from other practitioners by studying their technique output at close range. She looked at him. If she's been observing your matches with the attention I've noticed, she has enough data to attempt a technique inheritance analysis. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. Technique inheritance analysis was not a standard cultivation practice. It was, technically, a category of knowledge extraction that walked a line between study and theft. Most sects had rules about it. The rules were not consistently enforced. Thank you, he said. The archive session is tomorrow evening, she said. I'll be at the door. You don't have restricted access. No, she agreed. But I can watch who comes in and out. She stood to go. You're not the only one who watches, Wei Liang. He looked at her, 3 cycles of knowing exactly who she was. This specific directness, this complete absence of the need to frame her competence as anything other than itself, and felt the warmth and the grief in equal measure. I know, he said. I'm grateful for it. Chapter 48. The archive. In the hours before the archive session, he ran through everything he knew about the Jade Mountain School. The school had existed 400 years ago, before the continental sundering that had divided the cultivation world into the current system of regional sections. It had been a large institution, probably comparable to the top 3 regional sects of the current era in terms of resources and population, with a research-forward orientation that was unusual for a cultivation institution of that era. Most sects of that period were technique-focused and practically oriented. The Jade Mountain School had done something that its contemporaries apparently found eccentric. It had studied cultivation theoretically, asking not just how cultivation worked but why. This was why it had discovered the resonance anchor phenomenon. Not because one of its disciples happened to experience cyclic reversion, though one did, but because the research orientation that produced the discovery had been building for years before the specific cultivator began cycling. The school's founder had been, from the fragments Wei Liang had read, an extraordinary person, someone whose intellectual range covered cultivation theory, historical cosmology, and the study of consciousness in a way that was genuinely unprecedented for the era. The founder had apparently suspected that certain cultivation phenomena were not self-contained, that they extended beyond the individual cultivator and interfaced with larger cosmic structures. The cyclic reverter discovery had confirmed this. The fate meridians, the boundary-crossing entities, the way certain exceptional souls resonated with cosmic frequencies that turned major cultivation transitions into events with consequences beyond the cultivating individual. This was the school's core research area, and it had been completely lost in the continental sundering, except for the fragments he had been piecing together across cycles. Until now, the restricted section of the Azure Meridian Library was everything Wei Liang had hoped it would be and exactly as dangerous as he had feared. Luo Fang, true to her word, had arranged the access. He was given 2 hours in the restricted reading room with full shelf access and a no-copy policy that he accepted, and then worked around by using his memory instead of writing instruments. He found the Jade Mountain School collection in the second row of the restricted archive, labeled clearly. The Azure Meridian sect had evidently acquired these materials through purchase at some point and maintained them carefully. There were 12 volumes. He had 2 hours. He worked methodically, reading the volumes that were most likely to contain the specific information he needed and extracting the relevant sections with the speed of someone who had been training systematic memory for 4 cycles. Volume 9 contained what he was looking for. On the Fate Meridian and its dissolution, a record of the 7th cyclic cultivator's account, by scholar Rin Hu, written approximately 400 years prior. The account described the 7th cyclic cultivator, the one who had severed the thread and advanced without reset, in detail. The cultivator's name was Yun Bao. She had been a cyclic reverter for 16 cycles before she achieved the severing. She had figured out the technique not through cultivation theory, but through cultivation practice. She had learned, over many cycles, to feel the fate meridian in detail, and she had spent several cycles testing its properties at the boundary threshold rather than crossing through it. When she had finally understood its structure, the way it was rooted in her cultivation system, the way it passed through the boundary and connected to the entity on the other side, she had developed a technique for reversing the flow at the critical moment. The technique was described. He read it 3 times and committed it to memory with the total focus of someone who understood that the words he was reading were the most important words he had ever read. The technique required spirit-severing cultivation level or higher. 2 practitioners of sufficient cultivation combining their meridian output. The combination had to be performed at the exact moment of rank boundary breakthrough. The goal was to create a retrograde flow in the fate meridian at the point of highest stress, the breakthrough threshold, which would reverse the energy transfer from the cultivator to the entity and collapse the connection from the cultivator's side. Spirit severing. 2 practitioners. He was at foundation establishment stage 8. Spirit severing was 3 full cultivation ranks away. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, then spirit severing. He had 4 rank boundaries to cross before he could attempt the technique. For resets, he sat with this for approximately 90 seconds. Then he went back to reading. He had 20 minutes left, and there was more to extract. Chapter 49, Ancient Records. The moment he read Yun Bao's technique specification, a cascade of implications arrived. The first, spirit severing, was the minimum. Yun Bao had been at spirit severing stage 1 when she attempted the severing. The technique was survivable at that level, but only just. The records described the immediate aftermath as catastrophic physical collapse requiring 3 years of recovery cultivation. He needed to be at spirit severing as strongly as possible, not at the minimum. Ideally stage 2 or 3, which would give him the cultivation base to survive the technique's demands. The second, 2 practitioners combining their meridian output, was more specific than it had initially sounded. The technique required both practitioners to be at spirit severing, and they needed to have cultivated together long enough that their chi signatures were harmonized, not identical, but compatible at the resonance level. This could not be improvised. The Jade Mountain School's record described years of paired cultivation practice between the 7th cyclic cultivator and her companion as a prerequisite. He did not have years. He had cycles. But cycles, if used correctly, were years. He and Shun Yu had been cultivating alongside each other, in various ways, across 4 previous cycles. Not with the explicit intention of harmonizing their chi signatures, but the sustained proximity and shared cultivation practice had produced effects. His inner sense of her cultivation felt different from his sense of anyone else's, more immediate, more recognizable. This might be the result of proximity and attention rather than deliberate harmonization, but it might be sufficient. He needed to verify this. In cycles 5 and 6, he and Shun Yu would need to do explicit harmonization practice, specific techniques designed to calibrate their cultivation resonance. The Jade Mountain record described those techniques. He memorized them in the remaining 10 minutes. The third item, the reference to Shukong as a broken immortal ascension cultivator, not a predator but a trapped one, had implications he was still working through as he left the archive. Shukong was not evil. He was desperate. This did not make him less dangerous. A desperate ancient immortal was probably more dangerous than a malicious one because he had no interest in negotiation that didn't serve his specific need, and his specific need was completion of the transcendence he had failed at and had been failing at for centuries. But it changed the nature of the confrontation. He was not fighting a monster. He was fighting a failure. Specifically, the failure of an extraordinary person who had tried something that should not have been tried and had been trapped in the consequences ever since. Wei Liang thought about what that would look like from the inside. He thought about his own cycles. The repeated losses, the accumulated grief, the slow accumulation of purpose from chaos. He had been cycling for, possibly, his entire conscious existence, and he had not gone mad, and he had not given up. Shukong had been cycling for centuries, unable to advance, unable to resolve, feeding on resonance anchors to power attempts that never quite succeeded. He wondered if Shukong felt anything anymore about what he was doing, whether there was grief in it, or just mechanical desperation. He filed the thought and kept walking. He found 3 additional items in the time remaining. The first was a supplementary note on the 7th cyclic cultivator's account, describing what happened after the severing. Yun Bao had advanced to Dao seeking in the following years and had eventually ascended. The note said that after the severing, her cultivation had been cleaner. The fate meridian, while a conduit for theft, had also been a scaffold, and without it she had needed to build her own foundation rather than relying on what the entity had inadvertently provided through the connection. It had been harder, but more genuine. He filed this. Severing might make subsequent cultivation more difficult. He would need to account for this. The second was a reference to Shukong specifically, not the hedge of the entity or the thread keeper, but the name directly, in a text that appeared to be from a different source tradition than the Jade Mountain School materials. The reference described Shukong as an immortal ascension cultivator from the era before the continental sundering who shattered his own timeline in an attempt to achieve true transcendence and instead created a fixed loop, drawing fate energy from rare resonance anchor souls to power a continuous attempt to reconstruct the transcendence he had lost. He stopped reading. Shukong was not a predatory entity by nature. He was a cultivator who had broken something catastrophically and was, in the most fundamental sense, stuck. Every cycle Wei Liang ran was a fragment of fate energy that Shukong fed into his reconstruction attempt. Every reset was Shukong recycling the energy, trying again, not yet succeeding. Shukong had been doing this for longer than the recorded history of the current continental era. He was not malicious. He was desperate. And desperate ancient immortals were, in some ways, more dangerous than malicious ones, because desperation did not respond to negotiation or moral argument. It only responded to resolution or destruction. The third item was a short technical fragment on the relationship between resonance anchor souls and the entities that bonded with them. The fragment's most relevant line: the anchor and the keeper exist in a reciprocal dependency. As the anchor grows stronger across cycles, so too does the keeper's hold on the anchor. But this also means, as the anchor weakens the keeper's hold, the keeper itself is weakened. This was critical. Every time he resisted the reset, held at stage 9, used the delay technique, he was, however slightly, weakening Shukong's hold. Not enough to matter individually, but accumulated across cycles. Every deliberate delay was a reduction in the energy Shukong harvested, which was a reduction in Shukong's reconstruction progress. He had been, without knowing it, doing incremental damage to the entity's project with every cycle he refused to break through immediately. He memorized the fragment completely and sat with what he had learned. Spirit severing. 2 practitioners. For more resets. He could do this. He just needed to move faster than he ever had before. Chapter 50. Luo Fang's Betrayal. He had liked Luo Fang. That was the specific texture of this particular betrayal. In previous cycles, the betrayals he had experienced, Shen Wuji's Qi mirror-induced observation filing, Zhang Kang's planted evidence, by his theft, had been from people whose capacity for betrayal he had understood in advance. He had been prepared for them because he had categorized them correctly. He had not been naive. With Luo Fang, he had been more open. He had assessed her as intelligent, politically skilled, genuinely capable, and, he had thought, honest enough in the specific way of someone who operated in high-stakes negotiations and understood that a reputation for keeping one's word was practically valuable. He had thought she was the kind of person who cheated systems but kept personal agreements. He had been wrong about this. What he should have known: people with political intelligence at Luo Fang's level often did not make the distinction between systems and personal agreements that he was attributing to her. The same skills that let her navigate complex multi-party negotiations also made her very good at identifying moments when the agreement itself could be exploited. She had agreed to an alliance. The alliance had given her access. The access had revealed something she wanted more than the alliance's value. She had taken it. This was, in retrospect, entirely predictable from the information he had. He had allowed the genuine engagement, the intellectual pleasure of working with someone who thought in genuinely different patterns from anyone he knew, to blur his assessment. He filed this as a lesson he would carry forward. Genuine enjoyment of working with someone is not evidence against their capacity for betrayal. These things can coexist. The betrayal happened on the morning of the semifinals. He had been prepared for it. Not specifically, he had not known the exact form it would take, but he had maintained the awareness that Luo Fang was studying him for reasons beyond the stated alliance. And he had been quietly preparing the documentation and the escape routes that would be relevant if that studying resolved into action. What happened was precise and elegant. During the night, Luo Fang had accessed the technique observation records that the tournament's formation array automatically generated for all match participants. Records that captured Qi output signatures at high resolution. Exactly the kind of data a technique inheritance analyst would need. She had then filed, with the tournament authority, a formal claim of undocumented technique lineage, essentially accusing Wei Liang of using techniques that did not belong to his registered sect, which would require his registration to be reviewed and any techniques flagged as non-standard to be attributed to their original source. The original source, per the claim, was the Azure Meridian sect's proprietary technique archive. This was false. The techniques Wei Liang used were derived from public domain cultivation manuals, personal synthesis, and the accumulated knowledge of 4 cycles. none of which were attributable to the Azure Meridian sect. But the claim created an ambiguity that the tournament authority had to investigate, which suspended Wei Liang's standing pending review and potentially exposed his technique archive to an attribution audit. The audit, if conducted, would show things that could not be explained. He was in the competitor's lodge when Xinyu appeared at the door. Her face had the specific quality of someone who has just verified that a situation is exactly as bad as they expected. "The claim is filed," she said. "I know. I felt the formation array access last night. You were watching. I'm always watching." He stood. "I need to address this before the morning session." The address was a formal tournament challenge, a right available to any competitor who disputed a lineage claim. He filed the challenge within the hour, attaching a full documentation of his technique derivations, sourced to public texts and dated to his sect registration, that established an unbroken chain of development that was entirely independent of the Azure Meridian sect's proprietary archive. It was not a clean argument. The techniques he had accumulated across cycles had sources that were, technically, multiple. Things he had read in one cycle were unavailable documentation in another. But the presentation was clean enough, the public sources were real enough, and the documentation was thorough enough that the investigation stalled without resolution. Stalling was sufficient. The tournament could not exclude him on an unresolved dispute. He found Luo Fang in the judging gallery before the first semifinal match. She was watching him approach with an expression that was neither apologetic nor defensive, the expression of someone who has made a calculated move and is assessing the outcome. "Tidy response," she said. "Thank you," he said. "I want you to understand something. Tell me. I came to this tournament for information. I got it. Whatever else happens here is secondary." He looked at her steadily. "You tried to take my techniques. You failed. I'm not going to pursue the failure further because pursuing it would cost me time I need for other things. But I want you to know that I know exactly what you tried, and I'm telling you so that you have accurate information about the situation." She studied him. "Why tell me?" "Because accurate information leads to better decisions," he said. "Including yours." She looked at him for a long time. Something moved in her expression, not quite respect, but something adjacent to it. "You're strange," she said. "I've been told." He walked away and went to prepare for the semifinal. Chapter 51, Fighting Free. The formal complaint against Luo Fang's unauthorized formation array access moved faster than he had expected because Xinyu was efficient. He had asked her to document the access violation. She had documented it, but she had also, in the 6 hours between his request and the morning of the semifinals, independently tracked the chain of evidence from Luo Fang's access to the Qi signature analysis she had conducted, and had built a complete documentation package that was not just sufficient for a complaint but sufficient for a formal sanctions request against the Azure Meridian sect's patron standing. When he read the documentation, he said, "This is better than what I would have built." "You would have built it the same way," she said. "Eventually. You got there faster." She accepted this without modifying it. The technique inheritance framework she used requires 3 stages of analysis between the access and the usable output. I traced each stage from the formation array logs. The evidence chain is complete. He looked at her. "When did you learn formation array forensics?" "While you were in the archive. I found a reference text on formation monitoring systems in the Open Competitor Library." She paused. "I've been watching you build evidence chains since Cycle 5 started. The methodology is not difficult to understand once you see it applied correctly. I just applied it to this situation." He was looking at her with an expression he could not control. She noticed it. "What?" she said. "Nothing," he said. You're remarkable. That's all." She received this with the flat directness she received everything. "You already knew that," she said. "I know," he said. "I'm just noting it again because it's still true." She turned back to the documentation. He looked at the evidence package for a moment longer, thinking about the difference between knowing someone's ceiling and watching them exceed it. The semifinal match was against a cultivator from the Silkgrass sect's senior team, a core formation stage 3 practitioner with 6 years of intersect experience. Wei Liang was at foundation establishment stage 8. The gap was not closable through technique efficiency. He was going to lose this match. That was acceptable. What was not acceptable was losing in a way that exposed his technique archive to further scrutiny, which Luo Fang's failed claim had pointed toward. He needed to win the quarterfinal in a way that was convincing, lose the semifinal cleanly, and then use the dispute to challenge Luo Fang's own conduct in front of the assembled tournament authority. He had spent the morning preparing the challenge submission. Xinyu, who had advanced to the quarterfinals and then been eliminated by the same core formation stage 3 practitioner he was about to face, had helped him document the formation array access violation, the unauthorized use of competitor Qi signature records, as a separate formal complaint. The match went as projected. He held his own for 4 minutes against someone 2 full stages above him, which was its own demonstration of technique quality, and then was defeated cleanly. No injuries, no misconduct, just a loss. After the match, he submitted the formal complaint about the unauthorized formation array access. It was a serious violation. The tournament array records were protected under competitor privacy rules, and accessing them for technique analysis purposes was explicitly prohibited. Luo Fang's access log was documented in the array's activity record. She had not thought to cover it because she had not expected to be caught. The complaint was received by the tournament authority with the specific attention that accompanied complaints with complete evidentiary documentation. Luo Fang was suspended from the judging panel pending investigation. He walked out of the tournament grounds into the Azure Peak City afternoon, Xinyu beside him, and felt the particular satisfaction of having used a betrayal to expose a betrayer with the precise efficiency of someone who had been preparing for exactly this for years. That was well done, Xinyu said. We did it together. You did the preparation. I did the documentation. Same thing, he said. She looked at him. No, it isn't. She paused. But it's the right attitude. They walked back to the competitor's lodge in the late afternoon light, and he thought about what he had found in the archive and the 4 resets that stood between him and the technique that would end it. He was going to tell her tonight. All of it. Chapter 52. Xinyu understands it had been raining in Azure Peak City for 3 days, a steady autumn rain that made the cobblestones outside the competitor's lodge gleam and the indoor lamps brighter by contrast, and the quality of the rain, enclosed, intimate, slightly apart from the normal rhythms of the tournament, gave the evening something that felt appropriate for what he was about to do. He had been thinking about how to do this since cycle 3. Not what to say, he knew what to say. He had been carrying the information across cycles, and he knew its shape and structure, and what parts were hardest, and what parts were most important, and what sequence made the most sense for someone encountering it fresh. He had been through it in his own mind hundreds of times. What he had been thinking about was how to be present while he said it. There was a specific mode he fell into when delivering difficult information, a slight detachment, the quality of a technician managing a procedure. He had learned to use it in cycle 1 and had relied on it in cycles 2 through 4. It protected him. If he was the technician, he did not have to be the person who was also afraid of the information he was delivering. He could maintain the careful management that made the information land well for the recipient rather than badly. But he was not going to do that this time. He was going to be afraid of the information he was delivering because it was frightening, and he was going to let Xinyu see that he was afraid, and he was going to deliver it anyway. Because she had been asking him, across 4 cycles in various ways, to be actually present rather than carefully managed. Because she deserved the actual person, not the technician. He sat across from her in the quiet lodge and said, "There's something I've needed to tell you for a long time, and I've been telling you pieces of it in different ways across different cycles, and tonight I'm going to tell you all of it. And it's frightening. So I need you to know in advance that what you're seeing from me tonight is real, not performed." She looked at him steadily. "Okay," she said. He told her everything in the competitor's lodge. Late in the evening, after the tournament's semi-final results had been posted, and the other competitors were celebrating or consoling themselves elsewhere. He started from the beginning. Cycle 1. The cart, Iron Gate sect, the first breakthrough and the first reset. He described Cycle 2's investigation and the delay technique. He described Cycle 3's inner sect access and the Jade Mountain fragments, and the moment he had felt the silver thread for the first time. He described Cycle 4's accelerated timeline and the archive session and what he had found. He held nothing back. Spirit severing. 2 practitioners. For more resets. Xinyu listened with the total focused attention that was characteristic of her at her best, not interrupting, not performing, just receiving. When he finished, she was quiet for a while. Then, the second practitioner, she said. For the thread severing technique. Yes. It has to be someone who can reach spirit severing too. Yes. And you've already decided it should be me. He looked at her. She looked back with those direct eyes, not asking a question, stating what she had already understood. You're at Qi condensation stage 7 currently, he said. In cycle 5, if you have the full picture from the beginning, you can accelerate. In cycle 6, the one where I plan to attempt the severing, you can reach spirit severing with enough lead time to prepare. Cycle 6, she said. That's 2 more resets. You'll reset twice between now and then. Yes. And I won't remember either of them. No. She was quiet for a moment. But you'll find me again. Yes. Always. She nodded slowly. Then in cycle 5, when you come back, you'll tell me this again. Everything. From the beginning. And in cycle 5, I'll start preparing as if cycle 6 is the attempt. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. You're planning several cycles out now. I have to. The preparation requirements are too long for a single cycle. That means you've been doing this longer than you've been conscious of the cycles. He had not thought of it in exactly these terms before. He considered it. Yes, he said. That's right. Then the grief, she said, and stopped. What about it? The grief has been accumulating since before your conscious memory. You're carrying grief for resets you don't remember. He sat with this. It arrived with the specific weight of something true that he had been circling without naming. Yes, he said. I think that's probably right. She put her hand on the table between them, not reaching toward him, just placing it there. An offering rather than a demand. He put his hand beside hers. The same gesture, the same meaning. They sat like that for a while in the quiet of the competitors' lodge, with the tournament sounds fading outside and the stars beginning to show through the window. Chapter 53, Final Round. And after before the final match, Mei Ruishan found him in the competitor preparation area. She was at core formation stage 4 and had been eliminated in the quarterfinals by a competitor from the Thousand Peaks sect who had specialized in a defense disruption technique that was specifically calibrated for the foundation establishment to core formation transition range. She had handled the loss with the clean-edged acceptance of someone who assessed accurately and moved on rather than dwelling. The Luo Fang complaint, she said. Yes. It was completely documented before the incident. I observed the access violation when it was happening, he said. I prepared the documentation immediately. She looked at him. You expected her to betray you. I considered it possible. And you went into the alliance anyway. I needed the archive access and she was the fastest route to it. A pause. Was it worth it? What you found in the archive? He considered how to answer this. He had told Xinyu the full truth the previous evening. Mei Ruishan, Cycle 4's Mei Ruishan, who had known him for 3 months and had been cautious but warm, did not have the context to receive the full truth yet. Yes, he said. It was worth everything. She studied him with the precise quality of her attention. You look different, she said. Different from what? From when we arrived. Something changed last night. I shared something important with someone, he said. It helped. She nodded slowly. Good, she said. That's good. She turned to go, then stopped. Wei Liang, the way you work, the preparation, the documentation, the attention to every detail. It must be exhausting. It's necessary. That doesn't mean it isn't exhausting. She paused. You're allowed to have people who help you carry things. You don't have to do everything alone. He looked at her. 3 cycles of knowing her. 4 cycles of meeting her at this particular quality of perception. I know that now, he said. I'm learning it. She nodded. Good, she said again, and left. He stood in the preparation area for a moment, thinking about what Mei Ruishan did not know and would know, eventually, in cycles to come. About the patience required to build a genuine relationship with someone when the building had to start over every few months. About what she would feel, in some future cycle, when she understood what he had been carrying. He went into the final round. He defeated Luo Fang's champion in the final round. This required clarification. Luo Fang, suspended from the judging panel but still active as a patron, had fielded her champion disciple in the final bracket against Wei Liang. It was a direct response to the complaint, not subtle, not disguised, a clear expression of what Luo Fang thought of people who exposed her conduct publicly. The champion was an Azure Meridian inner disciple at Core Formation Stage 2, who had been specifically trained in the kind of pressure combat that was supposed to break Foundation Establishment cultivators. Wei Liang was at Foundation Establishment Stage 8. The fight lasted 11 minutes, which was the longest match he had ever run. The Azure Meridian champion was technically skilled, patient, and willing to take damage. A combination Wei Liang recognized from his own combat philosophy, which was either ironic or instructive. He had adapted his approach on the fly. If the opponent was also using the patience and redirection method, the match became about who could maintain that patience longer under accumulating damage. He could maintain it longer. He had 4 cycles of emotional endurance practice that were not reflected in the cultivation record. At the 11-minute mark, the champion's technique control degraded under the accumulated impact load. Wei Liang applied the specific joint redirect he had developed against Deng Hao in Cycle 3. Take the extended attack at its furthest reach and use the overextension as a lever, and the champion landed outside the boundary. The tournament authority, noting the circumstances, gave the win a specific quality of acknowledgement that Luo Fang was visibly unhappy with. Wei Liang collected his prize, returned the archive passes in good order, and began the 3-day journey back to Iron Gate sect with Xinyu and Mei Ruishan walking beside him in the morning light. You won, Mei Ruishan said. We won, he said. I lost in the quarterfinals. You reached the quarterfinals and held your bracket position and contributed essential intelligence on 3 competitors whose outcomes affected the team's positioning. She looked at him. Team's positioning. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you think in team terms. I'm learning to, he said, which was truer than she could know. They walked in the morning light, and the tournament ground fell behind them, and ahead was the mountain road back to Iron Gate sect, and the cultivation work that remained, and Wei Liang held the memory of the archive and the technique specifications and the foreset plan in the same mental compartment as the warmth of these two people walking beside him. For more resets. For more times beginning. For more times losing this. And then, no more. Chapter 54. Core formation. The formation of the cultivator's core was, from the practitioner's perspective, the most physically dramatic transition in the standard cultivation ranks. Foundation establishment built structure. Core formation collapsed that structure into density, took the carefully constructed pathways and connections of foundation establishment, and compressed them into a seed of concentrated chi that then burned hot enough to power everything that came after. The metaphor in the standard texts was a seed, something vast compressed into something small, which then had the potential to grow beyond anything the original structure could have supported. For Wei Liang, crossing into core formation for the first time. Cycle 4 was the first time he had reached this boundary, all previous cycles having reset at foundation establishment, was a physical shock that no amount of theoretical preparation had fully readied him for. The compression was not gradual. It happened in approximately 4 seconds of absolute, consuming intensity, and then it was over and he was sitting in the inner sect meditation hall, with every meridian ringing like a struck bell and a small, hot, furiously alive thing at the center of his chest that was his core. The silver thread blazed. Shukong had felt it. The boundary crossing had happened, not a rank boundary that triggered a reset, but the first major stage boundary crossing at core formation, which was still a significant event in the Fate Meridian's terms. He could feel Shukong's attention sharpening, the entity's awareness turning toward him with the specific quality of a much larger hunger. He had not reset. This boundary was within a rank, not between ranks. But the thread's response was strong enough that he had to spend 3 hours running recovery cultivation before the blazing faded to its normal bright pulse. He was at core formation stage 1. He had 5 months left in cycle 4's allocated timeline. He would reach core formation stage 9, and then the foundation establishment completion boundary, which was the rank boundary that triggered the reset, in approximately 4 months. 1 more month after that. He had everything he needed from cycle 4. The archive materials were memorized. The technique specifications were complete. The Yunshire connection was mapped. The Void Palace location was confirmed. He used the remaining time. He completed the foundation establishment rank in the 5th month of cycle 4. He had been sitting at stage 9 for 3 weeks, using the delay technique and doing something he had not done in previous cycles. Feeling the silver thread at the boundary with the specific attention of someone who now knew what it was and what it did. He was learning it. He pressed his perception against it and learned its character the way a craftsman learns a material, its weight, its tension, its response to pressure, the places where it was flexible and the places where it was rigid. The thread was, he confirmed, bidirectional. It did not only carry energy from him to Shukong at the breakthrough moment. It was always conducting in both directions at a low level, not draining him noticeably, but present, a constant faint current. This explained the cold sensation he had felt since arriving at Iron Gate sect in cycle 1. Not anxiety, not premonition. The thread, always active, always transmitting. He had been connected to Shukong since before he knew Shukong existed. Probably since birth. He sat with this for a while. Then he pushed through the foundation establishment completion and reset. And the world unmade itself for the 4th time, and he was in the cart for the 5th arrival, and he pressed his hand against his sternum and felt the silver thread and said to himself, 1 step closer. Chapter 55. The thread grows brighter between cycle 4's reset and cycle 5's beginning. In the non-time that he could not account for, but could sometimes feel the shape of, something had changed. He had been in that between space. The high, cold place with no stars. The vast patient presence turning toward him, since the first reset. What he had felt there, across cycles, was consistent. Shukong's satisfied attention, the sense of a feed cycle completing, the quality of something very old and very still receiving what it had been waiting for. In cycle 5's between space, he felt something different. It was subtle, easy to miss, especially given that the between space was not a place where subtle distinctions were easy to hold. But he felt it. Alongside Shukong's satisfaction, there was something else. Attention. A quality of attention that was not satisfied but alert, as if something had changed in the expected pattern. He thought about this while sitting in the cart. He had, in cycle 4, done something different from previous cycles. He had spent time actively examining and manipulating the silver thread, pressing his chi awareness against it, learning its properties. testing its tension at the boundary threshold. This was not a violent intervention. He had not tried to sever it, had not even tried to weaken it. But he had paid it attention in a way that was qualitatively different from passive endurance. Had Shukong noticed? Was that what the tension in the between space had been? Shukong noticing that his anchor was paying attention to the tether? He filed this as high priority and decided, in cycle 5, be more careful about how he examined the thread. Not because he was afraid of Shukong noticing. Eventually the confrontation was inevitable, but because premature escalation before he had the spirit-severing technique ready would put him in a fight he was not yet equipped to win. Cycle 5, first week. The silver thread was now visible. Not to anyone else. There was no chi manifestation, no physical light, nothing that another cultivator could observe. But to Wei Liang's own inner perception, even in the completely uncultivated state of the reset body, the thread was a clear and present thing. He could see its direction, outward from his sternum, upward through some angle that was not quite physical space, toward whatever location Shukong occupied. He could feel its pulse, the faint regular current that had always been there, now distinguishable as a rhythm, like a very slow heartbeat. The thread was feeding. Even now, in this uncultivated body, even with the cultivation reset to 0, the thread was drawing something. He could feel the draw. Not his cultivation, he had none. Something else. Some quality of his presence, his existence, his accumulated consciousness. He thought about what he knew of fate energy. It was not cultivation energy. It was a different substrate, related to the quality of a life lived rather than the specific cultivation achievements within it. Which meant the thread was drawing fate energy even between cycles, even at the reset point, even before he began cultivating again. He had been feeding Shukong continuously for the entire span of his existence. The anger that arrived with this realization was clean and cold, and exactly the fuel he needed. He did not let it consume his thinking. He used it. Cycle 5 was the preparation cycle. He would reach spirit severing, the first practitioner. He would find Xinyu and tell her everything. Not in the measured, well-timed way he had been managing information releases, but completely, from the first conversation, because she needed the full picture to begin her own spirit-severing acceleration in Cycle 5 and be ready for the attempt in Cycle 6. He pressed his hand against his sternum, feeling the thread's pulse. Not much longer, he thought. I found the technique. I know the requirements. 2 practitioners. Spirit severing. The breakthrough threshold. I'm coming. Chapter 56. Ruins and Records. Xinyu, in Cycle 5's second month, had already developed to Foundation Establishment Stage 2. He had been watching her progress with the specific quality of attention that came from knowing both what she was and what she was capable of. The Xinyu that had existed across 4 cycles, always precise, always present, always growing. But he had never before given her the full information from the beginning, and the effect of giving someone the full picture from the beginning rather than building toward it slowly was remarkable. She was not just cultivating. She was cultivating with purpose calibrated to a specific endpoint, which was categorically different from general advancement. Every technique choice, every resource allocation, every training session was oriented towards spirit severing on a specific timeline. The focused intentionality produced an efficiency that exceeded even his model of her capability. She had also, within the first 2 weeks, begun developing cultivation methods that he had not seen before. The wind path techniques she used had, across cycles, accumulated in her practice and produced variations. In Cycle 5, with the full theoretical framework and the full timeline and the full understanding of why she was doing what she was innovating, building new techniques from the synthesis of what he had taught her and her own wind attribute intuition. He watched this and felt something he had not expected, the pleasure of being surprised. He had thought he knew what her development ceiling was, because he had watched her develop across 4 cycles. He had been wrong. He had known what she could do within the framework of cycles where she did not have full information. With full information, she was doing something he had not modeled. She was better than he had thought. He was intensely grateful for it. In Cycle 5's second month, he discovered the Void Palace. He had not planned to find it this early. In the outline of Cycle 5 that he had built during the reset transition, the Void Palace was a Cycle 6 discovery, something he would find with Xunyu at the point where they had enough cultivation to handle what was inside. He had imagined it as the dramatic penultimate discovery, the place where everything came together. What actually happened was less dramatic and more useful. He was in the inner sect restricted archive, following up on the Jade Mountain School materials from Cycle 4, when he found a map. Not a complete map, a fragment, water-damaged, with perhaps 60% of the original ink still legible. It depicted a mountain formation that looked like the Iron Gate sect mountain viewed from above, but with additional structures marked that were not in the current sect records. The most prominent additional structure was labeled Shuming, literally Void Palace Hall. Its position on the fragment map was below the current sect's foundation level in the mountain itself. He had been walking over the Void Palace for 5 cycles without knowing it was there. He spent 3 days verifying the map fragment against the current sect structure, moving through the foundation-level access tunnels that maintenance workers used, mapping what he could feel with his foundation establishment chi sensing against the map's notation. The correspondence was real. The additional structures existed. He could feel them below the current foundation level, sealed with a chi formation that was so old its baseline hum was indistinguishable from ambient, but present if you knew what to listen for. The Void Palace was not somewhere else. It was here. He had been living above it for 5 cycles. He did not enter it. He was at Foundation Establishment Stage 6, in Cycle 5's second month, with the Spirit Severing Plan requiring him to stay on timeline. Entering the Void Palace at this cultivation level would be extremely dangerous. Whatever was inside had been sealed there for centuries and would be calibrated for higher-level cultivation than he currently had. But he marked the entrance location, precisely, in his memory. And he told Xinyu. Chapter 57. 2 practitioners. There was a conversation he had been preparing for since Cycle 4. In Cycle 3, he had told Xinyu the truth, but the edited version, the emotionally managed version, the version where he chose what to include based on what she could handle. In Cycle 4, he had told her more, but still managed the order and the emphasis. He had been treating the truth as something to be delivered rather than shared, a payload rather than a gift. In Cycle 5, he had decided to be different. He was going to tell her everything, but not as a presentation, as a conversation. He was going to tell her, and then stop talking and let her respond and ask and push back and feel whatever she felt about it. And he was going to stay present for all of it rather than managing it from a slight distance. This was harder than it sounded. For cycles of managing information had produced habits that he had to actively resist. The impulse to gauge her reaction and adjust his emphasis. The impulse to move past the parts that were hardest to hear. The impulse to be strategic even in the moments that deserved to be human. He resisted the impulses. He told her everything. He told her about his mother, which he had never told anyone. The way she had been patient, the way she had taught him the difference between endurance and collapse, the way he had carried her across cycles in a private pocket of memory that he had not examined closely in case it fell apart. He told her about the grief in all its accumulated weight, not the contained version, but the full weight that he normally kept in the running position. He told her about Shukong, not just the factual description, but the moment in the archive when he had understood that Shukong was not a monster, but a broken person, and that this was both less frightening and more sad. He told her that he needed her help in a way that he had never needed anyone's help before. She listened through all of it. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You've been alone with this." "Yes. Even when you were telling people. Even in Cycle 3, when you told me the outline." She held his gaze. "You were presenting it. You weren't sharing it." "Yes," he said. "This is different," she said. "I know." She looked at him for a long time. The specific quality of her attention that processed at a depth that other people's attention did not reach. "Then, I'll help you. Not because I'm the best available option for the second practitioner, though I may be. Because I've listened to everything you just told me, and you are my friend, and you are in trouble, and helping you is what I want to do." He did not say anything for a moment. "Thank you," he said finally. Thank you." She nodded. "Now show me the body tempering stage 1 form," she said. "We have work to do." Xinyu, in Cycle 5, had been told everything in the first week. He had not waited. He had found her in the second day of outer sect orientation. She had arrived in the same cart batch, as always, and he had said, "I need to tell you something important, and I need to start today." She had looked at him with the expression of someone who has just met a stranger and is being asked to receive something significant before any basis for trust has been established. "I don't know you," she said. "I know you don't," he said. "But I know you. And what I have to tell you is more important than whether you believe it immediately." He paused. "Give me 1 hour and ask every question you want. If at the end of the hour you think I'm deluded or lying, walk away and I'll leave you alone. But if any part of it sounds like it might be true, I need your help." She looked at him for a long moment. She was, even here, even on the first day, before the cultivation development that would deepen what he knew as her characteristic quality of perception, a person who assessed carefully rather than impulsively. She had the stillness of someone who did not fear taking time to think. 1 hour, she said. He told her. All of it, from the beginning, in the order that made structural sense rather than the order that had felt emotionally safe in previous tellings. He told her about Shukong. He told her about the Fate Meridian. He told her about Yun Bao's technique. He told her about the requirement, Spirit severing, 2 practitioners, cycle 6. He told her that he needed her to be the second practitioner. When he finished, she was quiet for a while. Then she asked 4 questions, each more technically precise than the last, each demonstrating that she had been holding the information in a working framework rather than just listening. At the end of the 4th question, she said, "The technique requires 2 practitioners at spirit severing simultaneously, coordinating their cultivation output at the exact moment of a rank boundary breakthrough. Yes, simultaneously reaching spirit severing by cycle 6 from a current standing of 0 cultivation. Yes, I've never cultivated before. I know. In cycle 5, you'll reach spirit severing. I've watched you develop across 4 cycles. I know exactly what your ceiling is, and it's higher than this sect's records will ever reflect." He met her eyes. "And I'll teach you everything I know." She looked at him for a long time. Then, "Show me the body tempering stage 1 form." He showed her. She ran the form beside him, her first time, with the intuitive precision that was always there in her from the beginning, waiting to be activated. They trained until the dinner bell rang. Chapter 58. The Weight of 5 Cycles in Cycle 5's 3rd month. Grand Patriarch Yunshi appeared at Iron Gate Sect for the first time. He had not appeared in any previous cycle. Wei Liang noticed him immediately, not through prior knowledge, which he did not have for this specific event, but through the cultivator's awareness of power differentials. Yunshi was nascent soul stage 9, peak level, which was the highest cultivation Wei Liang had encountered in any cycle apart from Luo Fang at core formation stage 8. He moved through the sect's receiving ceremony with the absolute ease of someone whose power was so far above the sect's internal hierarchy that the hierarchy was not a practical constraint on him. He was officially visiting as a regional patron, one of the continental-level figures who provided resources to promising sects in exchange for influence over their advancement decisions. This was a standard arrangement in the current cultivation world's political economy. Wei Liang watched him from the inner sect gallery during the receiving ceremony and felt the cold thread in his chest react. Not the silver fate meridian thread, something different. The cold sensation that had been there since cycle 1, the one he had eventually identified as Shukong's presence. It was responding to Yunshi's proximity. He considered the implications carefully over the following 2 days. Shukong existed at the boundaries of cultivation ranks. Yunshi was at nascent soul stage 9, the threshold before spirit severing. If Shukong fed on boundary crossing events, Yunshi was close to a very significant one. The cold thread's response to Yunshi might mean that Yunshi was also connected to Shukong in some way, not as a cyclic reverter, but perhaps as a voluntary connection. A bargain. The records he had found described Yunshi's name in connection with Shukong's activities in the context of cooperative facilitation. One of the historical records he had accessed in Cycle 4 had mentioned Yunshi as someone who had engaged with the Threadkeeper's work in exchange for cultivation support. He had filed this as potentially significant in Cycle 4. He was now filing it as immediately significant. Yunshi knew about Shukong, possibly more than Wei Liang knew. And Yunshi was here, at Iron Gate Sect, in the cycle where Wei Liang was moving towards spirit severing with unprecedented speed. He began watching Yunshi carefully. Core formation arrived in Cycle 5's 4th month. He had accelerated more in Cycle 5 than any previous cycle, not because the technique had changed, but because he was no longer holding back at any stage. He had been, in previous cycles, calibrating for visibility, maintaining precisely double speed to stay within the range of explicable. In Cycle 5, with the spirit severing timeline as the governing constraint, he had abandoned the visibility calibration entirely. The sect records were going to show something unprecedented. He did not care. The timeline mattered more than the concealment. Bai called him to the office in the 5th week. "You're at core formation stage 1, he said. "In 5 weeks. "Yes." A long pause. "Wei Liang," Bai said. "What are you?" He looked at the elder. He had been making versions of this conversation across 5 cycles, each one slightly different, each one dancing around the full truth. In this cycle, he was done dancing. "I've lived through this before," he said. "Multiple times. My cultivation resets at specific intervals, but my memory doesn't. I'm using accumulated knowledge from previous attempts." Bai was very still. "I'm telling you because I'm running out of time to be subtle," Wei Liang said. "And because you deserve to know why I've been using your instruction across multiple cycles without your knowledge." A long silence. Then Bai said, "How many times?" 5, including this one." Bai looked at him with an expression that had moved past Riverstone neutrality into something much more unguarded. Something that was, if Wei Liang read it correctly, the expression of a person who has just had a very long suspicion confirmed. "I have felt, across the time I have known you, that I was remembering someone I had never met, he said slowly. I attributed it to pattern recognition. You resembled, in your cultivation style, a student I had many years ago. That may have been an earlier cycle, Wei Liang said. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. What do you need from me? Access to everything in the upper restricted archive, Wei Liang said. And your silence. You have both, he said. Chapter 59. The threat at nascent Seoul Grand Patriarch Yun Shi made his move in the 7th month. Wei Liang had been watching for it since the 3rd month, when the cold thread had responded to Yun Shi's arrival. He had catalogued every aspect of Yun Shi's behavior during his extended visit. The patron role was legitimate and Yun Shi was performing it, but he was doing other things simultaneously. He was making quiet inquiries about Wei Liang through intermediaries. He was mapping the sect's formation infrastructure, specifically the lower-level access tunnels where the Void Palace entrance was located. And he was, very carefully, attempting to interfere with Shun Yu's cultivation advancement through supply chain manipulation. Her cultivation materials were arriving late or short in ways that were difficult to trace. Wei Liang had been countering the supply chain interference as it happened, routing Shin Yu's materials through alternate channels. He had not confronted Yun Shi directly because he did not yet have complete information on Yun Shi's relationship with Shukong, and confrontation without complete information was wasteful. The move happened on a Tuesday afternoon, when Wei Liang was in the inner sect library and a cultivator he had recently befriended, an inner disciple named Han Miao who had been introduced to him by Yun Shi's administrative assistant, offered him a cultivation technique. The technique was described as a spirit-severing preparation method, specifically adapted for Wei Liang's cultivation style. Han Miao said it had been shared by a senior practitioner who had heard of Wei Liang's exceptional advancement and wanted to offer support. Wei Liang looked at the technique scroll for a long moment. Then he said, "Who gave you this?" Han Miao hesitated in a specific way, not the hesitation of someone with a bad conscience, but the hesitation of someone who had been given a script and was encountering a question the script had not anticipated. A senior practitioner who prefers to remain, Yun Shi, Wei Liang said. The hesitation deepened. That was confirmation. He looked at the scroll. It was professionally prepared. The technique described was technically coherent, internally consistent, and at a superficial read, genuinely useful, which made it more dangerous rather than less. A technique that was obviously harmful would not be accepted. A technique that appeared helpful but had a hidden function was what you gave to someone you were trying to trap. He did not take the scroll. "Tell him I'm not interested in anonymous gifts," he said, "and that if he wants to talk to me directly, I'll meet him in the outer court tomorrow morning." Han Miao left. Wei Liang sat in the library and thought carefully. Yun Shi was trying to feed him a compromise technique. That was the move. The technique was probably designed to do one of two things: create a connection that would facilitate Shukong's feeding directly rather than through the boundary crossing mechanism, or create a vulnerability in Wei Liang's cultivation that would allow Yun Shi to interfere with the spirit-severing preparation. He would meet Yun Shi tomorrow, and he would bring everything he knew. By the end of Cycle 5's 8th month, Wei Liang was at nascent Soul Stage 5. He had moved through core formation in 2 months, which was not just unprecedented, but categorically outside the range of what the sect's assessment frameworks were built to evaluate. The documentation had been filed with a note from Elder Moss that said, essentially, "We lack the appropriate evaluation criteria for this pace, proceeding with informal assessment." He had sat in front of Elder Moss and been assessed informally, and Elder Moss had looked at him with the expression of a person who has been incorruptible for 40 years and has never before encountered something that made her question what corruption could even mean, and said, "Whatever you're doing, continue doing it carefully." "Always," he had said. The silver thread was blazing now. He could feel it constantly, not just in the breakthrough states or the threshold approach, but all the time. A bright, urgent presence running from his sternum upward, pulsing with the rhythm that he had learned to read across cycles. The pulse was faster. He did not know if this was a response to his cultivation acceleration or to his proximity to the spirit-severing threshold or to something else entirely. He only knew that Shukong was paying attention. Shinyu was at core formation stage 3. She had accelerated across Cycle 5 with the specific velocity of someone who had been given a clear goal and the precise knowledge of how to reach it. But more than that, she had developed something in Cycle 5 that Wei Liang had not taught her and could not have taught her because it was genuinely new. She had been working, in the evenings after their formal cultivation sessions, on a wind attribute technique that used the spiral current property of her cultivation to create a specific chi resonance effect at the meridian boundaries. The technique was not from any text he had given her. It was her own development, built from the synthesis of everything he had shared and her own intuitive understanding of how wind path cultivation could be applied to the specific problem of fate-meridian interaction. She had shown it to him in the 7th month, demonstrating a technique form that made the silver thread in his chest respond in a way he had not felt before. Not the blazing urgency of Shukong's feeding response, but something different. A sympathetic vibration, as if the thread were being offered a resonance that was more appealing than the connection to Shukong. He had sat with this for 2 days before he understood what she had built. She had developed a counter-resonance technique, something that could, at the critical moment, the breakthrough threshold, offer the fate meridian a different frequency to align with. Not his cultivation core's completion frequency, which was what Shukong fed on. A different frequency, projected by a second practitioner, which could potentially redirect the meridian's natural alignment away from Shukong's lock. It was, he realized, a more elegant version of what the Jade Mountain School records had described as the basic thread-severing technique. She had independently arrived at the same principle and found a specific application that was adapted to their particular situation, his cultivation, her wind attribute, the specific character of the fate meridian they were dealing with. He had looked at her and said, "How did you develop this?" "I thought about what the thread was trying to do," she said. "It's looking for the strongest available resonance at the breakthrough threshold. That's Shukong's alignment. So I thought, what if the strongest available resonance at that moment were something else? Something that was there first, that the thread would align with before Shukong's frequency could be presented?" "You're proposing to intercept the thread's alignment," he said. "Yes. Not sever it, intercept it. Severing might damage it permanently in ways that affect you. Intercepting redirects it without breaking the meridian structure." She paused. "Less catastrophic. More controllable." He looked at her work for a long time. Then, "This is better than the Jade Mountain technique," he said. She had nodded without surprise, because Xunyu had learned, across cycle 5, to receive accurate assessment without modification. He had felt the warmth and the grief and the deep, specific satisfaction of watching someone become what they were capable of being, and he had held all of it at once. Cycle 6, he thought. With her help. With this. He had accelerated alongside her across cycle 5 with the specific velocity of people who had been given a clear goal and the precise knowledge of how to reach it, and something beyond that too. 2 people who were moving toward the same thing together, which was different from moving toward it alongside someone. He had been alongside people across 4 cycles. Alongside was good. Together was better. The thread interception technique Xunyu had developed was only possible because they had been genuinely together in the work rather than Wei Liang leading and Xunyu following. She had developed it in the space that opened up when someone was given the full problem and the full trust, and was not managed. He had taught her everything. The Cycle 1 outer sect material, the Cycle 2 advanced guides, the Cycle 3 inner sect techniques, the Cycle 4 archive findings. She had received it all and built it into a cultivation approach that was genuinely her own, not a copy of his methods, but an adaptation, using her wind path attribute to create something that was in some ways more efficient than his general attribute approach. She was extraordinary. He had known she was extraordinary across 5 cycles of watching her develop. Watching her develop fast, with full support, was something different. He could feel her cultivation from across the sect, the distinctive wind spiral, Chi's signature brighter and faster than it had ever been in any previous cycle. 2 more months. Nascent Soul Stage 9, then Core Formation Breakthrough, then the final reset, then Cycle 6. He held the thread's pulse in his awareness and breathed. Chapter 60. Before the last in Cycle 5's 9th month, he had a conversation with Grand Patriarch Yunshi. He had requested it directly, as he had told Hanmyo he would. They met in the inner sect guest quarters that Yunshi maintained during his extended visit. A comfortable set of rooms that were significantly better than the standard elder accommodations, which was itself information about Yunshi's standing with the sect administration. Yunshi was a physically distinctive person, tall, gray-haired, with the peculiar stillness of someone at nascent soul peak stage, where the cultivation density was high enough that most ambient noise and disturbance simply did not reach the cultivator. He sat across from Wei Liang with the quality of attention of someone who had been interested in Wei Liang for some time and was now satisfied to have the meeting. "You declined the technique," Yunshi said. "Yes. You knew what it was. I suspected. And yet you asked for this meeting." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Because I want to tell you something directly." Yunshi tilted his head slightly. He was, Wei Liang thought, genuinely curious. "Tell me." "I know about Shukong," Wei Liang said. "I know about the fate meridians and the cyclic reverter phenomenon and the resonance anchor soul type. I know that you have an arrangement with Shukong in which you facilitate his access to resonance anchor individuals in exchange for cultivation support." He held Yunshi's gaze. I am a resonance anchor. You've been trying to facilitate access to me. A silence. Yinshi looked at him. Something moved in the elder's expression, not quite surprise, more like a recalibration. You've done significant research, he said. Yes. And you're telling me this because I want you to understand that I'm not a standard case. I have been cycling for multiple lifetimes. I have found the technique to end the cycles. I am going to use it. He looked at Yinshi steadily. You can choose to interfere with that or not. If you interfere, I will treat you as an obstacle. If you step aside, this does not affect you. Yinshi was quiet for a long moment. You're asking me to withdraw from a centuries-long arrangement with a being of immortal ascension power. I'm informing you that the arrangement is ending regardless of your choice. I'm offering you a clean exit. Another long silence. Yinshi looked at him with the expression of someone who is genuinely uncertain what they are looking at. You're 17 years old, he said. By one accounting, Wei Liang said. Yinshi stood. He walked to the window. Outside, the mountain was quiet in the late autumn afternoon. Then, if you succeed in ending the cycles, severing the fate meridian, what happens to Shukong's current state? He loses access to the fate energy he has been accumulating through my cycles. What happens to him after that depends on what he does next. He will not accept that outcome. I know. That's why I said it was ending regardless of your choice. Yinshi turned back. He looked at Wei Liang for a long time. I am going to consider this, he said finally. That's all I asked, Wei Liang said. He walked out of the guest quarters into the mountain afternoon, and the cold thread pulsed in his chest, and he thought, Yinshi is not going to step aside. But he might hesitate, and hesitation was exploitable. One more reset. He had what he needed. On the last night of Cycle 5, Wei Liang sat in the Void Palace's outer approach, the sealed door in the mountain foundation that he had located 2 months ago and returned to every week since. He could not enter. The formation sealing the door was core formation level, and he was at nascent soul, technically capable of forcing it, but doing so would trigger alarms he could not afford. He sat near the door and pressed his chi awareness through the formation, reading the structure of the seal, mapping the vault's chi signature, learning what he could from the outside. The vault was vast. The chi inside was ancient, not just old sect-era ancient, but pre-sundering ancient, the kind of concentrated temporal compression that happened when a structure had been sealed with high-level cultivation energy for centuries. And it was conscious, not actively conscious. Not in the way that Shukong was actively present at the breakthrough threshold. But there was the residual consciousness of someone who had been here, had poured themselves into the sealing formation, and whose intention was still present in the structure. Someone had built this place to be found. They had sealed it to protect it, not to hide it permanently. He pressed his hand against the cold stone beside the sealed door. I'll be back, he said quietly, with someone who can help. The formation pulsed once, very faint, easily mistaken for ambient chi fluctuation, and was still. He stood up and went to find Xinyu. The plum tree had dropped its last leaves. The inner sect garden was bare stone and thin branches against a gray sky, and it was cold enough that their breath made small clouds when they spoke. She was sitting cross-legged with the specific quality of her deepest cultivation sessions, the quieter work of integration, consolidating what had been built. She opened her eyes when he approached without startlement. She always knew when he was coming. He sat beside her. I want to say something before tonight, she said. Tell me. In Cycle 6, when I wake up at 17 without any memory of this, I'm going to meet you again for what will seem to me like the first time. I won't know what we've built. I won't know the technique I developed. I'll just be me, starting. She looked at him. And you will tell me everything from the beginning. The first day, he said. I promised. Good. She paused. Whatever version of me you meet that first day, she won't know. But she will be capable of knowing. Because she's me. She held his gaze steadily. Trust that. You already know how to reach her. You know everything she needs, and you know her. He looked at her for a long moment. I do know her, he said quietly. Better than anyone has ever known anyone, maybe. She nodded. Then use that. Not to shortcut the process. The process matters. But to not lose hope when she's just starting and doesn't know yet. I've never lost hope, he said. Not in any cycle. I know, she said. That's why I'm not worried. They sat in the bare garden under the empty plum tree and let the cold afternoon hold them. And it was enough. Tonight, she said. It was not a question. Yes. She set down her cultivation work. I won't remember, she said. No. But you'll tell me everything again in Cycle 6. The first day? From the beginning. She looked at him steadily. Then I'll be ready, she said. Whatever you need. He sat down beside her under the plum tree, and they watched the mountain above them where the Void Palace slept, and he thought about everything that had been built across 5 cycles of beginning and losing and beginning again, and held it as carefully as he had learned to hold the grief. Completely, without flinching, with the understanding that it was real and it was the price and it had been worth paying because it was building toward the last time. The breakthrough came at dawn. He had been sitting at nascent soul stage 9 for 2 weeks, running the delay technique with the same practiced ease he had developed across 4 cycles of living at stage 9 boundaries. He knew the technique entirely now, its feel, its cost, the exact quality of misalignment that was sustainable indefinitely versus the quality that created stress. He could hold here for months if he chose. He had decided not to hold for months. Everything he needed from Cycle 5 was done. The Yunshur meeting was done. The Void Palace was located. The archive materials were memorized and integrated. The harmonization practice with Shun Yu was progressing. 4 months of deliberate paired cultivation had produced the first measurable resonance between their chi signatures, which was the prerequisite for the thread-severing technique. He had one more resource to collect before the breakthrough, a detailed assessment of the Void Palace ceiling formation, which he needed at the highest resolution he could achieve. He had spent the previous week at the sealed door every night, pressing his nascent soul chi awareness through the formation in the systematic way he had developed, mapping the internal structure. What he had found, in the last 3 sessions, was something he had not expected. The formation was responding to him. Not opening. Not yet. Not at this cultivation level. But there was a quality of recognition in the formation's chi response when his awareness pressed against it. Someone had built this place to be found by a specific person, and the formation recognized him as that person, or close enough to it that it was paying attention. He had memorized the complete formation map. He had noted the recognition response. He had everything. He sat in the Void Palace outer approach until the gray of pre-dawn began to show in the mountain sky. Then he stood up, pressed his hand against the sealed door's cold stone, and thought, Cycle 6. I'll be back in Cycle 6 with Shun Yu and what we need, and we'll go inside, and after that it's the last time. He went to the inner sect meditation hall. He sat in the cold stone space with the first light coming through the high window and ran the nascent soul completion sequence. The silver thread blazed, bright enough, now, that he could almost see it in the physical world. A line of cold light running from his sternum to the sky. He aligned the frequencies. He pushed through. The world unmade itself for the 5th time. Wei Liang was 17 years old and began. And for the first time in 5 cycles, when the world snapped back and the cold darkness became the cart road and the pine trees, he arrived at the beginning already certain of the ending. Not hopeful, not planning, certain. The cycle was going to end. This time, he was ready. The cart bumped over a root in the road. Chen Wuji steadied himself with one hand and caught Wei Liang's eye. You okay? He said. You went somewhere for a second. Just thinking, Wei Liang said. Good thoughts. He looked at Chen Wuji. This person, this bright, uncomplicated person who would in 10 years of this cycle's timeline be his oldest friend, who had pressed his broad hand on Wei Liang's shoulder in a cold garden and said, I am proud of you, and who would not remember saying it. Yes, Wei Liang said. Very good thoughts. Chen Wuji grinned. An iron gate sect's gray walls rose above the tree lean, and the cart turned through the gate for the 6th time, and Wei Liang pressed his hand against his sternum and felt the silver thread blazing and thought, last time. Last reset. Last beginning. Everything that came next was the end of this and the start of the rest. He was 17 years old and ready to finish what had been started before he could remember. He stepped off the cart and began the last cycle. Behind him, in the between space that was not quite the world and not quite outside it, the silver thread stretched taut between his sternum and the void. It blazed with 5 cycles of accumulated crossing energy, bright enough now that something in the fabric of the world around Iron Gate Sect's mountain was fractionally, imperceptibly different. Shukong felt it. The entity that had been sitting at the boundaries of cultivation for centuries, patient and hungry and broken, turned its attention fully toward the 17-year-old boy stepping off a cart outside a gray-walled sect. Something in the pattern had changed. Something in the anchor soul's return carried a quality it had never carried before. Certainty. The entity did not understand certainty. It had not experienced anything like certainty in longer than most civilizations had existed. But it recognized the pattern change, and it responded with the only tool it had. It pulled the thread tighter. Wei Liang felt the pull in his sternum and smiled. Not the contained, strategic smile of someone managing a situation, but the genuine smile of someone who recognizes that the thing they have been pursuing has just confirmed its own presence. Good, he thought. Asterisk, I know you're there. And now you know I know. Asterisk, he walked toward the gray walls. Last cycle. Time to end it. Chapter 61. The last first day, Cycle 6. The cart approached the gate in early morning light, the mountain path cold and the pine trees thick on either side, and Wei Liang sat in the back of it with his hemp sack between his feet, and thought about nothing in particular for approximately 2 minutes, which was the first time in any cycle that he had allowed himself to do that on this journey. Every previous cycle, the approach to the gate had been a preparation time, reviewing knowledge, mapping plans, identifying the first priorities. In cycle 6, he had done the review and mapped the plans and identified the priorities in the weeks before the reset. He had done everything that could be done in advance. The 2 minutes on the cart were genuinely empty. He had not known that emptiness could feel like this, like something that had been earned. Wei Liang stepped off the cart at Iron Gate Sect's gate for the 6th time and stood in the receiving courtyard with the administrator's clipboard and Shun Wuji's grin and the smell of pine resin and the banners snapping in the cold autumn wind. And he let himself feel the absolute completeness of knowing this was the last time. He was not going to manage the grief this time, not contain it or run it in the operational position. He was going to let it be exactly what it was, large, real, 5 cycles deep, and use it as fuel in the most honest way possible, by being fully present for every moment of it, because every moment was the last time. The last time Qin Wuji would grin at him in the back of a cart and not know him yet. The last time the dormitory would smell of coal smoke and anxiety and 30 people trying to make something of themselves. The last time Elder by his name on an assignment slip would produce that cold recognition sensation that he now knew as the silver thread responding to the proximity of a familiar node in his network of cultivation history. The last time he would build from zero, knowing every step of the path before taking it, carrying all the previous paths inside him like a library that nobody else could see. He breathed. He picked up his hemp sack. He had a plan that spanned every moment of cycle 6 with the precision of someone who had been planning it for 5 cycles. But the plan was a container, not a constraint. He had learned, across the previous cycles, that the best plans were the ones that left room for the moments that couldn't be planned. Qin Wuji's father's illness, Xin Yu's independent technique development, Mei Ruishan's particular quality of arriving at the question before the question was ready to be asked. The plan was, do what needs to be done. Stay present for what happens around it. Trust the people he had chosen to trust. The other things he was carrying were not plans. They were facts about the situation. The silver thread in his chest was blazing visibly for the first time since Cycle 5's end, bright and urgent, which meant Shukong had become more active. The resonance work with Shun Yu needed to begin in the first weeks rather than the first months. The technique they were going to use required spirit-severing cultivation from both of them, and spirit-severing required a personal severing, an attachment released at the rank boundary, which meant both of them needed to understand, by the time they got there, what they were releasing. He had been thinking about his own severing since Cycle 5. He knew what it was. He did not know if knowing it made it easier or harder. He suspected the answer was both. He also knew, had known since Cycle 3, and confirmed across every subsequent cycle, that the fundamental problem with the plan was that it was his plan. His memory, his knowledge, his 5 cycles of perspective. Xinyu would need to have full information from the beginning, not as a means to an end, but because she was a person making a choice about her own life, and that choice deserved to be made with everything available. He had been moving toward this across the cycles. In Cycle 5, he had told her everything in the first week, and she had believed him and worked with him. In Cycle 6, he was going to tell her everything in the first hour, because he had practiced the telling for 5 cycles, and because time was shorter, and because he was done managing information when full presence was what was needed. He walked through the gate. Last time. Chapter 62. Finding Xinyu, he found her in the first hour. The cart batch he arrived in had 6 people, and Xinyu was not among them. She arrived in the second batch, which came through the gate approximately 3 hours after the first. He had time to collect his assignment slip, note by his name on it with a by now reflexive compression of 5 cycles of complex relationship, drop his pack on bunk 12, and go to the receiving courtyard in time to watch the second batch arrive. She stepped off the second cart looking exactly as she always did on the first day. 17 years old, precise in her movements, with the quality of watching without performing that was her most distinctive characteristic from the very beginning. She received her assignment slip, looked at it once, and began moving toward the dormitory wing. He fell into step beside her. Seeing her in Cycle 6 for the first time had its own particular quality, different from previous cycles, each of which had its own specific version of this moment. In Cycle 1, he had not looked for her. He had met her at the water distribution point in Week 2, by coincidence, and spoken to her briefly and thought she was competent. In Cycle 2, he had sought her out deliberately but cautiously, testing whether her survival from Cycle 1's purge was achievable with early intervention. In Cycles 3 through 5, the seeking had become earlier and more deliberate with each iteration. In Cycle 6, standing in the courtyard watching the second cart arrive, He felt the specific quality of someone who has been preparing for a conversation for years and is now, finally, having it for the last time. The last time quality applied to everything in Cycle 6, and it applied most clearly here. This was the last time he would watch Xinyu step off a cart at Iron Gate Sect as a stranger. She glanced at him as he fell into step. "We were on different carts," she said. "Yes. You were waiting for me." Not a question. She had always been immediate about the obvious. "Yes," he said. "Why?" He looked at her. "My name is Wei Liang. I need to tell you something important, and I'd like to start today." She stopped walking. He kept walking 2 steps, and then turned back to look at her. Her expression was the expression of a person assessing. This person, this request, this situation. He had seen this expression 5 times before, each time slightly different, depending on the cycle's conditions. In Cycle 5, when he had told her in the first week with full information, the expression had contained a quality of caution and genuine interest in equal measure. This was Cycle 6, where the assessment was happening even faster because he had positioned himself to create it. "You don't know me," she said. "No," he said, "but I know about you. And what I know is relevant to something you haven't encountered yet." He held her gaze. "Give me 1 hour. I'll explain everything. If you decide I'm wrong or deluded, you can walk away." 1 hour, she said, after a pause that was exactly the length it had been every time before. 1 hour, he confirmed. They sat on the low stone wall outside the outer sect library, and he told her everything, from the beginning, in Cycle 6 version, which was the most complete version yet, the version that had been refined across 5 previous tellings into something that was not just accurate, but comprehensible, that built the framework before adding the content, that anticipated the questions and addressed them before they hardened into barriers. He told her about the technique she would develop. He described it with enough specificity that she could recognize it as something that matched her own wind attribute intuition about cultivation. He watched her face as she heard this. Watched the recognition. "How do you know about that?" she said. "You developed it in Cycle 5, he said. "I watched. I learned. I'm telling you about it now so you can develop it faster, because we need it in Cycle 6 and Cycle 6 has started." She was quiet for a long time. "The first day," she said finally. "Yes. You came to find me on the first day." "I always do," he said. "In every cycle." She looked at him with the direct eyes that he had been looking into for 5 cycles, and that, in this moment, held the specific quality of a person standing at the edge of something they did not fully understand but could feel the shape of. "Okay," she said. "Tell me what to do." Chapter 63, Full Truth. The truth, in Cycle 6, was told without management. He had been building toward this for 5 cycles, the ability to share the complete story with full presence rather than careful strategic delivery. He had been practicing it with Xinyu across cycles, each iteration less managed than the last. In Cycle 5, it had been genuinely present but still structured. In Cycle 6, on the first day, sitting on the stone wall outside the outer sect library with the afternoon light coming low through the pine trees, he was just telling her. No structure except the truth's own order. He started at the beginning, the day he arrived at Iron Gate Sect and reached Qi Condensation Stage 9, and completed the breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, and the world snapped back, and he woke at 17 on a cart approaching the same gate. He described the second cycle, and the third. He described what he had kept across each reset, the memories, the cultivation knowledge, the grief, the slowly accumulating understanding of how the mechanism worked. He described Chen Wuji dying and being saved and dying again across different circumstances in different cycles. He described Xinyu, across the cycles, her death in the first, her survival in subsequent cycles, her gradual deepening role as the cycles accumulated, and his ability to reach her sooner until her more grew with each iteration. He described Mei Ruishan. He described building a relationship across cycles with a person who did not remember him, using knowledge she had never given him in this cycle to be someone she would trust. He said this with the specific quality of someone naming something they had not previously been willing to name directly, that it was not entirely clean, even if it was done with genuine care. That using knowledge of a person to approach them was a form of leverage they hadn't consented to. Xinyu listened to this with attention rather than judgment. "Did you ever act against her interests?" she said. "No." "Did you ever use the knowledge to harm her or deceive her in ways that hurt her?" "No." "You used knowledge she didn't know she'd shared to understand her better." She was quiet for a moment. "That's a gray area, but it's a much lighter one than what you were implying." She looked at him. "You've been carrying guilt about this." "Yes." "The guilt is appropriate. It means you have a conscience about it. The actions themselves are more complicated than the guilt has been treating them." She paused. "Finish the story." He continued. "Shukom, the Void Architect. the silver thread and the fate meridian and the records in the Jade Mountain School archives. The discovery that Wei Liang was a resonance anchor, a rare soul type, whose boundary-crossing breakthroughs created perfect reset points for Shukong to harvest. The seventh cyclic reverter Yun Bao, who had found a partial solution that killed her companion and left her destroyed. The Void Palace under the Iron Gate Sect Mountain. Yin Shi. And then the technique. The specific mechanism by which a wind attribute cultivator at spirit-severing level, paired with Wei Liang at the Tao-seeking threshold, could intercept the fate meridian's alignment moment and redirect the breakthrough energy rather than allowing Shukong to harvest it. He described what he needed from her, spirit-severing cultivation, achieved from scratch in approximately 8 months. The resonance work that was the technique's prerequisite. The willingness to be present at the final breakthrough, in the cultivation threshold space where Shukong would be expecting to receive his harvest, with the full awareness that what was coming through that threshold might respond. He told her that he did not know if it would work. He had severed the certainty. He had done everything he could do to make it likely. The outcome was not guaranteed. Xinyu received it with the quality that 5 cycles had taught him to rely on. She processed completely and responded accurately. Her questions were technical rather than emotional, which was not because she was not feeling things, but because her mind went to the structural before the personal. What is the fate meridian's mechanism? How does the entity detect boundary crossings? What is the threadkeeper's current state? What failed in the previous cyclic reverter's attempts at severing? He answered everything. When the answers led to the technique she had developed in Cycle 5, he described it. The counter-resonance approach, the wind attribute adaptation, the intercepting the alignment principle, and watched her work through it in real time, asking questions that refined it further than she had refined it in Cycle 5. The frequency intercept, she said, 2 hours into the conversation. If the fate meridian is seeking resonance at the breakthrough threshold, and the standard resonance it finds is Shukong's alignment signature, then the intercept needs to happen before Shukong's alignment can be presented. Yes, you need to be inside the breakthrough threshold with me, presenting your frequency before Shukong has access, which requires spirit-severing level cultivation for the projection to reach the threshold space. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. How long did it take me to reach spirit-severing in Cycle 5? 8 months. With full information and full support. 8 months from 0. You were exceptional. She accepted this flatly, the way she accepted accurate information. I can do better, she said. In Cycle 5 I started with the full information, but not the specific technique goal. In Cycle 6 I have both. She looked at him. What's the timeline? Spirit severing for both of us. Ideally by month 8. Before the Void Palace enters the picture. He looked at her. You already know about the Void Palace. You mentioned it in the narrative. A sealed, ancient palace inside the Iron Gate Sect Mountain. Shukong's point of anchor on this side of the boundary. She paused. Or the Jade Mountain School's anchor. Or something in between. I believe it's the place where the confrontation with Shukong needs to happen, he said. The formation recognizes me. It will open when I'm at the right cultivation level. Which is, I don't know yet. Spirit severing or beyond. He looked at her. That's one of the things we'll need to discover. She said. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stood up, dusted off her outer disciple uniform, and said, Body tempering stage 1 form. Show me. She was quiet for a long time when he finished. The light had shifted while he was speaking. The afternoon had moved to early evening, the pine tree shadows longer, the sex activity, sounds changing character. He had been talking for nearly 3 hours. His throat was dry. Xinyu stood up, walked to the stone wall's edge, and looked at the main courtyard below them where the evening disciple flow was beginning. People returning from training areas, heading to the dining hall, moving through the ordinary routines of cultivation life. These people, she said, none of them know. No. They've lived through 5 cycles without knowing they've lived through anything. Yes. She turned back to look at him. What do you do with that? Knowing that everyone you meet has been through what you've been through and doesn't know it. He had thought about this question across 5 cycles. You learn to value the present cycle as real, he said. What Shin Wuji is in this cycle is not less real, because there have been other versions. What Xinyu is in this cycle is not less real, because I've met her before. The people are always real. The cycles don't change that. She considered this. That's a generous way to hold it. I've held it less generously in earlier cycles, he said. It made me more effective operationally and much lonelier. I prefer the generous version. She came back and sat beside him again. All right, she said. I'm in. Tell me what to do first. Chapter 64. The 6th cycle in motion. By the end of week 2, both Xinyu and Wei Liang had reached qi condensation. This was unprecedented. Not his advancement, His timeline was by now so far beyond precedent that the outer sect had apparently developed a separate filing category for it. But Shen Yu reaching qi condensation in 2 weeks, having arrived with no cultivation background, was genuinely remarkable and significantly better than any of her previous cycles. The difference was not just the information. It was the technique specificity. In cycle 5, she had known the goal, spirit severing by month 8, and the general path, everything Wei Liang could teach her. In cycle 6, she had additionally the specific technique she was working toward and the specific cultivation form adjustments that her counter-resonance method required. Every body tempering session, every qi condensation stage, was building toward a specific cultivation signature rather than general advancement. The focus produced a quality of advancement he had not seen before in any of their cycles together. He had also, in cycle 6, begun doing something new. He was cultivating with her, in a way he had not cultivated with anyone before. Not just teaching and observing, but actually pairing their practice sessions, running the harmonization exercises from the Jade Mountain School's record at the same time as their individual cultivation, spending the final hour of each day's training on the explicit resonance matching work that was the prerequisite for the thread intercept technique. The resonance matching worked faster in cycle 6 than it had in cycle 5. They had more context, more deliberate focus, and, he suspected, the accumulated resonance from 5 cycles of proximity was having an effect even in reset conditions. The fate meridian ran through Wei Liang's cultivation. It was not impossible that its presence was affecting his resonance signature in ways that were detectable to a cultivator as sensitive as Shen Yu. He thought about this quite a lot in the early weeks of cycle 6. The fate meridian was, in one sense, the mechanism of his exploitation, Shukong's pathway to his breakthrough energy. But it was also, he was beginning to understand, a cultivation structure that was responsive to resonance in ways that normal cultivation meridians were not. It had been designed to detect and align to frequency signatures. That was the property Shukong had exploited. But the property itself was not harmful. It was why the interception technique could work at all. The fate meridian's sensitivity meant that Shen Yu's wind path frequency was legible to it in a way that standard cultivation meridians might not be. That the alignment work they were doing was being, in a sense, recorded and retained by the meridian's own structure. They were, without meaning to, training the fate meridian to recognize Shen Yu's frequency as a valid alignment target, which was exactly what the interception required. Within the first month, they had achieved measurable qi resonance, a level of cultivation compatibility that, by the Jade Mountain School record specification, usually took years. He reported this to Shen Yu. Not surprising, she said. We've been doing this for 5 cycles. You don't remember the 5 cycles? No. But whatever left a trace in you probably left a trace in the surrounding cultivation environment too. And I cultivate wind path. Wind picks up traces. She paused. It's not memory. It's more like, my cultivation recognized the resonance signature before my mind had the context to explain it. He looked at her. You're saying your cultivation remembered even though your mind didn't. Something like that, she said. Cultivation state is a form of knowledge. Different from memory, but not nothing. He thought about this for a long time. The idea had implications he had not previously considered. If cultivation state carried information that survived in some form across cycles, not as memory, not as recalled experience, but as the accumulated shape of repeated practice and repeated relationship, then the resets were not as total as he had believed them to be. Shen Yu's body had cultivated wind path qi for 5 cycles, each time learning the resonance of Wei Liang's fate meridian. Her mind did not remember, but her cultivation substrate, the deep energetic structure that formed before conscious awareness in each cycle, apparently retained something. He wondered if this was true of the others. If Chun Wuji, across 5 cycles of friendship and trust, carried something in his cultivation state even without the memory. If Mei Ruishan's careful attention and precise thinking had deepened across cycles without her knowing why. He thought about Shukong, who had been working on Wei Liang's cultivation environment for centuries, who had his own form of cycle knowledge, his own accumulated understanding of Wei Liang's specific resonance signature and breakthrough patterns. If Shun Yu's cultivation remembered across cycles, did Shukong's reconstruction project remember more clearly still? This was a threat assessment problem, not just a theoretical one. The resonance we've built, he said. Do you think Shukong can sense it? She was quiet for a moment, extending her wind path awareness. I think he can sense that your fate meridian is engaged in a way it hasn't been before, she said. Whether he can interpret that engagement specifically, I don't know. She paused. But he's been doing this for centuries. He has data on your previous cycles. He may have observed patterns we haven't accounted for. Then we move faster, he said. We're already moving as fast as we can without damaging the foundation work, she said. Then we move as fast as we can, he said. She looked at him steadily. Noted. Chapter 65. The Void Palace opens in Cycle 6, second month. The Void Palace's sealed door opened. He had not expected it this early. He had been working towards spirit severing as the cultivation benchmark for the opening. That was what his examination of the sealing formation across previous cycles had suggested. But in Cycle 6, standing at Foundation Establishment Stage 3 with Shun Yu beside him at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, when he pressed his hand against the stone of the sealed door in the mountain foundation passage, the formation pulsed 3 times, and then, with a sound like ice breaking, unsealed. The door did not open fully. It shifted, a 6-inch gap, enough to feel the air inside, which was ancient and still, and carried the specific atmospheric character of a space that had been sealed for centuries. Shin Yu stood beside him, her chi awareness extended. The formation recognized you, she said. Yes, it's been doing that since Cycle 4. But it didn't open until now. No. He pressed his palm against the stone beside the door. Why now? You're not alone, she said. In Cycles 4 and 5, you came here alone. In Cycle 6, I'm with you. She looked at the gap. The formation is keyed to 2 people. A matched pair. He thought about this. The Jade Mountain School had documented the thread-severing technique as requiring 2 practitioners. It was possible that the Void Palace had been built with this requirement in mind, sealed until the specific combination of a cyclic reverter and their paired practitioner arrived together. Yin Bao, he said. The 7th cyclic reverter. She didn't have a companion who matched her in Cycle 6. That's why she waited until Cycle 16. She didn't have someone she'd cultivated alongside for 5 cycles, Shin Yu said, who was also specifically working toward this. He looked at her. You're saying we're ahead of schedule. I'm saying we might be able to enter the Void Palace now and get the information we need faster than you planned. She looked at the 6-inch gap. It may not be ready for full entry, but it's ready for something. Can you feel what's inside? He said. She extended her wind path awareness through the gap. He watched her face as she processed. Something vast, she said. Not hostile. Watchful. She paused. It's been waiting. For a very long time. She turned to look at him. I think it's the school's founder. Or what's left of them. He pressed his hand against the door again. The formation pulsed in response. They stood for a moment longer at the 6-inch gap, both of them extending their awareness through it. Him with the Fate Meridian's attentiveness to the space. Her with the wind path sensitivity that could feel cultivation signatures through walls and stone. I can feel why it needed 2 people, she said, after a moment. There are 2 formation locks. One keys to you, specifically to the Fate Meridian signature. The other keys to, she paused, cultivation resonance. A pair that's been working together for an extended period. Not just any 2 people. The founder built for us specifically, he said. For something like us. She couldn't have known exactly who. But the signature requirement is very specific. She withdrew her awareness. The second lock responded to me because of the resonance work we've done. 3 months ago, it wouldn't have. He thought about what this meant. The founder had built the opening requirement to ensure that the person entering was not alone, not just accompanied, but genuinely paired with someone whose cultivation was an active relationship with theirs. It was a safeguard. It prevented a cyclic reverter who had not built genuine connection from accessing the technique. It was, in its way, a requirement that the cyclic reverter had learned to trust someone. He thought about the earlier cyclic reverters on the list, the ones who had gone mad from isolation, or who had become too operationally detached to form the required resonance. The technique was not just a cultivation puzzle, it was a relationship requirement. You could not solve it alone. Not because the cultivation demanded a second practitioner, though it did, but because the second lock required that the second practitioner be genuinely bonded to you through extended shared cultivation. The founder had understood something about the cost of the cycles. She had built the requirement into the architecture. Not yet, he said. We need to be stronger before we go in. But soon. Chapter 66. Inside the Void Palace, they entered the Void Palace in Cycle 6 4th month, at Core Formation Stage 3. The formation had opened fully at Foundation Establishment Stage 9, 2 months earlier, the door sliding back to reveal a stone staircase descending into the mountain, lit by chi formation lanterns that activated as they entered. The air inside was cold and old and tasted of something that was not quite any cultivation attribute Wei Liang knew. Not chi in the standard sense, but something older, the cultivation substrate of an era before the continental sundering. The palace was not large. It was the size of a modest meditation hall, carved entirely from the mountain stone, with a central dais and 12 alcoves cut into the walls. The alcoves held artifacts, texts, formation stones, personal cultivation objects. that were sealed in preservation formations. The artifacts were the first thing Wei Liang looked at, because he had never been able to see them properly in previous cycles. In cycles 4 and 5, he had only reached the Void Palace door, had never entered. Now, inside, he could see the nature of each preserved object. 3 jade text slips in the first alcove, the calligraphy visible through the preservation formation as densely technical cultivation text. Personal cultivation objects in the second, a worn pair of gloves, a formation brush with the bristles compressed from long use. A set of 12 formation stones in the third alcove, arrayed with the precise spacing of an active formation system, maintained in the preservation for century after century. The founder had left the tools of her life. Not just the knowledge, the objects, the worn gloves, and the formation brush and the texts she had been working from when she built this place. 700 years of preservation, and they were as present as if she had set them down this morning. He stood looking at them for a moment. She put everything she had into this, Xinyu said quietly. Yes, he said. On the dais, a figure, not a person, not a ghost. A residual qi impression, what was left when a very powerful cultivator had poured so much of themselves into a formation that their consciousness had partially transferred into the structure. It was not alive in the way that people were alive, but it was aware, in the way that a very old piece of music is aware of being heard. The impression oriented toward them when they entered. You're late, it said. Its voice was a cultivation construct, qi shaped into sound, ancient and slightly resonant in a way that made Shun Yu's wind path sense react. I've been waiting for 700 years. Wei Liang looked at the impression. You're the founder of the Jade Mountain School, he said. My name is not important. What I am is the person who understood too late what Xu Kong was doing and built this place so that someone with enough cycles of experience would eventually find it and use what I left. The impression paused. You have found it. Now use it. What did you leave? Xinyu said. Everything you need to make the intercept work, the impression said. The specific technique form. The cultivation frequency required. The timing mechanism within the breakthrough threshold. The information I wish I had had before I lost the 7th cyclic reverter to a technique that was too dangerous. Yin Bao, Wei Liang said. Her technique was correct, but the execution killed her companion and nearly killed her. I built a better one. A safer one. I could not give it to her. It was not ready. The impression turned what might have been a gaze towards Xinyu. It is designed for a wind attribute practitioner. I built it for you, specifically, though I had never met you. Xinyu looked at the impression. How? I built it for the resonance signature that my research predicted would arise when a cyclic reverter and a wind attribute practitioner with specific soul resonance characteristics engaged in long-term paired cultivation. It paused. Your signature matches the prediction exactly. I have been waiting for you as specifically as I have been waiting for him. Wei Liang felt the silver thread pulse in his chest. Tell us, he said. The impression began to speak. They stayed for 6 hours. Chapter 67. What the founder left. The technique that the Jade Mountain School's founder had built was elegant. Not in the way that weapons were elegant, clean and efficient and final. It was elegant in the way that a solution to a very old problem was elegant. It used the problem's own structure against itself. Xu Kong's mechanism, the founder explained, operated by detecting the resonance alignment moment in a cyclic reverter's breakthrough threshold crossing and inserting Xu Kong's own alignment frequency into that moment, essentially hijacking the breakthrough's natural energy release and redirecting it to Xu Kong's reconstruction project. The redirect was so established, so many centuries of repeated cycles, that it had become automatic, a groove worn in the cultivation space around Wei Liang by repeated use. The intercept technique worked by creating a different groove, faster. Xun Yu's wind path cultivation had a specific property. It could create cultivation frequency patterns that were more immediately perceptible to a fate meridian's sensing mechanism than Xu Kong's patterns. Because wind path frequencies were primary, they were how fate meridians had originally been calibrated in the era before the sundering, before Xu Kong had established his hijacking groove. A properly calibrated wind path frequency, presented at the threshold at the critical moment, would be perceived by the fate meridian as the original intended alignment rather than the long-established hijacked one. The fate meridian would align to Xun Yu's frequency instead of Xu Kong's. What this would do to the fate meridian, redirect the breakthrough energy to Xun Yu's cultivation rather than to Xu Kong's reconstruction. The energy would flow back through the fate meridian into Wei Liang's cultivation system, completing the breakthrough normally rather than being siphoned. The meridian itself would then close naturally. No severing, no damage, because the connection to Xu Kong would have been broken from the meridian's side rather than the external side. What this would do to Xu Kong, cut off the feeding at the exact moment he was expecting it. More than that, The reversal of flow through the already stressed fate meridian at the moment of attempted feeding would send a retrograde pulse back through the connection to Shukong's side. The pulse would damage Shukong's reconstruction project, possibly severely. Define severely, Wei Liang said. Unknown, the founder said. Shukong's current state is unknown to me. He was at a mortal ascension when he shattered his timeline. What he is now, after centuries of partial reconstruction through fate energy feeding, I cannot assess. It paused. The retrograde pulse will hurt him. Whether it destroys him or merely injures him depends on his current stability. If it doesn't destroy him, he will have lost his anchor, and he will be damaged. Without a new resonance anchor to attach to, he cannot continue reconstruction. The impression was quiet for a moment. That may be sufficient, or it may only delay. Wei Liang looked at Xinyu. She looked back. We plan for destruction, she said. Accept that we may get delay. Build for destruction. Agreed, he said. The founder gave them the specific technique form, a cultivation sequence that Xinyu would run at the breakthrough threshold, precisely timed to present her frequency in the window between Wei Liang's breakthrough alignment completion and Shukong's standard hijack moment. The window was narrow, fractions of a second. The precision required was extreme. Can you hit that window? He asked Xinyu. Yes, she said, without hesitation. He believed her. The founder then gave them something additional, something Wei Liang had not known to expect. A list of names. These are the previous cyclic reverters, the impression said. 7 of them, including Yunbao. I have records of each. Their cycle counts, their cultivation levels at each reset, their final states. It paused. I am giving you this because you should know who came before you. They were not failures. They were attempts. Without their attempts, I would not have been able to build what I built for you. Wei Liang read the names. 7 people across 7 centuries, each of whom had been caught in Shukong's system. Each of whom had accumulated cycle memory, each of whom had eventually found the records or the ruins or some thread of the truth and had tried to act on it. The earliest had managed 4 cycles before losing coherence. The accumulated grief of repeated loss without any framework for understanding it was enough to break a person. The last before Yunbao had reached spirit severing in cycle 9 and had died in the final confrontation with Shukong before the thread intercept technique was complete. Yunbao had come closest. She had the technique, but not the modified version. Her companion had died. He looked at the list for a long time. They did everything they could, he said. Yes, the impression said. And everything they could was not sufficient. That is not a judgment. It is a condition. It paused. What you have, that none of them had, is the complete technique and a companion who has been aligned to your cultivation across 5 cycles. The conditions are better than they have ever been. Xinyu was reading the list over his shoulder. Yunbao's companion, she said. What was her name? Fei Mao, the impression said. A fire attribute practitioner. Extremely talented. The technique she used was the precursor to what I designed for you. It worked conceptually, but the fire attribute frequency was too aggressive for the meridian interface. The rupture was immediate. It paused. I have been thinking about Fei Mao for 700 years. Her death was the failure that taught me what needed to be fixed. Xinyu stood quietly for a moment. I won't rupture, she said. Not a declaration. An assessment. The wind path interface is gentler, and the modifications we made, the containment formation design, address the rupture risk directly. I know, the impression said. That is why I waited for you. Wei Liang folded the list carefully and put it inside his cultivation pouch. He would keep it. 7 names. He was not going to forget them. Can you hit that window? He asked Xinyu. Yes, she said, without hesitation. He believed her. Chapter 68. Yun Shi moves. The complication arrived in cycle 6 5th month. He had been expecting it. He had spoken to Yun Shi in cycle 5, had offered the man a clean exit from Shukong's service, had laid out the situation with as much clarity as the timeline allowed, and had received in return a response that was thoughtful but not committed. Yun Shi had said he would consider. The way he had said it carried the weight of someone who had been considering the same choice for years and had not yet found the courage or the clarity to make it. Wei Liang had anticipated that Yun Shi would act against him in cycle 6 before ultimately reconsidering. What he had not fully anticipated was the form the action would take or the nature of the information Yun Shi would eventually bring. He had expected Yun Shi to act. He had spoken to Yun Shi in cycle 5 and offered a clean exit. Yun Shi had said he would consider and had not considered, which Wei Liang had anticipated. The question was not whether Yun Shi would interfere, but when and how. The how was, he sent an assassin. Not a crude assassin, not someone dispatched with a weapon. A cultivator at nascent soul stage 7 who had the specific technique set of a combat specialist trained to interrupt cultivation breakthroughs. someone who could create a resonance disruption in the area around a cultivating practitioner, making breakthrough states unstable and potentially dangerous. Wei Liang identified the person, a cultivator who had arrived at Iron Gate sect as a visiting consultant from a distant sect, with legitimate paperwork and a plausible stated purpose, within 3 days of their arrival. He identified them not through any prior knowledge but through the combination of observational pattern recognition. The consultant was too interested in his movements and Xin Yu's, spending time in locations that were useful for observation rather than the stated consultation purpose. And Xin Yu's wind path awareness, which had detected a cultivation signature that she described as wrong in a specific way, deliberately misaligned, like someone wearing someone else's technique. They met in the inner sect corridor, and he said, "I know you're here from Yunshi. I want you to carry a message back." The consultant's face went neutral in the way of someone whose cover had been identified and who was deciding how to respond. "Tell him I'm going to complete this regardless of what he does," Wei Liang said. "And tell him that when Shukong is gone, the bargain Yunshi has maintained will be meaningless. He has been preserving a relationship with something that is about to cease to exist. He should consider what his cultivation path looks like without Shukong's support." The consultant delivered the message. Yunshi arrived personally at Iron Gate sect 1 week later. He had spoken to the consultant directly and then watched the man's face do 3 things: assess whether denial was viable, determine it was not, and shift to the calculation of what the best response to accurate identification was. The calculation took approximately 4 seconds. Then the consultant nodded once and said, "I'll deliver your message." Wei Liang watched him go. He had won confrontations like this before. The specific confrontation where a less experienced cultivator or agent realized that their target was significantly more prepared than expected. He had won them in cycles 2, 3, 4, and 5, each time slightly differently. The winning was not satisfying anymore. It was a task completed. What interested him more was Yunshi's decision-making. The man had known about Wei Liang for at least 40 years, since the first time Shukong had marked Wei Liang's fate meridian, which was before Wei Liang was aware that anything was happening. He had been serving an entity whose mechanism involved harvesting a person's existence across repeated cycles. He had known what that meant, and he had kept serving anyway, had sent the assassin even after offering a clean exit, because the fear of losing Shukong's protection outweighed everything else. Wei Liang thought about what it meant to be that afraid of your own future, to make the choice to harm someone rather than face an uncertain freedom. He thought about how many of his own choices across 6 cycles had been driven by the same thing. The certainty he cultivated, the planning he did, the comprehensive maps of every person's character and every sect's politics. All of it was, at its core, an attempt to know the future, to make the uncertainty of the forward path into something managed. He had severed that certainty at spirit severing. He was still learning what it meant to not have it. Chapter 69, Nascent Soul. He was at Nascent Soul Stage 2 when Yunshi arrived, which was the 5th month of Cycle 6. By any previous cycle standards, this was extraordinary. By Cycle 6 standards, it was the expected pace given full information and optimized techniques, and a partner who was herself accelerating at a rate that had Elder Moss producing formal memos to the Intersect Council about what categories were available to them. Xin Yu was at Core Formation Stage 7. Their resonance had deepened to the point where his inner sense of her cultivation was almost continuous, not invasive, not binding, but the way you can feel the presence of a lamp in the same room, even with your eyes closed. He knew when she was in deep cultivation, knew the signature of her breakthrough moments, could feel the wind path currents of her qi like weather in the space around their paired training. Yunshi walked into the inner sect with the ease of someone who had been here before, which he had, in previous cycles, though he presumably did not remember being here in Cycle 5 since the reset erased everyone's memory. But the cultivation environment was familiar to him in the way that powerful cultivators were familiar with cultivation environments that bore their previous presence. He found Wei Liang in the inner library. "The technique will destroy you," Yunshi said, without preamble. This was not a threat. It was delivered as information. "Tell me why you believe that," Wei Liang said. "Because I have been close to Shukong's mechanisms for decades, and the retrograde pulse you're planning will not flow cleanly back through a fate meridian that has been under load for centuries. The meridian will rupture, and a fate meridian rupture at the moment of a major breakthrough is fatal." He looked at Wei Liang steadily. "I am not trying to prevent this for Shukong's benefit. I am telling you something that Shukong has been careful to conceal." Wei Liang was very still. "The records I found described the 7th cyclic reverter's technique as survivable," he said. "The records described what the Jade Mountain School's founder understood at the time," Yunshi said, "which was incomplete. I have access to Shukong's own documentation of his system, and the documentation is explicit. The Fate Meridian at the final breakthrough is structurally different from what the Jade Mountain School understood. The centuries of repeated cycles have changed it. Wei Liang looked at him. Why are you telling me this? Yunshi sat down across from him. He was quiet for a moment. Then, in Cycle 5, you offered me a clean exit. You were clear about the situation and you gave me an option. He paused. I have been in Shukong's service for 40 years. I was young and ambitious and I made a terrible bargain, and I have been living inside it ever since. He met Wei Liang's gaze. You were the first person in 40 years to offer me a way out. I considered it. I considered it for several months. And then I sent the assassin, because I was afraid of what happens to me when Shukong is gone. What did you decide? Wei Liang said. That being afraid of what happens next is not a good reason to destroy someone who is trying to do the right thing. Yunshi said. The meridian rupture information is real, but there may be a way to modify the technique to prevent it. He paused. I know Shukong's system in detail that the Jade Mountain School records do not contain. I am willing to share that knowledge. Wei Liang looked at him for a long time. Why should I trust this? He said. You should verify it, Yunshi said. Return to the Void Palace. Ask the founder's impression. It will confirm the meridian rupture risk. It's real, I promise you that. He paused. Whether you then choose to trust my offer is your decision. Wei Liang went to the Void Palace. The founder's impression confirmed the meridian rupture risk immediately and with the specific quality of something that had been known and concealed, not deliberately, but by the limitation of what the school had understood at the time. We knew there was a risk, the impression said. We did not know the mechanism. If someone has access to Shukong's own documentation, the mechanism would be clear. Wei Liang went back to Yunshi. Tell me what you know, he said. Yunshi told him. It took most of an afternoon. Yunshi had access to Shukong's technical documentation, not the full archive, which was sealed in the threshold space, but the portions that Shukong had shared with Yunshi across 40 years of service as operational notes and analytical context. Yunshi understood Shukong's mechanism better than anyone alive except Wei Liang himself, and Wei Liang's understanding came from the receiving end of the mechanism rather than from documentation. The meridian rupture risk was exactly what Yunshi had described. The Fate Meridian at the final breakthrough crossing was structurally different from what it had been at earlier rank boundaries. The centuries of repeated cycles had not merely worn a groove in the cultivation space. They had physically altered the meridian structure, thickening the walls of the channel and making the flow of energy more constrained and more pressurized. A retrograde pulse through that thickened, pressurized channel would not flow cleanly. It would build at the structural change points, create pressure pockets, and rupture at the weakest point, which, in the meridian's current state, was the point where it connected to Wei Liang's own cultivation system. A rupture there would destroy both the Fate Meridian and Wei Liang's cultivation foundation simultaneously. The amount of uncontrolled energy released would be fatal. The Jade Mountain School's founder built a technique that assumed the meridian's original structure, Yunshi said. She did not have access to the documentation about what the cycling had done to it. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. I am telling you this because the technique you have will kill you. Wei Liang sat with this information for several seconds. It was the kind of information that arrived with a specific feeling, the vertiginous shift of a plan encountering something it had not accounted for. He had experienced this feeling before, across the cycles, and he had learned to not respond immediately, to let the information settle, to assess rather than react. There's a modification, he said. You're not just here to deliver a problem. Correct, Yunshi said. There is a containment solution. He produced a folded document, a formation design, hand-drawn, dense with technical notation. This addresses the rupture risk. Wei Liang took the document. He would verify it with the founder's impression in the Void Palace. He would take it to Xunyu, and they would work through the implications together. He would not accept or reject it on Yunshi's authority alone. But reading through the notation even now, in the early stages of assessment, he could see that the approach was real, that Yunshi had not invented a false danger and a false solution. The danger was real. The solution engaged with the real structure of the problem, which meant that without this conversation, the technique would have killed him. He thought about the 7 names on the founder's list. He thought about which of them might have gotten this far, might have had a complete technique and been ready to execute, and had died in the attempt not because the concept was wrong, but because the structural change in the meridian had not been accounted for. He thought about Yun Bao's companion Fei Mao, who had died in the attempt. Had she died from the rupture risk? Had the retrograde pulse destroyed the meridian at precisely this point? He would ask the founder's impression. Thank you, he said to Yunshi. Yunshi looked at him with the expression of someone who had been carrying a decision for several months and had finally made it. Don't die, he said. And then, in a lower voice, and don't let what you're breaking break anything it doesn't need to break. Wei Liang looked at him, meaning, the cultivation space will change when Shu Kong is gone, Yunshi said. He has been in it for 700 years. He is part of the structure now, even the parts of the structure we wish he weren't. He paused. I don't know what happens when something that old is removed. I suspect no one does. He stood up. I'm telling you because you should know, not because I have answers. Wei Liang sat with this as Yunshi left. Then he went to find Xinyu. Chapter 70. The mentor's betrayal. The betrayal was, from a certain angle, inevitable. He had known Yunshi's character across 5 cycles. The pattern was consistent. The man operated through leverage. Not crude leverage, not threats and force, but the careful maintenance of situations where he held a necessary position. 40 years of serving Shu Kong had shaped this into instinct. When you could only survive by being needed, you structured every relationship so that you were needed. Yunshi's knowledge of Shu Kong's system was genuine. The information he shared about the Fate Meridian's structural changes across cycles was accurate, verifiable against the Void Palace founder's impression, and critically important. Without it, the threat interception technique would have ruptured the meridian on completion, which would have been fatal. The modification Yunshi proposed, a specifically structured containment formation built around the Fate Meridian's exit point, which would allow the retrograde pulse to flow back through the meridian without rupturing it, was also genuine. It required core formation level formation work at a very high precision. It was, technically, the correct solution. What Yunshi had not mentioned was that the containment formation required a practitioner on the inside of the breakthrough threshold to maintain it, which meant someone would need to be inside the threshold space, the space between cultivation ranks, where Shu Kong existed, during the breakthrough itself. He discovered this in the 7th month, reading through Yunshi's full technical documentation, when the implication emerged from 3 separate passages combined. Yunshi, he said, the containment formation needs to be maintained from inside the threshold. Yes, Yunshi said. You knew this when you gave me the design. Yes. And you designed it, so that only you could maintain it from inside the threshold. A pause. That is a natural consequence of the formation design, which you designed. Wei Liang looked at him steadily. You designed a solution that required your presence at the critical moment. At the moment when the breakthrough happens and the retrograde pulse hits Shu Kong. At the moment when Shu Kong will be most vulnerable, Yunshi said. And when I will have the best opportunity to extract myself from the bargain. He met Wei Liang's gaze directly. It is not entirely selfless, but it is not betrayal. I intend to help you. Wei Liang thought about this for a long time. You want to be inside the threshold when Shu Kong is hit, he said. You want to see it. I want to make sure it works, Yunshi said. I have spent 40 years in service to something that was destroying someone I never knew. The least I can do is ensure that the destruction actually stops. The explanation was plausible. It was also a situation where Yunshi's presence at the critical moment would give Yunshi power over the outcome in a way that Wei Liang had not accounted for. He went to Xinyu. He's not lying, she said, after reading Yunshi's documentation. The containment formation requirement is real. The formation needs inside maintenance. She paused. But he could have told us that up front. Yes. He chose not to. Yes. She looked at him. Can we redesign the formation to not need inside maintenance? He looked at Yunshi's documentation and spent 2 hours working on it. Possibly. It would be less stable. How much less stable? Approximately 20% higher failure risk. She considered. Can I supplement with the wind path counter-resonance to offset the instability? He worked through the interaction. Possibly. It requires a specific technique adaptation. Show me, she said. They worked through the night. The work had the quality of 2 people who had been learning to think together for 8 months. Xinyu took Yunshi's formation design and read it with the same careful completeness she brought to everything, identifying the inside threshold maintenance requirement within 20 minutes. Then she read the modification Wei Liang had begun and said, the instability point is here. She marked it with a brush stroke. And here. But this point, she marked a 3rd location, can be stabilized by a continuous wind path resonance projection from the outside threshold position. You'd be doing 2 things simultaneously, Wei Liang said. The frequency intercept and the formation stabilization. I can do 2 things, she said. He looked at the design. The timing has to be perfect. The timing always has to be perfect. She put down the brush. Show me the frequency intercept sequence again. And then show me the formation stabilization points. I want to map the overlap. They mapped it. The overlap was complex. 2 separate technique sequences running simultaneously, each requiring different aspects of wind path cultivation, both requiring the precise timing that the interception demanded. But it was possible. Not easy. Possible. This is better, he said. It's harder, she said. Can you do it? She looked at him steadily. Ask me that again, and I'll stop being polite about it. He did not ask again. By morning, they had a design that eliminated the need for inside threshold maintenance and was compensated by a wind path stability technique that Xinyu developed in 3 hours of intensive work. The failure risk dropped from 20% back to approximately 5%. He went to Yunshi in the morning. We've redesigned the formation, he said. We don't need anyone inside the threshold. Yunshi looked at him for a long moment. Then, show me. He showed him. Yunshi reviewed the design with the expertise of someone who had been working with Shukong's system for 40 years. His expression did not change while he read, but he read slowly, which was the tell. It's better than mine, he said quietly. Xinyu developed the stability component, Wei Liang said. Yunshi looked at him. You didn't need me at all, in the end. I needed the meridian rupture information, Wei Liang said. That was real, and it was important. Everything else, the technique modification, we found our own way. Yunshi was quiet for a long time. Wei Liang waited. He had learned patience across 6 cycles, and he had learned, more recently, that some moments required space rather than direction. I have spent 40 years being necessary, Yunshi said finally. First to Shukong because I had no choice, and then because I had made the choice and could not unmake it. He folded the formation design back along its creases. Being no longer necessary to a situation that's going to work out anyway is a strange feeling. You gave me information I didn't have, Wei Liang said. That mattered. You verified it, modified it, and improved it, Yunshi said. The information was the beginning. You and he paused. Xinyu. She is remarkable. Yes, Wei Liang said. I will step aside, Yunshi said. As you offered in cycle 5. Thank you, Wei Liang said. And meant it. Chapter 71. The battle at Nascent Soul, Yunshi stepped aside. Not everyone else did. The Iron Gate sect was a real institution with real politics, and the cultivation world had real structures that responded to anomalies. Wei Liang had learned this in every cycle, that the moment he advanced too fast or demonstrated capabilities too far outside expected categories, the institutional machinery of the sect began to engage. In cycle 2, this had destroyed him. In cycle 3 and 4, he had learned to navigate it. In cycles 5 and 6, he had taken the lesson further, that the machinery was not malicious, only reflexive. It protected existing structures because existing structures were its purpose. There was a faction within the Iron Gate sect's Elder Council, 3 members, one of whom had connections to Yunshi's regional network, who had been watching the situation develop and had reached the conclusion that whatever Wei Liang was doing was sufficiently outside normal cultivation categories to warrant intervention. Not because they understood it, because they did not understand it, and what powerful people do not understand is a threat. They moved in the 7th month, when Wei Liang was at Nascent Soul Stage 5 and Xinyu was at Nascent Soul Stage 1. Elder Kuang, who had survived every previous cycle's confrontation with Deng Hao relatively intact, because the confrontations had always been about something specific and manageable, had apparently, in cycle 6, connected with the regional elder network and escalated the unprecedented cultivation rate, concerned to a formal inquiry. The inquiry arrived as a summons. Wei Liang was requested to appear before a 3-elder panel for a formal cultivation assessment and cultivation methodology investigation. He read the summons in his inner sect room and thought about his options. He had been through enough cycles to have complete experience navigating sect politics. He had won challenges, exposed corruption, managed patron relationships, and built evidence chains that had dismantled operations that had run for years. He was exceptionally good at this. He was also at Nascent Soul Stage 5 in cycle 6, with the final confrontation approaching, and he did not have time for a formal inquiry. He went to Elder Moss. She had, across 6 cycles, been the most consistently trustworthy figure in the sect's formal structure. Not because she was his ally, she was not anyone's ally, by design. Because she was incorruptible and she was responsive to evidence, and she was, in the end, interested in what was actually true. I need to tell you something, he said. He told her a version of the truth, not the full version, not the cyclic reverter and the entity and the fate meridian, but a version. He had an exceptional cultivation background that he could not fully disclose. He was working towards something of significant importance to the sect and possibly to the region, and the inquiry was being used as a political tool by people who wanted to interfere with that work. Elder Moss heard him out. Then she said, the inquiry has no formal basis. The cultivation rate alone is not a legitimate grounds for investigation. There is no sect charter provision that restricts how fast a disciple can advance. She paused. I can delay it for 3 months. Not dismiss it, delay. 3 months is enough, he said. She looked at him steadily. Wei Liang, whatever you're doing. When it's finished, tell me what it was. When it's finished, he said, I will tell you everything. She nodded. The inquiry was delayed. He went back to his cultivation work with the specific relief of a crisis averted on a timeline that mattered. He thought, walking back from Elder Moss's office, about how differently Cycle 6 politics had run compared to any previous cycle. In Cycle 2, the sect politics had been the dominant challenge. Zhao Peng and Zhang Kong and Elder Crane's corruption had been the entire first arc's conflict, because he was weak and they had institutional power. In Cycles 3 and 4, the politics had been complications to manage around the core cultivation push. In Cycle 6, the politics were almost entirely background, not because they were less real, but because he had 6 cycles of experience dealing with them, and because he was strong enough that the formal institutional response was inquiry rather than suppression. Power changed the nature of obstacles. The same obstacle that had been lethal at outer disciple cultivation level was a 3-month delay at nascent soul level. He had thought about this before, had thought about the way the cycles had changed his relationship to every kind of danger. What had been catastrophic in Cycle 1 was inconvenient in Cycle 6. What had required all his resources in Cycle 2 required a fraction of them in Cycle 6. But there were also things that had gotten harder, not easier. The relationship weight was heavier in Cycle 6, not lighter. Telling people the truth cost more because he cared more about what the truth did to them. The confrontation with Xu Kong was harder to approach not because he was less prepared, but because he was more invested. Cycle 6 had more people he loved in it than any previous cycle, because he had told more of them the truth and given them the real basis for genuine relationship rather than the one-sided connection of cycle knowledge. He would not trade it. He had been alone for too long in earlier cycles. Cycle 6, with its full disclosure and its genuine relationships, was harder. It was also what he had been working toward. He walked back into the inner sect and found Xun Yu waiting for him at the cultivation hall in trance with 2 cups of tea, already knowing, from the resonance between them, approximately what had happened. 3 months, she said, handing him a cup. 3 months, he said. We have 6 weeks until the final crossing, she said. More than enough. Yes, he said. She looked at him. Good. Chapter 72, Spirit Severing. He reached Spirit Severing in Cycle 6, 8th month. The transition from nascent soul to spirit severing was qualitatively different from anything before it. Not the dramatic compression of core formation, not the clarity surge of foundation establishment. Spirit severing was a loss. The transition required severing one aspect of the cultivator's self, an attachment, a fixed point, something that was limiting the cultivation's expansion beyond the nascent soul ceiling. The texts he had read described this differently for different cultivators. Some described severing an emotional attachment. Some described severing a conceptual limitation, a belief about the world or about themselves that had been load-bearing and had to be released. Some described severing a specific technique that had become a ceiling rather than a tool. For Wei Liang, the severing was immediately clear. He had to sever his certainty, not his confidence, not his knowledge, not his accumulated understanding of cultivation and people and strategy. His certainty, the absolute, comprehensive, planning across cycles certainty that he had built over 6 cycles as a replacement for the helplessness of being reset. The certainty that said, I know the outcome. I know the plan. I know what is going to happen. He had been building that certainty since Cycle 2, when he had first realized the rules of the reset and understood that knowledge was the only thing he kept. Knowledge was power in the most literal possible sense for someone in his situation. Cultivation knowledge that let him advance faster. Social knowledge that let him navigate every relationship with an understanding that no one around him could match. The knowledge had become certainty because certainty was the only thing that made the cycles bearable. If he knew enough, the resets were manageable. If he could plan far enough ahead, the losses were survivable. The certainty had saved him. Across 6 cycles of grief and repeated loss and the specific loneliness of being the only person who knew what was happening, the certainty had been the thing he could hold on to. And it was also the thing that was keeping him from what came next. He had been watching it for months. The way he constructed plans not because planning was useful, but because the act of planning felt like control. The way he mapped every person's character not because he needed the information, but because knowing felt like safety. The way he had told Xinyu everything on the first day of Cycle 6, not only because she deserved the full information, but because the act of telling her fully was itself a form of control. If she had all the information, he was not holding anything back. And if he was not holding anything back, he was being responsible. And if he was being responsible, then whatever happened was not his fault. He did not know. He had never known. He had very good information and excellent preparation and genuine capability. But the belief that these things added up to certainty was an attachment he had built to survive the cycles, and it had served him, and it was also limiting him. To reach spirit severing, he had to accept that he did not know how this ended. He sat in the inner sect meditation hall at midnight of cycle 6, 8th month. Shun Yu was in the inner sect garden, running her own spirit severing preparation. She had reached nascent soul stage 9 in the 7th month and was holding there, preparing for the transition. He looked at the certainty. He felt its shape, the plan that extended to the final confrontation, the technique specifications, the contingencies, the analysis of Shukong's state and Yunshi's position and the Void Palace's role. All of it present and real and carefully built. And he released it. Not the knowledge, just the certainty that the knowledge was sufficient, that the plan would work exactly as planned, that he had everything covered. He did not know if the plan would work. He had done everything he could to make it likely. But the outcome was not in his hands, and it never had been, and the belief that it had been a cage he had been living in for 6 cycles. The spirit-severing cultivation breakthrough came with a sound like something cracking, and a sensation like the deepest breath he had ever taken, and a quality of openness that was terrifying and clean. He was at spirit-severing stage 1. He wept for approximately 5 minutes, not from grief, or not only from grief, but from the release of the certainty and the specific, overwhelming quality of not knowing what came next. Then he stopped weeping and assessed his cultivation state. Tao-seeking stage 1 was behind this boundary. He was not there yet, but the ceiling that had been holding him at nascent soul had lifted. The cultivation space above him, which had felt defined and mapped, was now open in the specific way of something that had not been entered before. He sat with the openness. It felt like standing on the first day of cycle 1, age 17, with no knowledge and no plan and no certainty. Except that now he had the knowledge and the preparation and the genuine capability, and what he was releasing was the need for those things to be enough. They were what he had. He would use them. The outcome would be what it would be. He thought about the 7 names on the founder's list. He thought about Yun Bao in cycle 16, with a complete technique but no properly aligned companion, facing Shukong alone. He thought about what those previous cultivators had carried into their final confrontations, their own versions of certainty or its absence, their own versions of the grief and purpose that the cycles produced. He hoped they had found, at the end, something worth the cost. Then he stopped weeping and assessed his cultivation state, and went to tell Xinyu. Chapter 73, 2 at Spirit Severing. Shun Yu's Spirit Severing happened 2 days later. He was with her when it happened, not in the meditation hall, but in the inner sect garden, where she had been working for 3 days on the specific severing that her cultivation required. Her severing, she had told him beforehand, was the attachment to precision, not the practice of precision. That was her gift, and she was keeping it. The attachment to precision as a standard of safety. The belief that if she was precise enough, nothing could go wrong. That she could, through sufficient attention and accuracy, remove all risk from a situation. She had said this with the quality of someone who had examined something very closely and was ready to let it go. When it happened, the impact was visible. The wind path chi around her suddenly changed character. The small controlled spirals that were characteristic of her cultivation becoming, for a moment, a wild rushing outward in all directions, as if the precision that had been containing them was released. Then it settled, not back to the controlled spirals, but into something new, something that was both precise and free, the spirals present, but not as constraint. She opened her eyes. 2 days ahead of schedule, she said. Yes, he said. She stood, and he watched her test the new cultivation state, moving her chi deliberately through several of the wind path forms, feeling how they ran differently now that the attachment to precision as safety had been released. The forms were cleaner. They moved with a fluidity that the previous version had not had, because the previous version had been holding itself. Better, she said. Not boastfully. Accurately. Yes, he said. She looked at him. There was something different in her face now, not just the cultivation change but the personal change that accompanied it. The same thing he had seen in himself after his spirit severing. The quality of a person who had been holding something down for a long time and had let it go, and was discovering that the release did not destroy anything it had been protecting. How do you feel? He said. She considered the question with characteristic attention. Less defended, she said. Which is not what I expected precision to be. I thought releasing it would feel like exposure. It feels like having more room. She paused. And I can still be precise. The forms run cleanly. I just can't need them to run perfectly anymore. That's the difference, he said. Yes. She looked at the cultivation space around her, visible to both of them now in their spirit-severing states. I understand, now, why you severed what you severed. The certainty was doing something similar to the precision, holding things in place so they didn't have to be uncertain. Yes. and letting it go felt like the deepest breath I'd ever taken, he said. She nodded. Yes, exactly that. They stood in the inner sect garden in the autumn morning with the first frost on the stone pavers, both of them at spirit severing, both of them lighter than they had been before. The resonance work should be faster now. Yes. She looked at him. We can enter the Void Palace. Yes. She stood up, dusted off her hands in the specific gesture that was her version of closing a chapter. Then let's go. Chapter 74. Partners. They spent the following week in the Void Palace with the founder's impression. This was, in its practical character, a series of extremely intensive technique practice sessions. The founder walked them through the complete sequence for the threat interception technique, including the modifications Wei Liang and Shun Yu had developed to eliminate the inside threshold maintenance requirement and the wind path stability component. The founder reviewed the modifications with the specific quality of someone assessing whether 700 years of waiting had been justified. This is better, the impression said. More elegant. More safe. It's Shun Yu's adaptation, Wei Liang said. Yes, the impression said. I know. It turned toward Shun Yu. The cultivation signature I predicted was approximately correct. You are somewhat stronger than the prediction. I had better information than you could have anticipated, Shun Yu said. The cyclic cultivator, the impression said. Yes. He gave you 5 cycles of accumulated knowledge. That was not in the original model. It paused. It was the right choice. They ran the technique sequence every day. By the end of the week, the sequence was clean, not perfect, because perfection was the attachment Shun Yu had severed, but functional at the level that mattered. Wei Liang could feel the precise moment of resonance when her frequency intercept landed in the correct relationship to his breakthrough threshold state. She could feel the breakthrough threshold approaching in his cultivation state from 20 feet away and time the intercept to within the required window. The founder's impression watched these sessions with what Wei Liang had come to recognize as the cultivation equivalent of satisfaction, a steady, quiet attention that was different from the sharper watchfulness of the first few sessions, when the impression had been assessing whether they could actually execute what it had built. By the 5th day, the impression had said, the timing is within acceptable parameters. By the 7th, you are ready. By the last evening, it simply watched in silence, and the silence had the quality of a thing that has been waiting for its resolution and can finally see it. Ready? He said, on the last evening in the Void Palace. Yes, she said. There are things I want to say before this, he said. Then say them, she said. He looked at her. Cycle 6 Shun Yu, who had been told everything on the first day and had reached spirit severing in 8 months and had developed a better technique than the Jade Mountain School's founder had, and had done everything that needed to be done with the precise, complete dedication that was her most fundamental quality. I have a question, she said. Yes. In the cycles where I didn't know, where you knew me but I didn't know you, did you treat me differently because you knew me? He had been expecting this question since cycle 4, when he had first started asking it of himself. Yes, he said. I treated you with more care, more attention to your preferences and reactions than I would have had access to without the cycle knowledge. I positioned myself to be trusted faster, using knowledge of what built trust with you. She considered this. Did you ever use it against me? No. Did you ever use it to protect me from harm? Yes. Multiple times. Did you ever use it to force a connection I wouldn't have formed if I'd had full information? He thought about this carefully. I don't believe so, but I'm not a fully objective witness. She nodded slowly. The honest answer matters more than a clean one, she said. She looked at him. I believe you acted as well as you could across conditions that were genuinely difficult. And in this cycle, where I have full information, the connection is my own choice. Yes, he said. Good. She looked at him. Now say what you wanted to say. I want you to know that across every cycle, you were consistent, he said. In every version, every reset, every beginning, you were exactly and completely yourself. And knowing you across those cycles is the most valuable thing I have accumulated. He paused. Not the cultivation knowledge. Not the archive materials. You. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, I want you to know that I believe you, she said. About all of it. The cycles, the entity, what you've been carrying. I believe you. And I think you've been extraordinary, and I'm glad you found me on the first day. They stood in the Void Palace's ancient air, in the light of the Chi Formation lanterns, and the founder's impression was silent, and the silver thread blazed in Wei Liang's chest. And for a moment, everything that had been built across 6 cycles existed simultaneously. The grief and the purpose and the warmth and the hard-won knowledge that some things were worth every cost they required. Ready? She said. Yes, he said. They walked out of the Void Palace and into cycle 6, 9th month, and they began the final preparation. Chapter 75. Shukong stirs in cycle 6 ninth month, the world began to change. It was not visible to most people. Not to Chen Wuji, who had reached core formation stage 2 and was watching Wei Liang with the specific combination of pride and concern that was characteristic of him. Not to Mei Ruoshan, who had reached core formation stage 5 and had been told, in cycle 6 fifth month, the full story and had received it with the careful, complete attention of someone who had been expecting it. Not to Bai He, who had been told in cycle 6 second month and had handled it with the quality of someone who had been carrying a half-formed suspicion for a very long time and was relieved to have it resolved into fact. He had told Bai He on day 30 of cycle 6 first month, which was the earliest he had ever told the elder. Bai He in cycle 6 had the character Wei Liang had been working with across 6 iterations. The complicated version, not the corrupt version of cycle 2, but the genuine one. The version that had the capacity for real integrity and real care and had sometimes deployed it and sometimes failed to. Wei Liang had sat down with him and said, "I have something to tell you. It requires a commitment to hearing all of it before responding." Bai He had looked at him with an expression that was very specifically the expression of a person who has been waiting for something they can feel coming without being able to name it. "Go ahead," he had said. Wei Liang had told him about cycles 1 and 2. Their interactions across those cycles, the corrupt version and then the better version that came after. He had not done this with other people. The usual version of the disclosure focused on the mechanism and the plan, not on the previous cycle history. But with Bai He had found across 6 cycles that the relationship benefited from the truth about itself, about what Wei Liang had observed and what he had chosen based on those observations. Bai He had been quiet for a very long time when Wei Liang finished. "I was corrupt," he said. "Not a question. In cycle 1 and part of cycle 2, Wei Liang said. In subsequent cycles, beginning with cycle 3, you were not. What changed it? In cycle 3, you were not placed in the situation where corruption was structurally rewarded. Different posting, different resource access. The corruption in cycles 1 and 2 was not determined by character, I think. It was determined by opportunity and pressure." Bai He was quiet again. "You observed this," he said finally. "You watched me be corrupt, and then you watched me not be corrupt in the next cycle, and you drew conclusions about which one was more me." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "And you decided that the non-corrupt version was more me." "Yes." Bai He sat with this for a long time. "Then, that is either a significant act of faith or a significant act of assessment." "Both," Wei Liang said. "I don't know how to respond to being known across cycles by someone who is choosing to believe the better version of me," Bai He said. "You don't have to respond to it," Wei Liang said. "I told you because you deserve to know, not because I need anything from you." Bai He had been one of the people who made cycle 6 feel different. Not because of what he did. He was not part of the plan, not positioned at any critical juncture, but because of what he was, a person who knew the truth and was living his life with the weight of it, as fully and honestly as he could. But to anyone with high-level qi awareness, Shen Yu, Wei Liang himself, and the founder's impression in the Void Palace, the changes were unmistakable. The ambient qi in the Iron Gate sect mountain area had developed a specific character over the previous month. It was less stable than it should be, prone to minor fluctuations and currents that had no natural source. Formation arrays throughout the sect were registering minor disturbances. The outer sect disciples in the lower mountain training areas reported cultivation disruptions during late-night practice sessions. Small, manageable, but real. Shukong was aware that something was coming. He had been aware for some time. Wei Liang had felt the silver threads increased tension since cycle 6 began, the entities pulling urgency growing as the cycle advanced and the breakthrough it expected approached. But in the 9th month, it was not just urgency. It was fear. The entity that had been patient for centuries was afraid. Wei Liang pressed his hand against his sternum and felt the thread blazing and thought, "You should be." "He knows," Shen Yu said. She had appeared beside him in the inner sect garden, as she often did, without announcing herself. "Yes." "Does that change the plan?" "No," he said. "It means we can't delay. The plan is the plan." He looked at her. "Are you ready?" "Yes." She paused. "Nascent soul stage 9. The rank boundary we need is from nascent soul to spirit severing, which we've both already crossed. The next rank boundary for you is spirit severing to Tao seeking." "Yes, that's the breakthrough that will trigger the intercept. I need to reach Tao seeking stage 1 threshold and complete the crossing." "Then we do it now," she said. "Before he does something unpredictable." He nodded. He was at spirit severing stage 3. The Tao seeking threshold was ahead. He had to wait 30 more days. The spirit severing stages required consolidation. He could not rush them without undermining the cultivation foundation that the thread intercept technique required. He needed spirit-severing stage 3 fully consolidated, with the resonance work at its maximum stability. 30 days. He looked at the mountain above them and thought about what was waiting inside it. The sleeping entity, the centuries-old reconstruction attempt, the fate energy that had been drained from him and from people before him for longer than the current cultivation world had existed. 30 days. He was ready. Chapter 76. Before the final crossing, he spent the 30 days as fully as he had ever spent any period in his life. He trained with Shun Yu every morning in the inner sect cultivation hall, beginning before sunrise, running the resonance work in the gray pre-dawn quiet when the hall was empty and the mountain's ambient chi was at its most stable. The threat interception sequence had become familiar in the way that deeply practiced techniques become familiar, present in the hands and the cultivation sense before the conscious mind reaches it, the body's knowledge having internalized something the mind was still articulating. But familiar did not mean easy. Shun Yu was running 2 simultaneous sequences. He was maintaining the breakthrough alignment, a delicate act requiring the exact sustained pressure of cultivating toward a threshold without crossing it prematurely. Both of them were doing something that was technically demanding and that had consequences that neither could recover from if the execution failed. He trained with Shun Yu every day, not for advancement, but for the resonance work. They ran the technique sequence every session, refining the timing until it was precise to the fraction of a second. He could feel when she was ready. She could feel when he was ready. The cultivation resonance between them, built across 6 cycles and 8 months of explicit harmonization work, was something that neither of them had language for, but that functioned with absolute precision. He spent time with Chen Wuji, not working, not planning, just being present with his oldest friend, who did not fully understand what was coming but who understood enough to know that it was significant and who was responding in the way that was characteristic of him, with presence, with warmth, with the willingness to sit in a difficult thing alongside the person who was in it. "You're going to be okay," Chen Wuji said one afternoon. "I don't know," Wei Liang said. He had severed the certainty. He was not going to pretend to have rebuilt it. "I know," Chen Wuji said. Wei Liang looked at him. "I know things about you that you might not know about yourself," Chen Wuji said, "including that whatever happens in that confrontation, you're going to do the right thing. Because you always have." He paused. "In every single thing I've watched you do, across the whole time I've known you, you've always done the right thing. Even when it cost you." Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. "You've known me for 8 months in this cycle." "I know," Chen Wuji said. "But I know you." He thought about what Shun Yu had said. "Whatever version of me you meet that first day, she's me. She'll find her way." He thought about how Chen Wuji, who did not have the cycles, who had only 8 months of knowing Wei Liang, had arrived at something that was exactly true. "Thank you," he said. "Don't die," Chen Wuji said. "I'll do my best." He spent time with Mei Ruishan. They had, in cycle 6, reached a different point than any previous cycle, not the cautious beginning that each cycle started with, but a further point, because he had told her the truth in the 5th month, and she had received it, and they had had 5 months of knowing each other with the full context rather than building toward it. She was not his partner in the technical sense that Shun Yu was, but she was the person he had been finding again and again across 6 cycles, and she was real in a way that 5 cycles of accumulated knowledge and care had made undeniable. "When this is done," she said, "if it works, yes, we'll have a conversation about what comes next." She looked at him steadily. "A real one, a forward-looking one." "Yes," he said, "I'd like that." He spent time with Yun Shi, not working, not reviewing the modified technique formation, just talking. 2 people who had been on opposite sides of a catastrophe and had both survived it and were standing now in the strange position of having completed their antagonism without completing their relationship. "After this is done," he said to Yun Shi one afternoon, "what will you do?" Yun Shi considered. "I don't know," he said. 40 years in Shukong's service has not left me well positioned for a normal cultivation life." He paused. "I have resources. I have knowledge. I am approximately 110 years old, which means I have time." He looked at Wei Liang. "What does a person do when the structure they built their life around dissolves?" "Build a new one," Wei Liang said. "Slower. Different material." Yin Shi was quiet for a moment. "You've had to rebuild 6 times." "Yes. That should make you an expert. Or someone who knows how exhausting it is," Wei Liang said. "Both." Yin Shi looked at him with something that was not quite amusement, but adjacent to it. "You are much younger than me," he said, "and somehow considerably older." "The cycles," Wei Liang said. "Yes." Yin Shi stood. "I will find something to do with the rest of my life that is not in service to something terrible. I do not know yet what that looks like." He paused. "But I think the not knowing is probably the right starting condition." He spent time in the Void Palace, sitting with the founder's impression in the quiet of the ancient space. Not working, not reviewing the technique. Just sitting with the presence of someone who had waited 700 years and was now, finally, close to the end of the waiting. What happens to you when this is over? He asked the impression. I dissolve, it said. I've been here on the strength of intention and chi imprint. When the purpose is served, the imprint fades. It paused. I do not consider this a tragedy. How do you bear the waiting? He said. I have not been conscious during most of it, the impression said. I was aware when you first arrived. Before that, nothing. 700 years of nothing is not experienced as duration. It is simply the gap between one moment and the next. He thought about this. I've been conscious during my waiting, he said. Yes, the impression said. That is the difference between us. I built a place and stored knowledge and waited. You lived through the waiting. That is harder. It paused. And it is also why you are better prepared than Yun Bao was. She had cycles. You have lived cycles. The difference is significant. He sat with that for a while. Thank you, he said, for building this place. Thank you, the impression said, for finding it. He left the Void Palace on the 30th day and went to find Xinyu. Ready, he said. Yes, she said. Tonight, he said. Tonight, she agreed. The silver thread blazed in his chest with an urgency that had been building for 30 days, Shukong's awareness pressing against it from the other side. The entity knowing what was coming and unable to stop it, and unable to stop pulling toward the breakthrough that was its only mode of operating. He had felt Shukong's awareness change across the 9 months of Cycle 6. In the beginning, the thread's sensation had been the same as in every previous cycle. A background presence, attentive but patient, with the deep assurance of something that has always gotten what it expected and had no reason to doubt it would again. In the 5th month, after the Void Palace, the assurance had developed the current of something else. Not quite anxiety, but the awareness that something in the cycle was different. By the 9th month, the anxiety had become fear. Shukong was afraid of them. This was the first time, across 6 cycles, that the entity had been afraid. Wei Liang could feel it through the thread. The quality of Shukong's attention had changed from patient expectation to desperate urgency. The entity was pulling harder. It wanted the breakthrough to come before whatever was being prepared could be executed. The thread's urgency was a sign that the plan was working. And also a genuine danger. A desperate entity was an unpredictable one. He had told Xinyu this in the 28th day. If he's that afraid, she said, he may try to trigger the breakthrough early. Force the threshold crossing before you're ready. Can he do that? She extended her wind path awareness to the thread. I don't know. In theory, a fate meridian is the cyclic reverter's own cultivation structure. He shouldn't be able to drive it externally. But he's been in this cultivation environment for centuries. She paused. We shouldn't wait beyond tonight. Tonight, he agreed. Wei Liang felt the pull and felt the certainty he had severed and felt the openness beyond it, the genuine not knowing, and found, to his own surprise, that the not knowing was not frightening anymore. It was possibility. He walked to the inner sect meditation hall with Xinyu beside him, and the mountain rose above them, and the Void Palace slept below them, and somewhere in the threshold space between spirit severing and Tao seeking, Shukong waited with centuries of hunger and the specific fear of something that has been broken for too long and senses that the breaking might finally, at last, be resolved. Wei Liang pressed his hand against his sternum one more time. I'm here, he thought. Let's end this. He sat down. He began the technique. Chapter 77. The threshold spirit severing to Tao seeking was not like any previous rank boundary crossing. He had crossed 6 rank boundaries now. Qi condensation to foundation establishment, 6 times. Foundation establishment to core formation, 3 times. Core formation to nascent soul, twice. Nascent soul to spirit severing, once. Each crossing had its own character, its own specific sensation. The Qi condensation to foundation establishment crossing had been dramatic and bright. The first time he felt it, the cultivation energy release enormous and stunning. By the 6th time it had become familiar, still significant, but processed rather than felt. Foundation establishment to core formation had been compression, the sensation of cultivation knowledge condensing into something denser and more stable. Core formation to nascent soul had been emergence, a quality of something that had been latent becoming present and mobile. Nascent soul to spirit severing had been loss, as he had known it would be, and then an opening. Spirit severing to Tao seeking, the founder's records had suggested, was integration. Not the adding of something new or the releasing of something old, but the resolution of everything that had been accumulated into a coherent whole. A cultivation stage defined not by power or knowledge alone, but by the ability to act from both simultaneously, to carry the full weight of understanding without being crushed by it, and to act from power without being emptied by it. He sat in the inner sect meditation hall with his legs crossed and his hands resting on his knees and his breath steady, and he felt the threshold approaching. The spirit-severing stage 3 cultivation state he had been consolidating for 30 days was at maximum stability. The resonance between him and Xunyu, 3 feet to his left, her wind path chi, already moving in the preliminary patterns of the interception technique, was as strong as it had ever been. The conditions were as good as they could be. He had done everything he could do. Now he had to cross. This crossing was different because both of them were awake to what was happening. He could feel Shukong clearly, for the first time, not just as a directed attention or a cold sensation in his chest, but as a presence, a consciousness, an entity with its own character. Ancient and broken and desperate, yes, but also extraordinarily powerful. He had been told that Shukong was an immortal ascension cultivator who had shattered his timeline. He had understood this intellectually. He felt it now as a physical reality. The entity on the other side of the threshold was vast, but he was not alone. He could feel Xunyu beside him. Not physically. She was 3 feet to his left in the meditation hall, but in the cultivation resonance that they had built across 8 months and 6 cycles, and the specific kind of work that required 2 people to do together. Her presence at the threshold approach was as clear as his own. He aligned the frequencies. The silver thread blazed to full intensity, no longer just visible but audible, a high clear tone in the cultivation sense. The fate meridian stretched to its maximum as the breakthrough threshold approached. He felt Shukong feel it. The entity's attention sharpened to a point. The centuries of patient harvest became an instant of total focus. Shukong was fully present, fully oriented, drawing on everything the reconstruction project had accumulated across 700 years and waiting for the threshold crossing to begin. Wei Liang felt the attention as a physical weight. This was the entity that had been farming his existence across 6 cycles. This was the presence he had felt at the edge of every previous breakthrough. The cold clarity, the specific hungry quality that he had learned to recognize as the moment Shukong's harvest mechanism engaged. He had been afraid of this moment, across cycles. In cycles 1 through 3, the fear had been overwhelming. The sense of something vast and attentive at the threshold had been terrifying in the way that the unknown is terrifying. In cycles 4 and 5, with more understanding, the fear had been more specific, not of the unknown but of the known. Of what Shukong could do, of what the meridian rupture could do, of what the technique's failure would cost. In cycle 6, standing at spirit-severing stage 3 with Xunyu beside him and the complete technique in both their hands and the certainty severed, so he was not pretending to know more than he knew. The fear was present. Real. Honest. He let it be present without letting it redirect him. He felt Shukong reach for the alignment moment. He felt Xunyu present her frequency. And everything that happened next happened in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Chapter 78. The thread intercepted the fate meridian reached for Shukong's alignment. Xunyu's frequency was there first. She had timed it with the precision that was her most fundamental quality. The precision she had freed from the attachment to certainty, but had kept as practice, as gift, as the specific way she moved through the world. The wind path cultivation frequency she presented was calibrated to match the fate meridian's natural resonance signature. The original signature, before centuries of Shukong's groove had worn in, and the meridian took it with the quality of something recognizing what it had been looking for before it knew it was looking. The alignment snapped into place on Xunyu's frequency. For 1 fraction of a second, and Wei Liang felt this with complete clarity, felt it as the most significant fraction of a second of his life. The fate meridian was aligned to the correct source for the first time in 700 years. Not Shukong's harvesting groove, but the original resonance that fate meridians had been designed to follow. The pattern that existed before any entity had ever thought to intercept it. The meridian recognized what it was supposed to be. The breakthrough energy released, not upward into the void where Shukong waited, but inward, flowing back through the fate meridian in the direction it had been designed to flow before Shukong's redirection. It completed the Tao-seeking stage 1 crossing and kept moving, passing through the fate meridian as clean cultivation energy rather than siphoned fate. He felt the completion as something entirely new. A breakthrough that was entirely his own. Not harvested. Not redirected. His. And then the retrograde pulse. The energy that hit Shukong's side of the connection was not the neatly packaged fate energy he had been expecting. It was the full undirected force of a spirit severing to Tao-seeking boundary crossing, reversed, arriving at the reconstruction project's intake point at full strength. Wei Liang heard, felt, the impact. It was not a sound. It was a quality of the cultivation space around him. The sense of something vast and ancient encountering something that had never happened before and responding with everything it had. The response was immense. Shukong was not going to accept this quietly. Chapter 79. Shukong's counter. The threshold space tore open. Not in the physical world. The meditation hall was undamaged, the mountain outside was still. But in the cultivation space, in the resonance between spirit severing and Tao seeking, where the fate meridian ran, the boundary tore open and Shukong poured through. Wei Liang had been told that Shukong was vast. He had prepared, intellectually, for what vast meant. He had not fully prepared for the experiential reality. The entity that came through the torn threshold was not a person. It was what happened to a person when they had been broken for centuries and had survived by consuming, by taking and consuming and trying to reconstruct something that did not want to be reconstructed because the reconstruction required someone else's loss. It was also, unmistakably, a person, not a monster. Under the centuries of consumption and desperation, there was the specific quality of a consciousness that had once been capable of things like wisdom and choice. The immortal ascension cultivator who had tried to transcend causality and had instead shattered it, who had done something irreversible in an attempt to become something more than what he was, and who had been living with the consequence ever since. The consequence being that he could not stop, because stopping meant accepting the shattering without any reconstruction to justify it. Wei Liang looked at Shukong directly, for the first time, and felt something he had not expected, recognition. Not memory. He had never known Shukong, never met the person. Recognition of a pattern. The pattern of someone who had been in the same situation he was in, locked in a cycle, doing the same thing repeatedly, unable to stop, using what came to hand to survive, because stopping was not available. He had been that person. Across 6 cycles, he had done to the people around him, had done carefully, with care, with love, something that was in its structure the same as what Shukong had done to him. He had used their lives without their full knowledge. He had leveraged their grief and their trust and their developing love. He had done it carefully and with care and with genuine love. But he had done it. He had used Shun Yu's across-cycle cultivation residue, the trace memory in her cultivation substrate, to create resonance faster than it would have built naturally. He had used Shun Wuji's consistent friendship to ground himself emotionally across cycles, drawing from a person who did not remember being drawn from. He had built toward Mei Ruishan with knowledge she had never agreed to share. The recognition lasted for one breath. Then Shukong attacked. The attack was not a technique in any standard sense. It was a total assertion of the entity's presence, the attempt to simply overwhelm, to use the vast accumulated power of centuries of reconstruction energy to crush the intrusion and restore the feeding connection. Wei Liang felt the attack hit him and felt himself hold. Not through power. He did not have power to match Shukong's. Through the specific quality that 5 cycles of grief and purpose had built in him. The ability to absorb impact without being undone by it. The cultivation practice that was not just technique, but character, developed over repeated loss and rebuilt beginning. He held. Shukong hit him again. The second wave was heavier, the entity pouring more of its accumulated reconstruction energy into the assault, trying to overwhelm rather than overwhelm quickly. Wei Liang felt his cultivation state compress under the pressure, the Tao-seeking cultivation newly achieved and not yet stable being tested before it had fully settled. He held. Beside him, he could feel Shun Yu running both techniques simultaneously. The frequency intercept, locked precisely to the fate meridian's current alignment with her cultivation signature, and the containment formation stabilization, the wind path spirals maintaining the modified Yunshi formation with steady precision. 2 demanding cultivation sequences. He could feel the strain of them in the resonance between them, could feel how much the dual execution was costing her. She held. Shukong changed approach. Rather than attacking Wei Liang's cultivation state directly, the entity reached for the fate meridian itself, tried to force the alignment back to Shukong's frequency through raw assertion of the centuries-old groove, to reassert the pattern by sheer accumulated force. Wei Liang felt Shun Yu's frequency respond, the wind path intercept deepening, holding the alignment steady, not letting the reassertion find purchase. He felt the moments where the fate meridian wavered, where Shukong's pattern nearly overcame hers, and felt each time that it did not quite reach the point of failure. Her precision, freed from the need to be perfect, was running at the exact level needed. No less. The meridian was flowing. The breakthrough energy had completed. The thread was changing. He looked at Shukong and said, in the cultivation sense rather than in sound, Asterisk, I know what you've been trying to do. And I know you can't do it this way. Not through me. Not anymore. Asterisk Shukong's response was not in words. It was in the full, desperate weight of a consciousness that had been trying to fix one catastrophic mistake for 700 years and was watching the last available path close. Wei Liang felt the weight of it. He felt the recognition again. And he thought, I'm sorry you couldn't find another way. Then he completed the Tao-seeking breakthrough with Shun Yu beside him, and the fate meridian closed. The thread went silent. Not with violence. Not with the crash and rupture of a forced severance. The fate meridian, no longer aligned to Shukong's frequency, no longer feeding into a reconstruction project that was its only purpose, simply released. Like a rope going slack when the tension that held it taut is removed. The silver light that had been blazing in Wei Liang's chest for 6 cycles faded. Not instantly. It took several seconds, and during those seconds he felt the meridian's presence clearly for what was perhaps the first time. Felt its actual structure, the channel that had been built into his cultivation substrate long before he was aware of it. The carefully maintained pathway that had been carrying his breakthrough energy out of his cultivation system and into Shukong's reconstruction project across every rank crossing for as long as he had been cultivating. He felt it release its connection. He felt it close. And somewhere in the space between cultivation ranks, in the gap where Shukong had existed for centuries, there was a last pulse of something that might have been relief before the long-accumulated reconstruction energy began to disperse. Wei Liang pressed his hand against his sternum. The thread was gone. He was Tao-seeking stage 1. He was still here. The world had not reset. He sat in the cultivation hall listening to the silence for what felt like a very long time, but was probably 10 seconds. The silence had a quality he had not encountered before. It was entirely his own. No thread. No external attentiveness at the edge of his awareness. No harvest mechanism monitoring the approach of the next rank boundary. Just the silence of a person sitting alone in their own cultivation, with no one watching but the person beside him who had chosen to be there. He sat very still for a long time, feeling the difference. The absence where the thread had been. The quality of a cultivation state that was entirely his own, not carrying anyone else's connection. The specific quality of an ending. Xinyu's hand on his arm, steady and present. He exhaled. It was over. Chapter 80. The morning after he woke in the inner sect meditation hall, as gray light came through the high window. He was still himself. He was Tao-seeking stage 1, which was the highest cultivation stage he had ever occupied in any cycle. He was in cycle 6, in the 9th month, in the same room where he had completed the breakthrough. The world was continuous. Time had not snapped back. He pressed his hand against his sternum. Nothing. Not the absence of the thread as a loss. The absence of the thread as completion. The way a healed wound is present as the absence of pain, not as emptiness. He sat with the nothing for a long time. 6 cycles. The thread had been in him since the first cycle, before he was aware of it, since the very first breakthrough, the chi condensation to foundation establishment crossing that had reset him at 17 and started the whole chain. He had carried it for as long as he could remember across every version of his life. It was possible, he thought, that it had been there before cycle 1's reset, that Shukong had been monitoring him from childhood, from before the sect, from whatever the fate meridian's first formation moment had been. He had never known a version of his cultivation life that was entirely his own. Every cultivation state, every breakthrough, every stage, Shukong had been at the edge of it, harvesting. And now the edge was empty. He tried to feel what was different in his cultivation state beyond the thread's absence. The Tao-seeking stage 1 was there, newly achieved, not yet consolidated, but genuinely present. The spirit severing cultivation underneath, it was stable. His meridians ran clean. There was no pulling, no external attentiveness, no sense of anything watching the edge of his breakthrough states. He was alone in his own cultivation. For the first time, he did not know what to do with that. He sat in the meditation hall while the gray light grew and thought, this is what it's supposed to feel like. This is the baseline. This is what everyone else has and has always had. It felt enormous. Shen Yu was sitting cross-legged 3 feet to his left, exactly where she had been. She was awake, had been awake, he suspected, for most of the night, monitoring the cultivation space. When he moved, she opened her eyes. It worked, she said. Yes, he said. Shukong. Gone. Or dispersed. The reconstruction project lost its intake energy, and what had been built collapsed. He paused. He had been building the same thing for 700 years, and it came down. I don't know if that's death, or transformation, or something else. But he's not present anymore. She was quiet for a moment. The Void Palace? I should check. He stood up, feeling the new quality of Tao-seeking stage 1 in his meridians, different from spirit severing, with a breadth and openness that was genuinely new. I'll go now. She stood beside him. They walked down to the mountain foundation passage together, side by side, in the early morning gray. The Void Palace door was open. Not partially, fully. The ceiling formation had dissolved. The door stood wide, and the ancient air moved freely. Inside, the chi formation lanterns were dark. The alcoves where the preserved artifacts had been held were empty. The preservation formations had released. The objects inside presumably dispersed into the ambient cultivation environment along with the founder's impression. The central dais was empty. She's gone, Shinyu said. Yes. He stood in the empty space and looked at the 12 empty alcoves and the bare dais and felt the quality of a completed thing, something that had been waiting for its end and had reached it. Thank you, he said to the empty room. The empty room said nothing. It was an empty room. He turned to Shinyu. She was looking at him with the expression he had seen at the beginning of Cycle 6's first day. The careful, direct assessment that had been there from the first moment he had ever seen her across any cycle. What happens now, she said. He stood in the empty void palace with his hand no longer pressed against his sternum because there was nothing there to feel for, and he thought about Mei Ruoshan saying a real conversation, a forward-looking one, and Chun Wuji saying don't die with the complete confidence of someone who did not actually believe this outcome was a possibility, and by he sitting in his office with the complicated and genuine nature he had always carried. He thought about Chun Wuji, told the truth in Cycle 6's third month, not because Chun Wuji needed to be part of the plan, but because keeping it from his oldest friend had become a weight he was no longer willing to carry. Chun Wuji had sat with it carefully, asked precise questions, and ultimately said, "You've been choosing to come back for me." In every version, he had said yes. Chun Wuji had said, "I'll try to deserve that." And then, because he was Chun Wuji. Also, I would have been embarrassed to find out afterward. He thought about the 7 names on the list in his cultivation pouch. About the previous cyclic reverters who had not had what he had. The complete technique, a companion with 5 cycles of accumulated resonance, the information from Yun Shi about the meridian rupture, the Void Palace's founder waiting for them specifically. He thought about how much it had to go right, across how many cycles and centuries, to produce this moment. He thought about what it meant to be the end of a chain. Not the most important person in it, not the only person who mattered, but the last link, the one who happened to be in the position to complete what everyone before him had been building toward. He thought about whether he would have chosen it, if he had been given the choice at age 17 with full information. He thought he would have said no. The cycles were too much loss, too much weight, too much loneliness. No one would have chosen it who fully understood what it meant. The endless repetition, the accumulated grief, the watching of people he loved lose their memories of him over and over, the specific loneliness of being the only person who carried the full weight of time while everyone around him carried only one moment's worth. He thought he would have been wrong to refuse. Because the losses were real, and also, the accumulated knowledge was real, and the technique that Shinyu had built was real, and the people who would keep their lives because the cycle had ended were real. The cost was real, and the outcome was also real. Now, he said, we live forward. Shinyu looked at him. Forward, she said, trying the word. One day at a time. No map. No map, he confirmed. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that's terrifying. Yes. She looked at the empty void palace around them. The bare dais, the 12 empty alcoves, the old mountain stone that had held this space sealed for 7 centuries. And it's also beautiful, she said. Yes, he said. Exactly that. They walked out of the void palace and into the morning, side by side, and the mountain air was cold and clear, and the sect was waking up around them, and the path forward was entirely unknown, and Wei Liang walked it anyway, step by step, present in each one, into the first day of the life he had been trying to reach for 6 cycles, and had finally, at last, arrived at. Shinyu looked at him. I have never done that, he said. Not in 6 cycles. I've always known what was coming. I've always been working toward the ending. He looked at the empty doorway, the mountain morning visible through it. I don't know what tomorrow looks like. None of us do, Shinyu said. I know that, intellectually, he said. But for the first time, literally, I'm experiencing it. She looked at him for a moment. Is it frightening? He thought about it. The absence of the thread. The absence of the reset. The absence of the certainty he had severed in his spirit-severing transition. The presence of tomorrow as a genuine unknown. Yes, he said. She nodded. Good, she said. That means it's real. They walked out of the void palace into the morning, and the mountain was around them, and the sect was above them, and ahead of them was a day they had not lived before. Wei Liang breathed the morning air, cold and pine-scented and entirely present, and felt the terror and beauty of an unknown tomorrow in equal measure, which was the exact quality of being alive. He began to walk, not in a circle, forward. Chapter 81. The morning after everything the world did not end when Shukong dispersed. Wei Liang had, on some level, expected something larger. An announcement from the cultivation space. A visible change in the sky or the mountain or the ambient qi. A signal that something that had been running for 700 years had stopped. What he got was the meditation hall in early morning light. Shenyu sitting 3 feet to his left, the qi formation lanterns on the wall running quietly, and the smell of cold stone and pine resin coming through the high window. He stood up. His legs were unsteady. 8 hours of sustained high-level cultivation with a climactic engagement at the end had cost something physical, and the body wanted food and rest. He noted this with the precision of someone who had been monitoring cultivation costs for 6 cycles. He was not injured. He was depleted. These were different things. He thought, standing up and finding his balance, about the specific texture of cultivation depletion versus injury. He had been injured, across the cycles, had taken damage in confrontations with Zhao Peng's faction, with Deng Hao, with Yun Shi. He knew what injury felt like, the sharp, specific wrongness of something that had been disrupted. Depletion was different. Depletion was the quality of a vessel that had given everything it had and needed to be refilled. Not damaged, just empty. He was very empty. He had been running at maximum operational capacity for the entirety of Cycle 6. 8 months of accelerated cultivation, resonance work, technique practice, the confrontation itself. He had been managing on cultivation efficiency rather than cultivation rest for months. Now, with the work done and the urgency genuinely absent, the full weight of what the cycle had cost was landing. He was going to need to rest. Not cycle rest, not the managed downtime of previous cycles, where rest was a resource replenishment measure timed to the next operational need. Genuine rest. The kind with no next operational need waiting on the other side of it. He found, standing in the morning light of the meditation hall, that he had no idea what that looked like. Shenyu was already on her feet, extending her wind path awareness outward through the walls of the hall. He waited for her assessment. Ambient qi is different, she said. Calmer. The fluctuations that have been present for the last month are gone. She turned to look at him. He's not in the cultivation space anymore. No, I want to do a full assessment of the changed environment before we make any claims. But the immediate read is, he's gone. He nodded. Yes. She looked at him. You've been through a major breakthrough and a high-level confrontation on the same night. How are you? Depleted. Not injured. He paused. Strange. Strange how? He considered how to describe it. When you've been carrying something for a very long time, long enough that the weight feels like normal, and then it's gone. Strange is the most accurate word I have. She looked at him with the careful attention that was her most consistent quality. The thread. Yes. 6 cycles of it. It was part of my cultivation sense. I stopped noticing it the way you stop noticing a scar. He pressed his hand against his sternum one more time. It's not there, and the not there is going to take getting used to. She was quiet for a moment. Then, we should eat, and sleep, and then do the Void Palace check you mentioned. She moved toward the hall's door. In that order? Yes, he said. In that order. She looked back at him from the doorway. One thing first, she said. Yes. The technique worked, she said. I want to say it plainly. The technique I developed, the one the founder built, and we modified and I ran in the threshold space. It worked exactly as designed. She paused. That is worth acknowledging. He looked at her. She was not saying it out of pride. She was saying it because in the months of building toward the confrontation, there had been a constant background uncertainty about whether the design was actually correct, whether the execution would be sufficient, whether something they had not anticipated would change the outcome. That uncertainty had been part of the daily texture of Cycle 6 for 8 months. The uncertainty was resolved. The answer was, it worked. Yes, he said. It worked exactly as designed. He paused. Which was your design? Our modification, she said. And the founder's original framework. Yes. 700 years of preparation and 8 months of execution, she said. And it worked. Yes. She looked at him steadily. I want you to know that I'm proud of it, she said. Not in the sense of, I did something no one else could do. In the sense of, we built the right thing and it worked. That's satisfying. He thought about how, across 6 cycles, he had been the person doing the work and not the person receiving the satisfaction of completion. The cycles had always reset before the work could be completed, had always taken the outcome away before it could be fully known. The satisfaction of this completion was, for him, entirely new. Yes, he said. It is. They walked out of the meditation hall into the gray morning of a world that had not reset. Chapter 82. The Void Palace. Empty. The Void Palace's door stood fully open. He had walked down to the mountain foundation passage after breakfast. Food eaten in the inner sect dining hall with the ordinary sounds of early morning cultivation life around them, which had the specific quality of something that was both mundane and extraordinary, and found the ceiling formation dissolved, the stone door standing at its full width, the air inside moving freely for the first time since the palace had been sealed centuries ago. Xinyu walked in first, her wind path awareness extended. He followed. The alcoves were empty. The preservation formations had released, not violently, but with the quality of formations that had completed their purpose and dissolved their operating structure. The jade text slips were gone, not destroyed, but dispersed. The personal cultivation objects. The formation stones. The founders' accumulated life's work, held for 700 years and now released into the ambient cultivation environment. On the central dais, nothing. The chi impression that had been the founder was gone. She's gone, Xinyu said. Yes. He stood in the empty space and let himself feel what the emptiness was. Not loss, exactly. The impression had not been a person in the full sense, had been a residual consciousness holding to a purpose, had existed in the specific way of something that was only staying until it was not needed. The ending of the impression was the completion of what the founder had built. He had sat with her in this space in the 30 days before the breakthrough, had talked with her about waiting, about purpose, about the weight of holding something ready across centuries, had received from her a kind of patience that he had not found anywhere else. The founder had been, in her residual impression form, the most consistently peaceful presence he had encountered across 6 cycles. Not because she was not serious. She had been intensely serious about everything relevant to the technique and the preparation. But her seriousness had had no urgency in it. 700 years of waiting had either destroyed urgency entirely or had taught her to hold it in a very different container. She had communicated that holding without ever explaining it. He had asked her once, "How do you remain yourself across 700 years of waiting?" She had said, "I do not remain myself across 700 years of waiting. I remain the intention. The person who made the intention has changed considerably, but the intention is intact, and the intention has been enough to keep me coherent." He had thought about this for weeks. The distinction between remaining oneself and remaining one's intention. He thought about it again now, standing in the empty space where she had been. "Thank you," he said to the empty room. The empty room said nothing. He looked at Xinyu. She was looking at the empty central dais with the expression of someone who is absorbing something significant. "She built all of this," Xinyu said. "The palace, the technique, the waiting mechanism, the specific formation that opened for 2 people rather than 1. 700 years of preparation." She paused, and she didn't get to see it work. "She knew it would work," he said. "When she saw us. She said as much. Knowing it will work and seeing it work are different." "Yes," he said. They stood in the empty void palace for several minutes. He walked to the first alcove, empty now, the preservation formation dissolved, and ran his hand along the stone where the jade text slips had rested. The stone was smooth and cold and held no trace of what had been there except the faint impression of the preservation formation's edge in the carving of the alcove's interior. He thought about the founder's cultivation objects. The worn gloves, the used formation brush. Dispersed now into the ambient cultivation environment, their chi returned to the mountain. She had spent centuries using those objects, and then 7 centuries holding them preserved, and they were part of the mountain now. He found this appropriate. Then Xinyu said, "The cultivation environment here is going to change now that Xu Kong's influence is gone. I want to assess it carefully over the next weeks. There may be structural changes in the ambient chi that other cultivators in the sect will start to notice." "Yes," he said. "We should be ready to explain something, without explaining everything." "Or explaining everything," she said. "To the right people." He looked at her. "To the right people," he agreed. Chapter 83. What the sect noticed within 3 days, the Iron Gate sect's cultivators began reporting anomalies. Not catastrophic ones. Not the kind that created panic or required emergency response. The kind that a careful, experienced cultivator noticed and brought to someone senior. Ambient chi fluctuations that had been present for a month had ceased. A formation array in the outer sect training ground that had been registering intermittent disturbances for 6 weeks showed completely clean readings. 2 inner disciples reported that their cultivation sessions felt different, steadier, one said. "Less like something is watching," said the other, which produced a startled response from the elder who received the report. Elder Moss called Wei Liang to her office on the 4th day. "I'm listening," she said, when he sat down. "You told me, 3 months ago, that when this was finished you would tell me what it was." He had prepared for this. Not because he was going to manage the telling. He was not going to do that anymore. But because it was a complex thing to explain, and he wanted to explain it well. He told her, not the cultivation mechanism in full technical detail, She was not a spirit-severing cultivator, and the technical detail was not the point. But the situation, the entity that had been present in the cultivation space around Iron Gate's sect for centuries, anchored in the sealed space beneath the mountain. The cyclic reverter mechanism, what the silver thread was, what the Void Palace had held, what Xinyu and he had done on the night 3 days ago that had dissolved everything. He also told her about the previous cyclic reverters, about the 7 names on the list in his cultivation pouch, about the Jade Mountain School founder who had waited 700 years for this specific combination of circumstances. He told her about Yun Shi, that Yun Shi had been in Shukong's service for 40 years and had ultimately provided critical information and then stepped aside. He told her about the environmental effect, the ambient extraction that had been slightly depleting the cultivation environment in this region for centuries, and what its cessation was likely to mean for cultivation across the mountain. He told her, in short, everything. Elder Moss listened with the complete, careful attention that was her most reliable quality. She did not interrupt. She did not react visibly to any particular revelation. She took notes throughout, her brush moving in the measured strokes of someone recording a formal account. When he finished, she read back through her notes in silence for several minutes. Then she looked up. "You are 17 years old," she said finally. "By the calendar of this cycle," he said. "And by accumulated experience, you are, I don't know exactly, 6 cycles of varying lengths. If I add the cultivation time, considerably older." He paused. "The body is 17. The experience is not." She looked at him steadily. "The entity is gone." "Yes." "The sect has been sitting on top of an ancient sealed palace for how long?" "Approximately 700 years, based on the founder's records. The sect was built on this site because the formation presence attracted suitable cultivation qi." She was quiet again. "Does anyone else know about the palace?" "Shen Wuji, who knows the broad situation but not all the technical details. Elder Baihe. Yun Shi, who is no longer active in this region." She nodded slowly. "The disruptions that our cultivators reported, those were the residual effects of the entity's dissolution, and the months of preparation leading up to it." "Yes." She looked at him for a long time. "You are at Dao Seeking Stage 1, she said, "which is the first time in the sect's history that someone at that cultivation rank has been an enrolled disciple here." She paused. "I am going to be asked about this eventually." "Yes. I intend to say that you are an exceptional case with unusual cultivation circumstances, which is entirely accurate." She paused again. "I am not going to say more than that until I have had significantly more time to consider what more than that might be appropriate." "That seems wise," he said. "I told you I would delay the inquiry 3 months, she said. "It has been slightly less than 3 months. She paused. "I am going to close the inquiry. You do not need to appear." "Thank you. I am also going to need to make a decision about how to document what happened, or whether to document it at all. The sealed space beneath the mountain is now an empty sealed space. Whether to disclose its existence to the broader sect, or to leave it as it is." She looked at him. "Do you have a recommendation?" He thought about this. "Leave it for now," he said. "The space is empty and stable. It's been there for 700 years without causing harm. The harm came from the entity, not the space. When there is time and stability to address it properly, it could be documented and consecrated as a historical site." He paused. "But that is not the work of the next month." She nodded. "Agreed." He stood to leave. "Wei Liang," she said. He stopped. "When I said, 'When this is finished, tell me what it was.'" She looked at him. "I expected something local, something relevant to the sect's immediate operations." "Yes. What you've described is not that." "No." She was quiet for a moment. "How many people were affected? How many cultivators, like you, like me, had their cultivation energy influenced without knowing it?" "I don't know the full scope. The cultivation space that Shukong occupied would have touched everyone who cultivated in this region. The harvesting was most intensive with cyclic reverters like me, but the ambient fate energy he drew from the surrounding cultivation environment was continuous." She looked at her desk for a moment, then back at him. "You did something important." "Yes," he said, not modestly. "It had been important." "Good," she said. "Now go rest. You look like someone who has not slept adequately in 72 hours. He had not. He went. He walked back to the inner sect through the afternoon light, past disciples who were going about their ordinary cultivation lives in the improved ambient qi that most of them had not yet noticed enough to name. And he thought about Elder Moss and her careful notes, and her 60 years of sect politics, and her specific quality of being incorruptible. He thought about how different this cycle's disclosure had been from any previous cycle. How, in previous cycles, he had always been managing information, shaping what people knew to serve operational ends. How in Cycle 6 he had told people the truth because they deserved it, and because the alternative was a specific form of loneliness he was no longer willing to sustain. He was very tired. In the good way, the way of someone who has done something large and is now allowed to put it down. He went to bed. Chapter 84. Shun Yu's assessment. Shun Yu spent the week after the breakthrough doing what she always did after a major event. She assessed. Not emotionally, or not only emotionally. Systematically. She walked the Iron Gate sect mountain twice daily. Her wind path awareness extended, mapping the changes in the ambient cultivation environment with the same precision she had brought to the threat interception technique. She took notes in the specific shorthand she had developed across 8 months of intensive cultivation practice. Abbreviated notation that was faster than standard calligraphy and more information-dense. She compared measurements across days, tracking the trajectory of change rather than just the current state. He had watched her work on the first day and then, recognizing that she was doing what she needed to do and did not require assistance, had let her be and used the time for his own version of processing, which was considerably less systematic. His processing, in the absence of operational demands, turned out to consist largely of sitting in various places on the mountain and thinking about what had happened. He had not, in 6 cycles, had much time to simply think without the thinking being in service of something. He discovered that unstructured thinking was its own kind of cultivation. It moved differently, not building toward a conclusion or mapping toward an action, but following the thread of a question until the question shifted into a different question, making connections that were not operationally useful, but that were true. He thought about the nature of resonance. He thought about what the founder had meant when she said she had not remained herself across the centuries, but had remained her intention. He thought about Chun Wuji's characterization of him as someone who always did the right thing, had held this characterization and examined it from multiple angles, not because he agreed, but because the disagreement was instructive about the distance between how he was seen and how he experienced himself. He thought about Shukong. He had not done this yet, not directly. In the aftermath of the confrontation, he had been occupied with assessment and logistics and rest, and thinking about Shukong directly had been something he had not been ready to do. By day 5, he was ready. Shukong had been, before the shattering, an immortal ascension cultivator, someone who had reached the highest cultivation stage anyone in the current cultivation world had knowledge of. The shattering had been an attempt to go beyond even that, to transcend causality itself. The attempt had failed catastrophically, had shattered Shukong's timeline, and left him in a state of incomplete dispersion that required external energy to maintain coherence. He had been broken for 700 years and had used what was available to try to become whole again. Wei Liang thought about this for a long time. He did not arrive at sympathy, could not, quite, reach sympathy for something that had been farming his existence across 6 cycles and the existence of 7 other cultivators across 7 centuries. But he arrived at something that was not quite the opposite of sympathy either. He arrived at understanding. He understood, from the inside, what it felt like to be in a situation that repeated, that you could not exit, that required you to use the people around you in ways you would not have chosen if you'd had a choice. He had done a version of it across 6 cycles, with as much care and genuine concern as he could bring to it, and it was still a thing he examined with some discomfort. Shukong had done a much crueler version, without choice and without care, and for 7 centuries. Understanding was not forgiveness, but it was an accurate assessment, and he had found, across 6 cycles, that accurate assessments of even terrible situations were more useful than pure condemnation. He was still sitting with this on the 5th day when Xinyu found him and sat beside him and said, "I'm ready to present the assessment." At the end of the week, she presented him with a summary. "The cultivation environment is stabilizing," she said. "The fluctuations are almost entirely gone. The ambient qi quality is improving, cleaner, more evenly distributed. Whatever Shukong's presence was doing to the local cultivation space, its removal is broadly positive." She paused. "There's one exception." "Tell me." "The mountain's lower formation array, the one that sits directly above where the Void Palace is. It's been registering a faint residual signature. Not Shukong's signature. Something older, possibly pre-sundering." She showed him the notation. "I think it's the founder's cultivation environment. She spent centuries in the palace. Her cultivation substrate left traces in the stone. The traces are not active. They're more like a record. Something that was there." He looked at the notation. "A record of what?" "Her work. Her presence." Xinyu was quiet for a moment. "I don't think it will cause any problems. I think it's just what happens when a very strong cultivator lives in a space for a very long time. They leave an impression in the environment." She paused. "Like the way your cultivation space feels different to me than any other cultivators, because of the 5 cycles of resonance work." He thought about this. "You could argue," he said slowly, that the founder is still present in some sense. Not actively, Shinyu said. Not consciously, but as a quality of the space. Yes. She looked at him. It seems appropriate, given what she built there. Yes, he said. It does. They sat with this for a while. How are you, he said. She looked at him. This was a question he had been asking her more often since the breakthrough, and she had been responding with the same quality of careful attention she brought to the cultivation assessments. Processing, she said. I have been working toward this for 8 months with the full understanding of what it was and what it cost. Now that it's done, I'm finding that the processing is, she paused, layered. There's the relief of the completion. There's the strangeness of having the main purpose gone. She paused again. I have been functioning in a context where everything mattered urgently, and now it doesn't, and my cultivation sense keeps trying to find the urgency and not finding it. Yes, he said. That will change, he said. The cultivation sense recalibrates. What's urgent becomes different, not absent. He paused. It takes a few weeks. She looked at him. You know this from the previous cycles. From cycle 4, when there was a period of relative stability between arcs. I went through something similar. He looked at her. The strangeness of not urgency is a transition, not a final state. That's reassuring, she said, with the quality of someone who found accurate information genuinely helpful rather than just comforting. Good, he said. She looked at her assessment notes and then at the mountain around them. I'm also, she said, finding that the things I thought I might feel when this was over are not entirely what I'm actually feeling. What did you think you'd feel? Relief, primarily. I thought the main thing would be relief. She paused. There is relief. But the dominant thing is, strange. I keep coming back to that word. Strange in the sense of unfamiliar. The version of me that existed for 8 months of total commitment work toward a single overriding goal is not entirely the same as the version of me that woke up the morning after it was complete. She looked at him. I don't know yet who the second version is. That's not a problem, he said. I know. She paused. It's just new. He thought that was a good description of where they both were. New, in a context that had no previous cycle template to follow. They sat together in the afternoon quiet, processing in their respective ways, while the mountain's improved ambient chi moved around them like something that had been held in place for a very long time and was learning, slowly, to move freely again. Chapter 85. Chen Wuji's question. Chen Wuji found him in the inner sect garden on day 9. He had been sitting there in the afternoon light, not cultivating, just sitting, which was something he had almost never done in any previous cycle and was discovering he could do now that the urgency was gone. The garden had early autumn light coming through the pine trees, and the cultivation environment's improved quality was perceptible even in rest state. The ambient chi smooth and clean in a way that the sect's inner circle cultivators were noticing with increasing curiosity. He had been thinking about the concept of the garden itself. He had walked through this garden in every cycle, always with a purpose. Traversing to the cultivation hall, moving between the dormitory wing and the inner sect library, identified it as a useful meeting location for conversations that required privacy, but not formality. He had never, in any cycle, simply sat in it. The garden was, he was discovering, pleasant. There were plants, winter-hardy cultivars that the outer sect maintained as a cultivation resource, but that were also simply visually interesting, with the dense compact quality of plants that had been cultivated with attention across many growing seasons. There was a stone bench that had been carved with a simple repeating pattern that he had never previously looked at closely, and that turned out, when he looked at it closely, to contain a small embedded protective formation, ancient, barely functional anymore, but present. Someone had put it there, years ago, as a small act of care for whoever might sit here. He had been sitting with the stone bench's small, ancient formation for approximately 40 minutes, when Chen Wuji sat down beside him. You look different, he said. Different how? Chen Wuji looked at him with the careful assessment of a person who knows someone well and is trying to name what they're seeing. Less loaded, he said. Like you've been carrying something heavy and put it down. Yes, Wei Liang said. Exactly that. They sat for a moment. Is it done? Chen Wuji said. Yes. Completely. Yes. He looked at Chen Wuji. The entity is gone. The thread is gone. The palace is empty. No more cycles. Chen Wuji was quiet for a long time. Then, so when you cultivate now, it's mine, Wei Liang said. No one harvesting it. No mechanism at the edge of my breakthroughs. Just cultivation. Chen Wuji sat with this. I've been trying to understand it, he said finally. What it means. The cycles, that I've lived through all of them and I only know about them because you told me. He paused. I have memories of this cycle. 8 months. And you have 6 versions of those 8 months, plus everything before them. Yes. That's a lot of me, Chen Wuji said. Across all the cycles. You were consistent, Wei Liang said. Across every version, your fundamental character was the same. The specific circumstances changed. You were sometimes afraid of me in early cycles. Sometimes we had different conflicts than we've had this time. But you were always, essentially you. Chen Wuji thought about this. I don't know how I feel about being consistent across 6 versions of my life, he said. It might be boring. It's not boring, Wei Liang said. What is it? Reliable, Wei Liang said. It's reliable. And it turns out, he paused, finding the words. It turns out that reliable is one of the most valuable things a person can be. Chen Wuji looked at him. Then, that might be the nicest thing you've said to me across any version of our friendship. You're welcome. Chen Wuji sat back in the garden light. So what happens now? Now we go forward, Wei Liang said. One day at a time. You keep saying that. Because it's true. I know, Chen Wuji said. I just thought, after everything you described, there might be something more dramatic. As a conclusion. This is the conclusion, Wei Liang said. The person sitting in the garden, not carrying the weight, with the day ahead of them and no map. This is it. He paused. It's not dramatic. I think that's the point. Chen Wuji sat quietly for a moment. I'll try to appreciate that, he said. It grows on you, Wei Liang said. They sat in the garden until the afternoon light began to shift toward evening, and then Chen Wuji said, I have a request. Yes. When things settle and you have time, and I know you need to rest and process first, I want to hear more of the cycles. Not the full account. Just specific stories. The ones you carry. He looked at Wei Liang. You've been carrying 6 lives worth of experience. I don't think that should all stay in one person's head. Wei Liang looked at him. Across 5 cycles, he had been the sole keeper of everything that had happened. The cycle catalog he had written was a summary. The actual experience, the specific texture of each moment, each relationship, each version of the people he had known, was in his memory and nowhere else. He had not, previously, thought much about what that meant for the long term. You want me to tell you stories, he said. I want to know who you've been, Chen Wuji said. Not just in this cycle. The whole thing. He paused. You've been alone with all of it for a very long time. You don't have to be anymore. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. I'd like that. They scheduled it for the following week. An afternoon with tea, not for operational purposes, but for the specific purpose of Wei Liang telling his oldest friend the stories he had been carrying alone for 6 cycles. He found, thinking about it afterward, that he was looking forward to it in a way that was new. Not the anticipation of accomplishing something, but the simpler anticipation of sharing something. Chen Wuji stood up to leave. One more thing, he said. Yes. Thank you for finding me on the first day. In every version. Wei Liang looked at him. You're welcome, he said. Every time. Chapter 86. Mei Ruishan. The conversation with Mei Ruishan happened on day 12. He had been expecting it. She had known, since the 5th month of cycle 6, the full account, had received it with the careful, complete attention that was her most characteristic quality, had asked precise questions, and had said at the end, You've been building toward me for multiple cycles. That is a complicated thing to receive. She had then been honest about how she was processing it. I need time to understand what is mine and what came from your knowledge. He had given her the time. He had not pressed, had not leveraged the cycle knowledge to accelerate what she was working through. He had been present when she chose to be present with him, and had given her room when she needed it. On day 12, she came to find him. They sat in the inner sect library, which was quiet in the early afternoon, and she looked at him with the expression of someone who has finished a long calculation and is ready to present the result. I've been sorting, she said. Yes. What I feel toward you, that's mine. From this cycle, this experience, the actual time we've spent, and what might be the residue of you knowing me across previous cycles. Whether knowing things about me creates a connection on your side that I haven't earned on mine. He waited. I've concluded, she said, that the distinction doesn't fully hold. What you know about me from previous cycles, you knew it because you paid attention to who I was. You didn't invent it. The things you knew were real things about a real person. She paused. I'm that person, whether I gave you the information knowingly or not. She looked at him. And what I feel toward you in this cycle is based on who you actually are, who you've been across the 8 months I've known you. The version I know. She paused again. Which is also a real person. Yes, he said. So the conclusion is, this is complicated, and it's also not a barrier. She looked at him steadily. You mentioned, before the breakthrough, a real conversation. A forward-looking one. Yes. I'm ready for that, she said. He looked at her, at Mei Ruishan, who was exactly who she had always been and who had, in cycle 6, arrived at this moment through her own careful thinking rather than through his management or his leverage. who was sitting across from him, having made her own choice with full information. So am I, he said. They talked for 2 hours. Not about cycles or entities or cultivation history. About the forward path, where they were, where they might be going, what they wanted their lives to look like without a reset coming. The conversation was tentative in the way that beginning conversations are tentative, feeling out the shape of something new rather than declaring what it was. It was, he thought afterward, the most ordinary conversation he had ever had. He thought he might come to love ordinary conversations. Chapter 87. Yunshi's departure. Yunshi left the Iron Gate sect's territory on day 15. He had remained in the area through the aftermath. Wei Liang had offered him the use of a cultivation space for as long as he needed to reassess his situation, and Yunshi had accepted with the quiet dignity of someone who had not had a genuinely offered gesture in a long time. He had spent the first weeks in cultivation, which Wei Liang interpreted as the man doing the personal processing that always followed the end of a long operational situation. On day 15, Yunshi appeared at the inner sect corridor at dawn and said, "I'm going." "Where?" Wei Liang said. "West. There are archives in the Jadewater Prefecture that I've been wanting to access for 20 years, but could never justify the distance from Shukong's operational area." He paused. "I have no operational area now." "No," Wei Liang said. Yunshi looked at him. "You don't need anything else from me." "No. The situation is resolved, and you have everything you need to continue." "Yes." Yunshi was quiet for a moment. "Good," he said. "That's what I wanted to hear." He adjusted the pack on his shoulder. "The archives in Jadewater have records of pre-sundering cultivation theory. I have some questions about the Fate Meridian mechanism's history that I think the answers might address." He paused. "Academic questions, not operational ones. If you find anything useful, I'd be interested to hear it," Wei Liang said. Yunshi looked at him with an expression that was the closest to warmth Wei Liang had seen from him. "I'll send a note," he said. He paused before turning to leave. "There is one more thing," he said. "The previous cultivators on the list, the 8 before you. I have records of 2 of them in archives I accessed during my 40 years in Shukong service. Not complete records. Fragments. If you want them, I can write down what I know before I leave." Wei Liang looked at him. "Yes," he said. "I would want that." They spent an hour in the inner sect archive room while Yunshi went through his memory, carefully and precisely, extracting the fragments he had encountered across 40 years, a reference to a cyclic reverter in a 200-year-old sect history that Shukong had flagged as significant, partial notes in a destroyed archive that Yunshi had read before the destruction, describing a cultivator who had reached nascent soul in 7 cycles before losing coherence. 2 people from the list given to him by the founder, with slightly more detail than the founder had had. It was not much, but it was something. "The names in your list," Yunshi said, when he had given what he had. "The other 6, I don't have anything on them. If they're in the archives, they're in ones I didn't access." "The Jadewater archives?" Wei Liang said. "Possibly." Yunshi met his gaze. "That's one of the questions I'll be investigating." Wei Liang held this for a moment. The possibility that the fragments of the other cyclic reverters' histories were somewhere recoverable. The possibility of adding detail to the 7 names on the list. "I would like to know," he said. "If you find anything." "All right," Yunshi said. "When I have something to write." He walked west into the early morning. Wei Liang watched him go. 40 years in service to something terrible, and now a man in his 110th year walking toward an archive in a distant prefecture with academic questions and no operational area. He thought, that is what the forward path looks like. You walk toward what you're interested in. You find out what's there. He thought it was probably enough. Chapter 88. The cultivation environment changes in the weeks following Shukong's dissolution. The cultivation environment around Iron Gate sect changed in ways that the sect's elders began formally documenting. The changes were positive. The ambient qi density increased slightly and became more evenly distributed across the mountain. The specific qi current inequities that had existed for as long as anyone could measure, which had been accepted as natural features of the terrain, turned out to have been the residual effect of Shukong's continuous subtle extraction. With the extraction stopped, the qi that had been slowly siphoned from the environment over centuries began to redistribute toward natural equilibrium. Cultivation advances accelerated slightly for every disciple on the mountain. Not dramatically, not in ways that would draw external attention, but measurably. Elder Moss's formal report to the sect council noted that the average breakthrough success rate had improved by 11% in the month following the cultivation environment change event, which was the official terminology she had adopted for whatever Wei Liang had done. Wei Liang read the report when she gave him a copy and said nothing about the terminology. 11%, across an entire sect, across a month, was a real improvement in real people's cultivation lives. He thought about what 11% meant at the individual level. One cultivator in 10 who had been failing a breakthrough attempt might succeed now. The breakthrough threshold was not the full scope of the improvement. The ambient chi quality affected every aspect of cultivation, from the efficiency of daily practice to the rate of advancement between stages to the stability of newly achieved cultivation states. 11% was a conservative measure of a more general improvement. He thought about an outer disciple in Cycle 1, a young woman named Li Su whose cultivation aptitude had been assessed as low-moderate and who had, by the end of that cycle, been struggling at body tempering stage 5 with no apparent path forward. He had not saved her in Cycle 1. She had still been at body tempering stage 5 when the cycle reset. In subsequent cycles, with different information and different priorities, he had not tracked her at all. He did not know her story. He thought about how many cultivators across the region's history had been in Li Su's position, had been assessed as low potential and assigned to low cultivation futures, and had perhaps been accurate assessments, and had perhaps been the result of a slightly depleted cultivation environment making genuinely average talent appear insufficient. He thought about the next generation. The outer disciples arriving at the sect now, in Cycle 6's immediate aftermath, cultivating in an environment that was already better than it had been in any cycle he had experienced. What would their advancement look like? What would their breakthrough success rates look like, compared to the historical baselines that had been established in conditions of continuous extraction? He thought about the generation after that. He thought about the previous cyclic reverters, about what the continuous subtle extraction had done to everyone in the region across the 700 years of Shukong's presence. Not just to the cyclic reverters themselves, who had been the primary feeding mechanism, but to every cultivator in the territory. Every person who had ever cultivated in this region had done so in a slightly depleted environment, had advanced a little slower, had faced a little more resistance at breakthrough thresholds, had found the natural chi a little thinner than it should have been. The improvement was measurable now. In a generation, it would be larger. The cultivation environment, freed from the centuries of extraction, would continue to improve as it returned toward its natural state. This was not something he had planned for. It was a consequence he had not fully anticipated. He sat with it and found that it was large, larger than the personal resolution of his own cycle situation. An improvement in the cultivation conditions of an entire region, potentially for generations forward. He had not set out to do something for the region. He had set out to stop something being done to him. The two were connected. The mechanism that had been harvesting his breakthrough energy had also been depleting the ambient cultivation space of the region. Stopping one stopped both. He had been the target. Everyone else in the region had been collateral, in a smaller and less direct way. And now everyone else in the region was also part of the repair. He told Xinyu. She was quiet for a moment. Then, so the work was broader than we understood. Yes. The cycles. You were carrying the weight of the extraction for everyone who cultivated in this region. You were the primary mechanism, but the ambient effect was general. Yes. And ending it ended the general effect. Yes. She looked at Elder Moss's report. 11%, she said. In 1 month. Yes. In 10 years, I don't want to project, he said. But yes, the environment will continue to improve. She handed the report back to him. Good, she said. That's good. He agreed. They sat with it for a while. Then Xinyu said, the therapeutic breakthrough technique. The one we've been developing. If the environment is improving and more cultivators are able to advance, there will be more cultivators at more advanced stages encountering difficult threshold crossings. Yes, he said. The technique we're developing becomes more relevant, not less, as the general cultivation environment improves. More people advancing means more people encountering the specific kinds of threshold difficulties that the technique addresses. He had not thought about it from this angle. The improvement creates demand for the technique. The improvement creates cultivators who need the technique, she said. That's not demand. That's people who need help. She paused. I want to develop this to be useful at scale, not just as a specific application for specific individuals. A teachable technique. Documentation that other practitioners can learn from. He looked at her. That's a significant project. Yes, she said. I know. She looked at him with the complete steadiness that was her most fundamental quality. I want to build something that lasts. Something that's still here when we're not. He thought about the founder. About the Void Palace and the technique built into the mountain stone and the 700-year wait. I understand that impulse, he said. Yes, she said. I thought you might. They began planning it that afternoon. Chapter 89. By he elder by he requested a formal meeting in Cycle 6 10th month. He had been given the truth in Cycle 6 2nd month, and had been living with it for 8 months, had been, throughout that time, present in the sect in the same way he had always been present. Careful, genuine, occasionally complicated in the ways that people with difficult history are complicated, but consistently his better version. The version that did not take the corrupt path because the corrupt path was not being presented to him in Cycle 6. Wei Liang had thought, across the months, about Baihe's observation, I don't know how to respond to being known across cycles by someone who is choosing to believe the better version of me. He had sat with it at the time and not had a complete answer. The question had stayed with him through the breakthrough and the aftermath. He had arrived, eventually, at the beginning of an answer. The choosing was not about confidence in a prediction. It was about the choice itself. He had chosen to engage with Baihe as the better version because that choice created the conditions under which the better version was more likely to emerge. It was a cultivation principle, applied to a relationship. You could not control which version of a person manifested under which conditions. You could choose which version of the conditions to present. In the formal meeting, Baihe said, I've been thinking about what you told me. About Cycle 1. Yes. You watched me be corrupt and make choices that harmed people. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. And then in subsequent cycles you chose to approach me as though the corruption was not the truest version of me. Yes. That was not strategic. Not purely strategic. You believed the better version was more true. Yes, Wei Liang said. I believed you were a person who could be a certain way under certain conditions and a different way under different conditions. And I thought the better version was closer to who you actually were. What gave you that confidence? About a person you had watched act badly. Wei Liang thought about this carefully. In Cycle 1, the corruption was the response to specific pressures that existed in Cycle 1's specific conditions. When I changed those conditions, when I did things that shifted the external pressures on you, the corruption didn't manifest. That suggested to me that the corruption was an adaptation to conditions rather than the foundation. He paused. People contain more than their worst behavior. Under the right conditions, the better parts emerge. Baihe was quiet for a long time. You are very young, he said finally, as Elder Moss had said. Yes. And considerably older than you appear. Yes. I am going to spend some time thinking about what you've said, Baihe said. About the conditions I create for myself and the conditions I allow others to create for me. About whether I have been selecting for the environments where the worst version of me has room to emerge. He looked at Wei Liang. That is useful information to have. I hope so, Wei Liang said. Baihe looked at him with an expression of genuine warmth. Thank you, he said, for telling me, and for choosing the version of me that chose better. He paused once more before Wei Liang stood to leave. One more thing, he said. In cycles where I was my better self, did you feel the difference? Working with that version versus the other. Wei Liang considered. Yes, he said. Significantly. What was different? You trusted more, Wei Liang said. And when you trusted, the people around you trusted more. It created a more honest environment. The sect functioned better in the cycles where you were your better self. Not just for me, for everyone. Baihe sat with this for a long moment. That is a significant thing to know about the effect of one person's choices, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. I thought so. Wei Liang left the meeting feeling, as he often did after conversations with Baihe, that the elder was going to be fine. Chapter 90. The question of memory in Cycle 6 11th month. Xinyu asked him, what do you do with all of it? He was sitting in the inner sect meditation hall, not cultivating, just sitting in the late afternoon light, which had become a habit he was developing with some pleasure. She sat across from him. All of what, he said. The cycle memories. The 6 versions of everyone. The 5 cycles of accumulated experience before this one. She looked at him. You have knowledge of people that they don't have of themselves. Things that happened in previous cycles, choices they made, things they said. What do you do with that? He had been thinking about this for months. I'm keeping it, he said. The memories. I don't want to forget. The people who died in Cycle 1. The specific qualities of each cycle, what was learned in each version. Those were real cycles, real lives, real events. They don't become unreal because the world was reset. But you won't tell people about it. I've told the people who were central to it, he said. You, Chen Wuji, Baihe, Mei Ruishan. For most of what I know about most people, I'll simply carry it. The way everyone carries memories of experiences that shape them. She considered this. It's a form of knowledge that doesn't have a good social category, she said. You know things about people that came from their previous cycle behavior, and they have no awareness that they gave you that information. Yes. That could be used badly. Yes. I've been thinking about how to not use it badly. He looked at her. The rule I've arrived at is, I use it to be more patient, more understanding, more generous in my assessments of people's motivations. I don't use it to predict or manipulate. And I tell people the truth when they directly ask me something. She was quiet for a moment. That's a reasonable rule. I may revise it, he said. It's the best I have now. The fact that you're thinking about it at all is probably the important thing, she said. He thought she was probably right. There was another aspect of the memory question that he had been sitting with and had not yet fully articulated. The cycle memories were not distributed evenly. Some cycles had left deeper impressions than others. Some moments were vivid and others had faded to outline. He had thought, before the final breakthrough, that the memories would feel permanent and fixed now that there were no more resets coming. He was discovering that they didn't work that way. Memories faded. Even cycle memories. Even the things he had been carrying for 6 cycles. He was forgetting things. Not important things. Not the structural understanding. Not the people. Not the major events. But the specific texture of moments. He could remember that Chun Wuji had died in cycle 1. But the specific quality of that grief was fading into something more summarized and less immediate. He could remember meeting Xinyu for the first time in cycle 1, but the exact texture of that first moment was becoming less sharp. He was becoming a person with a past rather than a person who was constantly living in the present of 5 previous cycles. He told Xinyu this. She was quiet for a moment. Then, is that frightening? A little, he said. And also appropriate. People forget things. That's what memory does over time. It becomes a summary rather than a full re-experience. You've been the exception, she said. Carrying everything with full recall because the memories were recent and constantly reinforced by context. Yes, but they're not being reinforced anymore. They're settling into whatever memories become when they're not being revisited. He paused. The cycle catalog I wrote, I think I was right to write it. Not as a reference document. As a way of honoring things before they faded. She looked at him. What are you most afraid of forgetting? He thought about this for a long time. The specific quality of cycle 1 Xinyu, he said finally. Before I had any framework for what was happening. The version of her that died in a purge I didn't know was coming and couldn't prevent. She's the one I carry the most carefully because she's the only version I couldn't protect. Xinyu was very still. Tell me about her, she said. He told her. Not everything. A summary was all he had left, and the summary was becoming less detailed. But the outline, a 17-year-old at Iron Gate sect, precise and direct, who had spoken to him briefly twice in the first 2 weeks before the purge came, and who he had not known well enough to help. Xinyu listened with complete attention. She was the beginning of it, he said. That version. The one I couldn't save was the one that started the whole chain of trying to. And you did save her, Xinyu said quietly. Every subsequent cycle. Yes. And in this cycle you found her on the first day and told her everything. Yes. She looked at him. I am all of those versions, she said. Including the one you couldn't save. That person was also me. And the chain of trying, that you started because of her. That's what got us here. He did not say anything. He did not need to. They sat together in the meditation hall as the afternoon light shifted toward evening and the ambient chi of the improved mountain moved through the space around them, clean and free. Chapter 91. The new cultivation path he had reached Tao Seeking Stage 1. The path ahead was Tao Seeking Stage 2, then 3, then, in theory, the immortal ascension threshold that Shukong had once stood at before shattering his timeline. He was in no hurry. This was a new experience. Across 6 cycles, every cultivation advance had been in service of a deadline. The technique requiring spirit severing, the confrontation with Shukong requiring Tao seeking threshold, the resonance work requiring specific benchmarks at specific times. Every stage had been a tool towards something else. Tao seeking stage 1 was the first cultivation stage he had reached that was not in service of anything except his own cultivation path. He sat with this for a long time. What it meant, in practical terms. He was going to approach Tao seeking stage 2 when he was ready for it. Not when the timeline demanded it. Not when an external threat made it necessary. When the consolidation of stage 1 was complete and the natural cultivation progression indicated it was time. He had never done cultivation this way. Even in cycles where he had tried to approach cultivation less urgently, the urgency had always been present at the background, the knowledge of what was coming, the plan that required reaching a specific stage before a specific threshold. The urgency had been structural even when he was trying not to feel it. Now there was no structural urgency. There was only the natural pace of cultivation, slow in its way, requiring patience and consolidation, moving forward according to its own internal logic rather than an external deadline. He thought this might be what cultivation was supposed to feel like. He had been told, in the records he had read across cycles, that Tao seeking was the stage at which cultivation became fully the cultivator's own, not just in the technical sense, but in the sense of the cultivator genuinely living from their accumulated understanding rather than performing cultivation toward external goals. He had reached the stage. He was beginning to understand what that meant. Xinyu, at spirit severing stage 1, had a more established path ahead of her. She was working towards spirit-severing stage 2 with the methodical dedication that characterized her cultivation, not rushing, building the stage's consolidation fully before attempting the next advance. He had watched her approach cultivation practice across 6 cycles. She was, he thought, one of the most naturally excellent cultivators he had ever encountered, not because of raw talent or high aptitude scores, but because of the quality of her attention. She cultivated with full presence and genuine engagement. She did not cut corners. She did not rush what shouldn't be rushed. She was interested in what she was doing rather than merely performing it. He was going to learn from watching her. He had learned from her across every cycle. In cycle 6, for the first time, he could learn without the context of urgency, could watch how she moved through her cultivation path and ask questions that were about genuine curiosity rather than operational necessity. What does spirit-severing stage 2 require? He asked her one morning. She looked at him. What did the text say? I want to hear your version. She considered. The texts describe it as deepening the severings integration. Stage 1 is the initial crossing, the release of the attachment and the opening it creates. Stage 2 is about learning to move from that openness rather than just being in it. She paused. I think it means the severing was the beginning, not the end. I severed the attachment to precision as safety. Stage 2 asks me to cultivate from the freed precision in ways I couldn't before. What does that look like in practice? I don't know yet, she said. I think that's the point. The stage asks you to find out. He thought this was a good description of what was ahead for both of them. He had been through 6 rank boundaries now, the major ones, the ones that triggered resets. But he had not been through them in this way. In every previous cycle, the cultivation journey had been instrumental. Each stage a prerequisite for the next, the stages themselves less important than the destination. He wanted to know what it meant to be at a cultivation stage for its own sake, not as preparation, as the thing itself. He spent the weeks of Tao-seeking stage 1 consolidation in a way he had never spent time before, actually paying attention to what the stage was. The quality of Tao-seeking cultivation as distinct from spirit-severing cultivation. The specific way the integration that stage 1 required felt in the meridians and in the cultivation sense. The way the accumulated experience of 6 cycles was, not resolved, not summarized, but genuinely present in a way that he could move from. He found that it was rich. The stage contained more than he had expected, not because he had underestimated it, but because he had never, until now, actually inhabited a cultivation stage. He had always been passing through, using each stage as a platform for the next acceleration. Tao-seeking stage 1 was not a platform. It was a home. He was going to live here for a while before moving on. He found this prospect genuinely pleasant. You seem different lately, Xinyu said one morning, watching him come out of an extended cultivation session. Different how? She looked at him with the careful attention that missed nothing. Less like someone running towards something, she said. More like someone who has arrived somewhere and is actually there. Yes, he said. That's accurate. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then, good, she said, and returned to her own practice. Chapter 92. What was left behind in Cycle 6, 11th month. Wei Liang went to the outer sect dormitory. He had not been there in months, not since the early weeks, when he and Xinyu had been outer disciples accelerating through the beginning stages. The dormitory was fully occupied by this cycle's new outer disciples, most of them in the first year of their cultivation, most of them carrying the specific anxiety of people who have arrived somewhere significant and are not yet certain they belong there. He had been that person. In Cycle 1, he had been that person without any of the context that made him who he was now, without the cycle memories, without the knowledge, without anything except the baseline intelligence and emotional attentiveness that had been there from the beginning. Just a 17-year-old in a hemp sack with a cultivation aptitude score that was not high in a set of circumstances that were not favorable. He stood in the dormitory corridor for a moment and felt the specific quality of the space, the coal smoke smell, the sound of 30 people in close quarters, the ambient anxiety and occasional laughter, and constant low-level cultivation practice noise. It was familiar in the way that only a place you have been multiple times is familiar, not the surface familiarity of a place you can describe, but the deep familiarity of a place that has been part of you across different versions of your life. He had walked this corridor in Cycle 1 not knowing what would happen. In Cycle 2, knowing the reset would come. In each subsequent cycle, knowing more and more about the trajectory. In Cycle 6, knowing everything. Now he was here without a trajectory, just someone who had come to look at something. A first-year outer disciple, passing him in the corridor, said, "Are you lost?" He was intersect rank, spirit-severing cultivation. He was visibly not lost. "No," he said. "I wanted to look at something." The outer disciple looked at him with the wary assessment of someone who has learned that inner disciples in the outer sect corridor usually mean something specific. Are you the one who? The outer disciple began, and then stopped. Probably, Wei Liang said. The outer disciple looked at him. The one who reached spirit severing in 8 months. Yes. And then something happened with the mountain. The cultivation environment changed. Yes. The outer disciple was quiet for a moment. Is it safe now? Wei Liang looked at him. Young, uncertain, newly arrived. Exactly where he had been in Cycle 1, without knowing what he didn't know. Yes, he said. It's safe. The environment is better than it's been in a long time. He paused. Cultivate carefully. Pay attention to what the stages are actually asking you to do rather than what you want them to ask. He paused again. And befriend the people who seem worth befriending. The friendships last. The outer disciple looked uncertain about whether this was advice or something else. Okay, he said. Wei Liang nodded and walked back toward the inner sect. He stopped at the dormitory entrance and looked back down the corridor for a moment. The outer disciple had continued toward the practice rooms. Other outer disciples were moving in and out of rooms, running cultivation forms, talking in the low voices of people who have been told to be quiet and are observing the letter of the rule while ignoring the spirit. The ordinary life of an outer sect dormitory. He thought about bunk 12, which had been his in Cycle 1. He had not specifically chosen it in subsequent cycles, had been assigned to different bunks as the cycles proceeded, and his entry timing and assigned dormitory section varied. But bunk 12 had been the first. He thought about lying on bunk 12 in Cycle 1's first night at the sect, not yet knowing about the resets. Just a 17-year-old trying to figure out how to survive in a new and difficult situation. He had been frightened. He had been also, despite the fear, curious, had been looking at the situation with the specific quality of a person who finds even difficult situations interesting if they are new. That quality had survived the cycles. The curiosity, even in the worst cycles, even in the periods of deepest grief and most complete operational detachment, there had been something in him that was genuinely interested in the world, in what the cultivation stages felt like, in who people were, in what the ancient ruins and the pre-sundering archives actually said, beyond their operational relevance. He thought the curiosity was the thing that had kept him whole across the cycles, not the planning or the strategy or the knowledge, the genuine interest. He carried that quality with him now, along with everything else. Into the corridor, out of the dormitory, back through the inner sect to the cultivation hall, where Shun Yu was working on the therapeutic technique documentation. He thought about the chain that had brought him here. 6 cycles of accumulated knowledge and loss and relationship. The founder waiting for 700 years. Shin Yu developing a technique better than the one that had been prepared for her. Yun Shi making a different choice than he had made for 40 years. 8 previous cyclic reverters who had done what they could do with what they had. He was not the hero of a story. He was the person who had arrived at the end of a very long chain of accumulated effort by many people across many centuries, and had been in the position to complete the last step. Each of the people in the chain had contributed something necessary. Without the first cyclic reverter's 4 cycles of experience providing early evidence to the founder's research would have been incomplete. Without Yun Bao's near success, the founder would not have known where the original technique fell short. Without Yun Shi's 40 years in Shukong's service and his eventual choice to share the meridian rupture information, the technique modification would not have been made. Without all of it, Cycle 6 would have ended the same way as the others. He was the last link in a very long chain. That was not nothing. The last link was necessary, but it was one link, and the chain was long, and he intended to honor all of it. He thought about what the outer disciple behind him would cultivate toward over the coming years in a slightly improved environment, without the ambient extraction that had been running beneath the surface for centuries, without knowing that anything had changed, except that their sessions felt slightly better, their breakthroughs slightly cleaner. Good, he thought. Let it be invisible. Let it simply be better. And let this person, this ordinary young outer disciple who had asked if he was lost, let them find something worth the effort of getting here. Let the cultivation they built be genuinely theirs, undepleted, unmeasured, fully present in the improved environment that was being left for them. Wei Liang walked back through the mountain in the autumn afternoon and found that the specific feeling he had been carrying since the breakthrough, the strange, enormous, present tense feeling of being still here, was settling into something less overwhelming and more simply true. He was still here. It was ordinary now. It was simply the fact. He was glad it was the fact. Chapter 93, Shun Yu's technique development. By the 12th month, Shun Yu had begun developing something new. He noticed it first in the resonance between them, a quality in her wind path cultivation that was different from the thread interception technique, different from the standard wind path forms, something that was being built from foundation up rather than adapted from existing structures. What are you building? He asked her. She looked up from her cultivation notes. I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you when I can describe it. He waited. She worked for 2 weeks without describing it, working in the way that was characteristic of her best cultivation development, starting from an intuition, developing the intuition into a structure, testing the structure against the principles, refining until it was something that could be articulated. He had watched this process across 6 cycles, and it always produced something real. He trusted it. In the 2nd week of the 12th month, she could describe it. The counter-resonance technique we built for the thread interception, she said. The principle of presenting a primary frequency that overrides an established groove. I want to generalize that. She showed him the notes. If fate meridians are sensitive to wind path primary frequencies, it's possible that there are other applications, not for cyclic reverters specifically, but for cultivators whose breakthrough thresholds have been disrupted by external influence, who are stuck at rank boundaries because something is interfering with the natural resonance. He read through the notes carefully. The logic was sound. The thread interception technique had worked by presenting a frequency that the fate meridian recognized as correct, the original pre-groove resonance pattern. The same principle could potentially be applied to other kinds of threshold interference. Any cultivator whose breakthrough threshold had been disrupted by ambient extraction, by long-term exposure to corrupted cultivation environments, by the accumulated interference of certain formation arrays or cultivation techniques that had gone wrong, might have a similar problem. The threshold recognized a wrong pattern, had developed a groove toward the wrong alignment. If you could present the right alignment at the right moment, before the wrong alignment asserted itself, the same window that the thread interception technique had used, the threshold might complete correctly. This would be a therapeutic application, he said. Yes, a practitioner-assisted breakthrough technique. For cultivators who can't complete rank crossings without support. She paused. It's not uncommon. There are cultivators who get stuck at certain stages for years, for reasons that don't respond to the standard interventions. The interference isn't always as extreme as Shukong's was, but it's real, and it leaves people trapped. He thought about the cultivators across the cycles who had been stuck at stages they should have been able to cross. The ones whose cultivation paths had stalled in ways that had been attributed to personal limitation rather than external interference. You think some of those cases were ambient extraction, he said. Some of them, possibly. The environment was depleted. The extraction wasn't just taking energy, it was creating interference patterns in the cultivation space that made certain threshold crossings harder. She paused. With the extraction gone, those patterns are dissolving. But the people who've been stuck for years, the cultivation habit of being stuck is already formed. They may need help reapproaching the threshold. And you're building a technique to help them. I'm trying to, she said. It's early. I don't know if it'll work. He looked at the notes again. I'd like to contribute to this, he said. If you're willing. She looked at him. Yes, she said. Obviously. They worked on it together for the next several months, which was its own kind of pleasure. The specific pleasure of building something collaboratively toward a purpose neither of them had anticipated, in a situation where the urgency was entirely absent and the work was entirely its own reason. His contribution was not cultivation technique. Shen Yu's technical work was well beyond what he could usefully contribute at his current cultivation level. His contribution was the 6 cycles of observation of cultivation thresholds, of breakthrough states, of the specific phenomenology of what happened at the moment of a rank crossing. He had been present at more threshold crossings than any other person alive, from both sides, the person crossing and the observer. And what he had learned about the crossing experience from the inside was data that no existing cultivation text contained. She used it. The notes she had him write about specific crossing experiences became the empirical foundation for the technique's timing calibration. The specific quality of the pre-crossing threshold state that he could describe from memory, what it felt like in the cultivation sense, how long it persisted before the crossing completed, what the warning signs of interference looked like from the inside, gave her the phenomenological markers she needed to calibrate when the counter-resonance frequency needed to be presented. This is genuinely useful, she said one afternoon, reading through his notes. Good. The technical archives don't have this information. There are theoretical descriptions of breakthrough thresholds, but they're all from external observation. Nobody has written from the inside. Nobody has had as many opportunities to observe from the inside, he said. She looked at him. You should write this up separately, she said. Not just as notes for the technique documentation, as its own document. First-person phenomenology of multiple breakthrough threshold crossings across different rank boundaries, multiple observations of the same boundary at different cultivation levels. She paused. That's a significant contribution to cultivation theory. He had not thought about it in those terms. I've been treating it as background information, he said. It's original research, she said. Treat it accordingly. He began treating it accordingly. Chapter 94. The Catalog in Cycle 6 12th month, he sat down and wrote. Not cultivation notes. Not technique documentation. A different kind of record, the catalog of the cycles. 6 entries, each describing a cycle, its length, its major events, the people who had been significant in it, what had been learned, what had been lost. The specific quality of each iteration of the people he had known across multiple versions. He chose to write it by hand, with a brush and good paper, which was slower than the abbreviated notation he used for everything else. The slowness was deliberate. He wanted each cycle to cost him something, not as punishment, but as respect. Each cycle had cost him a significant portion of his life. The record should be written with care. He started with Cycle 1. He wrote about arriving at the gate with Chun Wuji's grin and Shun Yu's eventual death and the horror of the first reset. The specific quality of the horror, which was not about the mechanism, but about the loss. The loss of Chun Wuji's knowledge of him. The loss of Shun Yu entirely. The loss of the specific version of the sect that had existed in those 8 months. He had not, in Cycle 1, known that the grief would have this quality, would be the grief not of death, but of erasure. He wrote about Cycle 2, the beginning of understanding, the slow, frightening process of testing the rules of the reset, determining what was kept and what was lost, gradually building the framework that would make the subsequent cycles operable. He wrote about the specific quality of Cycle 2's grief, which was different from Cycle 1's, more functional, more managed, which was itself a loss of a kind. The beginning of the strategic approach that had kept him alive, but had also made him colder. He wrote about Cycle 3, Mei Ruishan, the first time he had experienced the specific discomfort of knowing someone across cycles who did not know they were being known. The beginning of the inner sect work, which had its own satisfactions and its own compromises. The growing understanding of the reset mechanism. The first time he had arrived at a cultivation stage with the explicit intention of using it to build towards something specific rather than simply surviving. He wrote about Cycle 4, the Jade Mountain School records. The first real knowledge of what was happening and why. The specific quality of the shift from surviving toward understanding to understanding toward acting. The first hint of Shukom, the silver thread becoming visible, at the end of the cycle, as an indicator that the cycles were changing, that something was changing, though he had not yet known what. He wrote about Cycle 5, Shin Yu as full partner for the first time. Yin Shi, the Void Palace's first partial access. The thread clearly visible. The growing sense of approaching something significant. And the grief of the Cycle 5 reset, the worst reset grief of all, because in Cycle 5 he had been close enough to the end to know what he was losing, and had lost it anyway. He wrote about Cycle 6, the last, the one where he told everyone the truth from the beginning, the one where the technique worked, the one where the world did not reset, where the thread went silent and he was still present. It was not a comprehensive record. A comprehensive record would have filled more volumes than existed in the Iron Gate sect's library. It was a summary, the essential things, written carefully, with the understanding that he was the only person who would ever read it, and that the reading was itself a form of honoring what had happened. He sat with the completed catalog for a long time after writing it. It was, he thought, a document of what it had cost to get here, not a complaint, an acknowledgement. The previous 5 cycles had not been wasted. They had been the accumulation that made Cycle 6 possible, the foundation that the final execution had rested on. But they had also been 5 lives. 5 versions of waking at 17 and building something and losing it. 5 versions of caring about people he had lost. 5 versions of carrying something alone because no one around him had the context to share it. He had not, before writing the catalog, let himself fully acknowledge how much the cycles had cost. He had been so focused on the accumulated benefit, the knowledge, the preparation, the relationships built towards Cycle 6, that he had not sat with the cost as cost. He sat with it now. After a long time, he put the catalog in the cultivation pouch with the list of 7 names. He would keep both. He thought the keeping was the most honest thing he could do with them. Chapter 95, What the Resonance Left in the Second Month After the Breakthrough, an unusual thing happened. Mei Ruishan came to him and said, "I've been having cultivation dreams." He looked at her. "What kind?" "Familiar ones," she said, with the expression of someone reporting something that they cannot fully explain. "Not memories. I don't remember anything that isn't from this cycle. But in the dreams there's a quality of having known something before, of encountering a situation that should be new and feeling like I've been here already." She paused. "I know that might just be normal dreams. But given what you've told me about the cycle dynamics, I thought you should know." He thought about what Shin Yu had described. Her cultivation remembering the resonance signature without her mind having the context. The wind path sensitivity picking up traces that were not memories, but were also not nothing. Your cultivation substrate may have accumulated something across the cycles, he said carefully. Not memories, but the equivalent of pattern recognition. Having been in certain situations repeatedly leaving a trace in the cultivation environment even if the conscious memory was erased. She considered this. So my cultivation knows things my mind doesn't. Something like that. It's a different form of knowledge. Not accessible as memory but present as intuition, maybe. Recognition. She looked at him steadily. What did the cultivation dreams feel like? He had not expected this question, had expected her to move directly to the analytical questions about mechanism. The question of feeling was a different approach. Describe one, he said. She looked at the middle distance, remembering. I'm standing in the inner sect corridor, the one off the east wing, that leads to the cultivation hall. It's evening. There's a person at the end of the corridor who I can't see clearly, but I know them. The knowing has the quality of long association, not recent meeting. She paused. And in the dream I feel completely at ease. As if I've been in that corridor with that person many times and the ease is accumulated. She looked at him. That's the quality. Accumulated ease. He thought about this. Yes, he said. That's consistent with cultivation substrate pattern recognition. The substrate records the quality of a repeated experience, not the specific content, but the emotional signature. Ease in a particular context with a particular person, repeated across cycles, leaving a trace that surfaces as that feeling in the dream. It's not threatening, she said. It's actually, she paused. Pleasant. The ease is pleasant. I wake from those dreams feeling unexpectedly calm. He looked at her. He thought about cycles 2 through 5, the years of careful, asymmetric interaction, him knowing her and her not knowing him, building something that the resets always took. The accumulated ease she was feeling was the residue of that, the substance of cycles of genuine care, rendered into something her cultivation could hold even when her memory could not. I'm glad it's pleasant, he said. She was quiet for a moment. What did we have? Across the cycles. He had been expecting this question. In different cycles, different things. In some cycles we were careful allies who never became anything more because the timeline didn't allow it. In others we were closer. He paused. In this cycle, where you've had full information, it's yours to define. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, the resonance you have with Shunyu, the cultivation resonance, from the technique work. That's different. Yes. It doesn't exclude other things, she said. Not a question. No. She nodded slowly. I wanted to understand the landscape before I made any decisions, she said. Now I do. She stood up. I'll be in the inner library tomorrow morning if you want to continue the conversation we started last month. He said he would be there. He arrived early and found that she was already there, 2 cups of tea on the table. You're early, she said. So are you, he said. She looked at him with the expression that had been the first thing he had noted in cycle 1. The careful, complete attention of a person who sees things clearly and does not perform not seeing. I've been thinking, she said, about what I said last month. The real conversation, the forward-looking one. Yes. I want to start with a question. She looked at him directly. In the cycles where we were closer than we've been in this one, what did that look like? Not details. The quality of it. He thought about how to answer this honestly. In cycles 4 and 5, where there was time and proximity, something that was building towards something. A genuine connection, mutual and real, that never had the chance to fully establish itself before the next reset. He paused. I was always holding back something in those cycles. Not from her, from myself. The knowledge that it was going to be erased made full investment difficult. And in this cycle? In this cycle, with the full disclosure from month 5 and the certainty severed and the reset not coming, I haven't been holding back. He looked at her. I don't know what that builds toward. I'm not mapping it. But whatever it is, it's fully present. She nodded slowly. Then, I want to know who you were in the cycles I wasn't in. The early ones, when you were figuring out what was happening. What those felt like. That's a large question. I know. I'm asking anyway. He thought about cycle 1. The first reset. The shock of waking at 17 with everything erased. The specific horror of it. The disorientation that had lasted weeks. The way he had moved through cycle 2 carrying that horror and not yet knowing what to do with it. The gradual, hard-won building of the systematic approach that had made cycles 3 through 5 productive. He told her. Not everything. The full account would take days. But the shape of it. The emotional texture of the early cycles. What it had felt like to understand the reset mechanism and then to not be able to stop it. And then to gradually shift from trying to stop it to trying to use it to prepare for stopping it. She listened with complete attention. In cycle 1, she said, when he paused, before you understood what was happening. What did you think it was? I thought I had died, he said. Or gone mad. The second possibility seemed more likely. Dying and waking up at 17 didn't have a rational explanation. Going mad was at least internally consistent. When did you stop thinking you'd gone mad? Cycle 2. When the second reset happened in exactly the same way as the first, the same location, the same moment, the same restart point. Madness is not that regular. She was quiet for a moment. You were alone with something genuinely terrifying for the entire first cycle, she said. Yes. And the second? Yes. The third was the first time you had any framework for understanding it. Approximately. The framework was incomplete in cycle 3. It became clearer across cycles 4 and 5. She looked at him. I am very glad, she said, that you found me on the first day of cycle 6. Not as the operative strategy, as a person finding another person. So am I, he said. They talked for 2 hours, in the inner sect library in the morning light, building the beginning of the forward-looking conversation she had requested. It was, as she had said it would be, a real one. He said he would be there. Chapter 96. The Tao Spirit Severing to Tao Seeking, the text said, was integration. The resolution of accumulated experience into a coherent way of moving through the world. Wei Liang was at Tao Seeking Stage 1, consolidating. He was not rushing toward Stage 2. He had time. He had, for the first time in 6 cycles, an indefinite forward horizon. No upcoming reset to plan around. No deadline imposed by an entity's harvest schedule. No urgency except the natural urgency of wanting to live well. He thought about what Tao seeking meant, as a cultivation philosophy rather than as a rank. The Tao, the way, was not something found in advance and then followed. It was built as you walked, from the accumulation of everything that had come before and the choices being made in the present and the direction you were moving toward. Not a path that existed before you were on it, but a path that became a path because you walked it. He had been seeking his own Tao for 6 cycles without knowing that's what the process was. The cycles had been, in their way, an extended and involuntary Tao-seeking exercise, repeated encounters with the same situations, forced to confront the same questions from different angles, given no choice but to accumulate and refine and eventually arrive somewhere. The somewhere was here. Tao Seeking Stage 1, in Cycle 6, second month post-breakthrough, in a sect that had an improving cultivation environment and people he genuinely cared about, and a path forward that was entirely unmapped. He thought this was a reasonable somewhere to have arrived at. He thought the work of Tao Seeking was not to rush toward Stages 2 and 3, but to understand, as fully as possible, what Stage 1 was asking him to do. Integration. Living from what he had accumulated rather than performing what he had practiced. Being someone who had come through all of it rather than someone who was managing all of it. He spent time, in the first months of consolidation, in active reflection on what integration meant for him specifically. Not the generic cultivation definition, the text had given him that. The specific version, what did it mean for Wei Liang to live from 6 cycles of accumulated experience? Part of the answer was the cultivation phenomenology document Shun Yu had suggested he write. That was the practical integration of specific knowledge into a form that could be useful beyond himself. Part of the answer was the Inscriptions Project, the slow, curious documentation of the pre-sundering cultivation philosophy on the mountain. That was the integration of his unusual historical perspective into a contribution to the current world's understanding. Part of the answer was harder to name. It was something about how he moved through the world now, compared to how he had moved through it across the cycles. He no longer managed information carefully, telling people less than he knew in order to maintain positioning. He no longer mapped every person's character in order to leverage their patterns. He no longer built contingencies for every possible development. He lived forward. He engaged with what was in front of him with the full presence of someone who was not simultaneously managing for other things that might need to happen next. This was not something he was particularly good at yet. 6 cycles of strategic management did not dissolve in a few months. He still, sometimes, caught himself mapping interactions, noting leverage points, building contingencies. The habit was deep, but he noticed when it was happening now, which was an improvement over not noticing. And he was developing the capacity to put the mapping down, to say, internally, this is not a situation that requires management. This is a situation that requires presence. He was getting better at it. He was not there yet. He suspected he would be working on it for years. He was looking forward to the years. The specific thing about Tao seeking that the text had not fully prepared him for was, it was interesting. The cultivation state was genuinely interesting. The integration was not a static process. It was dynamic, ongoing, constantly finding new connections between accumulated experience and present engagement. He would be in a conversation with Mei Ruishan and notice a connection between something she said and something from Cycle 3, and the connection would illuminate something about both. He would be working on the cultivation phenomenology document and encounter a description he had written about the cycle 1 threshold crossing and find that it contained something he had not consciously known he knew. The accumulated cycles were not a burden he was carrying. They were a resource he was drawing from. The difference was the certainty. When the certainty had been present, the cycles had been load-bearing. He had been holding them up, maintaining them as the structure that kept him functional. When the certainty was severed, the cycles had settled into something that held itself. They were present without requiring management. This was, he thought, what the cultivation text meant by integration. Not the merging of things into a single unified state. The settling of things into their appropriate places, each present and accessible without any of them needing to be controlled. Chapter 97. Xinyu's question in Cycle 6 third month post-breakthrough. Xinyu asked him, "What is it between us?" They were in the cultivation hall, after the morning's resonance work, which they had continued, not because the technique required it anymore, but because the practice itself had become valuable. The resonance between their cultivation states was a real thing, built across 8 months and 5 cycles of accumulated proximity, and maintaining it required the same deliberate attention as any other cultivation practice worth keeping. He looked at her. "That's a question I should answer carefully," he said. "Yes," she said. "I know." She looked back. "I'm asking anyway." He thought about how to answer it honestly. "Across 6 cycles," he said, "you were the person I trusted most. The person I told the most. The person I worked with most directly. The person whose presence in each cycle mattered to me most." He paused. "In Cycle 6, you know everything. You've been in this with full knowledge from the beginning. The relationship we've built in this cycle is the most complete version of any relationship I've had across all the cycles." Complete how? Full information, full presence, full collaboration. He paused. "And 6 cycles of accumulated care that I carry, even if you only remember this one's worth." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What did you call it? In your head, across the cycles? What word did you use?" He considered. He had not used a word, specifically, had been careful not to name it in ways that would create expectations or obligations across cycles where the situation could not be reciprocal. The naming had been one more thing he had managed. "I didn't name it," he said. "I told myself it was operationally important to maintain the relationship." Which was true, but that's not what it was. What was it? "Something that grew across 6 cycles of choosing to find you on the first day," he said. "Something that grew across 6 cycles of watching you arrive at exactly the right approach to every problem, using your particular way of thinking. Something that grew across the specific grief of every reset that took you." He paused. "I didn't name it because naming it would have made the grief worse." She was very still. "In this cycle," she said, "you don't have to manage the grief." "No," he said. "So you can name it." He looked at her. The specific quality of her that was present in every version and had made her the person he sought on the first day of every cycle. The directness, the complete attention, the way she moved through every problem as if the problem was genuinely interesting rather than merely necessary. "Yes," he said, "I can name it." She waited. "The specific quality," he said, "of having found someone who sees things clearly and doesn't look away, and who I keep choosing to look for when they're not there." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "That's a careful answer." "Yes." "Is there a less careful one?" He thought about the less careful answer. "Yes," he said. "It's love. In whatever version fits the situation in each cycle. In this cycle, where you've been fully present and fully knowing from the beginning, the fullest version." She nodded slowly. "I carry something too," she said. "Not the memories. I know I don't have those. But the cultivation resonance. The 5 cycles deep trace in my cultivation substrate. I told you in the early weeks that my cultivation recognized your resonance signature before my mind had context for it." She looked at him. "That's still true. Whatever that is." "Whatever that is," he agreed. She looked at him steadily. "I want to build something forward with you," she said. "Not defined yet, but deliberately, with full information and genuine choice." "Yes," he said. "So do I." She nodded. "Good." They sat in the cultivation hall in the early morning light, and the silence between them had the quality of something that had been established and was now present, and the path forward was not mapped, and neither of them found that frightening. Chapter 98. What the world knew. The world, broadly, did not know what had happened. The cultivators of the Iron Gate sect knew that their environment had improved. The elders knew there had been an event. Elder Moss knew something of the truth. The wider cultivation world, outside the sect's mountain, knew nothing. This was appropriate. The events of Cycle 6 were not a story that could be easily told to people who did not have the context. A cyclic reverter, a fate meridian, an ancient entity farming breakthrough energy across 700 years, a Jade Mountain School founder waiting in a sealed palace. These were not concepts that existed in the current cultivation world's theoretical framework. They would require extensive context to be comprehensible, and the person who had the context was Wei Liang, who was 17 years old by calendar and at Dao-seeking stage 1 by cultivation rank, which was itself sufficiently anomalous to produce institutional responses he did not have time for. He and Xun Yu had discussed what disclosure, if any, should happen beyond the small circle of people who already knew. Their conclusion, not now. The situation was resolved. The cultivation environment was improving. The people who mattered to them knew the truth, or as much of it as was relevant to them. The broader cultivation world would develop its own understanding of the environmental changes over time, without necessarily needing the full account. In 50 years, Xun Yu said, someone will write a cultivation history that includes a chapter on the unusual environmental improvement in this region in the 26th generation. And they'll speculate about the cause. Yes, he said. They'll probably be wrong. Yes. That's fine, she said. The truth happened whether or not it's accurately recorded. He thought this was correct. But he had also, in the weeks after writing the cycle catalog, started thinking about a different kind of disclosure. Not the full account, not the cycles and the entity and the fate meridian. The parts of the account that were generalizable. The things he had learned that had implications beyond his specific situation. The cultivation phenomenology document that Xun Yu had suggested he write, that was one version. The first-person account of breakthrough threshold experiences, useful for the therapeutic techniques development and potentially useful for cultivation theory more broadly. But there was more. He had spent 6 cycles learning, at very close range, about the nature of cultivation under external interference, about how ambient depletion manifested in individual cultivation advancement, about the specific phenomenology of a fate meridian from the inside, about the way cultivation substrate knowledge persisted across reset conditions even when conscious memory did not. These were things the current cultivation world had no framework for, but not because the frameworks were impossible, because no one had had the specific vantage point he had. The frameworks could be built. The knowledge could be documented in forms that were accessible without requiring the full context of the cycles. I want to write something, he said to Xun Yu one afternoon. She looked up from the technique documentation, the phenomenology document, and beyond that, a broader document about cultivation under adverse conditions, about what the depletion of the ambient cultivation environment does to individual practice, about the recovery trajectory when the adverse conditions are removed. He paused. Things that don't require the reader to know about cycles or entities. Things that are just true about how cultivation works, that I learned from having an unusual position. She looked at him for a moment. That would be publishable, she said. Yes. That would affect how people think about cultivation throughout the region. Possibly. Over time. She looked at him steadily. You want to keep building things that last. Yes, he said. I think that's the work. She nodded slowly. Good, she said. I'll read drafts. The records he had written, the cycle catalog, the list of 7 names, were true records. They existed. He had them. That was enough, as far as the full account went. The work ahead was different. Not the keeping of what had been, the making of what came next. Chapter 99. Living forward the first year after the breakthrough was not dramatic. He cultivated. He worked with Xun Yu on the therapeutic breakthrough technique, which was advancing slowly and promisingly. He had the conversations with Mei Ruishan that she had indicated she wanted to have, which were careful and genuine and built towards something he was not trying to define prematurely. He spent time with Chun Wuji, who was advancing through core formation with the steady dedication that had always characterized him. He continued the slow, deliberate work of Dao-seeking stage 1 consolidation. He learned to cook. He had never done this in any cycle. There had always been dining hall meals or traveling provisions. And it turned out that cooking required a specific kind of careful attention that was related to but distinct from cultivation practice. He was not immediately good at it. He improved gradually. He made soup, the first week of the second month, that was genuinely good, and experienced the particular satisfaction of having made a thing that was good from the kind of ordinary sustained effort that produced ordinary good things. Chun Wuji appeared in the kitchen doorway when he was on his 3rd attempt at the soup. You're cooking, he said, with the tone of someone reporting something mildly unusual. Yes. You've never cooked before. I've never had time before. Chun Wuji came and sat on the kitchen's low bench and watched him work. Is it good? Improving, Wei Liang said. The first 2 attempts were not successful. How unsuccessful? The first one was an academic failure. The second was edible, but not good. He adjusted the heat under the pot. The third is better. Chun Wuji watched. You're approaching it like cultivation, he said. I know. I'm trying to approach it less like cultivation. Is that working? Slightly. Shen Wuji stayed until the soup was done and tasted it with the careful attention of someone whose opinion was being asked for, and said, "It's good." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "It is." He had not expected this. The ordinary satisfaction of a simple thing done well. He had known, intellectually, that ordinary life contained satisfactions he had not had access to across 6 cycles of urgent purpose-driven activity. He had not fully anticipated what those satisfactions would feel like from the inside. They felt like enough. That was the thing. They felt like exactly enough. He read, not cultivation texts or archive documents or technical records. He had read enough of those in 6 cycles to understand them at a level that no further reading would significantly advance. He read histories, travel accounts, poetry that he had never had time for in any previous cycle. He found that the reading produced something cultivation couldn't. The specific quality of time spent in a world that was not immediately relevant to any operational need. The poetry in particular. He had read poems occasionally across cycles, when they had been relevant to research or when a text contained them incidentally. He had not read poetry for its own sake, for the specific pleasure of the reading. He discovered that this was a pleasure of a very specific kind, the pleasure of something that did not need to mean anything outside itself. That was simply what it was, that asked nothing of you except attention. He read a collection of windpath nature poems from several generations back and found that they described Shen Yu's cultivation with an accuracy that the authors could not have intended. He told her about this. She read the collection and said, "They're describing the wind. Not my cultivation." "Your cultivation is the wind's philosophy applied to a person," he said. She looked at him. "That is either profoundly accurate or extremely sentimental." "Both," he said. She kept the collection. He walked. He had walked the Iron Gate Sect Mountain in every cycle, but always with a destination and a timeline. In Cycle 6 Aftermath, he walked it without a destination, following paths he hadn't explored because they hadn't been relevant to the plan. The mountain was larger than he had fully experienced from any previous cycle. It had views he hadn't seen and formations he hadn't examined, and, in one memorable walk in the 3rd month, an ancient inscription carved into an overhang of stone that he spent 2 hours reading and could not fully translate, but that was clearly pre-sundering and clearly from a cultivation philosophy he had not encountered in any of his archive work. He brought Xinyu back to look at it the following week. She stood under the inscription for a long time. "I think it's from the same school as the founder," she said. "Yes," he said. "Pre-sundering cultivation philosophy. There may be more of it on the mountain." "Yes," he said. "I think there probably is." They began, gradually, to look. It became a project. The slow, non-urgent, genuinely curious project of finding and documenting the pre-sundering inscriptions on the mountain. They found 6 more in the first year, each partially legible, each describing aspects of cultivation philosophy that the current cultivation world had no category for. The founder's school had left traces everywhere, not just in the Void Palace, but in the mountain itself, the cultivation substrate of the place that had been built by people who had cultivated in a different era with different understandings of what cultivation was. He thought about what it meant to be living on top of a layer of history that most people didn't know was there. He thought about all the things that were like that, present and invisible, because the framework for seeing them wasn't in common use. The ambient extraction that had depleted the cultivation environment for 7 centuries. The fate meridians that had been written about in pre-sundering texts and had been lost from the current cultivation world's theoretical framework. The cyclic reverter phenomenon that had happened 9 times across 7 centuries and had no standardized name or documentation in any extant archive. The world contained more than it knew about itself. That was not a unique insight. It was true of every era, every place, every field of inquiry. But it was newly vivid to him. He was a person with unusual knowledge of how much was not known. He intended to spend some portion of his forward life making some of it known. Not urgently. The first year was for rest and ordinary living and the cultivation of things that were not urgent. But in the background, building towards something, a record, a body of knowledge, a contribution to the frameworks of the cultivation world that might help someone in the future identify what they were experiencing before it cost them 6 cycles to figure it out. Chapter 100. The path ahead in the 2nd year after the breakthrough. On an ordinary morning in an ordinary week, Wei Liang stood at the inner sect window and watched the dawn come over the Iron Gate Sect Mountain. He was 18 now by calendar and considerably older by everything else. He was Dao-seeking Stage 1. Nearly ready for Stage 2. Shen Yu was spirit-severing Stage 2, having made the crossing 3 weeks earlier with the specific, clean efficiency that characterized her cultivation work. Their therapeutic breakthrough technique had produced its first successful application. An outer disciple who had been stuck at Qi condensation stage 7 for 2 years had crossed into stage 8, assisted by Shun Yu's counter-resonance approach, with immediate tears of relief that had stayed in Wei Liang's memory with the specific quality of things that mattered. The outer disciple's name was Fang Yun. She had been at the sect for 3 years and had been assessed, in her second year, as having a low probability of reaching foundation establishment, the breakthrough threshold that determined whether a disciple would be retained as a permanent cultivation member or released from the sect's resources. She had been working toward Qi condensation stage 8 with the specific, quiet desperation of someone whose path was running out of time. After the counter-resonance assistance, she had crossed stage 7 in approximately 20 minutes. It was not the technique's full operation. The full operation required spirit-severing level cultivation from the practitioner, and Fang Yun's situation called for a lighter application, a version that Shun Yu had developed specifically for cases where the threshold difficulty was moderate rather than extreme. But it worked. Stage 8, then Stage 9, over the following 3 days, with Shun Yu providing support at each crossing. Fang Yun's retention assessment was updated. She would remain at the sect. Wei Liang had sat with this for several days. The application of the technique to Fang Yun's situation was the first real-world test of something they had been building for months. The test had worked. The thing they were building was real. It helped people. He had not, across 6 cycles, built many things that lasted. He had built plans, built alliances, built cultivation techniques that existed in his memory, but nowhere else. He had built a relationship with the founder's impression that had ended when the impression dissolved. He had built, across cycles, versions of relationships that had been erased by the resets. This was the first thing he had built that was going to stay. The technique documentation Shun Yu was developing would outlast them. The people who learned it would teach others. The outer disciple Fang Yun, who had crossed stage 7 on a morning in the second year, would advance through her cultivation life in an environment where this kind of assistance was available if she needed it. This was not the most significant thing he had done. The most significant thing had been the breakthrough itself, the thread severed, the environmental improvement that was already spreading across the region. But this was a different kind of significance, quieter, more ordinary, more like the kind of thing that built worlds. He thought about the founder, who had built the Void Palace and the technique and waited 700 years. He thought about what it felt like to build something with a long timeline, knowing the value would compound across years and generations. He thought he understood it better now. He did not know what happened next. He had not known for more than a year. He had been living in the not knowing, and the not knowing had been what he had hoped it would be. Not empty, not frightening, full, in the way that an unmapped path is full of the things you will find on it rather than the things you have already placed there. He had discovered, in the first year, that he was someone who made things, not just techniques and plans. He made cultivation tea and practiced calligraphy and had begun, quietly, writing a document that was neither the cycle catalog nor the technique documentation nor a personal memoir, something that was trying to be a synthesis, a record of what the cycles had taught him about cultivation that was not in the standard texts, about the relationship between practice and character, about what it meant to carry accumulated experience without being defined by it, about the specific quality of cultivation that emerged when the external urgencies were removed and the practice was genuinely its own reason. He did not know if anyone would read it. He was writing it anyway. The writing was itself part of the cultivation. He heard Shun Yu's footsteps behind him. She came to stand beside him at the window. They looked at the mountain together. The mountain had been, across 6 cycles, the constant. The gate, the pine trees, the specific smell of the place, the cultivation environment that had been slightly wrong and was now becoming right. He had arrived at this mountain at age 17 in cycle 1 with nothing but a hemp sack and a set of difficult circumstances, and the mountain had been the first thing that had been real to him in the new situation. It had continued to be real through every subsequent cycle. It was the most consistent thing in his experience of the world. He thought he would probably cultivate on this mountain for a long time. Stage 2, he said. Stage 2, she agreed. Are you ready? I've been ready, she said. I was waiting for the right morning. He looked at her. Is this it? She looked at the dawn coming over the mountain, the light moving across the pine trees, the formation arrays on the outer sect terraces catching the early light, the world waking up below them in all its ordinary magnificence. The formation arrays were running slightly differently than they had in any previous cycle. Cleaner, with less of the minor interference that had characterized their operation in environments under the subtle extraction. He noticed this the way he noticed most things now, not with the urgency of assessment, but with the simple pleasure of a person paying attention to their world. Yes, she said. This is it. He had been afraid, once, of a future he couldn't map, had built certainty against it like a wall, and had carried the wall across 6 cycles until the wall itself became the thing he had to release. The certainty was gone. What was left was presence, the actual present moment, the actual person beside him, the actual mountain and the actual dawn and the actual path forward that was made as it was walked. There were things he knew about the future. He knew Shun Yu's cultivation trajectory and Qin Wuji's and approximately how the therapeutic technique project would develop over the next year. He knew, in the broad strokes, what Dao-seeking Stage 2 would require and what Stage 3 after that would ask of him. He knew that the inscription research on the mountain would eventually produce enough material for a serious scholarly document. He knew these things and he held them lightly, because the holding was not the same as the certainty. The knowing did not close the future. It was a direction, not a destination. The future was still genuinely open. He thought about the 17-year-old who had stepped off a cart at Iron Gate Sect's gate for the first time, with no knowledge and no plan and no idea what was coming. And he thought, it took 6 cycles. It took 700 years of a founder's waiting. It took 8 previous cyclic reverters who did not make it all the way. It took everything accumulated and everything given up and everything that was never recovered. And here he was, still here, moving forward. He reached Dao-seeking Stage 2 that morning, in the inner sect cultivation hall, with Shun Yu's cultivation presence steady beside him and the improved ambient qi of the mountain moving through him cleanly, and the breakthrough was entirely, completely, his own. The cultivation sense that expanded at the stage crossing was larger than he had expected. Not the specific expansion of capability, though that was present. The expansion of the sense of the cultivation space around him, which at Dao-seeking Stage 2 included not just the immediate mountain but the region, the ambient qi of the territory that was, month by month, returning toward its natural state. He could feel it, not in detail, not as specific sensory information, but as a quality of the cultivation space. An openness that had not been there before. The world was becoming more itself. The world did not reset. Tomorrow came, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, forward into a life that was his to live, not mapped, not certain, not free of difficulty or loss or the ordinary weight of being a person in the world, but his own, genuinely, completely, irrevocably his own. He had been afraid it would not feel like enough. The forward life, without the framework of the cycles, without the urgency and the purpose and the accumulated significance. It felt like everything. He stepped out of the cultivation hall into the morning, Shun Yu beside him, the mountain around them, the path ahead unmapped and real. The world was very large and very full of things he had not yet seen. He had been to the Void Palace and the ruins and the regional trial grounds and the outer regions of the continent, across 6 cycles of urgency-driven movement. He had been to many places for the specific purpose of surviving or advancing or investigating. He had never been anywhere simply to be there. He intended to change this. Not immediately. The first years would be the sect and the therapeutic technique and the cultivation documents and the inscriptions on the mountain and the people who were part of his life here. But beyond that, the world was large and the path was forward and there were things to find in the spaces between the places he had already been. The mountain air was cold and clean and moved through the improved cultivation space with the freedom of something that had been constrained and was no longer. Below them the sect was waking up, outer disciples beginning their morning practice. The ordinary sounds of a place going about its ordinary business in an environment that was slightly better than it had been yesterday and would be slightly better still tomorrow. He thought about what it meant to live in a world that was improving, not because of any single person's effort, but because of the accumulated effort of everyone in it. And, in this particular case, because of the removal of something that had been extracting from it for centuries. He and Shun Yu stood at the window for a moment longer. Then she said, "Let's begin." And they did. He walked toward them, toward the world, toward the morning, toward the unmapped and genuine and entirely possible forward, with Shun Yu beside him and the mountain under his feet and the path ahead not known, and that not knowing finally, completely, the thing he had been trying to reach for 6 cycles. He was here. He walked. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.